Dalmatians. Cross took an entire month to get back to the Sword Villa. What did you expect? He was across the world. He landed on the sword formation and teleported inside, next to Yunche. Yunche jumped and said you're back. Cross nodded and said yet. Yunche nodded before realizing wait. You could have gotten me out of here whenever. Cross made an awkward face and said yet. About that. He just disappeared again as Yunche swung at him. Cross was standing in the sky poison pearl. He looked in front of him to see a skinny-looking Jasmine, he felt his heart tighten and he walked forward. Jasmine turned around hearing footsteps and saw Cross. Jasmine POV. I was startled looking at him. I haven't seen him for over a year since the incident. I missed him, no matter how much I tried to forget about him, I just couldn't. He did so much for me. The hardest things to find for my body, he found them on his own. So many words came to my head but I couldn't choose a single one to say. I opened my mouth to say something at least, but I never got the chance. He pulled me towards him and kissed me. He kissed me. My brain went blank, I didn't know what to think. Nothing came to me, I only felt a bubbly happiness take over as I closed my eyes and wrapped my arms around his neck. It felt natural and sweet. My world lit up, finally showing colors for the first time in 16 months. I lost myself in the feeling until it disappeared. I opened my eyes, confused as to why he stopped kissing me. He looked at me with gentle eyes, I touched my face and felt tears. His eyes were so gentle and warm, I could look into them all day. Cross caressed my cheek as he said I'm sorry. I felt stuffy inside, why was he apologizing? It was my fault in the first place. I tried to speak but he continued with a smile I know what you are going to say but it wasn't. I am the one you should blame, if I didn't try and run away from my feelings you wouldn't have to suffer for so long. I didn't know what to say, every day he left hurt so much. I hated myself for doing what I did. Sometimes I thought it would be better to die to the poison than feel the way I did, but these words from him. They swept everything away, all my sadness and pain. Everything was gone and replaced with a blissful feeling, as if everything was going to be okay now that I had him. I couldn't hold back anymore and cried into his strange clothes, gripping him tightly, afraid that if I let go I will lose him again. Cross hugged me, he pulled me into his embrace and rubbed my back softly. I sobbed and said you won't leave again. Will you? Cross kissed my head and whispered not until I die. I exploded with warmth and hummed softly in response as I soaked in his warmth and care, closing my eyes. He was so calming. Back to normal. Cross looked at Jasmine and picked her up in a princess carry before putting her in her bed and pushing her red hair away from her face. He couldn't quite place the feeling he had for her but he was happy that he was with her now. He tucked her in and kissed her forehead before leaving the pearl to Yunche. Yunche was talking with his grandfather. Cross appeared and said well, your profound strength is stronger now, so I guess it was good that you stayed here. Yunche clicked his tongue and said easy for you to say, you've been traveling for the entire time. Cross chuckled and said we should probably leave, no? Kang Yu is probably waiting for you. Yunche said you think I don't want to? This guy has to die if we want to leave. Yun Kanghai felt funny and said oi brat. I'm your grandfather, not some guy. Yunche just chuckled and the old man sighed with a smile. Cross looked at Yun Kanghai and said I sealing formation. Locked into your heart? Child's play. He spread out his hands and strings shot out drilling into Yun Kanghai's chest and locking the chains around him before Cross clenched his hand and everything snapped. Cross grabbed Yun Kanghai and said go relax with Xiao Lei and my father-in-law, okay? Before throwing him into the inner world, handing him to Luna. Yunche got agitated and said you could do that the whole time. Cross smacked his head and said oi. Even if you are in the earth realm now, I'm still stronger than you. Yunche smirked and rubbed his head as he said you're still a bastard. Cross chuckled and didn't deny it as he collected the meteorite chains and said let's get the fuck out of here. Yunche grinned and Cross teleported them both out, before disappearing completely. A while later. Cross was sitting outside the palace as Yunche was in a room with Kang Yu. Didn't take a genius to figure out what was going on inside. She had waited for so long, she deserved a good bang. Cross was standing guard outside, playing with the earth evil god seed in his hands. So far he had found two without Yunche. The first one was with Artemis and the other one was in his hands, he didn't know how anybody was supposed to find them. Two places would definitely kill a normal person, but then again, was the inheritor of a god a normal person? Definitely not. Cross was hovering in the air as if he was sitting in a hammock, one hand was behind his head and the other was holding open a book. He couldn't help but say, the novels around here sure were garbage. The erotic ones were even worse. He decided to write his own and took out a book and a quill. The book hovered next to him and he thought of the words while he read the book in his hand. A god at multitasking. While Cross was reading and writing, Yunche had apparently finished and came out with Kang Yu, who had a deep blush and wobbly legs. She smiled softly and rubbed her stomach as she said did you see Chu Yueshan? Is the child cute? Yunche froze and said what child? Kang Yu said you didn't know? She was pregnant when you got stuck in the sword. Yunche's eyes widened and he said you or I will come back. Before dashing out of the imperial city. Cross closed his open mouth and sighed. Kang Yu looked over and asked why are you sighing? Cross replied because little Yu is with me, not at frozen whatever section. Kang Yu slapped her forehead and sighed as she said why didn't you say anything before? Cross rolled his eyes and said I'm doing something, why didn't you go for round 2? Kang Yu's face turned red and she stuttered why you? Cross chuckled and teased the noises you make are very cute, princess. Kang Yu covered her face and shrieked, running back into her room and slamming the door. Cross chuckled and continued writing his book. It was about a boy who lived in a closet before becoming a wizard. He chuckled and thought of the look on Harry's face when he read it, it would be priceless. A few weeks came and went. Cross had finished his book and titled it The Boy Who Lived. He had already published it under the name God of Literature, copies were being sold everywhere in the world. Cross didn't care about the money and just handed the accounts to Kang Wan-hee, who was thrilled and almost offered his own daughter to him. Cross declined with a funny look. Kang Wan-hee was helpless, the favor Cross just did for him was immense. The revenue from the book was so much that the empire was thriving based on the sales alone. Cross was currently writing another book and Kang Yu was sitting next to him, reading The Boy Who Lived. Far away. Harry looked at the book and rubbed his forehead with a funny look. Ginny giggled on the side and said I only know one person who would do that. Harry opened the book and read the words on the first page to a friend I haven't seen in a long time, I hope you are doing well in this strange world. CG Harry lifted his glasses and smiled as he said yeah, nobody else comes to mind. Ginny smiled and held a little boy as they continued their little journey. Back to the palace. Yunche came back in a depressed mood, but King Yu was with him this time. Cross looked over and said what happened. Yunche said little fairy is missing, Grandpa Lai and little aunt are gone too, and the dragon god spirit dissipated after giving me something. Cross chuckled and waved his hand, a crack opened and Yueshan walked out holding a little girl, so did Lingzi. Yunche was floored, they were here the whole time? What kind of joke was this? He looked at Cross and said why didn't you tell me? Cross rolled his eyes and said you can away so fast to go find her I didn't even get the chance to speak. What do you want from me? Yunche ignored him and said little fairy, your veins. Yueshan held Wuxin and smiled as she pointed her chin at Cross. Yunche was speechless, as was King Yu, she saw Yuchen destroy her veins with her own eyes. Now they seemed to be better than ever. Cross picked at his ear and Wuxin held her hands out to Cross and grabbing. Cross waved and Wuxin flew through the air and landed on Cross' head. She was only 8 months old, what did she know? His kids were 9 and starting to cultivate slowly as their veins were still growing. Cross grabbed Wuxin, holding her in the air by the back of her shirt as she giggled, he said go inside and talk. 4 women in one room, just thinking about it makes me nervous. Yunche took Wuxin with trembling hands and Kang Yu watched with a gentle smile as she rubbed her stomach, eager to spread the news. Yueshan brought Yunche, King Yu, and Lingzi inside the inner world into a meeting room in the palace. Cross groaned and went inside as well. Cross pushed out a boat onto the lake and sat in it before taking out a fishing rod and fishing. Yunche's personal business wasn't his own so he just left them alone. Little did he know, there was a little fire in his backyard as well. Cross was fishing peacefully, when 2 thumps sounded behind him. He turned around and saw Luna and Jasmine looking at him, he put the lit cigarette in his mouth and turned back to the water as he said yes, ladies. Luna sat down and crossed her legs, looking like a queen, while Jasmine sat next to her with her arms crossed, looking like a princess. Cross looked at them and clicked his tongue as he said I sure am lucky. Before casting his lure again. Jasmine blushed and Luna said just like that. Cross replied no, I kissed her. If it was just like that then I would have banged her. He exhaled a mouthful of smile and gave them a smile as he said I like Jasmine, but just because I accepted my feelings doesn't mean I love her. Luna nodded with a small smile and Jasmine let out a breath of relief as she said that's good. Cross nodded and said I've known you for 2 years, if you loved me that would be weird. At most, I'd say we're dating. Jasmine smiled, seemed like she didn't have to go through her speech. As expected of the man she liked. Jasmine looked at Luna with a bit of a nervous expression. After all, she kind just intruded on their relationship, she wasn't scared just a bit apologetic. How she kept Cross alone for so long, Jasmine will never know. Luna turned to her and gave her a smile that, at the same time, was not a smile. Jasmine chuckled nervously and clenched her fists until her knuckles turned white. Cross opened his mouth, but decided not to interfere in the end, he only said don't scare her. Luna smiled sweetly and said I won't as she started talking to Jasmine right then and there. Cross didn't mind, he could listen to their voices all day, it was actually surprisingly peaceful. He looked at the water and Levi popped his head out from the water, crying happily. Cross smiled and threw him a fish as he said you got much bigger. Do you like your new home? Levi nodded excitedly and made several happy growls. Cross smiled and said quickly go practice and become a big leviathan. Then you can come outside with me and fly in the sky. Levi shot over the boat in an arc before diving down to the depths again. Cross smiled and listened in on Luna and Jasmine's conversation curiously. His face turned black when he heard the nonsense they were spouting. 102. The prince who didn't learn proper etiquette. Cross' face was pitch black as he listened to Jasmine and Luna argue. Luna said, like I said, if you don't truly love him, I will kill you. Jasmine retorted, as if you could? Plus, do you think he would let you? Luna felt her mouth twitch as she said, you think he would choose you over me? Not to mention that I'm his wife, I'm 100 times more beautiful than you. Jasmine flared up and said, in your dreams. How old are you again? Luna felt her eyes twitch and she said, wanna ask that again, loli? Jasmine shouted, I'm not a loli. You old bitch. Cross put his hand in between them as he said, can't I fish in peace? You were both fine before, why are you fighting now? It's annoying. Jasmine and Luna fell silent. Cross smiled and said, see? Friends. You're both big girls, not children. Speaking of which, where are Zephyr and Pandora? Luna replied, I do. A loud whoosh sound came from above them. Cross looked up and saw Zephyr and Pandora flying on separate horntail basilisk dragons. He shouted, be careful. Don't hurt yourselves. Zephyr and Pandora shouted, all right, daddy. Before flying off. Cross sighed, fucking kids, gonna give me a heart attack one day. Luna smiled and Jasmine said softly, they're so precious. She sighed and looked at the lake with a sad expression. Luna rubbed her back and whispered in her ear. Jasmine's face turned red and she didn't know what to say. Luna giggled and they started talking more, as if they didn't just fight. Cross shook his head and continued fishing. A while later. Yunche flew over and said, big bro. You're amazing. If I was a woman I would fall in love with you for sure. Cross spat and said with a smirk, fuck off. Yunche chuckled and landed on the boat. Jasmine returned to the sky poison pearl and Yunche had an awkward expression as he said, what do I call you now? You're with Jasmine and my wife is your disciple, not to mention you're the godfather of my child. Cross smacked him and said, what do you think? Call me the same of course. Oh right. Being the big brother that I am, I naturally have something for you. He looked at Luna and gave her a kiss before saying, see you later, my love. Luna smiled sweetly and waved as he left with Yunche. They came out of the inner world and Cross tossed a brown marble at Yunche, who caught it and said, the earth seed. Where did you find this? Cross scratched his head and said, that's a really long story. The short of it is, I went on a soul-searching journey and traveled to the bottom of the sea before finding it. Kang Yu walked out of the crack and Yunche was stunned as he said, the bottom of the sea. Cross nodded and said, this guy. Maybe he likes to play jokes. Who the fuck was going to find it at the bottom of the sea? Along with the other one. Yunche said, you found another one too. Cross smiled and said, that one's a secret. Yunche rolled his eyes and Kang Yu said, Yunche. Yunche looked at Kang Yu and said, yes, my wife. Kang Yu smiled and dragged him away. Cross was sitting outside and heard a loud shout, Reaper. Your reign of terror ends today. Cross looked up in the sky to see a man with a sword hovering in the air. Cross said, excuse me, can you come down? I don't have a habit of looking up to talk to people. Someone shouted, OMG. The sword saint, Ling Tianyi. Cross looked at that person and they fizzled out of existence as if that was their sole purpose in life. Cross looked back at Ling Tianyi and said, so can you come down? Are you a child? Yelling from up there, honestly some people. Ling Tianyi shouted, fiend. Die. As he slashed out at Cross. Cross sighed and stopped looking at Ling Tianyi, he just pointed forward and shattered the sword light. Ling Tianyi shot forward and slashed his sword saying, try my 81 extreme sword slashes of perfection. Cross had a bored look on his face as he stood still, blocking all 81 extreme perfect slashes with a single finger. He then said, couldn't you come up with a better name? 81 extreme sword slashes of perfection is so long. Ling Tianyi shouted, you are strong demon. But I shall vanquish you. Eternal sword slash of heaven's supreme god of the sword. Cross face fell, this move. A massive golden slash came down from the sky towards Cross, who swung his fist out shouting, you stupid old man. What kind of name is that? Do you have shit for brains? Eternal sword what? Can't you just keep silent while fighting? Then people won't think you're a moron for naming you moves with paragraph-sized names. The surrounding people were startled by the outburst and Ling Tianyi was stunned, his sword slash was shattered and he stuttered. I Cross cut him off and pointed at him saying, do you have dementia? How old are you? Did you name this move by yourself? If not, I suggest you go to whoever taught you and give them a good slap. This name isn't cool at all. Cross threw his hands up in the air in fury as he continued, I have to take several pauses just to say the name of the move so I don't suffocate and die. Plus you used the word sword twice. Twice. Cross waved his hands in a huff and said, scram. Scram. Get out of here before you infect me with your awful disease. Cross grabbed Ling Tianyi's collar and threw him into the sky, out of the imperial city. He stomped back to the palace and shouted, and someone changed the name of the Blue Wind sect. Too many palaces. The people who witnessed the event were speechless. This guy. Isn't he a little too crazy? Cross created a hammock out of strings and laid down in it. He didn't kill Ling Tianyi because he decided to limit his killing boner for now, plus he had a suspicion that Tianyi was related to Ling Ji. If he killed his disciple's family, wouldn't he look bad? Yun Che and Kang Yu came back and Yun Che looked to be in a daze, as Kang Yu smiled at sad Cross, "Can you get the rest of the girls?" Cross waved and little aunt, Chu Yueshan, and King Yu came out. Kang Yu held all their hands and said, "We're getting married in 2 months." Everyone including Cross was stunned and Kang Yu added, "But not just me. Lingzi and Yueshan as well." Everyone was stunned again and Kang Yu turned to King Yu before bowing 90 degrees and asking, "Will you allow this?" Kang Yu was trembling in anxiety and King Yu was stunned. She was being asked. She looked at everyone before smiling softly and saying okay. Kang Yu hugged her in excitement and jumped up and down as she said, "Thank you, big sister. You must be our bridesmaid." The other two nodded. Cross scratched his stubble and looked at the shell-shocked Yun Che. He chuckled and Luna walked out of the crack saying, "I don't know why you're laughing. You're going to." Cross pointed at himself in shock as he said, "I'm not marrying anyone, am I?" Very poor choice of words. Luna felt her mouth twitch and her fists turned back before she beat the shit out of him saying, "Why? Were you expecting to?" The rest stepped away, silently praying for Cross to come out of this alive. 2 months later. Yun Che had eaten the Earth Seed and his strength went to Earth Realm peak. Cross had been converting and his realm was at Sovereign Realm 5th level. He was getting close to the Divine Origin Realm and fully converting his strength. Cross felt that something very spectacular would happen when he did that. Though he had no idea what it was. Currently though. Cross was sitting in a full black suit and his black hair was slicked back. Next to him was Luna in her own beautiful dress and next to her, Zephyr and Pandora were sitting silently. The two little troublemakers couldn't wait to let loose on all the people here. Pranking people in the castle was fun and all, but after you prank the same person 24 times they get used to it. Simply put, Xiaolai, Lingzi, Xenophilius, and Yun Kanghai were immune to their pranks. Ling Ji was constantly practicing his swordplay like a maniac and Chu Yueshan was practicing her arts while taking care of Wuxin. Forget about Luna, they sometimes got reverse pranked by her. Now, seeing all these fresh faces, the two little monsters wanted nothing more than to let loose, but Cross tied them to their chairs and said after the wedding. Which bummed them out. They wanted to start pranking. Unfortunately, their tiny cultivations was nothing in front of Cross. They were only in the nascent realm after all. Which stunned everyone else speechless, the only thing Cross said about it was good genes. And that was the end of that conversation. Cross was holding Wuxin and Luna was chatting with Yu Feng, almost all the sects were invited. It was truly a grand event, even Ling Yun came. Not that he was doing anything spectacular, he was falling over himself, talking with Daphne. He was truly enamored. Daphne was giving mixed signals, she was a cold person by nature to everyone except her family really. But her words were somehow sweet, though they sounded cold. It was very strange. Ling Ji was cheering about how great his boss was to actually marry his junior sister, Lingzi, the princess, and King Yu. While the girls were all embarrassed, they still smiled at his praises, which seemed to be endless. All in all it was a joyous event, until Divine Phoenix Empire's 13th prince. Feng Zikan has arrived. Cross was drinking wine from a cup when he heard Feng. He trembled and crushed the cup in his hands. The wine splashed into the air and Luna pursed her lips, throwing Cross a funny look. He coughed and the wine flew into another cup. He looked over at the man and Feng Zikan went straight forward, walked to the center of the hall, and gave King Wanhe a simple courtesy as he spoke with a faint smile, "This junior, Feng Zikan of the Divine Phoenix sect, pays respect to the honored Blue Wind Emperor." Coming forward without notice this time, "I hope that Blue Wind Emperor is magnanimous, and won't be hard on me." Before showing King Wanhe the Divine Phoenix Jade as proof. King Wanhe got to the point as he asked the matter you came for. "It's the Profound Sky 7 Nation Ranking Tournament." Cross rolled his eyes and muttered, "Such a name. It's truly too extravagant." Luna giggled and shook her head. Feng Zikan nodded and smiled, "Of course. This junior came with a personal invitation." As he fished out the invitation, King Wanhe waved and someone took it. Feng Zikan said, "Of course there's another matter. It happens to be the phoenix blood that lies on your new son-in-law's body." As he pointed at Yun Che. Cross rolled his eyes and said, "It's never just a single thing, is it? Why do these people just keep coming along? It's like one after the other." The tense atmosphere shattered and everyone looked at Cross. Feng Zikan said, "And you are?" As his gaze landed on Luna for a few seconds before shifting back to Cross. How could Cross not see this guy's shifty eyes? He rolled his own eyes as he said, "You are unqualified to know my name. Also, are you sure you're a prince?" Feng Zichen grinned his teeth and said surely you saw Cross cut him off with a sigh as he said I see, so you're just an idiot. Don't you see what's going on here? In case you haven't opened your eyes or are blind, let me generously detail the scene that you should have seen when you walked in. Cross pointed at Yunche and said flatly you attended a wedding, without a proper invitation, and now you are conducting royal business during the time where the wedding is supposed to be starting. First of all, unlike you, I don't like to waste time listening to other people talk. Some people here actually shifted their schedules to come to this wedding and pay their respects. Cross waved his hand and continued so obviously you think you are above others and our time is not as precious as yours. Might I remind you that you are the 13th prince, which means that there are 12 other princes ahead of you. Also, you are addressing an emperor, which is a supreme status well above prince, especially the 13th one. Mind your matters and hold your tongue until the wedding is over. Cross sighed and added honestly, does the Divine Phoenix Empire not have etiquette teachers? I'm surprised your father even sent you in the first place. Wouldn't it be awful if you offended someone you shouldn't have and the Divine Phoenix Empire turned into a flat land devoid of life? Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air and Feng Zichen was trembling in either rage or humiliation. It wasn't clear. He opened his mouth but Cross added also, if you value your life you will stop looking at my wife with your filthy eyes full of lust. He waved and a chair flew through the air behind the prince, smashing against the back of his knees, forcing him to sit as he was bound to the chair and his mouth was forced shut as he moved to a spot at a table with others. Cross said continue. Yunche chuckled and continued the wedding as if nothing happened. 103, the prince who wanted to fly. The rest of the wedding went by spectacularly. Yunche got married to 3 beauties at once and left to the bridal chamber. Cross saw King Yu sneak there too. Cross was drinking wine but Luna could tell he was a bit agitated. She patted her arm and said what's wrong, love? Cross put down his cup and said there's this girl. Her name is Feng Shuer. Luna knew who she was but didn't interrupt as Cross said she reminds me of you when we were younger. This kid has the same last name as her, I just remembered how I left that's all. Luna held his hand and smiled as she said what did you think? Cross smiled and poked her nose as he said she's cute, beautiful, energetic, in her own world. He chuckled and added I even called her by your name when I first saw her. Luna shook her head with a smile and watched Zephyr and Pandora run around pranking people. They were relatively harmless, sometimes they would tie someone's shoelaces together, other times Pandora would distract someone, while Zephyr stole their food. Cross had given them stink bombs and they placed them around before letting them loose and running away. The smell wasn't that bad, it was very mild so most of the adults laughed it off and shook their heads at the kids. One old man directly asked to be the kids' master, only to be told he was smelly. That old man fell to the ground when his shoelaces got tied. The atmosphere was very lively, except for Feng Zichen. The 13,547th prince of the Divine Phoenix Empire was seething with rage, partly because he was still tied up but mostly because Zephyr and Pandora drew cat features on his face. Pandora punched her palm and ran off before coming back with a hairband that had cat ears attached. She put it on Feng Zichen's head and high-fived Zephyr before running away. Everyone started giving Feng Zichen looks, silently laughing on the side. Kang Wanhee watched the 2 kids with a big smile. They called him a smelly old man too, but he told them he was proud to be a smelly old man, making them laugh. He really did like the 2 little devils, even more now that they were fearless. He sighed to himself wishing they were his grandkids. Feng Zichen naturally brought bodyguards with him, but they were helpless against Cross in the first place and secondly they thought the kids were cute. They had children of their own, how could they not like little mischievous monsters? Feng Zichen also died in rage when one of his bodyguards actually gave Pandora a purple coin and a head pat. If he could speak he would definitely say head pats are only for good children. They drew a cat on my face. A while later. Everybody started leaving and Cross sent Luna and the kids back into the inner world. He gave Luna a kiss goodbye and she left with the kids. Cross held, sleeping, Wuxin and sat in front of Feng Zichen after everyone left. Cross waved over Wuxin and made a soundproof barrier before snapping his fingers and setting Feng Zichen free. First thing Feng Zichen did with his freedom was shout at Cross angrily you Phil. Cross waved his hand and muted him as he asked the bodyguards does he usually act like this? The bodyguards scratched their heads and nodded. Cross sighed and pressed his hand down. Feng Zichen sat back down and was unmuted as Cross said calmly listen, boy. I don't care what number prince you are. I just want you to relax and speak like an adult. Are you capable of doing this? Feng Zichen flared up and opened his mouth. Cross slapped him and said again are you capable? Feng Zichen snarled I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Cross rolled his eyes and said how many people have tried to kill me so far? They could build an empire in the underworld based solely on their hatred of me. Maybe you would like to be a prince there instead. Feng Zichen trembled and stopped speaking. Cross nodded and said out with it, boy. What's the real reason you came here? For the Phoenix blood? I can tell you this, Yunche has never been to the Divine Phoenix Empire. Feng Zichen frowned and said then Cross sighed and said you're very predictable aren't you? Then why does he have phoenix blood? Is what you were going to say? He flipped his palm and a ball of golden flames appeared on his hand as he said plainly, I have them too. Have you ever seen me walking around the Divine Phoenix Empire? I have never been there. Feng Zichen was about to pull his hair out in frustration and Cross said calmly, you know. Your Phoenix Empire is pretty meh. You have a phoenix spirit or whatever, does it really matter? I have a phoenix myself, is it a bad deal? He's an asshole. Feng Zichen's brain short-circuited, Cross rolled his eyes and said go back to your Divine Chicken Empire and stay there. He paused before adding I'm not insulting your empire, I just don't like the damn fire chickens. Don't go all I will have my revenge, on me, it's truly tiring. So many people coming for revenge, only to join the underworld empire after a single slap. Cross thought for a moment before correcting well most of them didn't even get the change to come for revenge. Anyway, off you go. Thank you for coming to my brother's wedding. Feng Zichen was stunned, the bodyguards were too. Cross was just too peculiar. Cross got up to leave but Feng Zichen said wait. What's your name? Cross waved from over his shoulder, not even turning around, as he said Cross. Feng Zichen and the bodyguard's eyes widened in shock before Feng Zichen shot towards Cross back shouting you bastard. I will kill you. Cross was confused and sidestepped, turning his knee out and kneeing Feng Zichen in the air before pulling his knee in and blasting it out sideways, kicking Feng Zichen out of the palace and out of the imperial city. Cross looked at the bodyguards and asked I thought we had a nice discussion. The bodyguards looked at Cross with complicated eyes, one of them said kindly this sir. I caution to be careful and perhaps hide before we get back to the Divine Phoenix Empire. The other bodyguard nodded. Cross frowned and said why? The other bodyguard replied this time something happened. In any case the Emperor believes you are to blame and has been searching for you for a long time now. It's a direct kill order. Cross said in confusion I've never been to the Divine Phoenix Empire, perhaps you got the wrong person? I highly doubt that there is only one Cross in this world. The first bodyguard nodded and said in any case, Your Highness, the 13th Prince will not care. The second bodyguard added please take care of yourself, sir. Before they both bowed and left the palace. Cross watched them go before muttering that was weird, someone must be impersonating me. Am I so handsome I have admirers? Cool. As he walked away. A month passed. Kang Wanhee had a complete reformation. He executed both princes and everyone in their camps before getting busy making for princes. Yun Che spent a beautiful month with all 4 of his wives. Cross was happy and got to relax a bit. He spent his days with Jasmine talking about his void step and occasionally flirting, though Jasmine was truly a shy girl. He got one kiss from her the entire month. Luna on the other hand fought with him on the bed every night as if she was hopped up on aphrodisiac. Cross speculated it had something to do with Jasmine but Luna would never admit it. He naturally didn't care and enjoyed Luna's care as always. Yueshan enjoyed her time outside and after 2 weeks, she went back into Cross inner world. Lingzi and King Yu followed along and started staying inside while Kang Yu stayed outside with Yun Che. She had managed to convince her father that she was leaving to become a top expert and joined the other girls in the inner world. Luna had been studying profound strength and had become a qualified teacher, she taught the girls and become a teacher in her own right. Xiao Lai, Xenophilus, and Yun Kanghai became close friends and played Chinese checkers most of the time, while sipping on wine and talking. Xiao Lai had taken the opportunity to become a wine brewer and Cross gave him access to any plants and things he may need. It was truly good. Unexpectedly Xiao Lai was a great wine brewer. Everything progressed smoothly without any bumps. The Frozen Moron Palace had announced a name change to Frozen Harpy Sect. Cross sighed when he heard the news, these girls. They still couldn't come up with good names? Cross had also published another book under the same pen name and the sales went to Kang Wanhee as a wedding gift. Kang Wanhee almost married his unborn daughter to him, but Cross declined saying that if he kept joking around like this he would find Cross corpse by the mountains via Mariticide. Anyway, the book was titled The Memory of a Night Under the Full Moon. It was an erotic novel targeted at both men and women. Boy did that thing sell. From the sales, almost every single person in the world had a copy. Kang Wanhee himself even had one, but he was too busy literally swimming in money to read it. Luna and Jasmine read it, however. They both gave Cross strange looks. Nothing happened with Jasmine except for a few blushes and a beating but Luna dragged him off and he didn't leave his room for 3 days after that. Jasmine and Cross talked about the primordial profound arc that Kang Wanhee mentioned to Yun Che about. Jasmine had told him that an ark was a giant flying ship but she had never heard of one that disappeared and she was curious. Cross was curious as well and Yun Che confirmed that he would participate in the tournament in the Divine Phoenix Empire. Cross started getting hairy vibes from Yun Che, somehow everything that happened was centered around him. He didn't mind, it was just he had some crazy luck to run into a second Harry. Cross was currently sitting outside on the steps of the palace, smoking and enjoying his alone time. Not that he didn't like being with his girls, but he needed time to himself sometimes. Maybe he would turn into a sex-crazy person from too much Since he had a perfect body that had been strengthened countless times, his yang energy was simply immense. Plus, he only ever had sex with Luna, so he was constantly circulating his own yang energy back into his body. There was no possibility for him to become overdrawn from sex acts, plus he was an elf. If he wanted a woman pregnant, she will get pregnant. There was no maybe. This was the unlimited fertility he possessed. Yun Che joined him on the steps and sighed, ready to leave. Cross scratched his stubble and exhaled a mouthful of smoke as he said, "Whenever you are." Suddenly a snowbird landed in front of them and Chu Yueli got off. Cross took a drag from his cigarette and gave Yueli a bad look. Yun Che wasn't so discreet and said with obvious disgust, "What misfortune do I have you see you today?" Yueli shook and bought her lips as she said, "You've been invited to the sect by our Grand Mistress." Cross chuckled, smoke shooting out of his nostrils as he said, "And she sent you?" Yun Che didn't speak, waiting for an answer as well. Yueli clenched her fists and said, "I volunteered. This has nothing to do with me, the Grand Mistress wishes to see you both." Cross yawned and said, "Whatever, I can see the progress my little creations made." Yun Che nodded and said, then led the way. Yueli hopped on the snowbird and Cross summoned White. After telling him to be as terrifying as possible, he sat on him with Yun Che and followed Yueli's trembling snowbird to the frozen whatever sect. Evidently, Cross had already forgotten the name. 104. The New Necklaces. Cross and Yun Che landed at the frozen harpy sect. Chu Yueli walked inside and the two followed her. Cross had communicated with Luna and got her useless Slytherin necklace from her, he also took the ring from her. She was reluctant at first, but Cross explained that he was going to try and make something better with them. He had also taken the bracelets from Daphne, since she didn't use them anymore. He gathered them all in the box and studied them piece by piece. While the magic enchantments didn't work anymore, they were still there, all he had to do was make them work and he could even make them better. Cross and Yun Che walked in to see an old woman sitting on the throne. Cross rolled his eyes and Yun Che said directly, "Speak." The old woman smiled and said, "You seem to have a hatred for our sect." Yun Che said in annoyance, "Should I not? My pregnant wife would have been forced to leave the sect and brave the endless frozen plains alone if my brother hadn't been there. Or how about the fact that her own sister ratted her out, leading to my wife crippling herself to keep the child alive?" Yun Che snapped his fingers and said, "Oh yeah. I forgot that was the previous palace mistress, whatever happened to her? I heard she went on a long journey by herself." He chuckled a bit at the end. Cross grinned and the old woman sighed as she said, "I understand your frustrations, Gong Yuxian was not a suitable palace mistress." Cross laughed and said, "Not suitable is an understatement. She was simply a moron through and through, I can only hope she's suffering for eternity in hell as we speak." The old woman looked at Cross and didn't speak for a moment before asking, "What goes so far to wish that upon someone?" Cross sneered and said, "Because the whole ideology of the previous whatever palace was absurd. Not to mention, your precious little rat over here decided to raise her sword against my wife's neck." Yueli said, "Inev." Cross smiled and said, "Your memories had been wiped because I scared you into pissing yourself. Just because you don't remember, doesn't mean I forgot as well." He turned back to the old woman and said, "Actually, you got very lucky. She made me so angry that I decided extermination was too good. You should be counting your blessings that you didn't end up like the Xiao sect and the Burning Heaven clan." Cross looked at the disciples and sneered, "Though, you have to live as filthy creatures. This is far worse than death in my opinion. As for the rat, having to witness everything around her change and be helpless to stop it is mental torture." He looked at her before sighing, "Unfortunately she hasn't developed a heart demon. Maybe I should really torture you." Yueli scrambled backwards with a pale face. The old woman sighed and said, "Enough scaring the youngsters, Reaper. I invited you both here for a simple request." Cross looked at the old lady and asked, "Why should I even listen to you?" The old woman smiled and said, "You came here, didn't you?" Cross rolled his eyes and Yun Che spoke. "Speak." The old woman said simply, "I wish to see my precious disciples, Yueshan and King Yu." Cross said, "Your disciples?" The old woman smiled calmly and said, "Naturally not anymore, I presume." Cross shook his head and waved, a crack opened and Yueshan along with King Yu walked out. The old woman smiled kindly and said, "Beautiful children." Her tone seemed disappointed and sad as she continued, "I am truly sorry for your treatment." Yueshan trembled and King Yu's eyes reddened. Cross yawned and sat down in a string chair. Yun Che watched the old woman closely. Cross took out the jewelry box and inspected all the jewelry inside. There really were a lot. His mind turned rapidly, thinking of what to make before something clicked and he grinned. Yueshan and King Yu went back to the inner world after talking to the old woman and Cross said to Yun Che, "You can handle yourself." Yun Che nodded and Cross went into the sky poison pearl. Yun Che started talking to the old woman, while Cross was standing in front of Jasmine. Cross looked at Jasmine and gave her a gentle smile before sitting down and opening the jewelry box. Jasmine floated over and asked, "What are you doing?" Cross smiled and said mysteriously, "It's a surprise." Jasmine clicked her tongue and watched in silence. Cross took out a 9-colored purity flower, meteorite chains, all the jewelry, a drop of his own blood, and a sliver of the green crystalline liquid. His profound strength exploded out and all the materials hovered in front of him. He pointed and forced out a bright white string, his face noticeably paled and he cut the string off from his body before using his void forging art. All the materials melted down and fused into an floating ball of material. The ball was constantly changing color and shape as black molten fluid and air was being pushed out as the ball got smaller. Jasmine saw Cross' pale face and said, "Are you okay?" Cross didn't answer and focused on his work. Jasmine was getting nervous. Whatever he was making will surely be amazing, but he was weakening himself by doing it. Cross was extremely focused as he envisioned his creations in his mind while waving his hands, forming the ball of materials. A while later, Cross was sweating heavily and clapped his hands. The ball of material turned pitch black and gleamed before 4 necklaces formed. The first necklace was significantly bigger than the others and looked like prayer beads. The beads were the size of golf balls and fell to the middle of his sternum. It floated over to Cross, who swiped his blood across it. The beads glowed before dimming, connected with him. They were pitch black. The other 3 necklaces were smaller than the original by 50% and were all black. Cross waved and a crack opened. Luna walked out and said happily, "Yes, love." Jasmine snorted and Luna sneered in her direction. Cross rolled his eyes and said, "I made you both something." He took the 3 necklaces and smiled as he put one on Jasmine and Luna. They looked at each other before Luna said they're the same. Cross rolled his eyes again and nibbled on her finger, before running it across the beads. He bit the same to Jasmine and the 2 necklaces lit up. Luna's necklace turned pure white and Jasmine's turned blood red. They looked at Cross in shock and he smiled. 2 beads on his own necklace glowed and turned white and red respectively. Jasmine and Luna both felt a connection to Cross. Jasmine played with her prayer beads and said in awe, "What are they?" Cross smiled and said, "They connect you to me. When I make a breakthrough to a new realm, you will gain a bit of my insights, strength, etc. Not only this, but you can communicate through the beads. I will hear you, wherever, whenever." He scratched his cheek and continued, "They should also speed up your cultivation and constantly purify your energy while strengthening your body. As well as let me know if you are in danger." Jasmine and Luna were shocked. These were so amazing. They looked at Cross, who was giving them a gentle and happy smile. Their hearts melted and they were filled with warmth. Cross was suddenly tackled by both of them. He held Jasmine and Luna with a big happy smile. He gave them a kiss each and smiled goofily, feeling he was lucky. Jasmine blushed and her face became as red as her necklace. Luna smiled softly and leaned her head on his shoulder as she said, "I love you." Cross smiled and replied, "I love you too, baby." He looked at Jasmine and pulled her closer, kissing her head and saying nothing. Jasmine buried her head in his chest and smiled sweetly. Luna smiled gently before saying slyly, "Who's the 3rd necklace for?" Jasmine looked up and narrowed her eyes with a grin, feeling like she had something on Cross now. "Humph. This is what you get for embarrassing me." Cross coughed and pretended to play dumb as he said, "Other necklace? I don't know what you're talking about." He shook his head and sighed, "Some time must have gone wrong with the necklaces. My wife's gone silly." Luna smacked him and giggled, "You want me to really go silly?" Cross trembled and smiled fawningly as he said, "Did I say silly? I meant too smart." Jasmine giggled and added dangerously, "So who is the necklace for?" Cross clicked his tongue and said, "I'll tell you when you're older, my little loli." Jasmine hissed while Cross and Luna laughed. 3 months passed. Yunche had actually agreed to stay at the Frozen Harpy sect because the old woman had taken care of King Ye before. Cross had made an ice art for him before getting a crazy idea and asking Yunche to let him see the phoenix art. Yunche let Cross look into his memories. Cross copied at the phoenix art before studying it intensely for a month. Yunche practiced the ice art Cross had made and mastered it easily. With his fire and water seeds, it was a simple matter. Cross knew this and forcefully made an art that went against the heavens. Cross gave the jade slip to Yunche with a very heavy and serious expression as he said, "This is frozen fire of the ice phoenix. It is extremely dangerous to even try. If you can't do it, then stop right away. Do you understand?" Yunche took the jade slip and nodded. Jasmine shouted, "Are you trying to kill him? That art is impossible. It shouldn't exist." Cross said seriously, "I've read every book and theory about elemental fusion there is. I'm confident he can do it, but it will be extremely hard to do so." Yunche asked, "Can you fuse elements?" Cross turned his palm and a blue fire appeared as he said, "Sit." Yunche sat down and Cross continued, "Every element has a counterpart which repulses it. For example, fire and ice." Cross flipped his other hand as the blue fire separated into a golden fireball and a light blue sparkling piece of ice. He continued, "Each element can be categorized into yin or yang. Fire being yang and ice being yin. Now in my world there was a practice known as Taoism, which believed that yin and yang were never truly separated but actually had portions of each other in them." Cross brought his hands together and the fire and ice slowly spun around each other as he added, "The union of 2 opposites can be extremely dangerous as they are already unstable by themselves, but at the end of the day, the fire and ice swirled together to form a blue flame that was so cold it burned." As Cross finished, "Opposites attract." He dropped the flame and it sunk into the ground, burning a hole in the thick floor, forming a smooth bowl. Cross looked at Yunche and said, "As for my own energy, it's the fusion of the world." He flipped his palm up and a white ball and a black ball chased after each other in counterclockwise. Cross said, "The light and the dark, or life and death." Then 5 balls appeared around the white and black ones, a red one, a grey one, a brown one, a blue one, and a green one. They started spinning clockwise around the white and black ones as Cross continued the 5 central elements. Outside the 5 spinning balls, 3 more appeared and spun counterclockwise. They were yellow, transparent, and light blue. Cross added the 3 spirits. When combined together they form the world. The circling balls shrunk down and melded into one rotating black ball with multicolored specks in it. Cross finished, "Where there is something, there must also be nothing." The union of elements can be said to go against heaven, but they were originally one. Thus, fusing 2 elements is merely returning them to origin. He crushed the ball in his hands and looked at Yunche as he said, "But this doesn't mean it isn't dangerous. You must be extremely careful when fusing. Just a little bit off and the results could be disastrous." Yunche was in a trance and absent-mindedly nodded as he focused on fusing the ice and fire. Cross stepped back with a smile before teleporting to the Sky Poison Pearl, happy that Yunche got a little enlightenment from his words. As expected, he's amazing and there's nothing he can't do. Jasmine thought otherwise and lunged at him, beating him up for doing something so dangerous. The 3-month period at the Frozen Harpy sect ended with Yunche successfully fusing ice and fire, before he took a snowbird and left the Frozen Harpy sect to the Divine Phoenix Empire. 105, Divine Chicken City. A few weeks later, Yunche and Cross appeared in the Divine Phoenix City. Cross looked around and whistled at all the things, so many useless things. He wondered what would happen if he destroyed everything, then he chuckled to himself and muttered, "What a destructive thought." Yunche looked at him and said, "Did you just think of laying waste to the empire?" Cross gave him a thumbs up and said, "Ayo. This brother is getting to know me better and better." Yunche laughed and shook his head. They both looked up at the giant profound ark. Cross said, "Doesn't it look a little like Noah's Ark?" Yunche and Jasmine said, "Noah's Ark." Cross cleared his throat and said, "In my world, there are religions. In a specific religion, God decided that the world was filthy with greed and sin, so he created a tidal wave to drown the entire world. In the story, God tasked one man to build a wooden ark and protect 2 of every animal, 1 male and 1 female. He, along with his family, would be the only surviving humans after the Great Flood and the animals would be safe." Yunche said, "What's the use, wouldn't they just become greedy again?" Jasmine agreed, not finding any logic. Cross shrugged and said this was one of many stories in the religion's book, the Bible. But there are pictures too, and all the pictures look like that ark. Cross scratched his stubble and chuckled, "Maybe, there'll be a flood." Yunche rolled his eyes and Jasmine said, "Humph. To create a flood on this planet, perhaps only a true god can do it." Cross snickered and kept silent. Yunche walked towards the Black Moon Merchant Guild. Cross floated along. He had changed his clothes. It was pretty hot in the Divine Phoenix Empire, so he only wore shorts and his bunny slippers. His perfectly carved muscular body was exposed to the air, and around his neck a ring of black prayer beads, with 2 of the beads being white and red, was shown. His neck-length wavy hair fluttered in the hot wind and his black tattoos were laid out for all to see. He was incomparably handsome. It was almost impossible to not look at him. The massive beads only seemed to add a layer of mysteriousness to him, which was fatal to women. He was simply a walking fantasy. Yunche wore a black t-shirt with black shorts and slides. He looked very fresh, and very handsome. Though standing next to the male god wasn't doing him any favors. Heads turned wherever they went, some women even shouted, "He's Xavier." From the memory of a night under the full moon. Before fainting with heavy blushes, Cross rubbed his nose and grinned. He had asked Luna to describe him seriously. He needed a handsome character, and who was more handsome than him? Nobody, that's who. He was the MC. More people started looking and Cross whispered, "Watch this." Yunche smirked slightly and Cross made a blank expression as he held his prayer beads and chanted Amitabha. Lust is man's original sin. The women's expressions fell and they were disappointed, while the men were ecstatic and chanted Amitabha. Ha ha ha. Cross burst out laughing as they turned a corner, arriving at the guild headquarters. Yunche snickered and said, "I think your wife would kill you if you turned monk." Cross shivered and said, "No meat, wine, or sex. Blat. I'd rather die." Yunche burst out laughing and looked at the headquarters before whistling. Cross scratched his head and said, "Isn't this a bit too grand?" Yunche had to agree, "Aren't you just a shop? This is better than King Yu's palace." Suddenly they heard an arrogant voice. A boy dressed on red said, "Move, slaves. Watch how I turn this steel purple and reach the 7th floor." Cross choked and shouted, "Oi! Who are you calling a slave?" The boy stopped and turned to Cross as he said, "You," before choking. This guy. Was he made by the heavens themselves? The rest of the people were stunned as well. Cross waved and grabbed a man as he said, "You. How does this steel work? The man stuttered. The stronger you are the different the color is, there's 7 colors representing 7 floors, purple is the highest. Cross threw him back and said, you, the guy that looks like a used tampon, display your strength. The boy almost spit out blood as the people around started to laugh. He grinned his teeth and said, you first. Cross sneered and spit at the steel. Everyone's eyes widened and the used tampon guy started laughing as he said, you. His laughter was choked back and his face turned completely white. Cross spit hit the steel and blew it to smithereens. There was no steel left. Cross sneered as he said, strong enough for you. The used tampon guy trembled and backed up slowly. Cross said, I don't hate arrogant people, but I hate people who are more arrogant than me. Now scram before you have to tell your story to the demons in hell. The used tampon guy ran away as fast as he could, cursing his parents for not giving him 3 legs. Cross burst into laughter before wiping his eyes and sighing that was fun. Yunche rolled his eyes and an old man appeared in front of Cross saying fawningly, Senior, I would like to personally escort you. Please come with me. Cross rolled his eyes and followed the old man with Yunche. Cross muttered, how fucking old do I look? This guy has a white beard and he's calling me senior. Yunche laughed and the old man almost tripped. They entered the building and immediately went to the top floor. They were greeted by 3 beautiful girls. Yunche and Cross was surprised. Cross said, 3 little girls at the Sky Realm as hostesses. He elbowed Yunche and said, seems like this place gets more grand by the minute. Yunche turned his head and laughed. Cross was too rude. He didn't give anybody face, not a single person. The 3 girls almost fell down and the old man slipped away. A voice was heard, though it was half chuckling as it said, bring them here. The 3 girls brought Cross and Yunche to another old man. Cross sat down in a chair and looked around, crossing his legs as he said, you don't sell my books here. Though I guess they would be on the lowest floor. The old man laughed and said, yes, the god of literature's books are on the lower floors. Though should I call you that? Or perhaps Cross? Maybe you prefer the Reaper. Cross clicked his tongue and said, not liking the new look? Out me right away, why don't you? The old man smiled and said, please sit, sir. Yunche said, Ling Yun. Cross laughed and the old man chuckled as well, saying, very well, Mr. Yunche. Yunche sat down and said, Black Moon's information network sure is something. The old man shook his head and said, I merely felt your phoenix flames, also most of the time you are seen with the Reaper, who most notably wears pink fluffy bunny slippers. Cross grinned and wiggled his foot, making the bunny ears flail a bit. Yunche smiled and the old man smiled as he added, my name is Zig, very nice to meet you both. Cross waved in greeting and Yunche nodded. Zig sipped on his tea as he said with a little smirk, so what can I do for you two? Perhaps something the Reaper himself cannot accomplish. Cross felt his mouth twitch and Yunche smiled as he said, I require 2 items and a piece of news. Cross tuned out and looked at the 3 girls on standby. He waved one over and said, do you have any good wines? The girl nodded and said, we do, would Mr. Reaper like some? Cross chuckled and said, would I ask if I didn't? Bring me a gourd or bottle or jar or whatever of you best wine. The girl nodded and retreated. Cross closed his eyes as Yunche talked to Zig about the things he needed. The girl came back with a big gourd and said 100,000 purple coins. Cross rolled his eyes and a card appeared in thin air as he took the gourd and drank straight from the tip. He smacked his lips and fell silent. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't as good as Xiao Lai's. He took back his card and sighed as he continued to drink. The girl could tell that Cross wasn't satisfied and felt her eyebrow twitch. That's the best we have, okay? A while later, Cross and Yunche had both left the Black Moon store and walked to the place Zig had given him for some flour. Cross was drinking from the gourd as he floated around Yunche, trying to entertain himself. Cross was sitting cross-legged upside down and drank from the gourd as he said, little bro, is this flour really important? Can't we just go steal from the palace? So much easier. Yunche chuckled and said, for you. I'll get skinned alive going in there. Cross snickered and said, isn't it more fun to be in danger? Very stimulating. Yunche laughed and said, unfortunately, unlike you, I'm not tired of living just yet. Cross pouted and said, come on. Yunche laughed and said, you're drunk. Cross burped and grinned as he said, I bought 20 gourds, what did you expect? I'm not even filtering it, plus I'm on like number 15 or something. These gourds hold a lot. He closed one eye and looked into the gourd with the other as he added, maybe there's a space function in these gourds. He gasped and said, then I can fill them with as much of Grandpa Lai's wine as I want. He chugged the rest of the wine and hiccuped before holding the gourd in front of him and getting to work. Yunche felt his mouth twitch as they arrived at the building where an auction was being held. Cross slapped the gourd and it buzzed before strange runes appeared on it. Cross chuckled excitedly and disappeared before reappearing a few minutes later, drinking from the gourd and spinning in the air around Yunche. Yunche rolled his eyes and they walked into the building. He was escorted to a seat and Cross floated above him, with a little blush running across his face. A woman walked onto the stage and countless men locked their eyes on her. Cross clapped and enjoyed the show. The little vixen was giving as she said, little Chi Chi will be running the auction, Please buy things from me. Yunche choked and Cross burst out laughing. The auction continued and Chi introduced an item in this jade case, are 2 purple crystal jade marrows which contain the purest essence of an enormous purple crystal mine. If you use one to drive a profound arc, 1 purple crystal jade marrow could fuel a 50,000 kg profound arc for 200 hours. If you meld it onto a weapon with spiritual conscious, it could raise the weapon's intelligence by a lot, you know. Cross smacked Yunche and said, little bro, get this. Little Yui will fight you for 100 rounds tonight if you get this for her sword. Yunche almost spit out blood, while some of the friendlier people all chuckled. Cross giggled and drank from his gourd once again as the bid started. Oh. It's actually the purple crystal jade marrow. That young man with the surname Gongsun revealed an excited expression. This lord has been looking for this item for quite a while. I'd never thought that little Chi has it in hand, and it's even 2 of them. As expected of my little Chi. Quick, speak. What is the lowest price for these 2 purple crystal jade marrows? Chi smiled like a little seductive flower and said sweetly 600 purple coins. Only for you, young master. Gongsun Cross spit out his wine and laughed at this shameless woman. Was there no line she won't cross? Simp Gongsun said 700 purple coins. Yunche raised his hand and said 800 purple coins. The surrounding guys all gave him a thumbs up with snickers. Yunche was embarrassed and cursed Cross to fall down. The ultimate simp Gongsun stood up and shouted Udar. Cross cut him off shouting sit down. Were you raised in a barn? This is an auction. Just because your little Chi is running the show today doesn't mean you can act like you own the place. Before drinking from his gourd and grumbling fucking simps. The Omega level simp sat back down with an ugly face. Cross added, oh yeah, if you come after me later I will send you and your clan to hell. I don't care who you are or where you're from, roll back to your anthill and eat the loss like a man. The audience sucked in a cold breath of air. Cross was too arrogant. He threatened the simp's whole clan. The king of simps sat in his chair and clenched his fist in rage. Tay auction continued and Yunche got the 2 marrows for 1,000 purple crystals. Someone tested the waters to see if Cross would be angry but he didn't even react. This gave him a good impression with the others, at least he wasn't pressuring them to back out because of his background. A bold young man asked, Senior, may I ask your name? Cross flipped in the air, looking at the kid upside down as he said, I'm only 27, do you believe it? The audience was stunned and Cross sighed in grief as he said, why does everybody call me senior all the time? Everyone coughed, they didn't even know how strong he was. What were they supposed to call him? You. Cross looked at the kid and said, my name is Cross, call me that. Senior makes me sound like an old guy. I'm still in the prime of my youth. Before floating back, drinking from his gourd. By the time he floated back to Yunche, Yunche had already bought the flower and was going to grab it when someone walked in and people started talking. That's Jiyan from the Roasting Sun sect. Cross tried to catch that person but they turned to dust and disappeared forever. Cross sighed at the ashes, wasn't it nice to live? Why be the exposition guy? 106, the greatest thief in the world who got caught. Jiyan said the highlight Miss Xiao Qi speaks of obviously needs to be seen, but the main reason why this young master came here today is for the Phoenix Helianthus in Miss Xiao Qi hands. Jiyan added loftily, this young master's emperor profound bottleneck has already loosened, and breaking through is near at hand. I urgently need a Phoenix Helianthus to assist me, but that wretched divine Phoenix sect has already swept up all the Phoenix Helianthus. Fortunately, Miss Xiao Qi just happens to have one here. This Phoenix Helianthus, this young master here is taking it for sure. If anyone wants to fight over it with this young master, hee. Cross smiled and hiccuped as he said this, sir. The chicken helix has been purchased. Perhaps you could try your luck in the Emperor's vaults. Yunche almost spit out blood, who says something like that? Jiyan evidently didn't know either and was speechless. Cross patted his shoulder and said, don't worry bro. I won't tell anyone, I promise. I have faith in your capabilities. He hiccuped again and added, anyways, see you later. Good luck, if you find something cool, let me know, I'll buy it off you. Let's go, little bro. As he landed on the ground and walked towards the exit, humming happily. Yunche chuckled and took the box before going after him. The entire building was stunned. Yunche and Cross walked out of the building and into a crowd. They got out of the crowd and Yunche turned around before narrowing his eyes. Cross chuckled and blurred before a young man was in his hands. The young man had an ashen face as he said so. So fast. Yunche said, you want the Phoenix Helianthus? The young man was stunned and said, how did you? Yunche said, I can smell the medicinal scent on you. The young man fell to his knees and said, please give it to me. I'll give you whatever you want. Yunche was stunned and said, why? The young man said, my wife. She's. If I don't get this flower she'll die. Cross eyes sharpened and he picked up the young man as he said, where is your wife? Take me to her, now. Yunche smiled and the young man was speechless. Cross slapped him and said, hurry up, kid. You think I have all day to fool around with you? The young man said she's Cross grabbed Yunche and disappeared into thin air. They arrived at a house and the young man said I originally had stolen half a stock from the emperor. I wanted to see the legendary Princess Snow, but I didn't have time. Cross said Princess Snow. The young man said you don't know Princess Snow. Cross and Yunche shook their heads. The young man said do you know Hua Minghai? They both shook their heads again and the young man shouted what? Did you come from another world? Cross said whoa. How did you know? Yunche laughed and Hua Minghai collapsed. They walked into the small house and Minghai said softly Xiao are you okay? Did I scare you? A woman, who looked like she was about to greet the Grim Reaper herself, was laying down on a bed and said softly I'm fine. I feel much better. Cross walked up to her and spread his hand out above her, green strings flew out and got into her body, a few red strings and a purple one came out and went into her body as well. Cross whistled and a crack opened, red flew out from the crack and landed on his shoulder. Minghai's eyes popped out and rolled away as he shouted a phoenix. Cross ignored him and said tears. Red dripped a few tears and said you know, a thank you would be nice. Cross chuckled and said and you wonder why Blue doesn't like you? Stop being an asshole, would you even evolve if it weren't for me? Red harumphed my love life is none of your business. Plus, I remember getting that of my own effort. Cross rolled his eyes and said I think you are too shameless to be a phoenix. Are you sure you're not a chicken? Red chopped Cross head with his wing and said you're a chicken. Cross snickered and guided the tears onto Xiao's head before slapping her. Minghai shook his fist and shouted did you just slap my wife? Cross said in an old man tone it's a special medical technique. The slap of life. Xiao turned to the side and threw up buckets of black blood. Red cried a few more times on her and Cross said all right, scram. You shameless chicken. Red chopped him again before flying through the crack and leaving. Cross stepped back and said the deed has been done. Yunche gave him a look of disdain and Minghai slapped himself before rushing to his wife and checking, he was stunned. Cross said with a sneer completely cured. What's a single poison to me? He sneered at Yunche, who gave him the finger. Minghai fell to his knees again and said whatever you want me to do, I will do. Cross said even if I want your cute little wife. Minghai jumped up and shook his fist saying even if I die you won't have her. I'll haunt you from the grave. Cross burst out laughing and slapped Minghai saying all right, relax. I'm not going to take your wife from you. Minghai kneeled again and Yunche chuckled as Cross slapped his forehead and said are you obsessed with kneeling? Are your knees made of wood? Minghai said you just saved my wife. I have to kneel. Cross said little bro, you can have the favor. This guy keeps kneeling I might just ask him to let me kick him. Yunche laughed and said little Hua, can you teach me that movement skill? Minghai looked to be in a difficult position and said this is a family secret art. It cannot be passed to outsiders. I'm sorry. Yunche smiled and said no worries, I shouldn't have asked. See you later, little Hua. As he left with Cross, who went into the Sky Poison Pearl to flirt with Jasmine. Cross flew over to Jasmine with a blush on his face as he said Jassy he tackled Jasmine and rolled on her bed, latching onto her like an octopus. Jasmine's face was as red as a tomato and she stuttered JJ Jassy. Cross giggled and hugged her tightly, rubbing his cheek on her cheek as he said MHM. My little Jassy. Jasmine was flustered and tried to escape but Cross' arms and legs were like a vice grip, in the end she gave up and just laid there. It wasn't all bad. Cross was very warm, and he smelled really nice. It seemed that alcohol had no effect on his scent or breath, how convenient. Cross was already sleeping and Jasmine turned to face him, curling up in his embrace with a smile as she slowly fell asleep as well. A while later, Cross woke up and saw Jasmine curled up in his embrace, sleeping like a little kitten. He smiled warmly and kissed her forehead, before slipping out of bed and throwing a blanket over her. He smiled softly and teleported out of the Sky Poison Pearl. He was greeted by the sight of a nearly dead Yunche, he was startled and said Ayo. How does this guy almost die from just a nap? He saw bandages and he noticed he was inside a cave, it looked strangely familiar. Suddenly he heard the sound of a bowl falling to the ground and beautiful voice be Big Brother Cross. Cross froze over and turned around to see Feng Shui with a little phoenix sitting on her shoulder. He opened his mouth but no words came out, he opened and closed his mouth a few times, completely unable to speak. Feng Shui ran forward and hugged him saying I thought you weren't going to come back and see me. Cross trembled and awkwardly hugged her as he said you. Feng Shui looked up at him with watery eyes, Cross looked at her eyes and he looked away, feeling guilty. Feng Shui looked about ready to cry, his heart throbbed in pain. Cross slapped himself before looking at Feng Shui in the eyes and saying softly Feng Shui. I'm sorry for before. I left just like that. Feng Shui smiled and said it's okay. I forgive you. Crossbones almost melted and he said Shui is really my lucky star. Feng Shui giggled happily, Cross smiled and said I brought you a gift, Shui. Feng Shui jumped happily and said Wah. Really? Cross smiled happily and nodded as he said of course. Would I lie to you? Feng Shuai giggled and said teasingly you did already. Cross coughed and said yes, well anyway. He took out the last black bead necklace. Feng Shuai looked at the bead necklace and said what's that? Cross put it around her neck and gently cut her finger before running it across the beads. He slid his finger over her cut and the cut disappeared. This time, he shamelessly said Shuai, your little cut is very hard to heal. As he rubbed her hands with his own. Feng Shuai rolled her eyes and said big brother came back a shameless man. Cross scoffed and said this is kindness, understand. Feng Shuai giggled and her necklace lit up before turning gold. She was amazed and Cross bead necklace lit up as well, one bead turned blue before it dimmed down. The three beads were red, white and gold in that order, with white in the middle and red and gold on each side. Feng Shuai felt an intimate connection with Cross and looked at him with her mouth wide open. Cross explained what the necklace does and Feng Shuai hugged him again, saying happily big brother cares about me. Cross choked and said Ayo. I got brother zoned. He looked up and sighed seems like you can't buy a woman's affection with a phoenix and a heaven-defying necklace after all. Feng Shuai giggled and got on her tiptoes, kissing Cross on the cheek as she said sweetly that's your reward for now. Cross rubbed his cheek with a smile as he said no more acting. Feng Shuai tilted her head and said what do you mean, big brother? Cross laughed and pinched her nose, making her blush, as he said I don't know what you're asking, little sister. Did you hit your head too hard? Feng Shuai felt her mouth twitch as Cross felt her forehead and take small advantages from her. Feng Shuai went back to the act and said sweetly big brother. Your friend. Cross slapped his forehead and said I actually forgot about him. Feng Shuai actually laughed this time, before playing with her new necklace with a small smile. Cross walked over and his hand glowed green, he slapped Yun Che in the face and Yun Che rolled on the ground, waking up. He looked up and said big bro? What happened? Where am I? Cross helped him up and said a nice little girl put the bandages on you. I just healed you though, come on. Praise my medical skills. Yun Che rolled his eyes and saw Feng Shuai poking her head out from behind Cross, she was wearing the gold bead necklace and curiously looking at him. He saw the necklace and then at Cross, before secretly giving him a huge thumbs up. Cross rubbed his nose and chuckled arrogantly. Feng Shuai pinched Cross' waist hard with a pouting expression, unfortunately for her, Cross felt no pain whatsoever. Unfortunately for him, he had to fake it. Cross jumped and squealed like a little girl in pain. Feng Shuai burst out laughing and Yun Che smiled before sitting against a wall. Cross rubbed his waist and sat in front of him as he said seriously what happened to you, bro? Feng Shuai sat next to Cross, looking curious as well. 107, Tournament Prep. Yun Che started speaking about some guy who tried to kill him and he ended up landing in here. Cross clicked his tongue and said I should have killed that kid before, what a bastard. Yun Che sighed and said well, I'm fine now. He frowned and said he will land in my hands sooner or later anyway. Cross hummed and said do you think the emperor told him to send someone after you? Yun Che shook his head and said he can't be that stupid right? I'm in the empire now, if I suddenly go missing won't that give him a bad rep? Cross nodded and said that makes sense. But this 400th prince or whatever. He's so petty. I even had a nice conversation with him, he heard my name and went berserk. I only kicked him out of the city. He sighed in regret seems like I should have slapped him out of existence. Feng Shuai was on the side and looked extremely awkward, these two. They really didn't know who she was? Cross looked at Feng Shuai and said why are you here anyway, Shuai? Did you get captured by that 25,098th prince? Feng Shuai opened her mouth and Cross mumbled I wouldn't be surprised. That guy. There's not a single good thing about him. He rubbed his chin and added plus, since Shuai is so cute he probably kidnapped her. It didn't sound like a compliment, more like a fact. Before Feng Shuai could speak, Cross patted her head and said with a smile don't worry Shuai, I'll beat him up so bad even his family won't recognize him anymore. Yun Che also gave her a smile and a nod, Feng Shuai almost cried. Cross thought it was tears of joy and hugged her as he said softly it's okay, big brother is here. Feng Shuai froze before warmth filled her entire being she hugged Cross back and nodded her head saying N. Cross smiled and rubbed her back gently. Feng Shuai suddenly said why haven't you cultivated World Ode to the Phoenix yet? Cross looked at Yun Che, who touched his nose embarrassingly. Cross let go of Feng Shuai and coughed as he said the Sheik Phoenix we got our blood from only had the last 2 levels. Feng Shuai gasped and said wah. I only have the first 4. Cross rubbed his nose and said so you see, we can't even learn it if we want to. Feng Shuai jumped up and patted her chest as she said little Shuai, will teach you. She pointed her fingers at Cross and Yun Che's foreheads and a light flew into their heads. The first 4 levels of World Ode to the Phoenix appeared in their brains. Cross sat there for 5 minutes before waking up and saying hey. It's only this. Feng Shuai jumped in shock and said 5 minutes. Cross smirked and said confidently, this big brother. I'm the greatest. Feng Shuier giggled and calmed down before saying happily, it's true. Cross grabbed Feng Shuier and tapped on her forehead, imprinting the last 2 levels of the ode into her mind. Feng Shuier went into an enlightened state and Cross sat her up, before putting a time bubble around her. His control had increased and the time ratio was 10 hours inside, 1 minute outside. Cross clicked his tongue, he was just too amazing, he might even fall in love with himself. What an asshole. Several days later, the three became good friends. Feng Shuier learned the last 2 levels and all 3 had the full ode. Not that Cross would ever use it, but it was immensely helpful for Yunche. Cross also revised his ice fire art to make it better than before. Now that he had the entire world ode, he was pretty satisfied. It was at least double the strength now, which was saying something because it was already plenty strong before. Cross stood up and said, we should probably get going, no? The tournament will start soon. Yunche nodded. Cross poked Feng Shuier nose as he smiled and said, we're leaving. Feng Shuier nodded and said bye. Cross choked and said, little Shuet, you're coming with us. What if those bad guys try and take advantage of you when I'm not here? Feng Shuier remembered that she never said anything. She looked awkward and said, haha. I'll be fine. Just come get me later. Cross was confused and said, but Feng Shuier pushed him out of the cave saying, no buts. Go. I'll be fine, I promise. Cross sighed and said, fine, if anything happens to you. He narrowed his eyes and finished, there won't be a need for a Divine Phoenix Empire any longer. Feng Shuier trembled and looked at his back in a daze. Those words should have made her angry, but strangely they made her feel warm. She could tell he was serious and a peculiar feeling emerged from her heart as she watched him and Yunche leave. She suddenly felt very lonely and sad when he left. He touched the prayer bead necklace and caressed it gently. Her beautiful face lit up with a warm smile as she said in the most gentle tone, I will wait for you, big brother Cross. Little did she realize, Cross heard her through the beads. His entire body almost melted into a puddle. Her tone was so gentle, so warm. It was fatal. Yunche saw him sway and chuckled as he said, how will the other 2 feel? Cross smiled wryly and said, the fire in my backyard will probably spread, but she can hold her own. Her personality isn't weak at all. If it gets too much, I'll step in. He winked at Yunche, who snickered and shook his head as they flew back to Phoenix City. Yunche took a bunch of materials and made a pill before throwing it in his mouth. Cross threw a time barrier over him as he wasn't going to wait 3 days for this kid to refine a pill. He had more entertaining things to do. A while later, Yunche woke up and said, how long did I take? Cross said, 7 minutes and a bit. Yunche was stunned and Cross winked at him as he said in an old man voice, time is the lord of all things. Yunche shook his head with a smile. Cross looked at him and said, you're suppressing your strength to not break through? Why? Yunche smiled wryly and said, I'm compressing. It already went down to the earth 5th level yesterday and now I'm at the 10th level, but I should be 2 times stronger. Cross tilted his head and said, thank God my cultivation isn't as slow as you, I think I'd smash me head against a wall and die. Yunche felt his mouth twitch as he said, thanks brother. Cross chuckled and said, I have a good idea to get you to break through. Yunche had a bad feeling and they teleported to the Sky Poison Pearl. Luna walked out of a crack and sat down on Jasmine's bed, next to Jasmine as they talked about the new blue bead on Cross necklace. Cross suited up and took out his mace as he said, I will suppress myself to the 5th level Sky Realm. He paused for a moment before grinning, but I'm gonna try and kill you. Yunche took out Dragonfault and swung at Cross, who appeared in front of him, swinging at Yunche's head with a feral expression. Yunche grinned and continued to Cross neck. They both stopped centimeters away from death. Cross chuckled and said, using my own tactics against me. Yunche smirked and replied, seems like the only solution when fighting a maniac like you. Cross laughed and kicked out, making Yunche jump back before they clashed again. Jasmine and Luna watched as Yunche put up a good fight before getting obliterated and beat like a ragdoll. Luna said, he's gotten much better. Jasmine snorted and said, of course. He trains with me. Luna looked at her and said, oh? You think you're better than me or something? Jasmine smiled and said, isn't that obvious? Luna chuckled and cracked her knuckles as she said, I remember someone's strength being sealed. Jasmine backed off and Luna punched out. A white light with multicolored specks shot out from her fist at Jasmine. Jasmine blocked her and sneered, that's all you got, you old bitch. Luna chuckled darkly and white tears poured from her eyes, turning into an army of giant whales. All the whales were pure white with multicolored specks. Luna smiled and said, how about this, little sister? Jasmine grinned her teeth and they started fighting. Luna pulled out a fishing rod and her eyes started glowing as she looked at Jasmine, who was defending against the constant whale attacks. Luna casted her fishing pole and the line wrapped around Jasmine's ankle. Luna gave a light tug and pulled Jasmine's balance off, letting her get hit. The line disappeared and Luna lasted out again, nailing Jasmine in the shoulder, letting a whale do the rest. Jasmine was severely stunned. Luna had full control of the fight. If she was just as strong as her, Jasmine didn't think she would last 5 minutes in a spar, but if it was directly killing, Jasmine knew that she would win. Jasmine got a little excited, she could train her senses like this. Luna smiled and continued to put pressure on Jasmine. Luna stepped to the side and appeared several meters away, attacking from a different angle. Jasmine felt like she was fighting a battle while surrounded, but Luna had a massive flaw. She liked to control the battlefield but she herself couldn't use her preferred style without the use of her whales. Jasmine flashed to Luna and tapped her shoulder. Luna sighed and Jasmine smiled happily saying actually, you're really strong. Against slower enemies they can only wait to die. The fishing pole is also an extremely strange weapon, but anything else wouldn't work for your full control. Jasmine said honestly I'm actually really shocked. Can you see flaws? Luna nodded with a smile as she said I can see flaws, weak points, and 10 seconds into the future. Jasmine was stunned and shouted what? That's insane. Luna giggled and said round 2. Jasmine giggled and they started sparring again. 3 days later. Cross healed Yunche, who was on the ground. Cross picked him up and said if we don't go right now, we'll be late. Yunche felt revitalized and they left the pearl quickly, leaving Jasmine and Luna to spar inside. Jasmine said amazing. You're even better than Cross. Luna smiled sadly and said I just want to help him, that's all. Jasmine trembled and slowly hugged her as she said we will. Luna smiled and said thanks, sis. Jasmine wiped her eyes and smiled sweetly saying let's get back to it then. Luna smiled and summoned her whales again, her fishing rod turned shiny black and they started sparring again. With Yunche and Cross. Yunche frowned and said why is there no seating for the Blue Wind Nation? The man, named Feng Zanyun sneered and said why should there be? Cross started laughing and his aura flared and spiked as he snatched Feng Zanyun by the neck and said no seats at? Maybe the entire Divine Chicken Empire shouldn't have a place to live either? What do you think? Feng Zanyun paled and started trembling in fear, who was this expert? Cross grinned, revealing his sharp canines as he said the Reaper is from the Blue Wind Nation, are you saying that you're better than him? Feng Zanyun shook his head frantically and Cross chuckled grimly as he continued I think you are. I think you're the best in the world. I think you'll find a better empire in hell. Feng Zanyun said please. I didn't mean anything. If I knew there was such a powerful senior even if I had 1,000 times the guts I wouldn't dare. Cross sneered and said then where are our seats, you filthy ant? Feng Zanyun shook and said please follow me. Cross let him go and he scrambled to the main seating places before saying Princess Snow. Cross and Yunche looked over before freezing over. Cross coughed heavily and Yunche looked away. Princess Snow was Feng Shuier. Feng Shuier looked over and saw Cross and Yunche, she also looked awkward. Cross realized and turned green as he said bro. Remember when we were talking in the cave? About? Yunche slapped his forehead and said you have to be fucking joking. Cross scratched his neck and chuckled awkwardly, before kicking Feng Zanyun saying coldly stop staring at Princess Snow and show us to our seats before I make you change your allegiance. Feng Zanyun trembled and said oh of course. Cross followed him with his eyes on Feng Shuier, he touched the blue bead on his necklace and said little Shuier, I didn't know you were the princess. Sorry for threatening your family. Feng Shuier giggled and replied it's okay. Then she whispered I'm still waiting for you to come save me. Cross almost tripped and Feng Shuier giggled from where she was standing. 108. Erectile dysfunction is a real problem. Feng Zanyun kicked out some nameless nation from their seats and gave the seats to Cross and Yunche. Yunche asked who they were and Feng Zanyun replied not important to the plot. Before leaving, Yunche was confused and Cross told him not to think about it. They sat down in the front row and Cross crossed his legs, propped up his head on his fist and rested his elbow on the chair while tapping on the armrest with his fingers. He wasn't wearing a shirt and his prayer necklace rested on his chest, his perfectly crafted body out for the world to see. Yunche sat next to him with his arms crossed, watching the show. Cross was looking at Feng Shuier with a soft gaze, while more people started showing up. Ling Kun showed up with a sharp aura, but even more grand was the young man who came with him. A sun and moon like brilliance shined on him as if he was the brightest star in the sky. The young man spouted some nonsense before a spotlight shone on Feng Shuier and the young man walked over saying could this phoenix goddess be, the Princess Snow known as the #1 beauty of profound sky. Cross crushed the armrest he was tapping as cracks spread from his seat. His gaze bore a hole into the young man's head as he said take one more step and it will be the last one you ever take. The young man paused and turned his head to Cross, sneering as he said oh? Seems you have a fondness for Princess Snow. Everyone snapped their heads to Cross, this was a venomous move because Feng Shuier was the treasure of the entire empire. What the young man did was essentially turn the entire empire against him. Ling Kun looked over and started to sweat, Cross chuckled darkly and a blurry image appeared behind him. The image was too blurry and impossible to see, but the primordial aura of a supreme king above all others appeared. Cross stood up and everyone uncontrollably turned their heads away, a sense of unworthiness bloomed in their hearts. The young man felt an unstoppable force locking onto him and he fell to his knees as he started to sweat. Cross pressure was basically the essence of the image but he didn't know what the image was of. He felt a kinship with the image as if they were very close. Cross moved that to the back of his mind as he stepped towards the young man, every step ringing in everyone's hearts. He stopped above the young man and sneered, "You think you're very smart, right? Using words to make all these fools hate me. You must be very proud of yourself, eh?" The young man was trembling and Cross crouched down, leaned forward and whispered, "Unfortunately for you, I have another name." His tone turned sinister as he said, "The Reaper." The young man started shaking in fear and Cross chuckled. He flicked his finger and a light shot into the young man's body before he stood up and walked back to his seat. Feng Shui rolled her eyes and whispered into the bead necklace, "Show off." Cross chuckled and sat back down as he was before, slapping the chair and returning it to perfect. Even the floor reverted, as if nothing had ever happened. The young man looked up with terrified eyes as he stuttered, "WW, what have you done to me?" Cross snickered and said, "You like playing with girls, no? Unfortunately, you will never play with a woman again." His tone was as if he was talking about breakfast, but hammers stuck in everyone's hearts. The young man's pupils shrank and he shouted no. Over and over again, Cross waved and the young man flew into a seat as he said, "Disgusting trash, stop slowing things down." A playful giggle sounded and a man appeared saying, "I didn't expect to see such a sight today. I'm trembling in excitement." His voice sounded smooth and feminine, making everyone's stomach turn. The man licked his lips and bowed to Cross, saying, "This one is Ji Qunro, pleasure to meet you, Mr. Reaper. Hi, I must say, your rumors are too false. You are much more handsome than they say." Cross trembled and his ears twitched fiercely. Feng Shui felt a little angry. If she was angry, then forget about Luna and Jasmine, they were seething inside the sky poison pearl. Yun Che jumped in fear, feeling the absolute rage from the pearl. Instantly, almost all the women in the room frowned, while all the men were gloating. Their previous fear was swept away and they all thought, "Aren't you tough? Aren't you more handsome than me? What will you do now?" Cross got goosebumps and he felt his skin crawl. He said lightly, "Mr. Ji. Unfortunately, I am not interested in men. My apologies." Yun Che covered his face and his shoulders shook. Cross only replied because he felt that this Ji Qunro wasn't a bad person. One of his sister's friends was gay, although he was uncomfortable, he still replied politely. Ji Qunro smiled happily and skipped over, saying, "Not a problem, Mr. Reaper, perhaps we can be friends." Cross forced a smile and said, "As long as you don't hit on me again, or touch me." Ji Qunro giggled and sat next to him, saying, "Okay, I." Cross chuckled nervously and shifted in his seat, obviously uncomfortable with the closeness. Ji Qunro paid no heed and watched the last sacred region show up. Feng Shui clenched and unclenched her fists, glancing at Ji Qunro. Luna and Jasmine were glaring at Ji Qunro from the sky poison pearl. Cross heard three voices from his necklace say in unison, "Fucking fag." Cross choked and Ji Qunro said, "Reaper Chan, are you okay?" Cross shivered at the name Reaper Chan and said, "Why yes, I'm fine, Mr. Ji." Ji Qunro smiled and said with a pout, "Mr. Ji feels so strange, you can just call me Little Rura." Cross trembled and stuttered, "TT, that's okay, I think J just Qunro is fine." Ji Qunro giggled and replied, "Okay." Cross turned to Yun Che, with a pleading gaze. Yun Che shivered and shook his head frantically. Cross was incensed and glared at Yun Che, who looked as thought Cross would have to death him to death to switch seats. Cross sighed and calmed down, looking ahead, ignoring Ji Qunro and focusing on the man who just descended from the sky. Cross said, "This guy. Why does he look like an immortal from the movies?" Luna burst out laughing from the pearl and Ji Qunro said seriously, "Reaper Chan, that's Ancient Blue. He's one of the 12 spiritual masters, very powerful." Cross said, "So serious? He looks like a kind old man, not to mention the horsetail whisk. This is the appearance of an immortal. I wish I had my camera." Ji Qunro shook his head with a light laugh and stood up, bowing to Ancient Blue in respect. Cross looked at Ancient Blue curiously before feeling someone was glaring at him. More than one person actually. He turned his head and saw the Emperor of the Divine Phoenix Empire, and every single prince glaring at him, along with that young man, whose manhood he crippled. Cross was confused and one of them in particular was looking at him with so much hatred, as if Cross stole his wife and killed his parents. He shook his head, he hasn't killed anyone for a few months. Not that he thought about it. Maybe he should go killing some fools later? As Cross was contemplating exterminating a clan, the people glaring at him felt like they were being ignored, which further fueled their anger. Cross made a decision and went back to his short temper. He snorted and everyone glaring at him felt a hammer smash on their chests. Each and every single one of them spat out a mouthful of blood and Cross sneered at them, before ignoring them as if they were ants, making them even more angry. But he was the MC, not them, so their anger was useless. Honestly, if not for Feng Shui, a single slap would solve the problem. Though he wasn't such a nice person, a single chance was all they got. If they pissed him off again, well, they would be joining the Underworld Empire. An old man made an announcement that the Ark was opening tomorrow, so the tournament will be held all in one day, today. The announcement startled everyone, Then the old man said, another piece of news, since we have to wrap things up quickly, everyone from each nation will be participating at once. Which means it will be a team battle. Yun Che slapped his forehead and said fuck. Cross chuckled and said, you got this. Little Rura is rooting for you too. Ji Qianro smiled and said, yes, Little Che. I have faith in you. Yun Che shivered and Cross burst out laughing as he said, Qianro, maybe Yun Che needs a hug. Yun Che ran to the stage as Blue Wind was called to the stage against the Divine Phoenix Empire. Cross pulled out his special gourd and started drinking as he watched Yun Che get ridiculed. Ji Qianro asked, you're not worried? Cross let out a breath of enjoyment as he said, just these ants? Please. Watch my little brother crush them. The old man looked at Cross and said, you're not participating. Cross grinned and said, I'm 27 unfortunately, otherwise all these kiddos from the Divine Chicken Empire would only be able to watch as I trample them. Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air. This guy was too arrogant. Though it seemed he did have the capital. The old man trembled in rage as he said through gritted teeth, a pity. Cross chuckled and agreed, saying, it really is, I haven't slaughtered a few ants in a while. Everyone was stunned. This guy. He was just arrogant. He was tyrannical. Ji Qianro looked at Cross and said with a blush, Reaper Chan, I just might fall for you. Cross replied, who wouldn't honestly? He sighed and lamented this handsome face. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Every male in the audience spat in disdain, but there was more frustration and envy in their eyes. Ji Qianro giggled before his tone changed and he said seriously, why are you riling them up? Little Che is only first level Sky Realm, they'll slaughter him. Cross shrugged and said they'll pressure him more and bring out more of Yun Che's potential if they're angry. It's good for a young man to face hardships. If he dies, he wouldn't be my brother. Before drinking form the gourd again. Ji Qianro was stunned, but it soon turned to admiration as he clapped and said, excellent saying. He sighed and said, I wish I had a brother like you. Cross slapped his shoulder saying, cheer up, bro. You'll find love one day. Ji Qianro rubbed his shoulder and chuckled. Cross watched the fight. Before the fight the old man said, this is good, we can settle the phoenix blood problem here too. Cross chuckled and said out loud, Qianro, these chickens. They're a bit too arrogant, no. The entire place went silent and Ji Qianro laughed as he replied, it's true. To think, even my little Kong Kong didn't give me a hug when I showed up. Cross laughed and drank from his gourd as the Divine Phoenix people trembled in rage. Cross looked at the old man and said, I'll rip your eyes out if you glare at me again, do you believe it? The old man turned away and started the fights. Cross whispered to Ji Qianro, can you tell me who those people next to Princess Snow are? Ji Qianro pointed as he said, that's the royal family, next to the princess is her father Feng Hong Kong. He went through the entire family before saying they all have extreme lust for the princess, especially the crown prince. I'm afraid he would stop at nothing to have his sister in his bed. Cross gagged and said in disbelief, what kind of princes are these? To even lust after your own sister? Ji Qianro shrugged and said, the princess is so beautiful that they can ignore the blood relationship. Cross threw up on the floor and said, gross. I should exterminate them for even looking at her. To lust after your own sister, even beasts don't do that. Ji Qianro giggled and snapped a fan over his mouth as he said, oh ho. Reaper Chan has a crush on the princess. Cross scratched his neck and said, you can say that. Ji Qianro giggled as he said, to be perfectly honest, I don't see anyone else being worthy of her based on looks alone. Though perhaps Reaper Chan's ruthless methods may be a bit extreme. Cross sighed and said, I have a short temper, I cannot change this. I almost lost someone because I was too cautious. Never again. His words were filled with malice and decisiveness, shocking Ji Qianro to the core. He could see the scene of Cross standing over the corpse of the crown prince with a cold face in his mind. 109. Your reputation or your daughter, little Kong Kong? Cross watched as Yun Che blasted through the other 5 nations with ease. He drank and cheered for Yun Che. A light blush creeping onto his face. Yun Che stood on the stage after defeating the other nations and let loose his phoenix flames as he said, you, the Divine Chicken Nation, owes me an explanation. Everyone was stunned and Cross clapped and laughed. Yun Che continued, I previously had no grievances nor enmity with Divine Phoenix sect, yet you guys wish to take my life just based on the comical word bloodline. Is this your Divine Phoenix sect's way of doing things? If you guys still want to save some face, shouldn't you be giving me an explanation in front of everyone present? Everyone was shocked to the core. Could that be? Feng Ziming stood up and shouted insolence. Our Divine Phoenix sect has always guarded our bloodline for 5,000 years, and has never allowed even a bit of our bloodline to go out, everyone knows this. Yet you, are a bastard and mixed breed that our sect accidentally left wandering outside. According my Divine Phoenix sect's sectoral rules, you either return to my Divine Phoenix sect and won't allowed to leave for eternity, or you'll receive my sect's sanctions death. If you do not return to Divine Phoenix sect, killing you would more so be right and proper. What face do you have to make a big fuss here? Yun Che uttered a hearty laugh, and asked in reply, right and proper? Bullshit. Yunche, was born in Blue Wind Nation, grown up in Blue Wind Nation. Never have I used any resource of your Divine Phoenix sect, nor have I ever received the slightest bit of grace from your Divine Phoenix sect, I've never even drank a single mouthful of water from your Divine Phoenix sect. Yet you start talking about whether I return and submit, or die. You actually still have the face to say right and proper? On what basis? Feng Ziming shouted. On the basis that you and that bastard behind you possess our Divine Phoenix sect's bloodline. Cross chilled and said darkly, Oi. Incest prince, who do you think you're talking to? You think anyone here can save you if I wish to end your life with a single slap? Even if the 4 sacred grounds interfere, I will go to their sects and slaughter them all. What's so good about your little chick sect? Cross instantly offended everyone in the room. The young man, who Cross came to learn was named Yezingan, shouted insolent. Cross tilted his head back and his piercing red eyes looked at Yezingan as he said, You say something, limp dick. Ji Qunro laughed and Yezingan spat out a mouthful of blood. Cross clicked his tongue and drank from his gourd as he said, Keep quiet before I decide to take a stroll to the Sun and Moon whorehouse. The day I go there is the day the Sun and Moon collapse. Yezingan spat out another mouthful of blood and fainted in rage. Cross turned to the Crown Prince and said dangerously, What about you? Still intent on flapping your gums to death? My hand is getting itchy, make my day, kid. Feng Shuier looked at her brother, unsure of what to feel. She liked Cross and this bastard brother of hers was always staring at her ass with eyes full of lust. He was truly a disgusting human being, but he was still her brother. She wasn't dumb enough to not know that Cross had been holding back because of her. She was thankful, she just hoped her family wouldn't push him over the edge. She had a feeling Cross wouldn't hesitate anymore. Unfortunately. Feng Ziming sneered with just you. Feng Shuier sighed and Cross raised his hand, chuckling as he said, You must be tired of living. But before he could slap this incest prince to death, Feng Shuier said, Cross. Please. Cross looked at Feng Shuier and saw the pleading look in her eyes. He sighed and said coldly, Next time, you won't be able to save them, Shuier. I hope you won't ask again. Feng Shuier trembled and sat back down, looking sad. His tone was far from what it was before. She didn't like it. It made her heart tighten and she felt like crying. Feng Ziming was shocked and said, Shuier, you. Shuier turned to him with a deadly glare and shouted, Shut up. You disgusting trash. Speak again and I will kill you myself. She was really angry, mostly towards Ziming but also to herself. Why did she risk losing Cross because of this disgusting human being? The royal family, and really everyone, was floored. Since when was their cute Princess Snow like this? Feng Hong Kong was stunned and looked at his daughter, who didn't even look in her family's direction anymore, in complete shock. Since when did she have such outbursts? He said, Shuier. Feng Shuier snorted and ignored him, looking at Cross, who was still ice cold. Her heart burned with anger but more pain. Where did her goofy and gentle big brother Cross go? She really just wanted to cry. Feng Hong Kong looked at Cross in fury but didn't say anything. This kid. He not only charmed his daughter, but made her sad. He was having conflicted thoughts. On one hand he didn't want Feng Shuier to leave his side or even be around boys, but on the other he wanted her to be happy. Her outburst surprised him but he was also slightly happy. She wasn't as naive as he thought. Also she seems to have developed a strong personality and didn't let other people walk over her, though he had no idea what Cross had to do with it. He was happy his daughter was stronger but sad that she had feelings for a man, and angry that the man made her upset but happy that he listened to her. He was about to pull his hair out at the conflicting thoughts. He obviously cared about her but it seemed that he was upset she stood up for her brother who lusted after her. Feng Hong Kong, in all his years, had never faced such a situation and didn't know what to do. Cross drank from his gourd and shouted at the old man, Hurry the fuck up. The old man trembled and started the final rounds. Yunche chuckled and started fighting the princes using only his phoenix flames, just as an extra fuck you to them. Then the Divine Chicken Empire ganged up on Yunche 10-on-1, but surprisingly Yuanba made an appearance. After a while of talking, Yuanba stepped down as Yunche didn't want him to sever his ties with the sacred ground he was now a disciple of. Yuanba was actually Ancient Blue's disciple. What a shock. Anyway. Yunche took the 10 by himself, displaying the 5th and 6th stages much to everyone's shock. They started whispering about it and how Yunche got his inheritance from another phoenix. Feng Ziming stood up and Feng Shuier muttered, Good riddance, moron. Feng Hong Kong had a bad feeling but he was suddenly bound and his mouth sealed shut. Cross snapped his fingers and Feng Ziming started breathing heavy. Feng Zikan was thrown in front of him and Feng Ziming looked at him lustfully as he growled, Shuier, you are finally mine. You little bitch. Before laughing wildly and lunging at Zikan, ripping his clothes off. Cross face was ice cold and everyone in the audience was unable to move. Feng Hong Kong was incensed and struggled in his seat. Feng Ziming flipped Zikan, who shouted no, over before slamming his hips against Zikan's. Ji Qunro said, Oh my. So rough. Cross waved and Feng Ziming returned to the world midway. He looked at his brother and around him only to see disgusted faces. He turned to Cross, who gave him a cold look and started trembling. Cross clapped and said, "What a beautiful display. The Crown Prince has truly opened my eyes today." Everyone was unbound and Feng Hongkong smashed his palm down, obliterating Ximing and Zikan without an ounce of hesitation or mercy. Feng Shuier had string earmuffs and a string mask on her face, not able to hear or see anything. When it was lifted, all she saw was a pile of flesh on the stage along with 2 of her brothers missing. She assumed Cross killed them and she touched the beads, whispering sadly, Big brother, are you mad still?" Cross heard Feng Shuier's voice and he sighed before replying, "I'm not, little Shuet." Feng Shuier's mood made a 180 and she hummed happily, not caring a single bit about her disgusting brother's deaths. Feng Hongkong was truly enraged. How was he supposed to get his reputation back? He should have killed all his fucking kids years ago. Cross voice sounded at this moment, "Perhaps we can come to a deal, little Kong Kong." He chuckled darkly and everybody was locked into their places. Feng Hongkong growled, "Haven't you done enough?" Cross smirked and said, "I can make all your troubles float away in the wind. I can erase everyone's memories of the event that just occurred, no matter who they are. But I want something in return." Feng Hongkong's pupils shrank and he said, "I don't believe you." Cross waved and the old man, named Feng Feiyan, suddenly blinked as he said, "Hey? Why is there blood on the stage? Where is the Crown Prince? Wasn't he just there?" Everybody's eyes widened in disbelief. Cross chuckled and said, "What do you think, little Kong Kong?" Feng Hongkong said, "What do you want?" Cross pointed at Feng Shuier and said, "Your daughter. I erase everyone's memories and your daughter no longer has any ties with you, what do you say? Sounds pretty fair to me." Feng Hongkong's pupils shrank and he snarled, "You're very good. 2 birds 1 stone, et." Cross sneered and said, "Don't tell me you had the delusion that I would marry into your family? Hehe, being my father-in-law. Can you handle that? So, what's it going to be? Your reputation? Or your daughter?" Feng Hongkong looked at Feng Shuier, who was looking at him. Cross coughed and said, "Of course, if Shuier doesn't want to leave then naturally." Feng Shuier interrupted him as she said, "I'm willing." Cross just smiled and everyone sucked in a cold breath of air. Ji Qunro sighed as he said, "Amazing. Cross, you are truly my idol." Hua Minghai was in the audience and cheered, "Ha ha ha. That's my boss." Cross chuckled and looked at Feng Hongkong with a chilling smile. Feng Hongkong was truly in a tough spot. He was basically offered to either just in a volcano or in boiling water. He wanted neither. He cursed Ximing in his mind, and Zikan for bringing this devil here in the first place. He finally closed his eyes and said, "Fine, take her." Cross clapped happily and said, "You made the right choice. Otherwise I would have taken her anyway and you would have ended up with nothing, hehe." Feng Hongkong clenched his fists and Cross waved. A white light fell on everyone in the audience, except Feng Shuier, Yunche, and Feng Hongkong. Everyone blinked and their binds were released. Yunche chuckled and said loudly, "Is there anyone else?" 110. A new challenger approaches. Feng Hongkong stood up and announced Blue Wind Nation has won first place. They, along with the Black Fiend Nation, can choose 3 people to explore the primordial profound arc with our Divine Phoenix Nation. That's all. Before he let out a tired sigh and left. Cross smiled happily and clapped for Yunche, who hopped off the stage and walked over to Yunba. Cross looked at Feng Shuier, their eyes locked and they both disappeared. In a hallway. Cross looked at Feng Shuier and smiled softly as he said, "Shuier. Are you mad at me?" Feng Shuier was silent for a few moments before sighing and shaking her head saying, "I'm not. But in the end he's still my father. I don't care about those creatures in human skin, but my father isn't such a bad guy." Cross stroked her hair softly as he said, "Do you want to go see him?" Feng Shuier hesitated for a moment, but Cross smiled as he said, "You want me to come with you?" She nodded and said quickly, "If you don't want to, I see." Cross scoffed and said, "Nonsense. What kind of man would I be if I let you go by yourself?" Feng Shuier finally relaxed and took off her veil as she giggled saying, "A big bad shameless one." Cross chuckled and Feng Shuier tiptoed before kissing him on the lips. Cross froze and she pulled back saying with a red face, "YYUG got AR reward for ST standing up F for me. Don't think about anything else." Cross touched his lips and muttered, "What a reward. Maybe I should beat up the rest of your family." Feng Shuier burst into silver bell-like laughter, her nervousness was swept away and she felt relaxed. Cross smiled goofily and quipped, "Let's go see father-in-law then." Feng Shuier choked and shouted angrily, "Moron. What FF father-in-law? Why you? You're a big bully. We were at most dating." Cross smirked and said, "Dating? Little Shuet, I thought we were just friends." Feng Shuier blushed and said angrily, You're bullying me." Cross laughed and moved lightning fast, stealing a kiss from her soft lips and retreating. He licked his lips and said happily, "Sweet." Feng Shuier's entire face was red and she stomped away muttering, "Damn bully." Cross followed along, chuckling at her cute red face. A while later, they reached Feng Hongkong's room. Feng Shuier knocked on the door and said, "Daddy." There was a crash and then a cough as Feng Hongkong said, "Come in, Feng Shuier." Feng Shuier sighed and walked in. Cross followed along and looked around in the room to see everything more or less broken. Feng Hongkong saw Cross and clenched his fists in frustration. Cross didn't sit down but pursed his lips in amusement at Feng Hongkong's reaction. Feng Shuier spoke, "Daddy. Please don't be mad at Shuier." She was quite emotional. She still felt like she made the right decision, but it was her father after all. Feng Hongkong sighed and said, "I'm not mad, Shuier." He looked at Cross and said, "You've come to take more from me." Cross rubbed his forehead and said, "Why would I even bother coming here if not because of her? Use your brain, man." Feng Hongkong looked at Shuier, confused, and Shuier smiled as she said Shuier doesn't want Daddy out of her life forever. Even if Daddy locked Shuier up most of the time. Shuier still loves Daddy. She cried and hugged Feng Hongkong, who gave her a gentle smile. Cross clicked his tongue and looked away. He didn't have to like his in-laws. If you could even call them that. He'll concede small things to his girls but serious decisions. Only in special situations. He killed 2 of her brothers. He felt it was fine to let Feng Hongkong in on the relationship. As for respecting him as a father-in-law, there was no chance. He was still a ruthless person. Feng Hongkong can be considered as a stranger, who just so happened to be one of his girl's father. He wasn't his father, so naturally he's not going to respect him. In this aspect, he and Yunche are completely different. Yunche would still call him father-in-law and help him out because of Feng Shuier, but Cross. Feng Hongkong gets to keep his life. That's all that needs to be said. Plus, marrying Feng Shuier was not even a thought that crossed his mind. He liked her, but he didn't love her. It was the same for Jasmine. He wasn't collecting pretty vases. Every woman he loved would stay with him until they, or he, died. It was as simple as that. Cross didn't care whether she was the prettiest in the world or not. If he didn't like her, he didn't like her. He was very picky. Had Feng Shuier asked him to spare Feng Ziming again, he wouldn't bother with her anymore. At most they would be acquaintances. Thankfully she didn't, and she even snapped back at that incest beast, which made Cross happy. He personally didn't like girls with weak personalities. Even if he did, she would get drowned by Luna and Jasmine's strong personalities and opinions, most likely becoming weak and a liability. Cross was relieved that Feng Shuier snapped at her brother, but whether she could compete with the other 2 remains to be seen. He sighed in his mind. He hoped she could. Otherwise, she would slowly be pushed farther behind by the other 2 and start feeling self-conscious about herself. Cross didn't want that. Some might say he's cruel, but he's not going to show favoritism to his girls. They all get the same amount of attention. Actually, if Cross liked a mortal girl and she had a strong personality, enough to keep up with the others, he would still love her. Even if she was weak and frail, even if she wouldn't live for as long as him, he would still care for her just the same. Of course, he would try and extend her lifespan however he could. Fortunately, he didn't have this problem as all his girls were supremely talented. His mind turned thinking of Feng Shuier's phoenix body. It was good, she was talented, but he could perhaps make it even better. It was a good theory, but he needed more materials and a lot more research. He decided to research this from now on, while following Yunche around. That guy was super lucky, maybe he could find the things he needed. Feng Hongkong let Feng Shuier go and wiped her tears away with a gentle smile before turning to Cross, who seemed to be lost in thought. Feng Hongkong coughed and Cross came back saying, "What?" Feng Hongkong said seriously, I don't expect you to respect me or my wishes, therefore I won't ask anything of you." Feng Hongkong's aura surged and he said in a tone as cold as ice, "But if you hurt my daughter, even a single hair on her head, I will hurt you down and kill you. Even if I can't kill you, I will do some damage. Even if I have to die. Do you understand?" Cross slowly smirked and said, "You look much better like this. Perhaps if you were like this with your other sons, 2 of them wouldn't be dead and we would have a better relationship." Feng Hongkong just stared at him silently. Cross grinned and continued, You really have balls of steel. My impression of you has improved, albeit slightly. You have my word. Even if the gods themselves came down they wouldn't be able to hurt a hair on my little Swexu's head." Feng Hongkong nodded and replied, "I hope so. As for your opinion of me, I couldn't care less." Cross grin widened and Feng Hongkong snorted, turning to Feng Shuier with a soft smile and saying, "Shuier, you come to me if he bullies you. I will kill him." Feng Shuier smiled and nodded as she said okay. Cross chuckled and said, "Come, Shuier. I want you to meet some people." Feng Shuier waved to her dad and took Cross' hand before they both disappeared. Feng Hongkong sighed, but a small smile formed on his face as he muttered, "At least she's in good hands." Before looking out a window and sighing again. Cross and Feng Shuier teleport next to Yunche. Cross sent Feng Shuier into his inner world before teleporting to the Sky Poison Pearl and grabbing Luna and Jasmine as he went into his inner world. Cross introduced Jasmine and Luna to Feng Shuier and went fishing happily. A while later. He was fishing on his boat, smoking, when he heard 3 thumps from behind him. He turned around before smiling and turning back to the lake. Feeling a weird déjà vu. Luna sat down, Jasmine sat next to her and Feng Shui sat next to Cross. Cross scratched his neck and said, I'm gonna need a bigger boat. Luna said no. You won't. Jasmine nodded and said, we came to an agreement. Cross casted his rod and said, oh yeah? What's that? Feng Shui said firmly, no more women. Cross coughed and dropped his cigarette. He tried to catch it in mid-air but he missed and it ended up in the lake. Cross looked at the cigarette and sighed before lighting another one and turning the one in the water to dust and they burning it, so as to not pollute his fresh lake. Cross exhaled a mouthful of smoke as he said, you all agreed on this. They all nodded seriously. Cross sneered and said, you think I will listen to you? They were silent. Cross sighed after a few moments and conceded, fine, you win. Even if she's the most beautiful girl in the entire universe I still won't like her. Luna and Feng Shui revealed happy smiles but Jasmine was forcing hers. Cross noticed and decided to ask when they were alone. He still said, are you all getting along? He sighed and added, if you guys fight constantly, I might just cry myself to sleep. Luna shook her head with a smile, while Feng Shui giggled and Jasmine sighed and mumbled, so shameless. Cross chuckled and said, yes. I am the most handsome man. Jasmine shouted, I said shameless. Feng Shui added, she's right, Big Brother is really too shameless. He already took advantage of me. Luna and Jasmine gasped and glared at Cross, who turned green and said quickly, I just touched her. Shui, tell them. Shui smiled slyly and she covered her chest as she said, He did only touch me. Cross was speechless and immediately shot off into the sky, cursing little Swexu. I will have my revenge. Luna and Jasmine chased after him, while Feng Shui followed behind them laughing her head off. A while later, Feng Shui went back to her room in the sect and Luna went to be with the kids. Cross went to the Pearl with Jasmine, intending to talk to her. He took Jasmine in his arms and laid down on her bed as he softly caressed her hair, getting satisfied purrs in response. Cross smiled warmly and said, Jasmine, why did you react so harshly when I said most beautiful woman in the universe? Cross felt Jasmine tremble. He hugged her tightly and said softly, if you don't want to talk then Jasmine cut him off and said, no. It's okay, you should know anyways. Cross fell silent and Jasmine started, you remember me talking about my brother, right? Cross nodded. Naturally he remembered. Jasmine nodded and said, there's a woman, she is publicly known as the most beautiful woman in the entire God realm. I've seen her many times. The title is not wrong at all. Any man who laid his eyes on her has fallen in love immediately. Jasmine hesitated, before tears fell from her eyes and she said emotionally, including my brother. Cross pulled her close to him and stroked her hair as she continued, he did everything for her, naturally he was in love with her. She could do no wrong in his eyes. He even died for her. He died with a smile, happy that he sacrificed his life for that whore. Jasmine burst into tears and clutched Cross shirt tightly. He had a thinking expression on his face as he consoled Jasmine with his caresses. Jasmine continued, it was her who poisoned me. She took my brother from me. I hate her. I want nothing more than to slaughter her and grind her bones to dust before spreading them over my brother's grave. That damn Kunyi Yinger. Cross smiled and said, then we'll do it together. Jasmine looked up with her big watery eyes. Cross wiped her tears away as he said, I'll cripple her, torture her, destroy her face, shackle her mind and let her be used by everyone in the God realm. She'll be a toy in the hands of others for the rest of her crippled life. Jasmine trembled and shed tears as she kissed him, saying thank you. Cross hugged her waist and said, anything for you. Jasmine smiled and slowly fell asleep on his chest. Cross stroked Jasmine's hair but his face was serious. It seemed like he had a tough enemy already. From what Jasmine said, this woman was most likely in the Divine Master Realm 10th level. Cross chuckled and rubbed his forehead. He rubbed his fingers feeling sweat. He grinned like a madman. How long has it been since he had such an enemy? The thrill of the hunt was boiling inside him once more, but this time, he has time to make preparations. Cross chuckled like a psychopath as he muttered, Kunyi Yinger. I look forward to our game. He licked his lips and started preparing. Far, far, far away. An extremely beautiful woman was laying down in a bath. Her long golden hair and perfect face and body were exposed. She suddenly felt a chill down her spine and sat up, her perfect chest trembling. She just felt like prey being stared at by a predator, not in the sexual way. Whoever just gave her that sensation wanted her life. She didn't sense anyone around and slowly smirked as she muttered, someone thinks of me as prey. She licked her lips and added, let's see if you can play with me, before laying back in her bath, evidently in a much better mood. 111. Yezingen finally fucks up. The next day, Cross yawned and stood next to Yunche and Yuanba. He looked at Feng Shui and smiled as he said into his necklace, little Shui, come to me, I will send you into my inner world and then take you out when we get inside. We won't be separated. Feng Shui nodded softly with a sweet smile. The door to the profound arc opened and Yuan Ba said we're missing someone. Yun Che said it's Yezingan. Sure enough, Yezingan appeared with his two women. Cross looked over and sneered, so it's limp dick. Looking for something to cure your unfortunate disease. Yezingan glared at Cross and said shut your mouth. Cross clicked his tongue and said now, Limpy. You don't want to make me angry, I might just slip my fingers and your little brother will fall off. Yezingan closed his legs and Cross laughed before saying coldly now tell your sluts to hit the road, there's only room for one more. Or would you rather bring in two corpses? Yezingan trembled in rage and sent the girls away before going inside the black whirlpool and disappearing. Cross said good luck, kiddo. Before leaving, nobody noticed Feng Shui disappeared as well. Yun Che went into the ark. Yun Che and Yuan Ba appeared in the ark, talked a bit with Ancient Blue before leaving with two necklaces. A while later, Cross and Feng Shui popped out of thin air. Yun Che smirked and said good luck, et. Cross grinned and said is it more fun to be in here? Who knows, maybe I can kill a few scum in here secretly. Yun Che rolled his eyes and they continued forward, killing monsters. Cross sensed something and laughed coldly before becoming invisible. Yun Che was confused until he heard a voice, oh? Isn't this my incomparably beautiful little sister Shui? Meeting you in such a vast mysterious world is truly this young master's fortune. Yun Che chuckled coldly and spat out a single world idiot. Yezingan sneered and said what are you so arrogant about? After today you will be dead and little Shui will be mine. Ha 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 ha. Elder Feng, if you would. Feng Feiyan appeared and threw out a palm at Feng Shui. Yezingan laughed wildly, but as soon stopped abruptly and his face was filled with fear. Cross appeared and slashed the attack to pieces as he said oh man. I knew if I hung around I would get to slaughter a few lambs. Cross chuckled and looked at Feng Feiyan as he said you're just an idiot, die. Feng Feiyan's body exploded and his storage ring flew over. Cross turned to Yezingan and smiled widely as he said as expected. Limp Dick Boy decided that living was far worse than death and came to give his life to me. Cross blurred and grabbed Yezingan's neck with his hand as he continued I really hope your storage ring doesn't disappoint me. He took off the storage ring and shattered Yezingan's soul imprint, making him cough out blood. Cross clicked his tongue and said not enough, that's okay. Your death will just be slower. He touched Yezingan's abdomen and crippled him before grabbing him along. He joined the group and said happily maybe, Shui doesn't want to watch this. Feng Shui said what are you going to do? Cross chuckled and he whistled loudly, a sweet smell started to spread from Yezingan's body. Tremors sounded and the ground shook as Cross said simply doesn't he like sex? Didn't he want to taint my Shui? Then he shall die from the thing he loves. Yun Che, Yuan Ba and Feng Shui shivered before giving Yezingan a pity look. Yezingan was not an idiot and pleaded frantically no. Anything but that. Please. I'll be your slave. I'll do whatever you want. I beg of you. Have mercy. I'll never show up in front of you ever again. I'll give you all the treasures in the Sun and Moon Sex Vault. Please. Cross chuckled and sneered as he said are you worthy? That one sentence sealed Yezingan's fate and his pupils shrank to the side of pin needles. A group of beasts of different sizes appeared and started breathing heavy. Cross grinned and said here's your mate, make sure you share. His tone turned ice cold as he stared into Yezingan's eyes, as he traveled in the air he's fragile. Cross turned around and a pig butchering scream sounded across the entire primordial profound arc as the group walked away. Cross stretched out his arms and sighed in relaxation. Feng Shui said that was pretty brutal. Yun Che added I can't even imagine that. Cross added if something happened to your wife. He turned to Feng Shui and added if something happened to me. Yun Che and Feng Shui both frowned and said he got let off easy. Cross chuckled and said nothing more. Yuan Ba shook his head and said ripped apart by beasts. Oof. Cross heard Luna and Jasmine's voices that was hot / you should have strengthened his body first. He simply smiled and they continued on. A while later. They arrived at a giant castle-looking building. Cross said excitedly a castle. It looks mysterious. There are treasures in here for sure. Fuck, Yun Che I love you. Everywhere you go, something exciting happens. Yun Che chuckled and said what can I say? I'm just too handsome. Cross coughed and said yes, well, whatever lets you sleep at night. Anyway, let's go inside. Yun Che choked and complained do you have to be such a bastard? Cross actually nodded and walked inside the castle. Feng Shui giggled and followed Cross inside, while Yun Che sighed and followed them with Yuan Ba who just scratched his head with a smile. They walked in an empty hall for a long time before coming to a set of stairs. The group walked up the stairs. Yun Che stopped and jumped down saying I'll catch up, I think I saw something. Yuan Ba continued and Cross looked at the little red glow where Yun Che was. He floated down and said Yun Che said you saw it too. Cross nodded and Yun Che asked did you hear it as well? Cross shook his head. Yun Che frowned and muttered what is it? Cross shrugged and said let's continue. A long while later. The primordial profound arc rumbled and Feng Shuier said that means there's only 30 minutes left till it closes. We should probably leave. The group nodded and walked to the door, but the door was sealed shut. The group was stunned. Cross frowned and said, Yuanba, if me and Yunche aren't outside, don't go around telling people we're dead, okay? Yuanba was confused and Cross crushed the necklace he was wearing with a smile. Yuanba's eyes widened and he disappeared. Cross chuckled and said, Shuier, get into the inner world. Feng Shuier went into the inner world as she was told and Cross grinned as he said, little bro, want to go on an adventure? Yunche's eyes widened and he said, you mean? Cross chuckled and said, get comfortable, little bro. I have a feeling this will take us to wonderful places as he went into the sky poison pearl. Yunche sighed and said motherfucker before space started cracking and he toughed it out. Outside the ark had disappeared from the Divine Phoenix City. A letter flew down from the sky and straight to Feng Hengkong's hands. He opened it and sighed, damn brat. He's crazy. The note said, took your daughter on a ride in the ark, see you when I see you, also if you attack the Blue Wind Nation I will kill every single person in the Divine Phoenix Empire. P.S. That Feng Fei and Guy tried to sell your daughter to Yezingan. Hehe, I think you both know where they are now. Protect Blue Wind or I will kill you. Your son-in-law. Cross was paying attention to Yunche, while Jasmine screamed her head off at him. Cross was talking to Yunche saying this is an extremely rage opportunity. Circulate the great way of the Buddha. Your body will strengthen immensely from all the destruction and reparation. I believe in you, little bro. Yunche circulated the great way with all his strength. A golden whirlpool appeared above his head. A month passed. Jasmine and Cross were outside the pearl, looking at Yunche in constant torture. There was no emotion on their faces. Cross said, keep going for a year, otherwise not only will you die but your entire family and children too. I can't survive out there. Only you. Yunche growled and continued to refine his body. Cross observed the changes and nudged Jasmine, whispering in only a voice she could hear, strengthen the turbulence. Jasmine smirked and nodded as the spatial turbulence got more intense, destroying Yunche's body even faster. Cross continued to push Yunche, before looking out into the void and seeing two black beasts. Jasmine looked over as well and said, universe-devouring beasts. Cross asked, they devour universes? Jasmine rolled her eyes and said, barely. Cross chuckled and said excitedly, how strong are they? Jasmine smirked and said, what to try? They'll kill you in a flash. Cross clicked his tongue and donned his armor and mace saying, I don't believe it. The universe-devouring beasts said, yummy food. Jasmine pointed her finger and obliterated one of them while Cross charged at the other. His helmet slit glowed red and he swung out his mace crazily. He bumped the universe-devouring beast on the head and smashed it down. Cross said, fuck. So hard. Jasmine said, did you expect them to be soft? Cross chuckled and said, no, but I would like to capture him for training. He turned to Jasmine and gave her a puppy dog face. Jasmine could feel Cross pouting behind the mask and threw her hands up in the air, apparently giving in. She pulled the beast over and Cross grinned as they returned to inside the ark. Cross started fighting the universe-devouring beast, while under the watchful eye of Jasmine, who was paying attention to Yunche and Cross. She sneakily lowered the universe-devouring beast's realm to the Divine Soul realm first level. Cross dodged a swipe and swung his mace upwards at the beast's chin, slamming its jaws shut. Cross smashed his mace into the air and the air cracked towards the beast before void energy exploded under the beast, knocking it up. He charged towards the beast and swung out his mace vertically, while the beast swung his paw at Cross. Cross grinned and took the hit, while smashing his mace in the beast's left eye, blowing it up. Cross was sent flying and the beast roared in pain. Cross came back, laughing like a maniac. His armor was shattered and half of his body was covered in blood. He grinned and attacked the beast again. 112, 17 months. This continued for 17 months. During this time, Cross fought all day, every day. At night, Jasmine would suppress the beast and Cross would rest with the three girls. He went on walks, sometimes chatted, and cuddled them to sleep almost every night. Their relationships blossomed even further. He hadn't gone all the way with either Jasmine or Feng Shuier, but they were very happy. Cross had been stealing cheeky kisses from the two while Luna got something even better almost every night. It was truly a thrilling time for the four. Feng Shuier was happy that she stayed instead of going back to Phoenix City. These 18 months were the happiest ones of her life. She even had a little date with Cross in the inner world. They went to a faraway mountain and Cross made it snow forever there. He even made their own little house with Feng Shuier. They kissed for real in the house. Feng Shuier really felt bliss when she was with him. She almost never wanted to be apart. He was so kind, caring, and gentle with her. She loved it. She also had the feeling she fell in love with him already, so she had been acting a little nervous around Luna the entire time. Cross took Luna out on dates on the lake, taking to her about his days and how he fought the beast. She would always listen to him and give her own opinion, before telling him about her days in the castle. She was really honest and told him that it got quite lonely sometimes. Cross sighed and told her that he had a strong enemy in the God realm now and that he needed to prepare. Luna could see that he was actually strangely excited about the new enemy, and when she asked, the floodgates opened. Cross had a near fanatical look in his eyes as he said, the feeling of a new player at the table. I can't explain it. It gives me a thrill. It's like the feeling of playing a chess game or gambling, the anticipation of a good opponent and the constant unknowns. Luna smiled softly and her heartbeat sped up looking at his happy look. He was too cute. She kissed him and they got tied up in the boat, which was a new experience that Luna can safely say was interesting but not too bad. Maybe they should try it again. As for Jasmine, Cross and her spent almost every second together. They were both extremely comfortable with each other. Sometimes Jasmine would give him tips as he fought, while paying attention to Yunche. Cross loved it. He loved her smarts and the way she analyzed everything. She also seemed to fill out even though she didn't really grow. Her chest and ass got bigger, but at the same time she still looked perfect. It was truly strange. Cross didn't mind. Whenever he looked at her he was only looking at her eyes anyway. Her body was a bonus, but her brain and personality. That was the real prize. At night, Jasmine wasn't neglected and was also taken out on dates. Usually they went for a stroll to see how big the inner world was. It was massive. While they walked, Cross asked Jasmine more about her and her life, instead of constantly fighting. Jasmine told him pretty much everything, how her dad's an asshole, her mother passed away, she has a sister, and she lives in the star god realm. Cross also learned that there's countless realms above the one they were currently on. He learned about all the realms Jasmine knew and then he started asking about Kuan Yinger. For example, he asked what she liked to do, if she had any hobbies, loved ones, what realm she lived in, where does she like to stay, does she have any servants, what kind of clothes does she wear, does she use any special cleaning products. A lot of the questions were very strange and Jasmine didn't know the answers to most of them. She asked what kind of cleaning products. Cross nodded and said if she uses a special brand, I can get a hold of whoever makes it and tamper with the formula while also getting information on her. If I can't kill her like that, then at least it's cause some grief, maybe shake her mental state a bit. Jasmine shook and said emotionally, You're thinking so in depth. Cross nodded and said seriously, she hurt you and killed my brother-in-law. Failure is not an option. Jasmine stopped and started crying tears of joy as she said, I'm so lucky to have you. Cross kissed her softly before wiped her eyes as he said, no, it's my who's the lucky one. Jasmine wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him deeply. Unfortunately, their passionate session was halted when day rolled around. Jasmine blushed and said we should. Cross scratched his neck and chuckled as they both left the inner world, going back to fighting and watching over Yunche. It's been 18 months since the Ark left the Divine Phoenix Empire. The profound arc stopped and Jasmine suppressed the beast as Cross circulated the great way of the Buddha. A golden pagoda formed above his head and sank into his body. He let out a breath and opened his eyes flashed gold and he roared to the sky. Jasmine was stunned and mumbled, 5th level of the great way of the Buddha. Yunche also roared and a golden pagoda sank into his head as well. Jasmine said 4th level. These two are monsters. She giggled cutely and said one of them is my monster. She blushed and smiled goofily, extremely happy at that thought. Cross unfortunately didn't see the scene as his energy was skyrocketing. It reached sovereign peak before an extremely loud bang sounded from his body. Cross roared and a giant beast appeared behind him. It was extremely clear now and it roared along with Cross, shaking the heavens themselves, as if alerting the world of its return. Jasmine looked at the beats in complete shock, she had never seen anything like it before. Cross trembled and the beast jumped into Cross' body, more specifically, the circle on his back. It imprinted itself in the middle of the circle, it was pitch black with red glaring eyes, on its neck there were slits that glowed red. Even the tattoo seemed alive. Cross' aura stopped at Divine Origin 1st level peak and he felt that all his energy had finally be purified and condensed. He had a lot more in the beginning, but just now, when he broke through, he used the rest and his energy was extremely dense and pure. Cross cracked his neck and his body swelled before expelling a grey gas, his skin seemed translucent and without purities. His black tattoos also changed slightly, but the black ring was still on his back. Most of the lines seemed to recede into the circle and if you looked close enough you would see the black ring spinning extremely slowly, maybe it will make a full turn in a year. Cross had a black ring around his neck still, but the tattoos on his face disappeared. There were 2 rings on each of his forearms now, and 2 lines, ending in sharp points, coming over his shoulder, just barely touching the top of his chest. He also had double rings on his lower calves, an AV of lines, ending just above his tool and connecting to the ring on his back. Same as cover except the neck ring is flat not jagged. Cross breathed out and he flexed his body, every single bone in his body cracked. He let out a breath of relief and turned around, Jasmine's heartbeat sped up at his indifferent gaze. Cross blinked and smiled, his eyes turning gentle. Jasmine started blushing and was flustered, she was 18 now. Cross' new look was deadly to any woman, not to mention one with strong feelings for him already. She squealed on the inside, happy she was the first to see him. Cross chuckled and put on a new pair of shorts, his fluffy bunny slippers were put away before. All he was wearing was shorts and they exploded when he broke through, so Jasmine got a good look at his little brother. Jasmine gulped, feeling the word little brother was not right. Maybe big brother was more appropriate. He walked over wearing only shorts and his prayer bead necklace. Jasmine looked flustered and Cross caressed her cheek as he said nervous. Jasmine nodded and Cross chuckled as he kissed her softly before saying I'm still the same. Jasmine felt warm and hummed softly. Yunche's eyes fluttered open and he coughed saying where are we? Cross reached out his hand and pulled Yunche up as he said I have no idea. But I finished converting my energy, and you get to the 4th level of Great Way, so that's good. Yunche chuckled and said what can I say? I'm just 2. Cross clicked his tongue and said yeah, I've heard it before tough guy. Yunche just chuckled, Cross said not too bad. Sky Realm Peak. Yunche grinned and said the arc stopped. Jasmine nodded, Cross chuckled and said also, you got a ton of kids to worry about. You're really crazy, you know that right? 4 girls 4 kids. He shook his head and Yunche said what? Cross waved and a crack opened, Yunche barreled inside and Cross and Jasmine were left alone. Cross wrapped his arm around Jasmine's waist and pulled her close, stroking her cheek with his thumb as he said hey, you. Jasmine twirled her hair as she hummed in response, Cross gushed and kissed her soft lips as he said you're so cute. I just can't help myself. Jasmine giggled and blushed, Cross and Jasmine started a kissing session. A while later. Yunche came out of the crack, looking disheveled. Cross looked up, separating from Jasmine's sweet lips as he said how'd it go? Yunche let out a breath and said 2 girls and a boy. I was also savagely attacked. Cross burst out laughing and Yunche stopped before looking at a floor tile, he made an ice flame and melted the floor before jumping down. Cross and Jasmine followed him into the hole and saw a ghost. Yunche was talking to the ghost, who said that she had been searching for the sky poison pearl and that she controlled the ark. She begged Yunche to save her little mistress. Yunche agreed to save her and the old woman ghost dissipated into the wind. The red ball in the center of the room shattered and a crystal coffin with a little girl appeared, the coffin opened and a black aura appeared, Yunche held his hand against the girl's chest and purified the poison. After 30 minutes, the poison was purified and the little girl opened her eyes, she saw Yunche and said hi big brother. Yunche was stunned, the little girl said wah. So pretty. Jasmine said you can see me. The little girl knocked on her head and said of course I can see you. I'm not blind. Jasmine choked and the little girl said wah. Big brother pick me up. My image as a beautiful young lady will be ruined if I crawl out of here. Yunche felt his lips twitch and Cross burst out laughing, the girl looked over and drooled saying big brother number 2 is so handsome. Cross was startled before smirking as he said of course. You should call me big brother number 1 though. The little girl clapped and said yeah. Big brother number 1 will you marry me? Cross almost spit out a mouthful of blood, Yunche chuckled and picked up the little girl, who smiled happily and said I'm hungry. Do you have anything to eat? Yunche gave her a biscuit, the little girl looked at the cookie and said is this edible? Yunche said eat it, it's very fragrant. The little girl bit the cookie before spitting it out saying ew. Gross. Yunche gave her a piece of meat but the little girl almost puked. Yunche scratched his head and said what do you eat then? The little girl said only delicious things. Yunche slapped himself and said what does that even mean? The little girl said matter-of-factly delicious things are delicious things. Big brother are you sure your head is okay? Yunche almost spit out a mouthful of blood, the place started shaking. Yunche took the coffin and Cross grabbed the little girl before they flew out of the ancient castle. They got outside and Yunche took out Dragonfault at the sight of the universe-devouring beast. Cross chuckled and said hey. Relax, this is my training partner. The little girl sniffed and shot towards Yunche, extremely fast, latching to Dragonfault and taking a big bite out of the blade. Yunche was stunned, the little girl drooled and said wah. So delicious. Before eating the sword extremely quickly, she sat on the floor and burped with a cute smile. They finally found out what she ate. It was swords. Rest in peace Dragonfault. 113, Hunger. Yunche shouted you ate my sword. The little girl shrank her neck and said in disdain that sword was crap, I'll give you another one. Yunche was about to spank this little girl's cheeks as he said that crap was my partner. The little girl's neck once again shrank back, however, her little face revealed an unsatisfied expression. With her nose raised, she said. What I will give you in return is more incredible than the one I ate earlier. Humph. She glowed red and with a poof she transformed into a heavy sword. It was pure red and 9 feet long. Cross, Yunche and Jasmine were stunned. Yunche picked up the sword and groaned so heavy. Before lifting it in the air with difficulty and swinging it around a bunch. His eyes brightened at the weight and he laughed happily, Jasmine suddenly said, drip a drop of blood on the sword now. Yunche dripped a drop as he was told and the little girl reverted back, holding a finger to her chin and thinking really hard about something. Yunche said, what's your name, little girl? The little girl said, I don't remember. Yunche asked, do you want me to give you a name? The girl nodded happily and Yunche said, what about hunger? The little girl repeated the name several times before clapping and saying, only call me this in the future. Jasmine said, make a contract with her. Now. Yunche looked troubled and turned to Hunger, who was looking at him. He said, Hunger, since Dragonfault has been eaten by you, I no longer have any weapons that I can use. Since you said that you will pay me back, then in the future, when I need to use a weapon, you have to transform into that sword earlier, is this agreeable? Hunger is a beautiful young lady, and a beautiful young lady must keep her words. Hunger pushed out 3 fingers and said, I have 3 conditions. 1. You must play with me often, you can't ignore me. 2. You must find me various tasty food every day, you're not allowed to make me hungry, nor are you allowed to be petty. 3. You can't throw me aside and run away like what happened earlier, nor are you allowed to scold me. Yunche smiled and nodded before tapping Hunger's forehead. A red light flashed and on the back of his left hand a red sword appeared. Yunche threw her another sword he had and Hunger happily started nibbling on the sword. The space started trembling and Hunger flew into the sky. Poison Pearl, Cross and Jasmine went inside as well. Cross was playing around with Hunger, dangling a sword in front of her and pulling it away whenever she grabbed at it, while Jasmine was talking to a remnant spirit about some stuff. Hunger pouted. Ah. Handsome big brother is a bully. Cross snickered and threw her the sword. Hunger ate it in 3 bites and Cross dangled another one in front of her while laughing. The spirit dissipated and Jasmine looked over, her eyes twitching at the scene of Cross dangling a sword in front of Hunger. She smacked him and said, why are you being so mean for? Hunger held Jasmine's arm and shook it saying, beautiful big sister. He bullied me. Cross shivered at Jasmine's gaze and said, fuck. Okay fine. Have him. He flipped his hand over and a pile of swords fell on the ground. Jasmine said, where did you? Cross smiled and said, a bunch of different places, plus I was practicing forging. Hunger dove into the pile of swords and made, sword angels? Well, whatever she was doing, Cross chided, listen here, you keep playing with your food and I'll give you a nice spank. Hunger shrank her neck and said, ah. Don't spank me. Before stuffing her face with swords. Cross smiled and patted Hunger's head. Jasmine smiled slightly and Cross said, be a good little lady and this big brother will give you a better sword to eat. Hunger started drooling. Cross chuckled and shook his head. He sat down on the ground as Hunger passed out in the pile of swords. Jasmine sat next to him and smiled happily. Cross turned to her and hugged her into his lap with a cheeky smile. Jasmine's face started burning and Cross chuckled before kissing her. Jasmine pounded on his chest with her small fists, creating metal banging sounds. Cross separated from her lips and licked his own saying, sweet. Jasmine covered her face and stuttered, why you're bullying me. Before flying away, Cross laughed and shot a warm and gentle smile in her direction. A while later. Cross teleported outside. His appearance was messy. He had just come from the inner world. As soon as Feng Shui and Luna saw him, he was attacked. All he wanted was a shirt and his slippers, but he got attacked with kisses and a demand to come see her tonight. The demand was from Luna, of course. He agreed, but they still didn't let him go, being so handsome. He didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse. Cross touched the ground, wearing a white wife beater, black shorts that reached halfway down his thighs, and the pink fluffy bunny slippers. If someone from Earth looked at him, they would surely call him a bum. Fortunately, he wasn't on Earth anymore and his bum style looked fresh here. Something to note. Feng Shui reached the Sovereign Realm first level today from Cross Breakthrough. Luna also got some benefits and her realm reached Sovereign Peak, just a step away from Divine Origin Realm. Cross told Feng Shui and Luna the realms after Sovereign Realm and they both nodded, understanding that they had a long way to go. Cross smiled at them and told Feng Shui, soon, I will upgrade your profound veins and body. I just need to find a few more things. I'm sorry it's taking so long. It had to be perfect. Feng Shui felt warm in her heart and hugged Cross saying, it's okay. I'll wait for as long as you need. I will work hard to help you. Cross stroked Feng Shui's hair and said softly, I don't need you 3 to help me. I just want you all to be happy. Luna looked to the side and wiped her eyes. Feng Shui kissed him saying, seriously, I don't care. I will not get left behind. Cross smiled and kissed her forehead softly as he said, I will never leave you behind, Shui. Feng Shui trembled and shooed him away as she said with watery eyes, Go. I heard Brother Yun calling. Cross smiled and kissed Luna before going out. Feng Shui wiped her eyes and said, he have to be stronger. Luna nodded and they both disappeared. Both the kids were 11 now and making spectacular progress, being at the true profound realm, shocking everyone in the castle. Cross only said good genes. He almost got beat up when he said that. Currently, Cross was standing next to Yunche, witnessing all these animals and trees turning into humans. Yunche was stunned and Cross said in confusion, animagus? That's not right. Yunche said, what an animagus? Cross explained, in my world there's a ritual, you stick a leaf of a plant to the roof of your mouth for a month and during a storm you chant some words, then you will have the ability to become an animal whenever you want. Yunche's eyes widened and he said, what? Cross nodded and said, it's pretty cool, I never got around to do it. He looked at Yunche and said, wanna become an animal with me? Yunche was startled and said, okay. Cross was excited and handed him a leaf as he said, keep it on the roof of your mouth and leave it there for a month. He told Yunche was to say and said it himself before smiling happily. He didn't really care what he got, anything would be useful. Also, most strength comes from his elf form, not his animal form, whatever it may be. A young woman sauntered over and looked at Cross hungrily. Cross smiled and the young woman was in a daze for a moment. He chuckled and caressed her cheek softly as he said, little girl, go back to your rooting spot. This king believes you can break your shackles. The young woman started crying and Cross kissed her forehead, before sending her off. She rooted into the ground and transformed into a beautiful apple tree, instead of a crab apple tree. Yunche looked at him weirdly and Cross said, I'm an elf, she's a plant. She was very bold to come over here, so she was rewarded. I blessed her with my mark, now she'll probably grow to be a giant apple tree one day. He heard Jasmine snort and he smiled wryly, it was more like the love for a kid than a lover. Yunche shook his head and chuckled as they left. They walked for a while before Jasmine told them to come into the pearl. Yunche and Cross appeared and saw Hunger munching on something. Cross chuckled and Yunche lamented, my purple-veined heaven crystals. Hunger swallowed them all in one gulp and giggled. Cross picked up a piece of purple jade marrow and put it in his inner world, falling in front of Yueshan, who heard from your husband in her mind. She picked it up happily and walked away with her sword. Jasmine said, Hunger, show your master what you got before. Hunger said, oh yeah. She flipped her palm and a small dark red arc was floating there. Yunche grabbed it and froze. Cross stood next to Jasmine and said, the inner world. Jasmine replied, sealed. Cross clicked his tongue. Jasmine gave him a funny look and said, what are you upset about? You have your own and it might even be bigger than the arcs. Cross sighed and said, does my body look like a hotel to you, Jas? Why are so many people living in it? I'm not even charging rent. Jasmine blinked before bursting out in laughter. Her laughter was smooth and beautiful. Cross felt his heartbeat increase looking at her smiling face and listening to her enchanting voice. She calmed down and smiled sweetly, you can just kick them out. Cross sighed and said, forget it. They're basically family anyway. Jasmine floated next to him and smiled as she said, you're a good person. Cross scoffed and said, I think the underworld empire of Cross haters would disagree with you. He paused for a moment before saying, truly, they must be thriving down there. In the underworld. A man was sitting on a throne and he had a malevolent expression. Another man walked over and saluted before saying, your majesty. You found more. The man snorted and said, bring them to me, they will join us as well. The servant nodded and held his fist over his heart as he said, kill Cross. Before retreating. The man grinned his teeth at the name and slammed on his throne, growling, when you finally die. I will be waiting for you. This old schemer will play to the end. That's right. It was Dumbledore. He looked a lot younger now and didn't have his giant beard. He had been rounding up all the people who were killed by Cross and forming his own empire. Recently there have been a massive influx of new citizens. He was happy. Someone else was happy too. In a luxurious palace in the middle of the underworld. A young man with extremely handsome features was laying on a bed, surrounded by beauties. He had fair skin and black hair with red eyes, on his back were massive black wings. He sat up and yawned, rubbing his eyes before smiling happily, that Cross guy is my idol. He's been sending me so many souls. Maybe I should go meet him one day. He chuckled and said, nah. I'll see him when he's dead, ahahaha. Before embracing the little beauties on his bed with a big smile. Back to the Sky Poison Pearl. Cross said, they must be thriving down there. Jasmine giggled and shook her head saying, I doubt it. 114. Illusory Demon Realm. Cross and Yunche arrived at a city. Yunche said, wow. This city is bigger than the Divine Phoenix City. Cross chuckled and said, by 3 times around. Yunche let out a breath and shook his head. Yunche looked over and gasped. He slapped Cross a bunch and said, look. Look. Cross looked over and saw a girl with pointy ears. He was startled and said, et. Jasmine said, another elf. Cross retorted, Luna is an elf too. Jasmine said, she doesn't count, you made her an elf. Her voice stopped for a second before turning cold as she added, which I heard was extremely dangerous and you almost died because of, by the way. Cross coughed and said, anyway, another elf. That's rare. Jasmine snorted and said also, I always wondered. Why don't you use a bow? Aren't elves amazing marksmen? Cross waved and said, bows aren't domineering. A mace is much better. Yunche and Jasmine were stunned by the reply and their faces gained black lines. Cross made a bow with his strings and pulled the bow. one arrow appeared. Cross chuckled and said watch this as he closed his eyes and spun in a circle, before letting the arrow loose. The arrow flew through the air like a bullet and curved, going through each of the three hooded figures' heads. Cross cheered and said TTT triple kill. Yunche clapped and said 9/10 not enough pizzazz. Cross scoffed and said what pizzazz? I just killed 3 people with a single arrow. Are you not entertained? Yunche chuckled and shrugged. The duo of young man and the little elf girl walked over and bowed saying thank you. Sen Cross slapped the guy and said oi. How old do I look to you? Are you cursing me to live a short life? The young man was stunned and the girl gasped as she said why you? You're an elf too. Cross pinched the girl's ears as he spoke in Elven. You little girl, are you blind? Tell me the truth. The girl said in Elven. Ah. Big brother, ah. It hurts. Before gasping and saying normally I didn't know I could do that. Cross tilted his head and let her go as he said you girl. You can't speak Elven? What kind of elves are these? Let me see your blood. The girl looked to be in a tough position and the young man said Sen sir. My name is Yun Xiao, thank you for saving me and 7th sister. Cross looked at Yunche and said Yun Xiao. Yunche shrugged and Yun Xiao nodded. Cross chuckled and said I think your real name is Xiao Yun. Oh look, someone's coming. Yunche's eyes widened and he grabbed Yun Xiao saying who are you? And shaking him silly. A man with pointy ears landed and said ha. What are you shaking him for? Cross slapped his forehead and said this is getting chaotic. You there? Older elf man. Where are the rest of the elves in this realm? Why can't you speak Elven? Where did you come from? The older elf looked at Cross and said another elf. Who are you? What have you done to my cute little sister? Cross blood boiled in a nameless rage and he slapped him shouting know your place. Before coughing and looking confused. Everyone stopped and looked at Cross, who twitched his ears and went silent. Jasmine, Luna, and Feng Shui's voices sounded from his necklace. Are you okay? Cross took a deep breath, calming his blood down as he replied I'm fine. He looked at the older boy and said indifferently answer me. Now. His tone was very scary and the little elf girl pulled at Cross' clothes gently as she said Yuwu. Savior, please forgive my brother. Cross rubbed his face and turned around, walking into the city and ignoring them. He might just kill that guy if he stayed any longer, he needed to calm down. Yunche watched him go with a serious face. He heard Jasmine's voice say I think you should go after him. He's very angry, I can feel it. Yunche replied angry. Jasmine replied, unsure, I think. It has something to do with elf ranks. I'm not sure but I think Cross is special, like a king or prince. A lower rank elf just talked back to him, that's a big no-no in elf culture. Yunche looked at Yun Xiao and thought for a moment before dragging him along as he went after Cross. The elf girl looked at her brother and said why are you so rude? She turned around and shouted Brother Yun. Wait. Before chasing after him. The older elf man was on the ground groaning, he had been abandoned. Yunche caught up with Cross and said are you alright? What happened? The elf girl had caught up and looked at Yun Xiao, who was being dragged on the ground like a sack of potatoes, with a wry smile. Then she heard Cross words and was stunned. Cross said people in my previous realm called me Elven Prince or Elven King. Usually I don't have a problem with people talking back to me, but this time my blood boiled in rage and I couldn't stop myself. Cross looked up and sighed so troublesome. Yunche asked in confusion there are ranks in the elf race. Cross nodded and said there are different races as well. For example, I'm a blood elf. The last blood elf, if you will. That little girl. I need to see her blood first. The little girl said here you go. As she dripped a drop of blood, Cross waved and the blood floated to him. He looked at the light green drop of blood with red tints and said She is what I could call an impure forest elf. Your ancestor was probably a forest elf and come to this realm, either by accident or was forced. Cross chuckled and said he didn't abandon the tree of life. Yunche asked how do you know? Cross snickered and said because, once you betray the tree of life, you don't live long enough to talk about it. There has only been one person to betray the tree and survive. The little girl asked who? Cross shook his head and changed the subject anyway, forest elves were mostly commoner elves. Like normal people that live in cities. Yunche asked what about blood elves? Cross sighed and said we were the defenders of the tree of life, as far as I know. I'm the only one left. The rest died to protect the tree. Yunche fell silent and the little girl asked what happened. Cross shrugged and said I don't know. I don't even know where the tree of life is. He stopped talking about it and said what is the name of the realm, little girl? The little girl said Illusory Demon Realm. Cross chuckled and said I thought so. He looked at Yunche, who was shell-shocked and said so we're going to the Yun family I guess. Yunche nodded seriously and said Yun Xiao, where is your family? As he straightened him out to his feet. Yun Xiao said let me lead the way. Cross, Yunche and the little girl followed him to the Yun family manor. They arrived at the Yun family manor and a man and woman hugged Yun Xiao saying thank God you're safe. Yun Xiao said Mom. Yunche stiffened and Cross chuckled as he walked into the manor, looking around at all the sights. Pretty nice place. Cross was standing around, when a middle-aged man said who are you? A friend of Xiao'er. Cross chuckled and said you're the father of Yun Xiao. The man nodded and said yes. Cross smiled and said I'm brothers with one of your sons, but not Yun Xiao. The man stiffened and said coldly what are you talking about? Cross pointed at Yunche and said you don't recognize your own son? Come now. How about your father? As he waved and Yun Kanghai walked out saying I was just going to Qinghong. Yun Qinghong froze and mumbled dad. Before hugging him. Cross chuckled and waved again. Xiao Lai came out and said brother Kanghai, where is this place? Kanghai patted Xiao Lai's shoulder and said happily welcome to the illusory demon realm. Yun Qinghong said with tears in his eyes little Xiao, Yura. Come here. He looked at Yunche, who had an anxious expression on his face. Yun Qinghong walked over and smiled as he said Che-er. Yunche trembled and tears pooled in his eyes as his fists tightened. Qinghong hugged Yunche and said emotionally I'm sorry. Yunche hugged him back and cried as he said father. Mu Yura froze and stuttered see Che-er. Cross pulled Yun Xiao to Xiao Lai and said he's Xiao Yun. Xiao Lai said why you look just like your father. Hugging him as well. Cross looked at everyone hugging and spat before sitting on the side, closing his eyes and meditating on the great way of the Buddha. He had no interest in watching family reunions. He didn't need to be reminded of parents he didn't have. Marcus and Alyssa were great but they weren't his real parents. He sighed and forced the thoughts out of his head. Jasmine watched him from the pearl with a sad expression. Luna and Feng Shui were the same. All the girls sighed and went to work harder, intending to be his new family. They couldn't replace parents, but they would try their best to make him happy. A while later. Cross was sitting on the roof with his legs crossed, staring out into the city with a blank expression. Did he have parents? Were they even alive? He looked down at his hands and clenched them before releasing them. How did he get to his original world? He only remembered waking up on the streets at 10 years old. He looked up at the stars and stared wordlessly. Was he abandoned? Or was he sent away to be protected? It's the latter. Why did the tree call him back to save it? If it's the former then why did he inherited memories? Cross sat by himself and muttered what's the purpose of my life? His voice was as soft as a whisper but it could be heard for miles clearly. He looked into the distance and entered a daze. Thinking about the Great Way. What was he in the grand scheme of the world? What was his purpose? Did he even have one? What is he? His eyes glazed over and he mumbled my own way is the Great Way, its path is my path. Jasmine appeared in front of him with a shocked expression. A giant golden whirlpool appeared over Cross' head, a golden pagoda appeared and it got brighter and brighter until it was as bright and blinding as the sun. The pagoda sank back down, going into the eye of the whirlpool. The whirlpool shrank and encased the pagoda before sinking inside it, turning the pagoda slowly as it entered Cross' body again. Cross muttered nothing matters, my path is my path. Anyone who attempts to stop my path will fall at my feet. His body lit up with a golden light before dimming. He blinked and let out a black breath of air, his body swelled before contracting again, expelling another bout of grey smoke. He woke up and saw Jasmine staring at him in astonishment. He smiled gently as he said Jasmine. Jasmine muttered you're incredible, you know that. Cross smiled warmly and looked into her eyes, before hugging her as he said thank you. Jasmine was confused and said for what? Cross replied softly for being with me. Jasmine swallowed back her words and didn't say anything, her heart felt sweet and she melted into his embrace. Cross waved and a crack opened, Luna and Feng Shui walked out. Cross pulled them in and said softly all of you. Jasmine, Luna, Shui. Thank you. He looked up and sighed with a smile as he finished thank you for being my family. All the girls felt their hearts throb and they curled up in his embrace, wordlessly. Cross smiled warmly and laid on his back, looking up at the starry sky and feeling blessed and happy. Another crack opened and Zephyr and Pandora fell out. Cross looked over and smiled. Zephyr scratched his neck and said So. Cross clicked his tongue and said shut up. Come here. Pandora and Zephyr jumped on the floor and giggled. Pandora said wah. Now we'll never have cookies. Zephyr laughed slyly and said I remember Dad saying if you have 2 moms, you won't get cookies. He imitated Cross' voice and chuckled. Cross coughed, feeling 3 pairs of eyes on him. He closed his eyes and replied shamelessly naturally 2 moms gets you no cookies, but 3 moms gets you double. Pandora clapped and said what about 4? Cross coughed harshly, feeling 3 pinches to his waist, before saying 4 moms and you might not have a dad anymore. Zephyr, Pandora, Luna, Jasmine and Feng Shui all laughed and Cross smiled happily, hoping these fun times would last forever. He rested his head on the roof and stared at the stars, letting out a satisfied sigh. 115, Animagus. The next morning, Cross was woken up from Yunche saying Ayo. Wake up. Cross sat up and yawned. He looked around and saw that his family was still there. He sent Luna, Feng Shuier, Zephyr, and Pandora back to the inner world, directly to their beds. Jasmine woke up and blushed before drilling into the pearl, embarrassingly. Yunche chuckled and said nice night. Cross got up and grinned heaven. Yunche laughed and said come with me, my parents want to meet you. Cross laughed before suppressing it and saying shyly oh. But I don't even have a gift. Yunche retched and kicked out saying you're gross. Cross burst out laughing and followed Yunche down into the house, floating behind him, still laughing his ass off. Yunche entered a room with a pissed off face, but he still has a smirk on his face. Mu Yura, Yun Qinghong, Yun Kanghai, Xiao Lai, and Xiao Yun looked over at them. Cross stifled his laughter and said hello. I'm Yunche's big brother. You can say that I'm a protector I guess? I don't know, maybe one day I'll kill him. Yunche almost spit out blood and Cross chuckled saying just kidding. Nice to meet you, I'm Cross. Mu Yura smiled happily and said such a handsome son. Her eyes were shining and she grabbed him, hugging him tightly. The problem was her arms were around Cross' neck. He wasn't going to use any strength but he was choking. He tapped saying Mrs. Yun. I can't breathe. She loosened her grip and giggled as she said I can't help it. You're so cute. As she took a brush and brushed his hair. Cross felt awkward and Yunche burst out laughing. Yun Qinghong shook his head and Mu Yura grabbed him and said what are you laughing at? Yunche was caught by the big devil and she combed his hair as well. Xiao Yun looked down, but was grabbed by Mu Yura, who said you little brat. You think I don't want you anymore? You're so cute, I couldn't abandon you even if I tried. Xiao Yun was probably the only one who didn't struggle and was happy to have his hair combed. Yun Qinghong sighed and said roar. His voice was choked back by a deadly glare from Mu Yura. He scratched his cheek and turned to Kanghai, who gave him a I'm disappointed in you look. Xiao Lai smiled happily and Mu Yura said so my beautiful boys. Where are my grandchildren and daughter-in-laws? Xiao Yun said well. You see. He looked at Cross and Yunche, who both gave him a thumbs up. He sighed and said seventh sister left yesterday. Mu Yura looked at Cross and Yunche, who both trembled. Cross said well. You see. Yunche ratted him out saying they're all with Cross. Cross cursed you bastard. Mu Yura gave Cross a deadly look and said spit out, brat. Cross whimpered and waved. A crack opened and everyone from his inner world came out. Cross gulped and said in. Good luck ladies. Mu Yura dropped the boys in shock before clapping happily and saying wonderful. Wonderful. Ha 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 ha. I can die happy. She grabbed all the girls and kids and dragged them to another room. Ling Ji and Xenophilius were left. Xenophilius sat next to Xiao Lai and Kanghai as he said this place is nice. Kanghai laughed and patted his shoulder saying old Zeno. This is my home. Let me show you around, you two old Lai. He happily showed his friends around, leaving Yun Qinghong, Yunche, Cross, Xiao Yun, and Ling Ji in the room. Yun Qinghong coughed and said 6. Cross said actually, 2 are mine. Yunche coughed and added the ones without bead necklaces are mine. Ling Ji said Cross is my master and Yunche is my boss. Xiao Yun said I. Before sighing and not saying anything anymore. Yun Qinghong nodded and said nothing. The atmosphere was a bit awkward until Cross took out a deck of cards saying anybody for poker. Yun Qinghong asked poker. Cross explained to them all what poker was and took out a case filled with poker chips he made personally. They all started to play. Cross took out his wine and poured out 5 bowls as they played. A long while later. The girls and kids came back to see, Cross curse with a blush on his face you fucker. You had aces the entire time. Yun Qinghong laughed and raked in the chips saying get on my level, scrub. Yunche threw his cards down and said I can't fucking believe this. 4 aces. I thought you had queens. Xiao Yun smiled and said he bluffed last time too. Ling Ji slammed the table and said I don't believe it. Again. Cross collected the cards and shuffled them extremely fast, before dealing again. Mu Yura cleared her throat and the 5 froze. She said what are you doing? The 5 started to sweat profusely. Yun Qinghong coughed and chided the other 4 you shouldn't gamble. It's a very bad habit. Ling Ji, Xiao Yun, Yunche and Cross felt their mouths twitch, before they shook their heads and said in unison good luck, old man. Mu Yura giggled and caught Yun Qinghong's ear, dragging him off saying very bad habit, et. Yun Qinghong shouted you little bastards. Don't think I don't know how many chips I have. The other 4 chuckled and then a series of coughs were heard. Yunche and Cross froze, they stiffly turned their heads to see a group of women smiling at them. Yunche just chuckled with a cold sweat and Cross smiled how was it? Luna snorted and brought Feng Shuier, Zephyr and Pandora into the inner world, leaving a sentence see you tonight. Cross gulped and Yunche was dragged off by Chu Yueshan and the other 3 girls. Cross sighed and said game's over. Ling Ji chuckled and said by the way master. Did you finish the last 2 steps of void step? Cross said the 4th, why? Have you mastered the 3rd already? Ling Ji shook his head and said no. But junior sister has. She felt embarrassed asking you so. Cross tapped his finger on Ling Ji's forehead and said tell your junior sister to come see me later. Ling Ji nodded excitedly before jumping into a crack and disappearing. Cross turned to Xiao Yun and said so tell me about this girl, little brother. Xiao Yun was embarrassed and said well, she's really sweet and kind, I love her to death. I would easily trade my life for hers. Cross looked at Xiao Yun silently as he went on and on about the girl. Cross took out a vial and dripped drops of blood into it before dripping a sliver of green crystalline liquid into it. He closed the vial and shook it before throwing it to Xiao Yun, who caught it and asked what's this? Cross said early wedding gift. Xiao Yun was stunned and opened his mouth to refuse but Cross said the things I give, do not come back. Understand? Xiao Yun sighed before smiling saying thank you. Big brother. Cross smiled and said no problem. As he took another drink from his gourd. A while later. Cross was sitting at the table with Yunche, Muyura, Yun Qinghong, and Xiao Yun. All the girls went back to the inner world. Cross pointed at Muyura and Yun Qinghong, his fingers glowed green and a light shot into their bodies. He went back to drinking as if he had done nothing. Muyura and Yun Qinghong said our injuries. They're gone. Cross waved and said a little bit of sword energy and cold poison is absolutely nothing to me. I already killed the sun and moon young lust beast. I might as well kill the rest too. Yunche chuckled and Cross smiled before leaving the house saying I won't intrude on your family anymore. Before anybody could say anything, he blurred and disappeared. Muyura sighed and Yunche said he. From what I've heard, he doesn't have parents. Or rather, he doesn't know who or where they are. Muyura sighed again and said I would gladly take him in. Yunche just shook his head and they started talking. A while later. Cross was drinking on the roof alone, when Yunche appeared and said I have to talk to you. Cross said then talk. Yunche said the matter regarding Might Sword region and the Sun and Moon section. I don't want your help. Cross drank from his gourd and said you sure? Yunche nodded seriously and said this is my family's problem. I will take revenge myself. Cross sighed and said whatever you say. Yunche smiled and said also. He took out a roll of jade strips, adding time to practice a new skill. Cross smirked and threw the gourd into a crack as he held the jade strips. He memorized the entire thing before giving it to Yunche saying oh yeah, don't forget. A month later. I'll make a thunderstorm and you'll get your animal form. Yunche nodded and grinned as he sat down and read the jade slips. Cross started cultivating hidden flowing lightning and extreme mirage lightning. A month later. Cross, Yunche, Feng Shuier and Luna were sitting outside in a thunderstorm Cross had made. Cross passed around bottles of potions and told them the words before drinking his potion. The rest did as they were told and started transforming. Luna turned into a pure white rabbit with red eyes. She was big for a rabbit but extremely slender. Absolutely beautiful. Feng Shuier directly transformed into a phoenix. She was huge and her feathers shined like rubies. She was stunning beautiful. Yunche transformed into a dragon Kylin, but he had wolf claws instead of hooves. He looked pretty cool. Finally. Cross transformed and an earth-shattering roar sounded. Cross turned into the image that appeared behind him. It had a long pointed end tail, extremely muscular limbs and body, 2 horns on his head and his head narrowed slightly, his tongue ended in a point and his mouth was full of razor-sharp teeth. On the sides of his neck there were open slits that glowed with a bloody red light. Cross was big. Bigger than a person by several times. He shrank down and slapped his paw down, the rest reverted and stared at Cross in shock. Luna said what is that? Cross responded King of the Void Beasts. Before reverting and revealing himself. Luna smiled and said cool I got a jade rabbit. Cross smiled and kissed Luna and Feng Shuier before saying warmly go back, cuties. They giggled and jumped back into the inner world. Cross turned to Yunche saying the Kylin et. Yunche threw his hands up and said with dog paws. Cross burst out laughing and they went back to the Yun manor. Cross said into his necklace when you get your body, you will get one too. Jasmine snorted in reply saying humph. And not that IWW wanted one anyway. Cross chuckled and teleported into the pearl, hugging Jasmine from behind and whispering my little Jassy feels left out maybe a few kisses will help. As he kissed her neck, Jasmine blushed but still snorted. Cross slipped his hands into her shorts and massaged her thighs as she sat on the bed. He leaned back, taking her with him as he nibbled on her ear and massaged her creamy thighs. Jasmine moaned softly before saying You're really a pervert. Cross whispered I think you mean my pervert. Jasmine blushed deeply and Cross kissed her lips, gazing his thumb against her sacred garden. Jasmine moaned into his mouth and Cross slipped his tongue inside. Jasmine felt his tongue softly lick her own, he tasted so sweet. She wrapped her arms around his head behind her and returned his kiss passionately. They were interrupted by Hong Er, who said, "What are you two doing? Is this the legendary molesting that father talked about?" Jasmine froze in her face, neck, and ears turned red before she pushed Cross away, muttering pervert. Cross spun in the air and scratched his neck while chuckling, cursing Hong Er in his heart. "This little girl! Can you go eat a sword and sleep somewhere else?" He grumbled and kissed Jasmine, whispering in her ear, "When you get your body, I will eat you for sure." Steam came out of Jasmine's head and she pushed him away, saying, "Go out. Leave. Pervert. Go, 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 go." Cross chuckled and disappeared as he left the pearl and returned to practicing the techniques from the jade slip. Another month passed. It was time for the Yun family competition. 116, Yun family competition. Cross was sitting on a wooden pillar, he stabbed into the ground right next to the sacred cloud arena. He was watching the fights going on with a bored expression. These kids were honestly trash. That was his professional opinion. Though, Cross requirements were pretty strict. His kids were okay in his eyes, but they were exceptional in others. First of all, Pandora and Zephyr haven't faced any hardships for their entire lives, they've been living in peace the entire time. Cross wanted to let them loose, but Luna was reluctant to let them leave, they were her little babies. She didn't want them to run around. If they pissed someone off, she would never see them again. Cross had already made necklaces to block 3 attacks from anyone as strong as him, but Luna was still reluctant. Cross had also made them weapons. Zephyr chose twin hammers and Pandora surprisingly chose a massive battle axe. He made them both their weapons and a set of battle skills for them. Zephyr's hammers were special as they could come together and form a giant 2-handed hammer. Luna was helpless to their choices. Seems like there had Cross crazy battle lust. For the last month they had been fighting against each other, training their weapons. Luna watched over them very carefully. Cross had also taught them Void Step and the Great Way of the Buddha. He was happy that she actually both reached the first threshold of the Great Way of the Buddha. He pushed them extremely hard and taught them what he knew to survive. His requirements were very harsh and he wouldn't have his kids be spoiled little young masters. They needed to go through life and death trials to grow, or else they would remain brats forever. Which wasn't ideal. Luna and Cross got into a small argument over it, but Cross explained what he thought and comforted Luna that they were absolutely safe. They just needed to think they weren't, or else they would be useless brats in the end. Who didn't want their children to be great? Luna was sad, but Cross told her that he would let them go when they got to the Sky Profound continent. Luna reluctantly agreed and Cross gave her some special care, being extremely loving and gentle. Luna loved it, but the issue with the kids was still weighing on her mind. In the end, she talked with Miyura a lot about it, and Miyura was more than happy to help her out. Cross watched the fights with a bored expression before some old men showed up and someone said the great elders are here. He then named all of the 36 elders. Cross looked at the guy and the guy suddenly held his chest before falling to the ground and saying, "Mr. Yun, I don't feel so good." Then he turned into ashes and drifted away. Cross sighed and poured out some wine as he lamented, "Farewell, exposition man. You have fulfilled your noble purpose." Before drinking from his gourd and turning back to the commotion. The Mu family showed up right after the elders and only Miyura's brother came, sitting next to her. Miyura was still talking to Luna about the kids and didn't even greet Miyubai. Miyubai looked at Cross and said, "Oi. What are you doing up there?" Cross looked down and said, "What are you doing down there?" Miyubai raised a brow before saying touche, and that was the end of that conversation. They both turned back to the stage. Unparalleled Under Heaven and Number 1 Under Heaven appeared. These were the names of the elves. Number 1 Under Heaven was the name of the guy Cross slapped. Funnily enough, the little elf girl's name was Number 7 Under Heaven and her father's name was Greatest Ambition Under Heaven. Unparalleled Under Heaven was Greatest Ambition Under Heaven's brother. Makes sense? No? Well. Anyway. Yun Weishan, the guy who would be slapped out of existence soon, flew up to the air and greeted them kindly, almost fawning over them. Cross heard this guy was trying to become the patriarch because Yun Che's dad was injured. Well, maybe his ambition will be useful in the underworld empire. A shrill voice sounded, "Oh my." Cross retched and said out loud, "What the fuck was that?" It was completely silent and a loud "you" was heard before a palm was shot at Cross, who looked up and swatted the palm away, saying, "You filthy creature dared to attack me." Cross opened his hand and the man was in his hands. Cross said coldly, "Let's see why you disgust me so much at." The man started screaming in pain. Cross spat, "Gross. Just being near you makes me feel disgusting." He shook his hand and the man exploded into blood mist. Strangely, none of it got on him. Cross sneered and the blood caught fire and disappeared. Cross looked at Yun Che and said, Yeah, I know. I'll fix it." He snapped his fingers and everyone, except Yun Che and Luna, forgot about the man and the incident completely. Cross went back to drinking as normal and Yun Che chuckled. The fights went on and Yun Xinyu showed off a sigh and profound handle. Cross looked curious and whispered, little bro, you have one of these too. Yunche nodded and Cross added, suffice to say, only Yun bloodlines have this. Yunche was the only one who could hear him and nodded again. Cross then said, this Xinyu. He is very annoying, his face makes me want to punch him. As I recall, second brother doesn't have a profound handle. Yunche's eyes opened wide and he looked at Cross incredibly. Cross looked down and winked while chuckling. Yunche grinned and stayed silent. A while later, the three grand elders showed up, and one Duke Hui yet. They all talked, but to Cross, they might as well be spewing shit, he couldn't care less. All problems could be solved with a slap. That was the ultimate meaning behind the divine slapping arts, to cultivate such a method. You had to be as arrogant as the sky was high. If not, then it just would be worthless. Only the true blue young masters could use this. The ones who fear nothing. Cross still hadn't found a suitable successor to his divine slapping arts, he was even improving on it every day. Cross decided to name it 1000 Hands of God, it sounded much better like this. Plus maybe he could leave his own inheritance. Cross rubbed his chin, that actually wasn't too bad an idea. Maybe before he left the Blue Pole Star he would leave his inheritance in some dangerous place. Maybe he would see his inheritor in this life. That sounded like a really fun idea. He imagined a youth, who had lost everything. His wife cancelled their marriage because he was crippled and he was desperate for strength, so he went to a dangerous place and stumbled upon his inheritance and became a top expert. A hero of his generation, rising above all others and meeting him in the higher realms. As Cross was drooling over his perfect inheritor, the clan competition kept going on. Yunche was questioning Xinyu and said, tell me. Who are those that attempted to assassinate Yun Xiao and? Who is the owner of yours? Cross came back and looked the stage, startled. Had he been daydreaming for so long? Yun Xinyu said, the ones who attacked Yun Xiao in number 7 under heaven is, from the Helian family. Master, is Duke Hui Palaces. Cross chuckled and waved, a barrier appeared round Duke Hui Yet and Venerable Stone Dragon. Yun Xinyu finished Duke Hui Yet. Boom! Venerable Stone Dragon blew himself and Duke Hui Yet up. Cross chuckled and his aura pressured everyone down as he said, let's play nice, folks. This is getting juicy. Yunche chuckled and sneered at Duke Hui Yet as he said, getting antsy. Yun Qinghong shouted, scram out of my Yun residence. On account of your 100 years of serving the Demon Emperor, I will spare your ant life today. Duke Hui Yet snorted and left. Cross said, oi, why don't just kill him and slaughter this Duke whatever place. Yunche made a gesture and Cross rolled his eyes muttering, so boring. These ants aren't even fun to play with. Yunche chuckled and looked at Yun Weishan as he said, is this enough proof for you? Yun Weishan was white as a ghost. Cross blurred and appeared in front of Yun Xinyu as he said, this guy. He wants to start a revolution. This. We kill him, right? Cross apparently wasn't asking and his fingers turned gold, digging into his arm. Everyone's eyes widened and Yun Weishan shouted, insolent. As he shot towards Cross and Yunche, Cross waved and said, die. Yun Weishan exploded into blood mist and Cross pulled out a cyan drop of blood, mumbling, I've never tried this before. He waved and Xiao Yun flew over. Cross bit his finger and merged his blood with the cyan one before pushing it into Xiao Yun's arm. Xiao Yun growled in pain for a while before a blue profound handle came out. Cross clapped and said, great. Great. As expected, I'm a genius. Yunche rolled his eyes and said, little bro, you okay? Xiao Yun nodded and played with his blue profound handle happily, before hugging Cross saying, big brother. Thank you. Cross patted his head and said simply, it was nothing. Cross looked at the elders and said, seems like this was worth it. Losing a moron and a cripple for a genius. The elders nodded frantically. Yun Qinghong and Mu Yura smiled happily. Cross smiled and said, unfortunately, you will not remember my involvement. Suer Yai before snapping his fingers. Only Yunche, Luna, and Xiao Yun remembered. Cross said seriously, second bro, you can't tell anyone it was me, okay? Just say it awakened just now or something. That's what they think. Before flickering back to the wooden pillar. Luna smiled gently at Cross, who winked at her and mouthed, you're not sleeping tonight. Luna's cheeks turned pink and she cursed, bastard. Cross chuckled and turned back to Yunche, breezing through the rest of the competition. Xinyu was put to death for attempting revolt and Yun Weishan was said to have killed himself in grief. A few days later. Cross was following Yunche, they were both using the extreme mirage lightning. Suddenly they came across a small lake. Jasmine said, a lake? Go take a look. Yunche went down and Cross floated by him, completely invisible. Yunche hid behind a bush and peeped at the little girl in ugly grey clothes. Cross was floating above Yunche, not cautious in the least, there was none in this world who could see him if he didn't want them to. The girl landed in the middle of the pond and submerged her calves in the lake. She spread open her hands and burst into flames. Yunche and Cross eyes widened as they looked at the girl, the fire didn't affect her hair, but her clothes. Not a chance. Her stark naked body was on display for anybody who dared to take a look in this direction. The girl's body was very delicate and it could even be described as rather petite. Narrow snowy shoulders, a slender waist, small buttocks, and even her breasts swelled slightly on her chest. Her skin was as snow-white and delicate as a newborn baby's, it was like jade, pure and smooth without blemish. It was to the extent that it even began to resemble the sparkling, translucent and limpid qualities of white jade. One could even see the faint outlines of blue veins being traced along her skin, and this was especially apparent on her slim and slender snowy thighs, where it was snow-white and tender to the point of being transparent. Yunche gulped and the girl snapped her head in Yunche's direction with a killer look. Yunche immediately bolted at his fast speed possible. Cross watched as the girl blurred and grey clothes appeared before she shot after him. Cross held back his laugh and flew after the two. He wasn't enchanted in the least. All of his girls were much better than her, at least that's what Cross thought anyway. He was interested in two things she possessed. The Golden Crow bloodline and the absurd killing intent she has. The rest. Met. He has his own little beauties at home. Suddenly, Jasmine, Luna, and Feng Shuai felt sweet in their hearts. Jasmine was still seething in rage that Cross just stared at the girl's body. Cross heard from his necklace like what you saw. Cross chuckled and answered, is my little Jassy jealous? You shouldn't be. I am interested in her Golden Crow bloodline though. Also her killing intent is absurd. How many people do you have to kill to get that? She's like a pit to hell. Jasmine was stunned, this guy. He was talking about something else entirely. She giggled and realized that he was a moron, who only had eyes for them and valued true feelings over looks. She said, probably more than you. Cross scoffed and said, nonsense. How many people could she have possibly killed? Jasmine just laughed and a huge boom was heard. Cross floated over and looked at the giant fire, the girl looked at the furs before disappearing with a snort. Cross laughed and waved his hand, the flames were snuffed out and Yunche popped out of the ground saying fuck. She's crazy. Cross just burst out laughing above him. 117, bad day for Cross. 3 days passed in a flash. Cross was sitting in the Yun family seats next to Yunche, a ton of eyes were on him because, firstly, he was an elf, and secondly, he wasn't wearing a shirt. This place was even hotter than the Divine Phoenix City. How could these people feel comfortable? All he was wearing was black shorts that ended at the middle of his thighs, his prayer bead necklace, and his trademark pink fluffy bunny slippers. All the women were feasting their eyes on his perfectly built body, licking their lips hungrily. Even one girl, who Xiao Yun say didn't put any man in her eyes, was staring at him in a hungry daze. Cross didn't look at any of them and said, can't this little demon vixen hurry up? Doesn't she know this king's time is precious? Yun Qinghong smacked his head and said enough. Yunche chuckled and Cross grumbled, damn old man, next time see if you can bluff me. Yunche laughed and got a swift smack to his head courtesy of Qinghong. Cross chuckled and at that moment, a reverberating, ear-splitting voice filled the Demon Imperial Hall and the originally noisy Grand Hall immediately fell into a hush. It was so quiet that one could hear the sound of pin dropping. Every single person raised their head to the skies and gazed at the sky above the Grand Hall. The little Demon Empress has arrived. A curtain of flame parted and revealed the little Demon Empress. Yunche's pupils shrank and Cross burst out laughing, but Yunche clamped his hand over his mouth, glaring at him. Cross was shaking from laughter. The little Demon Empress. She was the girl from the small lake. The girl who showed both of them her entire body. It was too funny. Yunche really has this sort of luck. Cross calmed down and took Yunche's hand off as he said, Aya, she looked better without that terrible robe on. Yunche almost slapped him to death. Luckily Cross said that only to Yunche or else the entire place would have went up in flames. But this little girl. Cross had to give it to her. She was more arrogant than him. She stood up from her throne, made a toast, drained her wine cup, and said, who made the seating arrangements today? Cross almost clapped. She must have heard him before and decided not to waste a single moment. Duke Huai stood up and said, it was this Duke, Your Highness. Little Demon Empress snorted and said, the seating arrangements haven't changed for 100,000 years. Why did you change them today? Duke Huai replied, this Duke asked the various families and they said they wanted to be in the East Wing, so I changed it. The little Demon Empress nodded and said, oh. I see. So you somehow got the power to change seats? It seemed to me that only I had the power to do this. I must have been mistaken, perhaps next time my own seat will be changed as well. Duke Huai grinned his teeth and bowed saying, this Duke doesn't dare. The little Demon Empress snorted and said, naturally you do not. She turned to the Helion family and said, do you wish to sit in the East Wing? Cross rolled his eyes, was she going to go through them all? I thought she was pro-ending things quickly, seems like he misjudged this little vixen. Cross said, oh my god. Are you going to go through them all? Everyone was dead silent and the little Demon Empress looked at Cross, her gaze shifted to Yunche and she narrowed her eyes for a second before turning back to Cross and saying, perhaps you have a better idea. Cross chuckled and said, wrap it up as soon as possible. Only a moron wouldn't see what's going on. I say, is there a need to play out this play? It's really boring. Cross sighed and said, let me tell you what's going to happen. The East Wing people are going to say, oh no we don't dare, then you're going to get angry and say, then why have you sat there, then the Duke is going to say, I thought they did, then you're going to be stuck. This endless cycle of cat and mouse. Isn't it better to just kill them all? If I'm wrong, just treat my words as fart and continue. Everybody was stunned. This was equivalent to ripping off Duke Huai's face in one go. Yun Che sighed and the little demon empress was silent. Cross looked at Yun Che and said, did I fuck it up? Yun Che face palmed and said, pretty much the whole thing. Cross rolled his eyes and said, so stupid, this moron is obviously trying to revolt but nobody's saying anything. It's really annoying to see his smiling face all the time. Whatever, continue with the show. Everybody was confused and Cross said, just wrap it up will you, not everyone has time to sit here and listen to you spout nonsense for no reason. He chuckled and added, you look better naked. Before snapping his fingers. Yun Che burst out laughing and everybody gasped. The little demon empress was enraged before everyone, except Yun Che, blinked and forgot about what just happened. Yun Che gave cross and thumbs up before returning to his normal, listening, appearance. As expected, never a dull moment with this big brother of his. The rest of the meeting went on just as Cross had said and the little demon empress got a report from each family, but then the dukes in the East Wing said that they wanted the Yun family to be kicked out of the 12 guardian families. Yun Che naturally wouldn't allow this to happen and spoke out against them saying that they would leave and it was up to the little demon empress anyway. Duke Huai responded with some garbage then said that they should compete in strength because that's what mattered. Yun Che had no problems with this and said that they should have something to lose too, so he requested 2.5 kilograms of purple-veined divine crystal from each of the guardian families on the East Wing, with the exception of Duke Huai who needed to give 10 kilograms, to be given to the Yun family should they win. The Duke laughed for a while and Yun Che called him a chicken, then he agreed in rage. The little demon empress personally said that she would make sure whoever lost would carry out their bets and agreed to be a witness to the fight. And that was your Cross Super wrap-up. Tune in next time for another. Yun Che went up after a terrible display from the others in the West Wing. He bet everyone easily, it wasn't even a competition, he only used Honger once. Duke Huai got up and shouted after he lost, this wild kid isn't even a part of the Yun F. Yun Che rolled his eyes and released his profound handle, shutting Duke Huai up. Cross clapped and said, excellent move. You didn't even wait for him to finish. Ha 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 ha, everybody turned to Cross, who flashed to the stage and floated in the air with a demonic smile. He chuckled and said, here comes my favorite part. He looked at Yun Che and said, surely I don't have to restrain myself now. Yun Che chuckled and shook his head. Cross grinned and said, listen very carefully, let me wrap things up so we can go home. You're all going to mention the Demon Emperor seal is lost and the Mirror of Samsara is as well. Let's brush past this as it's not important. A patriarch shouted, how is this not important? Cross chuckled grimly and the patriarch exploded into blood mist as Cross said, because I have the bigger fist. If any of you clowns want to continue with this charade, I will annihilate your entire family. I couldn't care less about the so-called 12 guardian families. As far as I'm concerned, you're all trash anyways, blatantly revolting against your emperor because some moron says so. Cross tone turned cold and commanding as he said, you will pay your wagers or you, your wife, your parents, your kids, even the chickens and dogs of your families will not survive. He shouted with an ice-cold killing intent, not even a speck of blood will be left. Do you understand? I'm not as dumb as your empress, I don't let any roots survive when I take out weeds. Even the earth around the weeds isn't spared. His eyes glowed red and he had a crazy look in them as he eyed the patriarchs and Duke Huai. Cross sneered and said, I've seen the show for long enough. The little demon empress was glaring at him and he glanced at her with killing intent far more chilling than her own and spat something to say. The little demon empress said coldly, did you call me dumb? Cross sneered and said, if you're not dumb, what are you? A moron? A retard? An idiot? Which do you prefer? The little demon empress was trembling in rage and Cross continued, tremble. Tremble in rage at your own stupidity. You're unsuitable for the throne. Everyone gasped and Cross continued, you're weak and useless. Had you even had a bit of brains you would have uprooted all the growing problems when you became the empress. Now, what do? You ignore the problem just like everyone else. Dancing around it like you couldn't be bothered to take care of it. All this, everything that happened today. It's all because of you. What ruthless. What scary. You're just a stupid little girl. Cross pointed at Duke Huai and said, this rat is blatantly challenging your authority right under your nose. As if he's the king of the realm. And you snort, as if he could never imagine going against you. As if you are invincible. Do you realize that you are a single step away from death at every turn? Cross sneered and said, stupid little girl, whatever plans you have, whoever you're waiting for, they're not coming. You might as well have handed your little empty skull to him on a silver platter. If you were as ruthless as they say, how could this rat go against you at every turn? Why are the blind mice that follow him still alive? They sit on the East Wing and represent the rat, then they die, without an explanation. That's what it means to be an emperor. A tumor grows infinitely, you're supposed to cut it off immediately. Not go and find a bigger tool for later. Idiot. A flurry of curses rained down from Cross' mouth, stunning everyone, including the little demon empress, speechless. Cross said fuck. I did it again. Yun Che sighed and said this isn't a good chapter for you. Cross sighed and replied I know right. As he snapped his fingers and returned to his seat. What he did was, he removed the memories of himself and him shouting at the little demon empress from the patriarch's and Duke Huai's mind, only leaving a threat from a powerful senior and having them believe it's the Golden Crow. For the little demon empress, he just wiped the whole speech from her. He really couldn't be bothered anymore, so he went to the Sky Poison Pearl in a huff. Jasmine saw him and giggled as she said nice speech. Cross crossed his arms and sat down, pouting I hate this place. Jasmine laughed and flew over saying want me to make it better? Cross caught her and pulled her into his lap, holding her waist with one hand and caressed her cheek with the other as he said cheekily how are you going to do that? Jasmine giggled and kissed him. Cross flashed to the bed and laid on his back, holding Jasmine's waist as they locked lips while Yun Che was handling things outside. Cross was done with these people, he might just slap them all to death. 118, The Jealous Wi Golden Crow. Cross popped out of the pearl and followed Yun Che saying how did it go? Where we going now? Yun Che said that Duke Guy is pissed, we're going to save the dumb little empress. Cross sighed and said one day you will die for a woman, you know that right? Then what will happen? I'm not taking them in that's for sure. Forget about Luna and Feng Shuier, just Jasmine will kill me and then them. Maybe even together. Jasmine said he's right Cross said see. God that's so hot. He turned to the side and spat, Yun Che chuckled and Jasmine blushed. Yun Che said maybe. But I know you will bring them to a safe place. Cross sighed and said you're really just crazy. You also know me too well. He pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed again. Yun Che flashed a cheeky grin and Cross added let's try and not court death then, yeah? She's a real cunt and she's really ugly, it's best to stay away from her. Jasmine burst out laughing, he sounded like he was trying to convince a child to stop eating candy. Yun Che felt his mouth twitch as he said I'll try my best. Cross almost slapped him and said going to save that little moron is effectively running up and sticking your tongue in death's mouth. Yun Che chuckled and said I have to save her. She's my empress. Cross sneered and said bullshit. More like she's got good curves. Yun Che coughed and Cross immediately said not as good as my three girls though. Hat. Not even close. If she's a star then they're the moon. If she's the moon then they're the sun. In short, she's not worth it. Yun Che looked at him and said do you have something pent up? Have you not released in a while? Are you feeling stuffy? Cross coughed and whispered I'm getting played around by these women, little brother. I'm getting blue-balled left and right. Yun Che burst out laughing and they continued to the Golden Crow's Lightning Flame Valley. They reached the entrance and Yun Che charged at Hui Ran. Cross said honestly, you think I have time for a 3-chapter showdown? He slapped Hui Ran out of existence and took his storage ring as Yun Che passed the barrier and headed for the central zone. The group came across Duke Ming and Duke Huai. Well it didn't really matter what their names were to be perfectly honest. Yun Che saw the little demon empress on the ground and shouted little demon empress. Duke Ming and Duke Huai turned around, Duke Ming had the demon emperor seal in his hands and laughed you're too late. I have the seal now, I am the demon EMP. Cross slapped him into his new life as an underworld empire resident as he said so noisy. He flicked and obliterated Duke Huai as he said I feel much better. Jasmine was laughing hysterically in the Sky Poison Pearl and Yun Che laughed before shaking his head and going to little dummy empress side and saying are you okay? She slapped his palm away and said don't touch me. Yun Che ignored her and picked her up before leaving, ignoring her small fists pounding on him. Cross was holding onto the demon emperor seal and said I found the Golden Crow. Let's go. Yun Che nodded and they both disappeared, along with little beauty empress. Cross didn't talk along the way, but Yun Che did. Cross stopped over a pit of lava and narrowed his eyes as he said I can't go in there. Yun Che said Cross said you must go through the lava or she will die. Before teleporting to the pearl. Yun Che sighed and jumped into the lava, protecting the empress in his arms as he walked on the bottom. Cross was watching from inside the pearl and Jasmine asked you can't. Cross said I was just saying that. This could potentially be a good cultivation spot for him. Jasmine said oh. You're so smart. Cross chuckled and kissed her saying you forgot handsome. Jasmine slapped his chest and giggled with a blush. An entire month later. Yun Che finally got out of the lava and woke up saying how long has it been? Cross said a month. Yun Che jumped and said a month. Cross nodded and said you broke through the Emperor realm. Yun Che was stunned and said that's good. Cross came out and said alright, let's go. The little dummy empress could die any second. A rock suddenly shouted her name is Huan Ki. Cross saw the rock give him a thumbs up before sinking into the lava. Huan Ki said, what did you call me? Cross spat, you heard me. Now shh. Yunche chuckled and talked to her, she was much more mild to Yunche. She was absolutely venomous to Cross though. They continued and heard a booming voice, so you've come. Cross almost fell down and muttered so fucking loud. Eyes opened up and Huan Ki said, please. The crow cut her off, saying, I know someone likes to cut it short. So I will be brief. The only way for you to survive is to get vital yang from a man who possess the bloodline of the phoenix. Which, coincidentally, is the man carrying you right now. Yunche, Cross and Huan Ki were stunned. The crow said, yes, well, although that chicken is very useless, your blood is useful today. Congratulations. Without further ado, Yunche and Huan Ki's clothes exploded. The crow shouted, what is it? You have such strong will for revenge, and the sense of giving your all, yet you don't have the courage to face a man's ugly body. Only by getting his phoenix vital yang can you receive the power of half-step divine profound for 3 years. Otherwise you would only perish instantly. Also, not only does he possess the phoenix's bloodline, he also possesses the extremely rich dragon god's bloodline. The dragon god sent in his vital yang could not only refine your body, it could allow your broken lifeline to be restored within a short amount of time. What reason do you have to be afraid? Cross said, Ao. Who are you calling ugly? The crow looked at him and trembled before turning back to the other two and saying, you must take his yang 500 times. I will give you 2 months. Cross pointed at them and a green light entered both their bodies. Huan Ki looked over and Cross said, I've already seen you naked. Also, you wish to have kids, yes? You're extremely fertile now. Once you've become one with my brother you will now enjoy another man's embrace. His tone became fierce as he said, or else not just you, but the entire illusory demon realm will fall with you. A barrier closed over Yunche and Huan Ki, who pushed Yunche down with a resolute expression. Cross saw her and his expression shattered as he burst out laughing, saying, ha 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 ha, he got pushed down. I never thought I'd see the day. Yunche was embarrassed and the barrier closed. Cross wiped his eyes and turned to the crow as he said, you're not too bad. Much better than that chicken. The crow regained some of her arrogance and said, yet? Then why do you have the chicken's bloodline and heart fire? Cross face turned black, this crow. Why was she acting like a jealous wife? He said, if you must know, jealous wife. The chicken forced her bloodline on me. Her heart fire as well. The crow snapped, who's a jealous wife? Cross coughed and said, anyway, I didn't take this willingly. The crow snorted and said, well, because everyone else gave you something, naturally, I have to give you something as well. I won't let those geezers and a chicken outdo me. Cross sighed and said honestly, were you threatened? Why are all these divine beasts giving me things? Am I very special? It's getting weird. The crow coughed and stuttered and no, this lady D does what she wants. Cross rolled his eyes and a bunch of things appeared in front of him. A big ball of shimmering golden blood, a smaller ball of normal dark gold blood, 6 golden feathers, a dark golden flame, and a glowing orb. The smaller ball of blood, the dark golden flame, a single feather, and the glowing orb shot into Cross' body. Cross felt his organs were all on fire, but his eyes were unfocused. The dark gold fire nestled into his heart, next to the gold fire. On his back, 2 golden wing tattoos appeared, connecting to the space between the turtle tattoo and the dragon tattoo, as well as on the other side of the turtle tattoo. The wings were extremely lifelike, as if they would come off and fly away. The blood merged into Cross' own and a dark gold speck appeared along with the gold, azure, and black specks. The rest of his blood was light golden red, this was because of the great way of the Buddha. The golden tint was very minuscule, barely noticeable unless you were to study the blood carefully. The shimmering dark gold blood was sucked into a bottle and disappeared into a crack with the 5 feathers that were left. The crow let out a breath of relief and looked at the barrier, secretly wiping the sweat of her imaginary forehead. 2 months quietly passed. Cross had already finished the Golden Crow's record of the Burning World and had it memorized. He was meditating on his void step while adding the 2 arts from the jade slips. It was incredibly difficult, but he was slowly making progress. He had also gone into his inner world and stowed away the blood and feathers with the rest of the divine beast items he got. So far he has 4 bottles of blood, 5 feathers, and turtle spikes. He didn't know what he was going to do with them, but he was sure they could be used for something. Yunche woke up from heaven and the crow bestowed him her blood, the Golden Crow's record of the Burning World, and the lightning seed. Yunche ate the lightning seed and merged with the blood, while learning the divine art all during a bout of unconsciousness. What a man! Another month passed. Yunche digested everything and got a jade of 9 suns from the crow before he left with Huan Ki, who was cold as ice still. Cross returned to the pearl as they went back, tossing the demon emperor seal to her, like it was garbage. They still didn't like each other, both snorting as Cross disappeared muttering moron. And Ki muttered back asshole. Yunche smiled happily and walked side by side with Huan Ki, trying to talk to her, but he only received cold responses. He was stunned, this girl. She took advantage of him and now she's trying to play it off. No can do sis. I'm the king of pissing people off. He started being annoying, asking her questions that had nothing to do with anything. Huan Ki just flew away, Yun Che chased after her and laughed, making Huan Ki speed up. 119, Demon Wrap Up. They returned to the Imperial City and Huan Ki called everyone to the palace immediately. A while later, everyone was in the meeting place and Yun Che was standing next to Huan Ki, who was sitting on her throne. Cross-fed Yun Che the names of everyone who wanted to rebel and he told Huan Ki. She did her job spectacularly and killed them all, burning their bodies outside the city and hanging their corpses on the gates. Truly a strange little girl, were they Christmas ornaments? Speaking of Christmas, was there even a Christmas in this world? Definitely not, well that's gonna change. Cross started writing his new book The Record of St. Nicholas. He embellished the tale and described Christmas in great detail. With his fame as a writer, it could easily catch on, perhaps Christmas could be born in this world too? Time passed, months flew by. Cross was sitting next to Yun Che in the palace for an event that concerns the future of the illusory demon realm. Huan Ki showed up with a bump on her stomach, not too big not too small, just right. She directly stood up and said I will be marrying Yun Che in 7 days, start preparing. Yun Che spit out his tea and Cross was floored as he said Is this the legendary forced marriage? Yun Qinghong was frozen, Xiao Yun fell over to the floor with tea dripping from his face, while Mu Yura clapped happily saying something about another daughter-in-law. Then Huan Ki left. Just like that. She didn't even look at Yun Che, she just left. Yun Che cursed, am I invisible? Cross nodded and said seems to be so. Yun Che cursed a ton before everybody left, leaving only Yun Che, Cross and Huan Ki, who returned. Cross chuckled and drank from his gourd, looking in another direction, this would be the third. No fifth? Marriage he's been to in this world. Strangely enough they all had Yun Che as the groom. Yun Che and Huan Ki talked for a while before Yun Che left in an angry huff because Huan Ki wanted him to marry into her family instead of the other way around. Cross stayed and Huan Ki said coldly what are you still doing here? Cross shrugged and said I like to see you struggle in normal situations, it's fun for me. Plus, I can go wherever I want, I don't need permission from a little lowly with no brains like you. Huan Ki was trembling in rage and attacked him. Cross chuckled and used a finger to block her attack as he said Ao. There's a big difference from half-divine origin realm and the real thing. Huan Ki's eyes widened and she said why you're. Cross chuckled and said is your skull actually empty? You can't feel my cultivation even at the half-step, naturally I'm stronger than you know? What else could I be? Cross leaned in and said what if I told you, out of my 3 wives I'm actually not the strongest. Huan Ki trembled in awe and Cross flicked her forehead saying it's good that you have been taking the heavenly jade dew your chest has gotten much bigger. Huan Ki returned to an enraged state and attacked him. Cross dodged and said honestly, little lowly. Are your brains shit? I just told you, you can never beat me. Why must you force it? I might even spank you. Huan Ki ignored him and Cross flashed to her back, giving her cheeks a nice spank as he said hopefully, little bro doesn't get mad. Huan Ki's face turned red from embarrassment and she shouted I hate you. I hate you. You're a big bully. Before running away, Cross chuckled and strolled out of the palace. 7 days later. The wedding ceremony went beautifully and Yun Che went to the bridal chamber right after. A month after that, Huan Ki gave birth to a boy. What a spectacular thing. The boy's name was Huan Kanghai. The entire realm celebrated and Yun Che announced that he was leaving, the reason was that he still had business to do in the profound sky continent. There was a particular glint in his eyes, definitely going back for revenge. It had been 3 years since he left, Yun Che was worried that something might have happened to the Blue Wind Nation. Huan Ki was a very gentle mother and would naturally not leave the illusory demon realm. Cross asked the rest of the girls if they wanted to stay here with their mother-in-law. To which there was some different opinions. Lingzi stayed because of Xiao Lai, King Yu stayed because she wanted to talk to her mother-in-law more, Kang Yu stayed because she was pregnant yet again, Mu Yura said that it was definitely her white hips that made her very fertile. Chu Yueshan didn't stay and took Wu Yuxin with her, staying in the castle with Luna, Feng Shuier, Zephyr, Pandora, and Ling Ji. Kang Hai and Xiao Lai convinced Xenophilius to stay and everyone who stayed took all their stuff with them. Cross even brought out all of Xiao Lai's wine-making stuff, setting it up in a small shop near the Yun Manor. He kicked the scum that was occupying this place before out and redid the entire shop. When he was done he put up a sign above the entrance that said Old Lai's Winehouse. The building was very nice and eye-catching. Cross modeled it based on the shops he saw in his previous world. Nice tables, chairs, glass shelves, a counter, everything. Then he casted a protection barrier on everything, they were basically indestructible now. Xiao Lai hugged Cross and cried from happiness when he saw it, Cross told him that he could even live inside because there was another floor with bedrooms. Xiao Lai brought Xenophilius and Kang Hai inside to brag over his things. Cross was talking with everyone else, when Xenophilius walked over saying, "Oi! I'm your father-in-law and I don't get anything." Cross said, "I have you 2 grandkids, what more do you want?" Everybody choked and Xenophilius throttled Cross saying, "I'll definitely kill you." Cross sighed and said, "What do you want, father-in-law?" "Anything you want, this son of yours will give it to you." Xenophilius nodded and said, "Good. What a great son-in-law. I wasn't wrong to agree." Cross deadpanned and said, "You didn't really have a choice, she was already pregnant." Xenophilius coughed and said, "Yes, well, anyway. I was thinking, perhaps we could make a newspaper here as well? Like the Quibbler." Cross gave him a funny look and said with a smile, "Sure. It can also be a bookstore." Xenophilius' eyes lit up and he laughed, "Yes. Very good." Cross walked to the building next to Xiao Lai's and punched out, obliterating the entire thing before stomping on the ground, and a new building rose from the ground. It was made of wood and extremely beautiful. On the front there was a sign, "Zeno's News and Books." He snapped his fingers and the store shined white before dimming. Xenophilius rushed in and started laughing happily. Cross smiled and said, "All right. Time to go." The girls had a tearful goodbye with Yunche, even the kids were crying and clinging to every part of Yunche's body. Cross went to the Pearl, not wanting to see such a scene. A while later, Cross and Yunche arrived above the profound sky continent. There were some traces of battles here and there but not too much. Cross frowned and they flew to the Blue Wind Nation to see military law on. The palace was heavily guarded. Cross and Yunche flashed into the palace and saw Kang Wanhee. Kang Wanhee was shocked and said, "Why, you're both alive?" Cross rolled his eyes and said, "Why does everybody always think we died? Could it be that my life is so fragile?" Yunche said seriously, "What happened here, father?" Kang Wanhee sighed and said, "Terrible things, little Che." After the young master of the Sun and Moon sect disappeared in the Ark, the sect went crazy and demanded an explanation from the Divine Phoenix Empire. Naturally they could only say that they had no idea. He went in the Ark and didn't come out. Cross frowned and said, "Then why is the areas around here in ruins?" Kang Wanhee sighed and said, "Because they found out that the young master had a scuffle with you too, so they attacked us. Had it not been for the Divine Phoenix Empire's support we would have been decimated. Fortunately, you and little Che took our daughters away. They demanded them as incubation furnaces in repayment for their young master's death." Cross trembled in rage, his aura exploded and he burst into terrifying laughter. He clenched his fists and soared to the sky. He took a deep breath and roared into the sky, "All of you ants at the Sun and Moon sect, have your eyes on my woman? If I see one of you I will kill one of you. If I find your sect, not even the land it stands on will be left." His voice exploded outwards, covering the entire profound sky continent. Feng Hong Kong was sitting on his throne when the palace shook and he heard Cross' voice. He let out a breath of relief and said finally, "These 3 years weren't in vain." The Sun and Moon sect trembled and Yemiz heard the roar. His face got serious and then he heard the second shout and his face turned pale. "Anybody who tells me where the Sun and Moon sect is, will get a gift from me, the Reaper, personally." Yemiz shouted, "Get everyone who went out and bring them back. Immediately." A man nodded and disappeared. Cross was seething with rage. He immediately disappeared and very soon people finally remembered why he was called the Reaper. Cross covered every square inch of the Blue Wind Empire, slaughtering anybody he saw from the Sun and Moon sect. He even found a coffin with a dead guy who tried to come back to life, spouting some nonsense about an Eternal Night clan. Cross sent him to the underworld to tell his story there instead. He devoured the black drop of blood that was inside and assimilated it with himself, getting all the knowledge of the Eternal Night clan and all their arts. He was severely disappointed. It was all garbage. Well, it was useful for future reference. Plus, regarding the matter of bloodline danger? What a joke. Even a phoenix couldn't change his bloodline, not to mention some little ant. Time slowly passed. Cross pulled out all the weeds from the Blue Wind Nation, forcing the rest to swear an oath to be forever loyal to Kang Wanhee. After he was done he moved to the Divine Phoenix Empire and did the same. Yunche had been following along and couldn't help but clap in amazement. Cross methods were extremely effective and precise. Not even a chicken was spared. He separated from him, going to CZIG in the Divine Phoenix City to get some details about some of the things they had heard. When Yunche came back, they had found out that there were Netherworld Yudambara flowers in some Moon Slaughter Devil's Nest and that there was a Devil Sword conference in 4 months. Cross and Jasmine hadn't told Yunche that Cross found a Netherworld Yudambara flower already. Cross even lied, saying that if he did come close to one, he would immediately die, pressuring Yunche greatly. Cross also said that he wouldn't settle Yunche's problems anymore. If he died, then he died. But he did promise to bring his corpse back to the illusory demon realm. Yunche nodded heavily, feeling immense pressure. Cross basically kicked out his crutches and forced him to walk on his own. 120, Aurora. 2 months before the Devil Sword Conference, Jasmine said that her poison had been cleared. Cross hugged her and spun her around a few times with pure joy on his face. He was just too happy. Jasmine smiled sweetly and kissed him. They quickly moved to the bed but they were interrupted again by hunger. Cross almost spanked her to death. This was the 3rd time. Can this little sword-eating monster take a hint? 2 more months passed. Cross and Yunche were hovering above the Supreme Ocean Palace. They descended and walked inside. Yunche had reached the peak of Emperor Realm while Cross was still in the first level of the Divine Origin Realm. Jasmine was confused as to why he wasn't advancing when he could have advanced by now. Cross told her that he was waiting for something. He actually only cultivated his mace skills and his void step for the entire time since he advanced to first level Divine Origin Realm. Feng Shui had advanced to the peak of the Sovereign Realm, so had Luna. They were only a step away from each other now. Cross told them to consolidate their cultivations, especially Feng Shui. He had a plan for her, based on the research he had done and the countless hours of studying. His plan would work amazingly. It may even come with extra benefits. The duo both agreed. Currently, Yunche and Cross walked into the Supreme Ocean Palace. They were escorted by a great elder to see the Sovereign of the Seas. Yunche started talking to her about entering the Moon Slaughter Devil's Nest, to which she agreed, talking about some nonsense. Cross wasn't really paying attention. To him this woman was only a slightly larger ant. The only person under the Divine Origin Realm to even give him a bit of pressure was Luna. Other than that, not even Feng Shui could do anything to him. From the Sovereign Realm to the Divine Origin Realm was a massive leap. A change in quality and quantity. They were completely different. He could crush anyone under him with a finger. Not to mention that he was completely able to fight above his own realm easily. Cross assumed he could fight equally with a first-level Divine Soul Realm and still have a chance to win. It might be a hard fight but he could definitely come out on top. Even Jasmine was impressed with his strength. His movements were quick and ruthless. If he was anywhere near her own strength she would rather fight 100 other people than fight him. In short, Cross himself was extremely dangerous. His fighting style that had complete disregard for his own life was truly terrifying. He was a demon in elf skin. Yunche finished talking to the woman and Zig appeared with 2 Sovereign Realm Beast Cores. Jasmine had everything she needed to reconstruct her body, except Yunche needed to get to the Sovereign Realm first or he simply wouldn't have enough energy to complete the process. Not only would he die, but Jasmine as well. Unfortunately, even Cross didn't have a solution for this. Jasmine and Yunche's lives were connected as of right now and could only be severed when Jasmine made her body. Priority number 1 right now was getting Yunche to the Sovereign Realm. Since there was still time before Jasmine recreated her body, Cross wanted to find another Sovereign Core. They had 2 Sovereign ones and a Tyrant one. It would always be better with better materials. Cross even wanted to find a few Divine Origin beasts and take their cores instead, but it was impossible without going to a higher realm. Jasmine would only get the best, and he had asked her about the process before. He had a few tricks up his sleeves and coincidentally he was missing a few things that he also needed for Feng Shui. As he contemplated how to create a perfect body for Jasmine, Yunche and Cross were ushered to the Moon Slaughtering Devil's Nest. Cross had overheard Zig talking about his husband and wife relationship with the Sovereign of the Seas. His mind clicked and he turned to Zig and said, "Old G, do you love this woman?" Zig was startled and said, "Of course." Cross smiled and said, "Old G, how about we make a deal? Can you find one more Sovereign Core?" Zig looked away and said, "Perhaps." Cross grinned and said, "Old G, it couldn't be you're holding out on an old friend? The title of the Bloodthirsty Reaper is for enemies, for friends you can call me Cross. I don't care for your strange seniority beliefs. To me if you're a friend you're a friend, even if you were immortal we would still be friends." Zig trembled and smiled slightly as he said, "The rumors say otherwise, Cross." Ha ha ha. Cross shook his head with a smile and replied, "Whatever they say, it's nonsense. A bunch of morons terrified and hiding in their little nests because they're guilty. Anyway, Old G, I have something that can solve your problem." Cross flipped his palm and a vial of pink liquid appeared, hovering over his palm. Zig asked, "What's this?" Cross chuckled and said its original name was Amortentia. Basically the original drink induces a heavy obsession in the person who drinks it, towards the person who gave it to them. But this cannot facilitate love. Zig frowned but Cross spoke again, "But being the friend I am, I will naturally not make your wife obsessed with you. I modified it myself. The potion will only cause minor infatuation for a period of time. Depending on the strength of the drinker it could be 5 days to a month. When drunk the drinker will subconsciously think about the person who gave it to them and make an effort to be with that person as much as possible." Cross looked at Zig and said seriously, "Old G, this will not change her completely. It will only give you an opportunity. Also, she will still be the same. You will not be able to have sex with her until the potion's effects wear off." He put it in Zig's hands and said with a smile, "In the end, it depends on your charms. Based on my calculations, this potion on that woman, should last for around 15 days. After that, the minor infatuation will wear off and she will either be the same or you have reached into her heart and changed her. Cross warned again, creating love out of thin air with a potion is impossible. You have to do it yourself. His tone smoothed out and said it also has a cherry flavor. Zig was stunned holding the potion in his hand. Yun Che said you had that the whole time. Cross sneered and said should I have given it to a pervert like you? My entire castle would have been full of women. Yun Che coughed and muttered bastard. Zig said Cross. This. Is there any side effects that would be harmful? Cross smiled and said nope. Though she might be a little angry you drugged her. I suggest telling her the truth either before, or after, you give it to her. Zig took out another sovereign core and said seriously thank you, Cross. Seriously. Cross smiled and took the core saying no problem, old G. I believe in your success. Zig laughed and said hopefully, I won't let you down. Yun Che chuckled and Cross hovered the core above his palm and shot his arm in the air with an amazed face. Yun Che and Zig could have sworn they heard a strange jingle and a voice say you got the last sovereign beast core. Cross put the core away and Zig opened the barrier to the MSDN. The group went inside and the barrier closed behind them. They went inside and saw the netherworld Yudambara flower, but it was only half bloom. Time ticked by and Zig shouted we have to leave now. He was already jumping through the exit with the rest but Yun Che stopped and said I'll come out in a few days. I need this flower. The rest's faces paled and the barrier shut completely. Cross said hey. The kid's got guts. But he was looking around the nest, his palm turned and a black flame appeared on his palm. This was the darkness and death flame from both his elements. Cross chuckled weirdly and the flame started sucking in the darkness around it, becoming more and more black and more pure. Jasmine shouted through the necklace what are you doing? Cross said purifying my darkness and death elements. Am I ruining the flower? Ah. I'll stop for now. Jasmine sighed and said not that. I was scared. If you got devoured by the darkness here. Her voice choked up. Cross smiled softly and said don't worry your pretty little face. If something like this wanted to devour me. Humph. It's simply impossible. Jasmine giggled and didn't reply, naturally her man was amazing. Yun Che returned to the netherworld Yudambara flower and said sorry for disturbing you Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign. Cross ignored him and spat don't bother me and I won't kill you, it's very simple. He looked at Yun Che and said little bro, I'm going to look around. I'll be right back. Before he walked away, looking around the Moon Slaughter Devil's nest. He was absorbing the darkness element with his flames, purifying them and mixing it with his own darkness element. His darkness element was getting purer by the second as he walked around. Cross walked around sucking in the darkness before coming to a bunch of stones and hearing a sound. He punched the rocks away and heard the sound of dozens of babies crying. Cross clicked his tongue and looked at the bladed wheel with a baby's face on it. Cross sneered and said you're extremely annoying. Just your sound makes me want to destroy you. The sound stopped and the wheel spoke who are you? Cross said shouldn't I be asking you? The wheel said naturally, I am the evil infant wheel of myriad tribulations. One of the 7 heavenly profound treasures. Cross said oh. Before his tone had interest in it as he continued like the sky poison pearl. The wheel snorted and said the very same. Cross rubbed his chin and said seems like you're extremely weak right now. Cross grinned hungrily and full of greed as he said perfect. He disappeared before reappearing with Luna, Feng Shuier and Jasmine's necklaces, he took off his own and hovered them together. The wheel trembled and said what are you doing? Cross chuckled grimly and said isn't it obvious? Devouring you to strengthen my own treasure. Your entire existence annoys me. Whether it's your appearance or the sound you make. Fear not little wheel. His cackled you won't have to suffer for much longer. The wheel screeched in pain as Cross slammed his black flame into the wheel's face and devoured all the darkness inside. Ear-piercing screams of pain were heard throughout the nest and Cross laughed obediently be devoured. Ha 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 ha. The wheel hovered in the air and Cross used his void forging with a sadistic grin, breaking down the wheel piece by piece, slowly melting it down into a liquid. He spat a sliver of green crystalline liquid and his own blood into the mixture. As soon as his blood and the green liquid touched the wheel, it let out a pig-slaughtering yell, pleading no. Please. I'll be your slave. You can be my master and be invincible. Cross laughed are you even worthy? The wheel screamed in pain and slowly its cries died out before becoming completely silent. Cross checked the liquid and sneered, he spit out a void flame and burned all the impurities away, along with the sliver of consciousness that was hiding. With a final scream, the evil wheel of whatever was no more. Cross happily upgraded his prayer bead necklaces with the molten wheel's remains. They merged perfectly and lightning fell from the sky, landing right on the necklaces. Black gas came out of them and after 9 strikes, the 4 necklaces looked to be even more beautiful. Cross smiled and wore his necklace once more, feeling a connection even deeper than before. The necklace was longer and the black beads were so black they devoured the light around him. It had advanced to a true heavenly profound treasure. The other 3 bead necklaces got longer and bigger as well, they shined like beautiful treasures, their colors extremely vibrant and bright. If he had to classify the necklaces he would say that they were pseudo-heavenly profound treasures. Or rather all 4 necklaces were one treasure. Cross decided to name it Prayer Beads of the Elven God. After he named it, the 4 necklaces glowed before dimming. Cross was amazed and heard a tender voice, "Master! I'm alive!" Cross jumped and said, "You? An artifact spirit?" The voice said cheerfully, "Yes, Master. You did it." Cross was happy and said, "The others?" The prayer bead necklace said, "They're all sister spirits. They have spirits too." "Yay! Master is the best." Cross chuckled and held onto the necklaces. He wanted to give them back to the girls when they were all together. Cross said, "I should give you a name. How about Aurora?" Aurora said happily, "I love it, Master." Cross smiled and walked back as Aurora talked to Cross about what she could do now. He was stunned by the uses. 121. Prayer Beads of the Elven God uses. Cross went over the uses that Aurora told him and he was deeply shocked. They really weren't called heavenly profound treasures for nothing. The new uses were 1. Sharing breakthroughs, insights, and senses. The senses sharing was able to be turned off. Cross turned it off on all the necklaces. He didn't think there was ever going to be a use for that. 2. Teleportation between necklaces. Either of the 4 of them could teleport to each other from anywhere. Aurora said that the teleporting function was exclusive within realms, which meant that they couldn't teleport to an entirely different realm. Cross nodded at this and Aurora said that potentially she could in the future if she went up another rank. 3. Able to communicate from anywhere. Basically, Cross and the girls could talk no matter where they were in the entire world. Cross asked why they couldn't teleport the same and Aurora explained that they communicate through the spirits, but to teleport they have to go through space, which is 1,000,000 times harder than talking. 4. The 3 colored necklaces will send their energy to the main necklace and in turn the main necklace will purify the energy and send it back. Basically, the energy that they absorbed was its purest form and Cross got a little bit every time they cultivated. 5. When Cross cultivates his own void energy will purify all the girls' bodies due to its properties and allow them to achieve enlightenment easier. Basically, it was a supreme cultivation treasure. 6. The wearer of the necklace can completely avoid divine senses. They can still be seen with the naked eyes, but it's just divine sense, then they were completely invisible. Cross sucked a cold breath of air at the uses. Most of the uses were basically multipliers for their cultivation speed. The teleportation and communication was perfect for them, and the last one. It was simply heaven-defying. He definitely made the right choice devouring the wheel. Aurora spoke, "He Master. There's actually one last use." Cross said, "Oh? What is it?" Aurora cleared her throat and said, "Master, the black beads are capable of forming into your armor. If used with the Sky Poison Pearl, the armor will also passively release world-destroying poison, life-extinguishing myriad tribulations." Cross was stunned and said, "The armor?" Aurora said confidently, "Has all the previous functions and is countless times stronger than Master's previous string armor." Cross swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but say, "Aurora, you're amazing." Aurora giggled and said, "It's all thanks to Master." Cross smiled and sped up to tell Jasmine the good news. He came to see Yunche on the ground and the netherworld Yudambara flower still wailing with half of its petals left. Cross sighed and walked over, saying, "What a fool. So much for just a flower? For my woman no less." Despite saying that, he had a warm smile on his face. Perhaps in this world, only Yunche was crazy enough to go so far for his master. Cross plucked the flower and sealed it before placing it in Yunche's hands. He looked over at the pile of ashes and saw something glowing. He walked over and it was a black stone. He was confused and picked up the stone. He sent some void energy inside and the stone started shaking intensely. A voice came to him, "You have understood the law of nothingness." Cross said, Sure? You're talking about the void? If so then yes." The voice was speechless before saying, You are truly amazing." You're impossible." Cross was confused and said, Can you tell me what this is? Some divine art or something?" "I hope not, they're always so disappointing." The voice sounded like it just threw up a mouthful of blood before saying, Of course divine arts would be nothing to you. You are her child. Plus you have his castle. This is the world-defying heaven manual." Her voice softened to a whisper as she continued, "Not that you need it." Cross scratched his head and said, "World-defying heaven manual? Isn't this a bit too grand of a name? Why not something simpler? How about God's record? This is much better, more neat, and not so long." The voice was silent for a while before sighing and asking, "Are you an idiot?" Cross said, "No. I'm usually told I'm very smart. I guess to someone who came up with such a ridiculous name I would be the idiot." The voice said snappily, "My names are amazing. Your names are ridiculous. You're ridiculous. Your whole family is ridiculous." Cross rolled his eyes and said, "All right, seriously, Do you have void arts? As of right now I only have one self-made void art. The voice was silent for a moment before Cross felt something in his mind, then the voice said in disbelief, you came up with that on your own. Cross said yet. The voice trembled and said I cannot give anything to you, but I can help you once. Cross felt his void step was changing and evolving, everything he had mixed into it was becoming seamless as if it had always existed like that. The star god's broken shadow, hidden flowing lighting, extreme mirage lighting, and the original void step all came together and became something new. It had all the parts Cross wanted, after images, stealth, and speed while still maintaining the original purpose of the art. The levels stayed the same but the movements were much more complex. Cross went into a daze, comprehending the technique. He already had a solid foundation and understanding of it, so he directly broke through to the third step. The voice rang in his mind, I've completed the technique, everything you wanted is in it. I also took it for myself and added it to my collection. Cross felt his mouth twitch and he said, so what's your purpose? The voice was silent for a moment before saying, I cannot say. Cross rolled his eyes and said, whatever you say. Thank you. The voice just hummed before disappearing. Cross threw the stone into Yun Chei's hands before throwing his black fire into the air and sucking in all the remaining darkness. A while later, Yun Chei woke up and said, Cross smiled and said, what's up little bro? Your mental strength increased by a ton. Plus, you got the flower. That stone was in the ashes over here. It's some art called World-Defying Heaven Manual. Yeah, that's right. As he continued to absorb the darkness energy, Jasmine was absolutely floored in shock. World-Defying Heaven Manual. That's... She needed to talk to Cross right away. Cross finished cleaning up the darkness energy and smiled, feeling his energy evolved into pure darkness and death. Yun Chei and Cross went to the pearl and Jasmine grabbed him saying, what did you say that was again? Cross sighed and said, don't make me say it again, the name is so long. Yun Chei held out the flower with a big smile and Jasmine took it with a straight face. She was disturbed by the name of the rock. Yun Chei couldn't figure anything out and neither could Jasmine. Yun Chei threw it in a corner of the pearl before going outside. Cross smiled at Jasmine and said, I have a big surprise for you. Jasmine pointed at herself in confusion and Cross nodded before waving. A crack opened and Feng Shui and Luna came out. Cross giggled happily and said, close your eyes. They all closed their eyes and Cross cheekily kissed all three of them. They pouted and opened their eyes. Cross chuckled and put their necklaces back around their necks. Luna said, they're bigger. Cross said, not just that. Jasmine said, what did why before freezing. Feng Shui and Luna also froze, hearing voices in their heads. Jasmine grabbed Cross by the ears and said crazily, what happened? Luna and Feng Shui were also curious. Cross smirked and said, you know the 7 heavenly profound treasures. They all nodded and Cross sneered, there's only 6 now. Jasmine's eyes widened and Luna said, you. Feng Shui gasped saying, you made these with a heavenly profound treasure. Cross nodded and said, that annoying evil infant wheel is gone now. Introducing the prayer beads of the elven god. He smiled and said, each of your necklaces has an artifact spirit and they are connected to my artifact spirit, Aurora. Cross smiled gently and said, all of them together are a single heavenly profound treasure. Just like all of you are to me. Luna smirked, Feng Shui giggled, and Jasmine snorted with a sneer as she said, so cheesy. Cross coughed and said, yes, well, you should name your artifact spirits. They will tell you what the necklaces are capable of. Luna kissed him and whispered, come see me tonight. Feng Shui jumped up and kissed Cross before leaving to the inner world with Luna, leaving Cross and Jasmine. Jasmine's expression was constantly changing as she listened to her spirit tell her the uses of the necklace. When it was gone, she took a deep breath and looked at Cross with an extremely loving expression. She said softly, you really are the most amazing man I've ever met. Cross smiled and pulled her to him by her waist as he said naturally, your man is the most amazing. Jasmine. Jasmine kissed him, cutting off his words. She pulled back and said softly, I know. You don't have to say it. Cross pushed her hair behind her ear and caressed her cheek with his thumb as he said, you're going to reconstruct your body. Jasmine said, you knew I lied. Cross smiled and nodded, but he said, I would want you to wait for a bit though. I need a bit more time to get something for you. Can you do that for me? Jasmine hummed and nodded gently, melting into his embrace with a warm smile. Cross kissed her head and said, it won't take long, I promise. Jasmine smiled and hummed in response. He laid Jasmine on her bed and smiled as he poked her small nose and said, I'll leave. Familiarize yourself with the necklace. He hesitated before kissing her forehead and whispering, I love you. Immediately after that he teleported out of the pearl in a hurry. Jasmine's mind was blank hearing those words, her entire being froze before her face turned red and she giggled happily like a little girl, rolling around in her bed, full of extreme joy. Cross appeared next to Yun Chei, inside a room. He sat down and Yun Chei smirked good. Cross let out a breath of air and said amazing. Before lighting a cigarette and shaking a bit, he felt a huge weight lift off his chest. He leaned back in the air and exhaled a mouthful of smoke while Yunche recovered on his bed. Cross felt much better but not completely. There was still one last weight left but one at a time was good for his health. 122, Sun and Moon Fall. The next day. Cross was sitting next to Yunche with Feng Shui on his other side. She wanted to be with him, she felt like she was the one who got the least amount of time with him, so she teleported to him and refused to return. Cross liked having her next to him, it was quite comforting. He was openly flirting with her, whispering things in her ear and making her laugh. He smiled gently and rubbed her little hands with his own. Feng Shui felt like she was in heaven getting all this attention from him, she leaned her head on his shoulder and they talked about nothing important. Yunche rolled his eyes and felt the urge to leave and got back to the illusory demon realm. He wanted to see his wives too, damn it. Suddenly, some young master type stood up and said, I have especially heard that Princess Snow not only has startling talent but that her beauty is also capable of bringing about the downfall of countries, possessing the title of the #1 beauty in the profound sky continent. For your heavenly features to be concealed by a mere gauze, for a piece of cloth to hold back such brilliance, it is truly a regrettable thing. Is it possible for you to do me the honor of allowing me to witness the beautiful face of the #1 beauty in the profound sky continent? Yunche sighed and Cross smiled at the boy as he said, excuse me. Can you tell me your name? His words were truly chilling. This was the bloodthirsty Reaper. Not some random guy. The kid apparently had balls of steel and snorted as he said, the young master of the mighty heavenly sword region. Xian Yuan Wendao. Cross grinned and said, I see. Young master Wendao, have you ever heard the saying to court death before? Xian Yuan Wendao waved and said arrogantly, stop spouting nonsense and let Princess Snow come over here. Cross laughed and everyone started trembling. Cross abruptly stopped laughing and his gaze was colder than the ice at the frozen whatever sect as he said, you little piss ant from the mighty heavenly shit region, seems like your elders are sacrificing you to appease my anger. Not that it will do a single thing. He pointed at Xian Yuan Wendao and sneered, I'll do much more than kill you. Red lightning shot out and Xian Yuan Wendao started screaming in pain and twitching on the ground. Everyone felt cold, Cross was torturing him in front of them all. If they didn't get the message, maybe they really were retarded. Cross stood up and looked down at Wendao indifferently. The red lightning turned black and Wendao stopped screaming, simply because the pain was too much. Wendao clawed at his own flesh trying to get the pain to stop as he writhed on the ground. Cross slowly grinned watching him writhe in pain, then Wendao stopped moving, his flesh was torn everywhere and he was drooling, smiling like a fool. Wendao chuckled and said "Herr." As drool rolled down his face to the floor. Cross looked up and his indifferent gaze was plain for everyone to see, this was the indifference to life. There were no ripples in his eyes as if he truly did just step on an ant. Everyone shivered and Cross spoke, where is the sun and moon section? Everyone kept silent and Cross snorted as he said, don't tell me then. I can just search your memories. Forcefully. Someone broke and said the location quickly. Cross said, if you lied to me. He just chuckled and disappeared, everyone let out a breath of relief and looked at Yunche and Feng Shui with an evil look. Feng Shui snorted and her peak sovereign realm strength made them think twice, then Luna showed up and narrowed her eyes at these people, her aura was even stronger. They gave up on their thoughts. Cross was standing above the sun and moon sect. Cross spread out his hand, fine strings shot out of his hand and surrounded the entire sect. Cross said, birdcage, close. The strings slowly started coming together in the center, cutting anything that came into its path. Yemizi came out and saw Cross hovering in the air, his pupils shrank and he said, get to the teleportation formation. Cross just sneered and an elder said in panic, Lord. The formation won't work. Yemizi looked up hatefully and snarled, Reaper. You want to force my sun and moon divine hall to death? Cross said plainly, you provoked me, I'll have you know. Also your son. What was his name again? Anyway, since he had thoughts against my woman. Cross chuckled and said, well, let's just say he died doing what he loved. Though after the beasts were done with him, I don't think his corpse was still intact. A bunch of disciples paled in fear and threw up, realizing what happened to their young master. Yemizi was white as a ghost and shouted, I won't let you. As he flew towards Cross, who just sneered at him, Yemizi's attack bounced off the birdcage and blew up a sect building. The disciples finally realized that this was probably where they were going to die. Some kneeled and begged for their lives, others fainted, and a few started raping other disciples. Cross laughed and said, good. Good. Let's see your filthy cultivation arts. Ha 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 ha. Yemizi was enraged and shouted at the disciples, enough. Do you have no shame? Cross said, let's make this more interesting, He smacked the birdcage and suddenly Yemizi fell to the ground. Cross giggled and took out a bottle before throwing inside to the ground as he said, sect leader Mizi. Hee, good luck surviving. The bottle smashed on the ground and all the disciples started breathing heavy as their eyes glazed over, turning red. They started succumbing to lust and fucking everything they saw, whether it was a man or woman. Cross pointed at Yemizi and a light flashed over him, the disciples turned to him and started salivating before rushing towards him shouting Frozen Fairy. Cross laughed and watched the chaos. Yemiz fought off disciples but an elder took him by surprise and sent him into a group of disciples, who tore at his clothes. Cross pointed at Yemiz and crippled his profound strength as he said coldly, succumb to the same fate as your son, trash. Yemiz roared Nuuu. Cross ignored him and the birdcage kept closing. He floated over to a building and made the birdcage go around it, leaving it the only building unharmed. Cross walked in and saw all the treasure. He said to himself, sect leader, such a nice gift. I won't be polite then. Before taking everything, he almost took the floorboards too. Cross went outside to see a bunch of meat slices with a little circle. The disciples inside still going at it on Yemiz, who was surely dead inside now. Cross chuckled and clenched his fist. The birdcage pierced the hearts of the disciples and left Yemiz alive. Cross walked over and kicked Yemiz over to his back as he said, do you want to hear something interesting? Yemiz didn't respond but his eyes were still alive and looking at Cross with intense hatred. Cross waved and all the corpses burnt to ashes. He picked up a scrap of clothing and put it around the handle of a dagger as he said, in the realm I come from, most of the people actually don't have any magic and are mortals. You would think they band all together, but actually there are several murderers in their ranks. Cross chuckled and said, this is not strange to you because killing is normal here, but where I come from it's a big taboo. Anyway, back on topic. These murderers, most of them are very famous. They have dozens or hundreds of victims before they get caught. They all say the same thing. Cross smiled at Yemiz and continued, they all say using a knife to kill someone is their favorite. Their reasoning is. He plunged the knife into Yemiz's heart, looking into his eye as he continued, watching the life leave their eyes is a beautiful and thrilling experience. Yemiz coughed up blood and Cross sighed, I don't share the same opinion. He looked up and said melancholically, will you excite me? I'm waiting for you to sit at the table. Before wiping his hands with a rag and walking away, as if he had just went out for a stroll. In the realm of gods. Kuan Yinger was reading a book when she shivered. She licked her lips and giggled, saying softly, my little beast is thinking of me, hee. Should I be happy or excited? She ran her fingers through her hair and smiled. If anybody was there to witness it they would surely die happily. She sighed and looked at the ceiling muttering, I truly hope you don't disappoint me. My little predator. Cross shivered and a cruel smile sprawled across his lips before he blurred, disappearing from the spot, leaving the words I won't lingering in the air. Kuan Yinger felt as if he had responded and sank into her chair as she said, I think I'm in love. Completely forgetting about her book. Cross flashed back to the sacred ocean palace. He sat back in his seat and Luna smiled before leaving, whispering to Feng Shuier, you owe me. Feng Shuier pouted and nodded. Luna giggled and disappeared. Cross looked at everyone coldly. Yunche said, the sun and moon section. Cross chuckled and said, remember what happened to Yazingan? Yunche and Feng Shuier shivered and Yunche nodded. Cross sneered and said, now imagine an entire sect instead. Yunche had his mouth open wide and Feng Shuier said, you. Cross chuckled and pinched her cheeks, saying, my little Swexu doesn't need to listen to me. Feng Shuier pouted and Cross lifted her veil, kissing her lips. Feng Hongkong and the rest of Feng Shuier's family started coughing violently. Feng Shuier pushed him away and blushed as she said quietly, big brother. Crossbones almost melted as he said, my little Shuier is an angel, leaning back in his chair and smiling goofily. Every single man in the place clicked their tongues and muttered, lucky bastard. Feng Shuier hugged Cross' arm and giggled happily. The Devil Sword conference continued, while Cross and Feng Shuier weren't paying attention. Yunche felt something was off and paid careful attention. Cross might have looked like he was flirting with Feng Shuier, but he was whispering seriously, you really should go back to the castle. I have a feeling something strange is going on. Feng Shuier pouted and Cross said, I promise we will have an entire week of dates after this. I'm sorry, Shuier. Feng Shuier kissed him and said gently, it's okay. I still love. Her face turned beet red as she whispered, I still love you. Before disappearing. Cross was stunned silly, 2 in 2 days. His little heart couldn't handle this shock. He tapped on the bead and said, you little vixen. Watch me catch you later. I love you too, damn it. All he got was a happy giggle. He sat down and crossed his arms, watching the events take place with Yunche. 123, a shocking revelation. Cross and Yunche looked up to see 3 people, namely Chu Fenji, Xian Yuan Wenchen, and Huangji Wu. Xian Yuan Wenchen laughed and said, let me do the honors. Before slashing down at the light curtain. The curtain shattered like glass, revealing a formation with a floating sword inside. The body of the sword was as black as ink. It was roughly 6.5 feet long and 1 foot wide. It had a square hilt, and the half of the blade near the hilt had 2 irregular markings that ran down its length. If one looked closely, they would see that the markings were a crescent blood moon that had been cut in half. Yunche frowned at the sword, while Cross looked at the 3 floating above everyone. He narrowed his eyes, feeling something was amiss, but he couldn't figure out what it was. Or rather, he didn't know what they were relying on. There was obviously a conspiracy going on here, hence why he sent Feng Shuier away. It was targeting him and Yun Che, but he couldn't figure out what gave them so much confidence to go against him. Could it be they thought they were truly stronger than him? There was a limit to a joke. Xian Yuan Wenchen proclaimed in a clear, loud voice, this sword is, indeed, a devil sword, and it is also known as the Heavenly Sin Divine Sword. Furthermore, the name Heavenly Sin Divine Sword came from the Eternal Night royal family that was destroyed 1,000 years ago. He cleared his throat and continued, this matter occurred 1,000 years ago, so it is natural that very few people know of the Eternal Night royal family. However, all of you who are gathered here today are also the overlords of the profound sky continent, so I'm sure that you have heard of it before. The Eternal Night royal family's profound art was known as the Eternal Night Illusory God Record, and when they circulated their profound energy, it was pitch black. It was a baleful, malevolent energy that was extremely similar to the powers possessed by devils and fiends of legend. In the end, however, a profound art is still a profound art. Xian Yuan Wenchen paused for a moment before adding, whether or not a profound art is righteous or demonic is not dependent on the profound art, but the person using the profound art. This was why no one ever questioned whether or not the Eternal Night royal family had fallen to a demonic path and become degenerate. However, 1,000 years ago, the Eternal Night royal family kept committing grievous sins that could not be forgiven or tolerated by heaven and earth. Since the sacred grounds were responsible for protecting the profound sky continent through the generations, we had no choice but to join hands to destroy the Eternal Night royal family forever. Xian Yuan Wenchen let it sink in before saying, at that time, the Eternal Night King was known as Ye Mufeng. Even though he possessed considerable profound strength, he was still weaker than any one of the 4 sacred masters. However, when he brought out the Heavenly Sin Divine Sword in the end, his strength actually erupted and no one could face him. In the end, it took the combined power of the 4 sacred masters and 19 of the strongest elders from the sacred grounds to narrowly defeat him. Even then, we had to pay a terrible price. All 4 sacred masters were heavily wounded, while 10 of the 19 elders were dead, with the remaining injured as well. Xian Yuan Wenchen continued to speak. After he took out the Heavenly Sin Divine Sword, the Eternal Night King's strength was extraordinary and completely surpassed the boundaries of the sovereign profound realm. Furthermore, even though his physical body had been destroyed in the struggle, and he had been defeated in combat, his soul refused to die. According to the legends, being able to exist as a soul after one's body has perished is an ability that is gained when one enters the divine profound realm. It is definitely not something one can achieve with the power of a monarch. So it stands to reason that the strength displayed by Eternal Night King Ye Mufeng after taking out the Heavenly Sin Divine Sword was definitely a strength that surpassed the boundaries of the sovereign profound realm and stepped into the legendary divine profound realm. Yun Che looked at Cross, who gave a half-half gesture and said, for barely 5 minutes. If you don't find something to contain your soul by then. Bye-bye. Yun Che chuckled and turned his attention back to the show. The sun was being covered by the moon. Cross decided it was time for a lesson in space science and said, Little Che, this phenomenon is called a solar eclipse. When the moon covers the sun and plunges the world into darkness. It's alright to look at it when the sun is completely covered, but if you look at the edges of a partial eclipse you could potentially go blind. Yun Che was amazed and said, wow. Cross nodded and said, lunar eclipses also occur. This is when the moon becomes red at night, resulting in a blood moon. It's a very beautiful sight. He reached into a crack and showed Yun Che a few pictures. Yun Che whistled and said, wow. Cross nodded and showed him another one with a supermoon. Yun Che said, whoa. So big. Cross nodded and put the pictures away, saying, actually, the sun is just a star that is at the center of the solar system. Though I have no idea if you even have a solar system here. Yun Che asked, what's a solar system? Cross drew in the air as he spoke. The sun is at the center of our solar system and planets circle around the sun, only making a single rotation per year. This is how we have seasons. When the planet is the furthest from the sun, the planet gets cold and it starts to snow. Cross paused, realizing there were no seasons here. This made him confused. Where was the sun then? He shook his head and continued. The planet rotates on its axis and completes a full turn every day. This means that the planet turns like a top, while also moving around the sun. When the planet finishes a single rotation on its axis, that means a day has passed. That's why the sun and moon move during the day. The one who's actually moving is in fact the planet, not the sun. Yun Che had his mind directly blown by this news, and asked, what about the moon? Cross made another diagram and cleared his throat as he said, the people from my realm believe when the planet was forming millions of years ago, another planet smashed into it. The heat melted the 2 planets together to form a bigger one, but a chunk was blown off. Cross looked at Yun Che and said, you know what gravity is? Yun Che nodded and Cross continued, because gravity is based on mass, the chunk orbited the planet and over time formed its circular shape. The moon is what we call a natural satellite. It spins around the earth once per day. Yun Che was speechless, even the people around who somehow started listening and were speechless. During this whole explanation, Xian Yuan Wenchen kept talking and was currently trying to break open the seal on the Heavenly Sin Divine Sword. He turned to Yun Che, Cross, and Xia Yuanba, who got sucked into the conversation, and said you're all not participating. Cross ignored him and continued the stars you see in the skies could actually all be dead. Light travels differently in space, technically if you can decipher the lights from stars theoretically you can see into the past. Yuanba and Yunche gasped. Xian Yuan Wenchen felt his eyes twitch fiercely as he shouted, could it be that Yang Xia is also completely uninterested in the secrets of the divine profound? Yuanba shouted, shut up, old man. I'm listening here, go play with your sword somewhere else. Everyone gasped, the way Yuanba said go play with your sword was very ambiguous. Xian Yuan Wenchen gritted his teeth in hatred, he turned to the sword and his eyes flashed as he said now. Everyone dumped out their strength on the seal and it exploded, sending the sword 1,000 meters into the air. Xian Yuan Wenchen's eyes flashed and he shouted seal. The giant mass of profound strength shot down and fell onto Cross, forming a golden chain that wrapped around his body. Cross was stunned and looked at the chains. Yunche and Yuanba were also stunned and looked at Xian Yuan Wenchen, who sneered and caught the falling blade. Everybody was confused and looked at Xian Yuan Wenchen, who spoke. I believe everyone knows of the Reaper and Yunche, correct? Xian Yuan Wenchen sneered and said, well, I have heard two very astonishing pieces of information. He pointed the sword at Yunche and said, firstly, Yunche is a demon from the illusory demon realm. Everyone gasped and looked at Yunche, who was frowning. Xian Yuan Wenchen continued, but more astonishing than this is the Reaper. True name Cross, is in fact already in the divine profound realm. Everyone's eyes widened and they looked at Cross in shock, some of them started showing greed. Xian Yuan Wenchen added, although this sword does not hold any secrets to advance to the divine profound realm, the Reaper most certainly does. Hence, I sealed him. Jasmine, Luna, Feng Shui were all seething with rage in the inner world and the Pearl, but heard Cross voice say, relax, cuties. The fun's just begun. Let me show you my world-class acting skills. Cross shook and stuttered, WW what are YYUG going to do with me? Xian Yuan Wenchen burst into laughter and said hatefully, we're going to search your soul and dig out all of your secrets, of course. You have made a lot of enemies, Mr. Reaper. Cross started trembling and a terrified look appeared on his face. Xian Yuan Wenchen sneered and said to Yunche, demon, nobody can protect you now. Spiritual Master Ancient Blue said, excuse me, I would like to say a few words. Everybody looked at him and Ancient Blue said, this old one has had the chance to meet Yunche several times and by this old man's reckoning, I believe that this child Yunche is an honest and upright man. Even though he can be rather extreme in word and action, he is not an evil person and in actuality, he is a rather kind and good person at that. When my little disciple Yuanba's life was in danger all those years ago, it was Yunche who used his very life to save him. Xian Yuan sneered and dropped another bomb. The current emperor of the illusory demon realm is a woman and she is known as the Little Demon Empress. Because the Little Demon Emperor who succeeded the throne had died 100 years ago, the Little Demon Empress took his place as the ruler of the illusory demon realm and she was also the last person alive bearing the bloodline of the illusory demon imperial family. Xian Yuan Wenchen clicked his tongue and said, however, just barely over 7 months ago, the Little Demon Empress took a new husband after grieving for the Little Demon Emperor for 100 years. Her marriage took place in Demon Imperial City and it was an affair that shook the entire illusory demon realm, becoming the grandest event that had happened in the illusory demon realm for the past 100 years. After that event, besides the Little Demon Empress, the illusory demon realm gained a second demon emperor who is of equal status to her and also commands the realm. And this person is none other than the person standing before you right now. Yunche. Everyone gasped in shock, this was unbelievable. They couldn't believe it. 124, String Symphony. Yunche had a big frown on his face and Xian Yuan Wenchen burst out laughing as he said, anything to say demon. Yunche shook his head and said, so you have spies planted in the illusory demon realm, but they're all dead now I'm afraid. Xian Yuan sneered and said, and? They served their purpose. You used the space-splitting ring to come back. You must have some nefarious plots. Cross suddenly said, oh no. Little bro, they found out. What if they want your Mirror of Samsara or the Primordial Profound Arc? Xian Yuan Wenchen's face had gone stiff and Yunche lamented, I'm afraid we're done for this time, big brother. All our treasures will be taken by him. Chu Fenji said, the Mirror of Samsara is on you? And the Arc as well. Everybody turned to Xian Yuan Wenchen, who was grinding his teeth in anger. Cross was laughing coldly in his heart, but there was a panicking expression in his eyes and he was trembling slightly, trying to put up a fearless front. The three sacred elders surrounded the two and Xian Yuan sneered at Yunche, where's your imaginary master now? Yunche gave him a cold smile and Cross started laughing. Chu Fenji felt some unease and Xian Yuan Wenchen said, why are you laughing? Cross sneered and said, you wish for my wife to come here, yet you seem to be forgetting. The golden chains exploded and Cross cracked his head, continuing, I alone am enough. Bells rang in everyone's heads. Cross words proved that Yunche did in fact have a master. Not only that, but Yunche's master was the Reaper's wife. Not only that, but she was more powerful than the Reaper himself. Cross chuckled and Xian Yuan shouted, kill him. A man shot forward and Cross sneered, boom. As soon as his words landed, the man exploded, covering Cross in blood. His glowing red eyes revealed an excited look as he said, "You're very powerful, et." The sacred masters backed off and the three sword attendants slashed at Cross, who looked at them saying, "Stupid ants. Even if you had emotions you can't beat me, seems you suffer from the same disease the original frozen piss sect had. Let me correct you." Cross laughed and swiped his finger in the air, the three sword attendants froze before their upper bodies slanted and fell to the ground. Cross looked over and moved his fingers as if he was playing the piano, heads flew into the air one after the other. Cross laughed and said, "String symphony." The elders from the mighty sword region, drew their swords and stabbed the heads of the person next to them. Cross smiled lightly and said, "One of my wives loves blood very much, if you'll excuse me." All the sword elders, who got their heads stabbed, exploded into blood flowers as Cross smiled handsomely saying, "A bouquet of blood roses for my Jasmine." He turned to the sacred ocean palace and waved his hand. The elders exploded into fire flowers as Cross said, "Phoenix flowers in full bloom for my Shwetter." He waved his other hand towards the elders of Absolute Monarch Sanctuary. It was significantly less but still quite a lot of elders. They exploded into vines with white berries on it as Cross added, "And finally mistletoe full of nargles for my Luna." The three girls felt extremely sweet in their hearts, their angry expressions already turning to loving ones. Cross heard three voices from his necklace say in unison, "Come see me tonight." Cross swallowed with a wry smile. He turned to Chu Fenji and said, "You woman. You're truly moronic. I'm only sparing you on account of my friendship with your husband. Though bad girls deserve to be punished." He pointed at Chu Fenji and her profound strength started draining rapidly until she fell to the Emperor realm. Cross said coldly, "This king will leave you with this strength as pity. Live out your remaining life peacefully. Cultivating, this isn't your thing anymore." Chu Fenji paled and Zig hesitated. Cross looked over and smiled, "Old G, just because of this. Will you still be my friend?" Zig scratched his neck and said, "Highs. Cross, this old G thanks you again." Cross grinned and said, "Ha ha ha. Old G is a man. I like it." He turned to Huangji Wu and said, "You have been taking care of Yuan Ba. But the credit doesn't go to you." Cross pointed twice. Huangji Wu's strength fell to the Emperor realm, while Ancient Blue's rose to the Sovereign Peak realm. Cross smiled at Ancient Blue and said, "Thank you for keeping Yuan Ba safe, Senior." Ancient Blue was overwhelmed. To have the Reaper call you Senior. It was nearly impossible. Cross chuckled and said, "I'll only say it once, old man. Relax, you might have a heart attack like this." Yun Che chuckled and Cross looked at Xian Yuan Wenchen as he said, "What should I do with you, eh? Slaughter you? Have you be defiled by your retarded son in front of everyone's eyes? Torture you until you're retarded like him?" Cross spat out three terrible choices. Xian Yuan Wenchen trembled in fear. Cross waved and the heavenly sin sword flew into his hands. Cross tilted his head and said, "Little sword spirit, you're very disgusting." "I don't like disgusting things." He flicked the sword and a blood-curdling scream was heard before Cross threw it to Yun Che saying, "A nice meal." Yun Che took the sword and Cross looked at Xian Yuan Wenchen saying, "What'll it be?" Cross clapped and said, "I know." He pointed his finger and a pink light hit Xian Yuan Wenchen's chest. Xian Yuan Wenchen got shorter, his hair got longer, and he grew breasts. His little brother was nowhere to be found. His clothes were baggy and directly fell off, showing everyone that he had, in fact, been turned into a woman. Cross burst out laughing and said, "Excellent display. I've never done that before. That was fun." He pointed at an elder from the mighty sword region and turned him into a duck. Cross slapped his forehead and burst into ear-piercing laughter. He kept pointing and squirrels, frogs, mice, started appearing. Cross wiped his eyes and said, "This king will spare your life today. Only because Yun Che will kill you himself and get over his woman addiction." Cross hummed and said, "Well, you should feel a bit of pain since you attempted to seal this king." Crucio, he rolled the R and everything. Xian Yuan Wenchen started convulsing, her plump breasts shaking, making several spectators gulp dryly. Cross had actually turned him into a pretty beautiful woman. Cross spun on his foot and said, "Let's go. Back to the room, bro." Feng Hong Kong said, "Surely, you're going to marry my little girl." Cross waved and said, "Naturally, though this isn't your concern, right? When we get married, maybe you won't even be invited." He coughed and added, "In 19 days it's her 20th birthday. I have a big present for her." Feng Hong Kong turned green and Cross burst out laughing before his figure blurred and his disappeared. Yun Che also disappeared. A while later, Cross said, "Oi, we done here? You need some serious training, brother." Yun Che sighed and said, "Naturally I wouldn't stay here if I didn't need to." Cross nodded and said, "Great. Let's go to the Azure Cloud continent." Yun Che was confused and said, "Hey? Why?" Cross said, "Come on. I've been waiting for 6 years to go back. We were only there for 24 hours before. It wasn't enough for me to do some things, Plus your precious Solinger should be 16 now. Yunche trembled and said righteously, if my big brother wants to go then we shall depart immediately. Cross burst out laughing and went into the pearl. He was immediately assaulted by 3 girls. Jasmine had big watery eyes looking at him, Feng Shui's eyes were exploding with love, and Luna was giving him the happiest smile he's ever seen. Cross rubbed his nose and said you liked it. Jasmine, Feng Shui and Luna all kissed him and said we loved it. Cross chuckled and scooped them all up saying well, I love you also. They all smiled happily. Luna was the only one not blushing and looking away. Cross smiled happily and laughed as he said I am blessed. The girls rolled their eyes and Luna said I'll see you tonight. Feng Shui said but I wanted to see Big Brother tonight. Her voice was very soft and Jasmine bit her lips saying I should have created my body. Cross chuckled and said very soon, I'll eat you all up. I promise. They all smiled happily and Cross added one by one, of course. But after the first time, then we'll all sleep together, and I can eat you all at once. The girls' smiling faces turned to angry looks and they slapped him once each before snorting and leaving. Well, Jasmine had nowhere to go so she slapped him again, sending him flying in the sky poison pearl dimension. A while later, Cross appeared on the ground near the Grand Wake clan. Yunche was frantically looking for Solinger when he heard her scream. Cross noticed he had already killed hundreds of people and saved Su Hongshan. Yunche bolted to Cloud's End Cliff. Cross leisurely followed after him, intending to see where this went. Yunche saw a group of people at Cloud's End Cliff and he shouted, "Where is Solinger?" His aura was terrifying and the man sneered. Yunche slapped him off the cliff and grabbed someone else shouting, "Where is Su Ling Er?" The man trembled and said, She jumped off the cliff. Yunche froze and looked as though his soul had left his body. He suddenly shouted in rage and golden flames burst out of his body, incinerating everyone on the cliff before he jumped off the cliff, not believing it. Cross whistled and jumped off as well. This fellow was truly crazy. He descended down and looked around to see a wildlinger sitting on a rock. He chuckled and floated over, picking her up by her collar saying honestly, "Girl, do you enjoy jumping off cliffs?" Linger said at Scary Big Brother. Cross gave her a funny look and said, "Who's the scary big brother?" "Handsome. Handsome. Understand?" Linger giggled and said, "I think you're a big scary bully." Cross sighed and shook his head saying, This girl, is truly hopeless. You only have eyes for that madman. This should be the second time he's voluntarily jumped off this cliff. I'm starting to think, maybe he is trying to die in court death herself in the underworld." Linger coughed and said, "Didn't scary brother jump off too?" Cross coughed and said, "Yes, well, anyway, let's go see him before he loses his mind." He passed by a sword and plucked it out of the wall before touching on the ground. Yunche turned his head to see Linger with Cross. He was extremely relieved and rushed to Linger, hugging her tightly as he said, "Linger, you're okay. That's good. That's very good." Linger teared up and hugged him tightly. Cross stabbed the sword in the ground and smiled saying, "This sword saved her life, maybe you should keep it." Yunche looked at the sword and his eyes widened in confusion. Cross didn't bother him and walked towards the netherworld Yudambara flowers as he said happily, "Artemis, Big Brother is back." Yunche heard a faint bell ringing sound and turned his head to see a little girl running towards Cross with a big smile on her face. Her mouth was open, showing her pearly white teeth, and she jumped into Cross' arms. Cross hugged her and stroked her hair, putting her on his shoulders as he signed, "Did you miss me, your handsome big brother?" Artemis smiled happily and signed back, "A lot. It's very lonely here." Cross signed confidently, "This time Big Brother will take you away." Artemis clapped and signed, "What about the seed?" Cross pointed at Yunche. Artemis opened her mouth and Cross said, "You talk to him, Big Brother will be right back, okay?" Artemis signed, "I can't talk." Cross took out the book and smiled. Artemis held the book and ran over to Yunche, handing it to him. Cross passed by and said, "It's sign language, Artemis can't speak so you have to communicate with your hands." He grabbed Linger and said, "Stay in here for now, the flowers will probably kill you," before throwing her into the inner world like a bag of potatoes. Yunche felt his mouth twitch and Cross said mysteriously, "You and Artemis have a lot to talk about." Before walking over to the cave, Yunche said, "Where are you going?" Cross said, without looking back, "To do something I couldn't do last time." Before entering the cave. 125, Tiger Trials. Cross entered a dark space once more and a booming voice sounded, "So you've finally come." Cross looked up and saw a pair of blood-red tiger eyes, full of bloodthirst. Cross smirked and the voice said, "I am extremely disappointed you went to see the 2 chickens before me. Plus, I might not even give you anything if you don't pass my trials. Hehe, I will kill you myself." Cross said, "Well, let's go then." The tiger spirit chuckled and the scenery changed. Cross looked around to see he was actually at Hogwarts, standing outside. He heard a scream and looked over to see Cho's hanging body. The tiger voice said, "Such a young girl. Do you feel not remorse?" Cross sneered and said, "Humph, my wife almost died because of her. She's lucky I didn't kill her with my own hands." The tiger spirit chuckled and the scene changed to a house with a man and woman crying over a coffin with Cho's body inside. Cross looked on without emotion, not bothered at all as he yawned. "Little cub, is this your trial? I don't regret the people I've killed. I only regret I didn't kill they slow enough." The tiger snorted and said, "We'll see." The scenery changed again. Cross saw all the people he has killed being killed over and over again. He saw their families crying over their corpses, their loved ones being forced into unfavorable situations, etc. Cross didn't change his expression once, until the last one. It was Zephyr and Pandora, they were playing happily with Luna, until their expressions turned vicious and they killed her in cold blood. Cross narrowed his eyes and his killing intent soared before calming down. The tiger spirit said, "Oh? You won't kill them?" Cross chuckled and said, "Even if they could kill their mother, they wouldn't. Most likely they would come for me, but even a lion doesn't eat its own cubs. Of course, even if they tried I would give them a good spank and seal their cultivations." "Humph. I gave them life, what are they mad about?" The tiger was speechless before laughing and saying, "You passed the first trial, though to be honest with you. It was supposed to be more impactful, but you have absolutely no remorse whatsoever, so it was pretty underwhelming." Cross chuckled and he landed on a giant body of calm water. There was a small island with a single tree and a pitch-black figure. The figure stood up and turned to him, it was surprisingly himself. But the shadow him had blue eyes instead. The tiger spirit said, "Defeat yourself and you pass the trial." "Hee. This you is 10% stronger than the you now. Hopefully you don't die." Cross chuckled and suited up, grabbing his mace out of thin air before charging at himself, who did the same. They traded blows straight to the head and both went flying. Cross chuckled crazily and suppressed his strength to the Sovereign Realm peak. The tiger shouted, "What are you doing? Are you crazy? Do you know the difference between Divine Origin Realm and the Sovereign Realm?" Cross cracked his neck and said naturally. "But this is more fun. Ha 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 ha." Before charging at his clone and swinging his mace at the clone's feet, the clone smashed its mace at Cross' head. Cross chuckled and the mace changed direction to the ground, while Cross was sent flying. A crack opened up under the clone and a burst of void energy blasted the clone from below. Cross appeared in the air and slammed his mace down on the clone in mid-air. He took another step and smashed the clone again in a different direction. His steps got faster and faster until all that was seen was his clone getting smashed back and forth like a pinball machine. Cross opened his second vein skill and spun the mace in his hands. Void energy gathered on the mace and he threw the energy towards the clone seal of the void. The clone was wrapped up in void chains and couldn't move. The three vein opened and Cross aura skyrocketed to Divine Origin peak. He unsuppressed himself and went to half-step Divine Soul Realm. Cross trembled in pain and spun his mace, shooting towards the clone extremely fast. His mace spun under him and Cross grabbed it with two hands, bringing it over his right shoulder. The fourth vein opened and Cross slammed the mace down, roaring, "Beginning of the world." The mace cracked, clearly not able to support such a thing. But it still did its job and smashed the clone before exploding. The clone shot down to the ground and slammed into the water, creating a massive explosion. Cross closed his four veins and was breathing heavy. The tiger spirit started laughing happily and said, "You. Ha ha ha. You didn't disappoint me. Ha 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 ha. The first level of the Divine Origin Realm, able to fight against the fifth level of the Divine Soul Realm. Ha 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 ha." The scenery went back to darkness and the tiger spirit showed himself entirely, not just eyes this time. He was a giant white tiger with blood-red eyes. Cross coughed up blood and grinned. The tiger spirit gave him a thumbs up and said, "You know, that person demanded me to give you a bunch of things, but honestly if you disappointed me I wouldn't have given them to you. I'm not like those other geezers, she can kill me for all I care." Cross scratched his neck and said, "I assume you are going to tell me, I don't need to know who that person is yet if I ask." The tiger grinned and said, "You're catching on quickly. Alright, let me give you the prize for passing the trial." He waved his paw and a small ball of blood appeared, it was white. The tiger said, "I'd give you my soul origin, but I think the monster wouldn't be too happy with that, so I'll give you something else. For now though, take this." The blood floated into Cross' body and the tiger pointed at him, a bright white light shot into his forehead. Cross assimilated the blood and a divine art appeared in his mind. "White tiger slaughters the gods." He started comprehending it and the tiger got serious before a big ball of glistening white blood appeared and entered a bottle. Before hovering there, a bundle of fur, and a stringy piece of flesh appeared. The fur and flesh merged into Cross' body. He immediately felt all his muscles and tendons convulsing in pain, being torn and healed over and over. On his back, at the west side of the black ring, under the golden wings, a white tiger tattoo appeared. It looked bloodthirsty and vicious even though it was a tattoo. The entire diagram started shining and all the tattoos roared. The ring spun faster and finally finished a single rotation. A low boom came from Cross' body and his body shined before it exploded with black impurities. Cross suppressed the energy and forced it to circulate with his existing energy. His energy was being purified to the extreme. Becoming extremely dense as his entire body swelled, Cross roared, and his body contracted. He opened his eyes and punched out, a sonic boom was heard. The tiger chuckled and said, "You could have advanced, why didn't you?" Cross said, "Someone will benefit from it too. I'm suppressing it for now, when the time is right I will let it go." The tiger chuckled and said, "Very well. Here you go." A bottle of blood appeared in front of him, along with a long white bone. Cross looked the blood and looked at the bone in confusion. The tiger said mysteriously, "Perhaps you'll need it very soon. Your string mace is insufficient for your strength now." Cross nodded and the tiger said, "Very good. Now go. I want to sleep. Remember. No matter who the enemy is, white tigers never run." Cross grinned and nodded before being sent out of the space and landing outside. Cross sighed and looked at the white bone. He called out his mace and looked at the two in confusion as he muttered. He mentioned the white bone being useful and my mace in the same breath. Cross took out the turtle spikes and added, "He wants me to make a new mace." Yunche and Artemis looked over. Artemis' eyes lit up and she flashed over. Cross smiled but it stiffened. Artemis ate the white bone, the turtle spikes, and his mace before biting on his finger and drinking a drop of blood. Yunche was stunned and said, "Ayo. Another hunger." Cross turned green and signed Artemis. "Why?" Artemis just trembled and she lit up a bright white light before turning into a giant black mace. It looked the same as the mace did before, except the handle looked to be made of bone and the spikes gleamed. It still had its long hexagonal shape but instead of strings it was made of Artemis. Cross grabbed the mace and grunted at its weight. It was extremely heavy. He picked it up with both hands and inspected it. He found that on the bottom of the mace there was a little ball with a mini Artemis inside. Little bell and everything. He dripped a drop of blood and Artemis shined before going into his body. He suddenly trembled and his prayer beads made his armor, but it was different this time. The red bead turned into a cape, the white bead turned into fur, and the gold bead turned into the engravings on the armor. I changed Feng Shui's color to gold, just makes more sense. Image here. Yunche said, "Fuck. That's cool." Cross chuckled and said, "How was the darkness seed?" Yunche chuckled and said, "Got rid of the devil orb. Plus I advanced to peak tyrant realm." Cross gave him a thumbs up and dispersed the armor, returning it to the beads. Artemis popped up and signed, "Now I can leave with Big Brother." Cross patted her head and smiled softly as he sighed, "You didn't have to initiate a master-slave contract." Artemis replied, "The bone and the spikes completed my soul and allowed me to transform, your blood made me whole and without the contract I would die." Cross signed, "But your life is connected to mine now." Artemis signed happily, "I'm happy. Big Brother is a good person." Cross sighed and ruffled her hair, getting a pout from Artemis. Cross laughed and signed, "Go meet the big sisters in the castle." Artemis turned into a white beam of light and entered Cross' body. Cross walked over to Yunche and said, "Ready to go back up?" Yunche nodded and Cross teleported the two up to the top, before taking Solinger out of the castle and into Yunche's arms. Solinger looked at Yunche with love and affection in her eyes as she called out, "Big Brother Yunche." Yunche froze and looked at Solinger with a pale expression as he stuttered, Why you?" Solinger kissed him saying, We won't separate again, will we?" Yunche shook his head and said firmly, "No. Absolutely not." Cross smiled and they went back to the Grand Wake clan. When they got there, Cross said, "I'm going to do something, enjoy your time, little brother." Hee. Go easy on her, yet. Yunche chuckled and Solinger blushed. Cross tapped a green finger on her stomach before saying, "Jasmine, come with me." Jasmine appeared and Cross said, "It's time." Yunche said, Cross chuckled and said, "I got this, don't worry, go do what you gotta do." He pointed at Yunche and took 3 drops of blood essence before snickering bye before disappearing with Jasmine as Yunche shook his head and left with Solinger. Cross and Jasmine appeared in the forest and Cross took out all the materials she needed. He already took them from the pearl before. He looked at Jasmine and said, "You ready?" Jasmine smiled sweetly and nodded. Cross took a deep breath and said, "All right then, let's get started." 126, Jasmine. Cross set out the 35 kilograms of purple-veined divine crystals, the 3 sovereign cores, and the netherworld Yudambara flower that he plucked from the bottom of the cliff. Jasmine was about to move when Cross said, "Wait." Jasmine looked at him in confusion. Cross took out another 15 kilograms of purple-veined heaven crystals, a 9-colored purity flower, a sliver of green crystal in liquid, 9 drops of his own essence blood, and a drop of origin blood from each of the 4 divine beasts, excluding the golden crow. Cross was extremely pale from taking out 9 drops of essence blood and Jasmine trembled as she said Cross. Cross shushed her and pulled out phoenix tears before pushing them all towards Jasmine saying with a smile, "It has to be perfect for you." He swayed and added only the best. For my JAS. Before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Jasmine rushed to him, ignoring everything. She kneeled next him and flipped him over before letting out a breath of relief. He was just unconscious. Not dead. Jasmine looked at his smiling face and started crying, muttering you're so stupid. She kissed him before turning her attention to all the things and getting serious. She started recreating her body with everything he gathered. She assumed something would change, but it was going to be an extremely good change. Her talent would skyrocket. Maybe even her cultivation would increase. A while later, Cross woke up with a jump and looked at the huge surge in power behind him before letting out a breath of relief. It was just Jasmine. He smiled happily and Yunche came running saying what was that? Cross said You felt it. Yunche nodded and Cross said well, anyway, Jasmine should be finished soon. Just as his words fell the red barrier shattered and revealed Jasmine. Cross eyes popped out of their sockets and rolled all the way to Cloud's End cliff before jumping off. Yunche's mouth was wide open in shock, not believing what he was seeing. Cross threw Yunche out of the forest and said scram. Yunche laughed out loud as he flew through the air. Cross looked at Jasmine and mumbled Amitabha lust is a sin. He had a massive tent in his shorts right now as he chanted Buddhist mantras to no avail. Jasmine was stark naked but the most important part was that she had grown. She was 6 feet tall and her chest and behind were completely full. Her glistening, near translucent skin, glowed softly, with every breath her chest trembled and her little pink cherries teased his very being. Her long slender legs and hourglass figure was driving him crazy, while her long blood-red hair that passed her waist to her legs fluttered in the soft breeze, tickling his senses. Thankfully she looked the same, her soft and beautiful face looked a little more mature and her ruby eyes shined dazzlingly. Jasmine turned to Cross and her eyes widened, looking at his shorts. She looked at herself and said She had grown up. A miracle. She waved and a mirror appeared, she was speechless looking at herself, before blushing furiously at the realization that she was naked. She looked back at Cross and saw his eyes were staring at her hungrily. His nose was bleeding and he had a tent in his shorts as he mumbled something about lust being a sin. She giggled and floated over, she held his chin and said teasingly I thought you were going to eat me. Cross pulled her waist and kissed her lips forcefully, moving his hands down and squeezing her plump cheeks. Jasmine moaned into his mouth and Cross groaned, pinning her to the ground. Jasmine looked shy and turned her head away with rosy cheeks. Cross felt itchy looking at her, he turned her head to him and smiled gently as he said do you? Jasmine just opened her legs and said softly be gentle. Cross smiled and ripped his clothes off, Jasmine gulped and ran her fingers down his chest, softly grabbing onto his tool. She trembled as she felt the size, feeling a bit scared. Cross paused, feeling her fear. He moved his hand down, gently caressing her soft petals as his other hand softly stroked her smooth skin. Each and every movement filled with love and care, Jasmine moaned lightly at his touch. Cross bent over and kissed her lips, his hand was already soaking wet. He slipped his fingers inside her slit and rubbed the top of her inner walls. Jasmine moaned loudly this time and wrapped her arms around his neck. Cross pinched her nipples and gently pulled, she trembled and said something's coming. She sprayed her juices all over his hand and said softly Make me a woman. Please. Cross looked into her eyes and saw the love and care she had for him. He smiled and pressed the tip of his tool against her entrance before pushing inside. Jasmine dug her nails into Cross' back and he pushed all the way inside. Jasmine yelped in pain, Cross groaned. She was so tight, her insides were practically sucking him inside. He grunted and pulled back before thrusting inside once more. Jasmine's painful cries soon turned to moans as her breasts trembled at every thrust. Cross intertwined his fingers with hers and pinned her arms to the side as he kissed her. Finally, after 7 years, he gave her the love he had for her. Cross grunted and slammed his hips on hers before unloading inside of her, painting every inch of her inner walls a creamy white color. Jasmine moaned loudly and wrapped her legs around his waist, pushing him deeper as she came at the same time. Cross smiled and nibbled on her ear, whispering you're not getting away so fast, you little lowly. Before Jasmine could answer, Cross started up again, cutting off her words with moans. The bamboo forest was filled with moans and grunts for a while. Cross was sitting with Jasmine curled up in his lap. She had a satisfied smile on her face. Cross stroked her hair and said let's go, I think Yunche found something strange again. Jasmine said softly you go, I'll go into the inner world. Cross nodded and kissed her lips before she disappeared. Cross stood up, he was wearing just black shorts now. He looked like a divine being. What a handsome guy. He cracked his neck and disappeared. He reappeared in the air above a giant group of people, they were surrounding an old man, Yunche, and Solinger. Cross floated down and said hey, what did I miss? Yunche looked up and chuckled good time. Cross looked up and sighed amazing. Yunche laughed and one old guy shouted who are you? You better keep your hands off the Sky Poison Pearl or our soaring celestial sword sect will annihilate your entire clan. Cross gave him an amused smile and said oh? What about the rest of you? Will you annihilate my entire clan as well? The rest of the people all nodded and Cross laughed as he said little bro, they said they're going to annihilate my entire clan. What should I do? I'm scared. Yunche rolled his eyes and said, you've changed. Normally they wouldn't even be able to finish their sentences. Cross sighed and replied, well, I was in a good mood today. He not anymore. Cross looked at all the people and said, ants are ants after all. Unfortunately, in this particular situation, there will never be enough ants to take down an elephant. Just die. He waved his hand and the ground turned into strings before stabbing into every single person surrounding the three of Yunche's group. Countless people exploded into blood mists and very soon the ground was dyed red with blood. It, quite literally, flowed like a river. Cross floated to the ground and his feet touched down as he smiled. You must be the medical saint I've heard so much about. Sorry for the terrible display, I was a very poor introduction. I am Cross, nice to meet you. Yungu was a bit wary, he didn't like killing at all. Being a doctor and all. But he still said yes. Nice to meet you, Mr. Cross. Cross touched his nose and said, being a doctor, you are naturally adverse to killing. Ah. I'll just leave you be then. My apologies. Yungu felt a bit strange, how could someone so nice being such a brutal and ruthless killer? His soul was covered in blood. Yungu sighed and said, this brother, please forgive me. I was very rude. My name is Yungu, I am grateful for your help. If not, perhaps this old gu would be a corpse today. Cross smiled and said, no problem. Yunche said, Master. Senior, how are you feeling? Yungu said, very good. Before his expression changed and he said, quickly run. The sky poison pearl is acting up. Yunche said, Senior, I have some experience at cleansing poison, perhaps I can control it. Yungu took out the pearl and it started vibrating before shooting towards Cross. Cross sneered and slapped it towards Yunche, the pearl sank into Yunche's flesh and a pale green light appeared on his right palm. Yunche flipped his palms and there were two of the exact same mark, except one was jade green and the other was pale green. Yunche looked at Cross, who rolled his eyes and said, I don't want it. Though it would be useful to poison someone to death. Cross sneered and said, I feel like that would be cheating though. If the game ends just like that, wouldn't I be disappointed? Yunche shook his head and Cross said, by the way, I can share your memories with someone. If you want. Yunche looked at Cross in shock, before looking at Solinger who was smiling at him. He looked at Yungu, who was still stunned, before sighing and shaking his head. Cross shook his head and sighed in response before saying boring before entering the pearl. He saw Honger and threw her all the swords he had found. Honger drooled and dove into the pile of swords, before swimming around, occasionally biting one. Cross shook his head and went into the inner world. He saw Jasmine talking with Luna and Feng Shuier, he scooped them all up and said humph. Humph. Talking bad about me. Jasmine giggled and said quite the opposite actually. Luna smiled and added ours, et. Feng Shuier pouted it's my turn. Cross coughed and said all right. Relax. Soon. Let's just enjoy peace for a bit. Before disappearing. A few days later. Cross was sitting on a boat, fishing, while the girls talked next to him. Jasmine complained, why the fuck aren't these fish biting? Luna giggled and said, you need to be calm. As she flicked her fishing rod and a fish flew out of the lake. Feng Shuier and leaning her head on Cross' shoulder saying, oh you. Another one. Cross smiled gently, feeling extremely happy. He suddenly stood up and cracked his neck saying, all right Shuier, let's go. Feng Shuier said, where we going? Jasmine and Luna looked over as well. Cross rubbed his nose and said, to break you through the sovereign realm obviously. Luna has already broken though. Luna smiled and Feng Shuier looked disappointed. Cross said, after you break through, even if you run away I will still eat you up. Feng Shuier cheered and hugged his arm cutely. Jasmine and Luna clicked their tongues. Shuier stuck out her tongue and gave them the finger before she and Cross disappeared. Jasmine and Luna narrowed their eyes and disappeared as well. Cross and Feng Shuier appeared in the Yun residence in the illusory demon realm. Cross smiled at everyone and waved. Yueshan joined the group with Wuxin, who was cute as a doll. Cross then took Feng Shuier and disappeared again. They landed in a plane and Cross said, sit down, Swexu. Shuier sat down and Jasmine and Luna appeared, watching from the side. Cross took out 3 drops of glistening blood and bit his thumb, adding a drop of his own blood, along with a sliver of green crystalline liquid. Cross merged his blood with the green liquid before separating it into 3 and merging the drops with the dragon, turtle, and tiger origin blood drops. Cross waved taking out purple veined divine crystal and melted some down into the blood before sending the 3 drops into Feng Shuier's body. Cross went to her back and tore her shirt off. Jasmine and Luna spat saying pervert. Cross rolled his eyes and focused on Shuier's back before pressing 4 points, namely north, east, south, and west. The places he pressed, tattoos appeared. The turtle in the north, the dragon in the east, the phoenix in the south, and the tiger in the west. Cross touched the phoenix and brought it into the middle, moving the dragon and tiger into the southeast and southwest positions respectively. The phoenix tattoo grew and became the center tattoo with the other 3 forming a triangle. A golden circle appeared connecting the three other beasts together. Cross stepped back and wiped his sweat. He tapped Feng Shui's forehead and then Jasmine's forehead, imprinting White Tiger slaughters the gods into both of them. Jasmine also got the complete world ode to the phoenix. He came to Jasmine, who was looking at him, and he pulled out a leaf and a potion saying, "You get one too." Jasmine smiled sweetly and took the leaf. Cross smiled sadly and said, "You remember what to say? All the times to say it and when to say it in reverse while drinking the potion." Jasmine nodded, but she was feeling unease. Cross caressed her cheek and said softly, "I will find you. You won't have to wait for long. I promise." Jasmine felt her heart tighten and she was about to ask, when Cross waved. Luna took Feng Shui into the inner world and Cross flashed before the crack closed and he looked up at the air. His fists clenching and unclenching in anger. Jasmine looked up and her pupils shrank as she saw the figure of a woman appear. 127, losing. Cross looked up at the woman. She had a tall figure and was even taller than the average male. She was dressed in a jade green silk gown which was seemingly translucent, and her coquettish jade body was rather discernible. The silk sleeves slipping over her arms and thighs were however completely transparent. Her pair of silky arms were smooth and crystal clear while her shoulders glistened brightly. Cross watched as the woman touched down on the ground. As soon as she touched the ground, Cross disappeared. Jasmine watched with wide eyes as Cross appeared behind the woman, fully suited in his new armor and swinging Artemis like she was weightless, right at the woman's head. The eye holes in the armor glowed a violent blood red and he was like a ghost. No killing intent, as if he was cutting grass. The woman blurred and moved away. Cross touched the ground and stared at the woman. His sneak attack failed. It was time for some drastic measures. His eyes glowed violently and his killing intent exploded out of his body. It was frightening. Jasmine was shocked. His killing intent was too much. The void beast image appeared behind him and he stepped forward, instantly appearing in front of the woman. 4 of his veins were open and his realm shot towards half-step divine soul as he smashed the mace towards the woman once more. The woman raised her hand but Cross used legilimens to stun her. She paused for a split second, but that was all he needed. Artemis slammed into the woman while glowing and sent her flying across the illusory demon realm, blasting through several mountains. Cross didn't say anything and chased after her. He saw the woman and he knew just by her features that it was a woman from Jasmine's home coming to take her back. He gave Jasmine the leaf and the potion just in case and he fought against the woman, whose name was Moonflower. Maybe he could catch her off guard and kill her, but even if he couldn't he would definitely make her feel pain. She was not going to take Jasmine away from him without leaving with a scratch. Unfortunately, he was basically a strong ant to Moonflower. Cross narrowed his eyes and kicked to the side, moving out of the way as Moonflower appeared smashing her palm where he just was. Cross swung his leg out and kicked her in face before smashing her head with the mace. He held the mace in one hand and pointed at Moonflower. Black strings with multicolored speckles shot out at Moonflower and wrapped around her neck. They glowed dark green as Cross used Avada Ultima. Nothing happened, so Cross just pulled on the strings in an attempt to sever her head off her body. The strings drew a single drop of blood before Moonflower shouted angrily enough. Her aura exploded and Cross felt like a hammer smashed on his chest as he was sent flying, smashing into the ground near Jasmine. Blood spurted out of his helmet and he rolled to the side as Moonflower smashed the ground where he just was shouting, "Damn ant! You dare hurt me!" Cross smashed Artemis on the ground and a pillar of void energy blew up under Moonflower's feet. Cross pointed forward and opened up his 5th vein, coughing up blood in the process. The image behind him roared and shot forward, void energy wisping off it as it clawed at Moonflower, lunging at her with a wide-open jaw. Moonflower slapped the image to smithereens and Cross narrowed his eyes. His energy hadn't lost its magical properties. Moonflower shook and grunted in pain as red lightning crackled on her flesh. Cross shot forward and ducked under a whiplash. He switched his grip on his mace and swung upwards. His eyes flashed another stunning spell and Moonflower paused again before getting nailed in the chin. Cross jumped up after her and spun in the air, slamming Artemis down on Moonflower's chest, sending her into the ground and causing the entire continent to tremble. Cross pointed the mace at Moonflower and said emotionlessly, "Die." A pillar of void energy shot from the tip of the mace and exploded onto Moonflower's body. Cross disappeared from where he was standing and stood next to Jasmine, who was still in shock. Cross flashed for a split second as he said, "Fuck. Highs. I tried my best." Jasmine was confused and he suddenly had an arm going right through his chest. Jasmine's eyes widened and she trembled in rage and grief. She shot her arm forward and grabbed Moonflower's neck, squeezing tightly as she said, "It's all your fault." Her killing intent exploded, making Moonflower tremble in fear as she said, "P princess. I. Jasmine was completely enraged but she didn't have any strength to kill her. She said emotionlessly, "When we get back." Jasmine giggled creepily as she added, "I will make you wish you were never born." Moonflower trembled and Jasmine kicked her knees, snapping them back as she shouted, "Kneel, slave." Moonflower knelt and trembled in fear. Jasmine said emotionlessly, "You will stay here. If you move a single step. Hehe, even if I have to die I will kill you. As she took Cross body and disappeared, leaving Moonflower in complete fear. Jasmine appeared far away and started crying. Cross said Jasmine. Don't cry. Jasmine slapped him saying angrily if I didn't remember you had a string clone I would have thought you were really dead. You bastard. Though she was still crying. Cross felt his heart was being squeezed seeing her tears, he wiped them from her face and said this is better. Now she thinks I'm dead, I can go to the god realm without behind hunted down. Jasmine said with a sob where are you? Cross said from behind her here, JAS. Jasmine turned around and plunged into his arms as she started crying, Cross stroked her hair and said softly I will come find you soon. I promise. Jasmine cried harder, Cross wiped her tears and lifted her face before kissing her lips before saying coldly when I find you again. Even the gods won't be able to separate us again. Jasmine looked at him and sniffed as she said promise. Cross pulled her in and kissed her softly as he said I promise. Jasmine wrapped her arms around his neck and returned the kiss with passion as it could be the last. Cross separated his lips with hers, a line of saliva still connecting them. Jasmine's eyes started watering again, Cross reached into his inner world and pulled out Carl. Carl was in his cute plushy state and looked around saying where are we? Cross said seriously Carl. Carl got serious and Cross continued you're going with Jasmine to the Star God realm. Carl was stunned and Cross added you were my first friend, you mean a lot more to me than you think or I would have just let you as a badger. He looked at Carl and said seriously can you do this for me? Carl nodded heavily and Cross handed Carl to Jasmine saying he will keep you company. He's a bit of an idiot but he's one of my best friends. Coincidentally, he also has star powers. Jasmine took Carl and held him like a stuffed bear as she looked at Cross. He smiled and kissed her forehead saying you won't be waiting for long. When I see you again, I'll be able to protect you. Jasmine sniffed and Cross slid a ring on Jasmine's left-hand ring finger. It was gold with engravings and a blood-red ruby on it. Cross said it's a storage ring. I put all your clothes inside. There's also a surprise. He sighed and said this was supposed to be for our wedding but things developed unexpectedly. He looked into Jasmine's shaky eyes and said with his entire heart I love you, Jasmine. Please be safe. Jasmine trembled and kissed Cross before flying away super fast, crying the entire way. Cross waved and his string clone returned to him. He switched out just before Moonflower killed him. He grinned to himself and muttered seems like the tables have turned. His eyes narrowed and his grin turned bloodthirsty as he continued wash your neck and wait for me, I will end your slave existence sooner rather than later. He looked up and said when that time comes. The entire god realm will tremble at my name. Before disappearing with the wind, leaving eerie laughter behind. Cross stood in the plain, invisible, as he watched Jasmine leave with Moonflower. Once they left, he revealed himself and a complicated look appeared in his eyes. Luna and Feng Shui appeared and said it's okay. We'll find her again. Cross sighed and closed his eyes as he said I know. His eyes opened and he looked to the sky, there was no more complication left only an obsessive thirst for power. Cross added enough fooling around in this plane. Plans begin now. He paused for a moment before adding Luna, go tell Yunche what happened. Schwetter stay with me. Luna nodded and disappeared. Cross hooked Feng Schwetter's waist as he said with a smile my little Schwetter was waiting. I did say even if you ran I would eat you up. Feng Schwetter smiled and said Cross. If you're not okay, then Cross sighed and cut her off as he said Schwetter. He looked into her eyes and said sadly I'm sorry. I didn't know this would happen. Feng Schwetter smiled softly and said it's okay. I know big brother is hurting on the inside. Cross kissed her and said extremely seriously Schwetter, you mean a lot to me too. If it was you who was taken away I would do the same. He trembled a bit and said with a sniff I can't lose any of you. Feng Schwetter kissed him softly and said gently I'm not going anywhere, big sister Luna isn't going anywhere, and big sister Jasmine will be back. You won't lose any of us. Cross looked into her eyes and tears pooled in his own as he choked out Schwetter. Feng Schwetter held his cheeks and tiptoed, kissing his lips. Cross hugged her waist and Schwetter pushed him down, into a crack. They landed on the bed in Cross' room in the castle and Cross slowly fell asleep with tear stains on his face. Feng Schwetter got off him and sat on the edge of the bed. Luna appeared and let out a breath of relief as she said you got him to sleep. That's good. Feng Schwetter said big sis. Is this really a good idea? Won't be really angry? Luna said we have no choice. We'll just be burdens for the rest of our lives if we don't. Feng Schwetter bit her lips and said can we wait? Luna smiled and said you want to become a woman first. Feng Schwetter blushed and nodded gently. Luna smiled and said fine. You have 3 days. Feng Schwetter sighed and Luna left to prepare. Feng Schwetter caressed Cross' cheek as she said sadly big brother. Schwetter has no choice. Schwetter sorry. Before cuddling to his side and going to sleep. The next day. Cross sat in the castle, thinking about what to do, while Feng Schwetter was sitting next to him. fidgeting slightly. The day after that. Feng Shuier said Cross. Cross smiled towards her and said yes. Feng Shuier blushed and she said you. I. Cross pulled her to his lap and said Shuier. What's wrong? Feng Shuier said quietly Shuier wants to be a woman, like the others. Cross choked and said Shuier. He sighed and said right. I shouldn't be sitting here doing nothing. Thank you, Shuier. The depressed aura around him dispersed and he looked at Feng Shuier with love. Feng Shuier blushed and touched her fingers together saying so. Cross laughed and kissed her lips, slipping his hands into her shirt and squeezing her breasts. Feng Shuier moaned cutely and Cross smirked, teleporting to his room. He laid Shuier on the bed and gently took off her clothes, while she fumbled with his. Cross smiled gently and took off his own clothes before caressing Feng Shuier's body with his hands. Shuier mewled as he gently bit on her nipples. He caressed her smooth legs, massaging them as he flicked her nipple with his tongue. Feng Shuier moaned and said Please. Big brother. I want you. Cross touched her secret garden and was stunned, she was dripping. Cross pulled her hips to him and said I'm starting. Feng Shuier nodded with a deep blush, Cross held her hips and thrust it all the way inside in one go. Feng Shuier shouted in pain, Cross winced and said don't think about the pain. Focus on me, love. Feng Shuier looked at him with teary eyes. Cross smiled gently and held her small hands, leaning over as he whispered in her ear I love you. You're my little Swexu. Feng Shuier whimpered with a nod and Cross moved his hips slowly. Feng Shuier bit on his shoulder and Cross groaned, that actually wasn't helping believe it or not. Feng Shuier felt him getting bigger inside her, she moaned and wrapped her legs around his waist, pulling him inside as her inner walls squeezed his tool. Cross groaned and Feng Shuier whispered in. You're so big. Her hips were moving on their own as she moaned loudly, coming all over him. Cross flipped Feng Shuier and had her sit on top of him. He grabbed her ass and picked her up before moving her hips with his arms. Feng Shuier grabbed his hands and pinned them by his head as she leaned over and moved her hips on her own, dangling her perky breasts in his face. Cross sucked on her nipple and Feng Shuier moaned loudly, twitching as she came again. Her walls squeezed him and he grunted before pumping her full of cum. There was a click from their bodies and the tattoos on their backs lit up. Together, their cultivation shot up tremendously. They both stopped at the Divine Soul Realm first level. Feng Shuier didn't even had time to think about it as Cross flipped her over and pounded her vigorously, she let out loud moans with a happy smile. They continued for hours. Eventually, Cross was drained and fell asleep. Feng Shuier cuddled on his chest with a loving smile, she touched herself and looking at the white cream-like substance on her hands. She sighed and heard a voice say you want a kid so soon. Feng Shuier looked over and stuttered bye big sister. Luna smiled softly and said relax. Go shower. We'll leave before he wakes up. Feng Shuier said do we have to? He just lost big sister Jasmine. If we leave. Won't be sad. Luna trembled before turning away saying we must go. That's it. If we don't leave it will only get worse. Feng Shuier gasped and said you mean. Luna nodded and sighed I don't want to leave either but if we don't leave. He'll die. Feng Shuier shook and nodded before going to clean herself up, Luna looked at Cross before cleaning him with a spell. She dressed him in pajamas and cried as she made every comfortable for him, she whispered I'm so sorry my love. I hope you can forgive me when the time comes. I really had no choice. Her tears fell and landed on the bed as she kissed his forehead and left a letter in his lap. She stood up and bit her lip, bursting into tears as she walked out of the room with heavy steps. 128, to the God Realm. Cross woke up with a start, he had a terrible dream. He saw the letter on his lap and opened it, his pupils shrank and he said no 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 no. As he rushed out of the room, shouting Luna. Shuier. He was frantically searching through the castle to no avail. All that responded him was dead silence. He rushed outside and spread his mantra across the whole inner world to find nothing. The only living being in there was Levi. He looked up at the sky and roared in grief. The void beast on his back roared with him and his energy started changing. It became more pure, merging with his body, veins, and soul. His eyes were completely red and his voice traveled to all corners of the world. Cross stepped out of the inner world and flew towards Yunche only to find him sitting in a daze, as if he had lost his soul. Cross looked at him and said gone. Yunche looked up and said you too. Cross said all of them. Yunche was silent before looking up and saying first Jasmine. Now everyone else. Cross was silent before saying let's go. Artemis, you can stay in the castle. Before grabbing Yunche and stepping away, disappearing from the illusory demon realm. They appeared over the profound sky continent. Yunche looked around before saying I'll meet you later. Cross said hurry up and settle your affairs. I'm going to look for a way to leave. Yunche nodded and disappeared. Cross spread his mantra across the entire continent, trying to find anything. He looked in a direction and stepped. He appeared over Golden Crow spirit and said speak. The eyes opened and said why. Cross's tone turned deadly as he said I don't think you heard me clearly. His aura and killing intent exploded from his body as he shouted I said speak. The Golden Crow trembled and said Prince. See, calm down. Cross closed his eyes and said how do you get to the realm of the gods? The Golden Crow said naturally being in the divine soul realm you can travel to the realm of gods, but without directions you will just get lost. Considering your short time frame, you will never see the heavenly slaughter star god again. Cross trembled as terrifying killing intent seeped out of his body and he said what do you mean? The Golden Crow responded 5 years. If you don't possess enough strength to rival a top god realm expert in 5 years, you will never see her again. Cross clicked his tongue and said you're useless to me. Half a crown of golden light appeared around the right side of his head as he said this king shall spare your life because of the information you've given me. Before stepping away and disappearing. The Golden Crow sighed and said to herself seems his power awakened. I wonder what chaos the realm of gods will be in during these 5 years. Cross appeared in the azure cloud continent and spread his mantra out, sweeping over everything before stepping away, disappearing again. He came to the sky profound continent once again and searched frantically, covering every square inch of the entire continent before he felt a fluctuation and disappeared. He floated in the air above the frozen harpy sect. He looked up at the sky and said you, the half-dead woman. What are you doing? Nothing replied to him and he sneered before disappearing. He reappeared in front of the woman and young girl. Cross sneered as he said you're half dead, not fully dead. When this king speaks, you answer. The young girl shouted how dare why. Cross grabbed her neck and said for a divine soul realm woman, you're pathetically weak. The woman coughed up blood and said weakly please. Let her go. Cross looked at her and said and I have to listen to you? I could snap her pretty little neck like a twig and kill you right after. What's stopping me? The young girl struggled to no avail and the woman said I know. How to get to the realm of gods. Cross dropped the young girl and said in a deadly tone speak. If I find you've lied to me. You won't have to worry about this little girl dying anymore. The woman said you have to before falling from the sky. Cross clicked his tongue and caught the woman by her collar. He grabbed the girl by her neck and dragged them to the frozen harpy sect. Cross shouted outside hurry up. His voice boomed across the continent, reaching Yun Che's ears. A while later, Yun Che appeared at the frozen harpy sect and looked at the dying woman. Cross said she's our ticket out. Heal her. Yun Che nodded and said what about that girl? As he pointed to the tied-up girl. Cross said she wouldn't shut up. Yun Che chuckled before healing the woman on the ground. Cross sat on a chair and read a book as the girl rolled on the ground over to him and glared at him, trying to say something through the gag. Cross ignored her and continued reading as Yun Che healed the woman on the ground. Cross said how long? Yun Che said a month. Cross fell silent for a few seconds before saying then I guess we have no choice. He stood up and dragged the girl with him as he left. He sat in the snow outside and threw the girl in front of him as he closed his eyes, regulating his emotions before meditating on his own strength. He controlled all the elements with his void law. He was debatably more powerful than the evil god if he were to be at the same level. His mind flashed with his family before he seeped anger and intense killing intent. The young girl shivered in fear and Cross took a deep breath. He took out a box of cigarettes and lit one as he meditated. He couldn't even talk to them. He sent his voice through the necklaces but there was no response. Aurora told him that they did get the messages but just didn't respond. He was confused as to why they even left. Did they not have enough in his inner world? Why would they leave? He growled and opened his eyes, slamming his fist into the ground and decimating an entire area in the region of extreme ice and snow. He exhaled a mouthful of smoke and forgot about it. When he found them he would get an answer. They better have a good one, because he was seriously pissed. He meditated on the great way of the Buddha, occasionally scaring the daylights out of the girl when he smashed a bottomless pit in the area around him. A month slowly passed. Cross opened his eyes and a gold light flashed through them. A golden pagoda sank into his head and he reached the 7th level. A black whirlpool appeared on his back and practically sucked all the energy from the world into his body and his cultivation reached Divine Soul Realm 2nd level. He picked up the girl and flashed back to the sect. Yun Che was talking with the woman when Cross appeared and threw the girl at the woman's feet saying take us to the God realm. Now. The woman said I have my strength back now. Why should I listen to you? Cross said I thought you'd say that. The girl started convulsing on the floor and Cross said you have 10 seconds to change your tune before she becomes a cripple, 20 seconds before she becomes retarded, and 30 seconds before she dies. 5 seconds have already passed. The woman panicked and said okay. Okay. Stop. The girl didn't stop convulsing and the woman shouted I will take you. What do you want? The girl stopped and Cross said swear on your cultivation or I will simply kill her right now. The woman trembled and said I, Mu Binjayun, swear to take these two to the Snow Song realm or I shall be put to death by heavenly lightning. Thunder rumbled above them and the girl was freed. Cross said emotionlessly, we're leaving immediately. Before disappearing, Mu Binjayun clenched her fists and trembled. Yun Che said Senior. I hope you will forgive my brother. Well, his emotional state isn't quite stable at the moment. She turned to Yun Che, who added in. Both our families have gone completely missing and the only clue is the God Realm. Yun Che sighed and shook his head, pain flashing in his eyes. Mu Binjayun softened a bit before saying coldly, this doesn't mean he can torture my disciple. The girl on the ground got up and went behind Mu Binjayun, whispering softly, Master. I didn't feel pain. He lied to you. Mu Binjayun froze and said whatever. Where did he go? Cross flashed back and said coldly, hurry up and leave. Do you think I have as much time as you do? Mu Binjayun was angry but still took out a stone and said I can only take one. Cross pushed Yun Che forward and said just shut up and activate the stone. Before going into the pearl, Mu Binjayun snorted and activated the stone as the group disappeared. A while later, Cross came out of the pearl and touched the snow with his bare feet. He was only wearing shorts and his prayer beads. He looked around to see endless snow and ice. Mu Binjayun explained things about the Snow Song realm. Cross interrupted her saying, does your ice bird sect have profound arcs? What about cultivation rooms? What is the realm king? Mu Binjayun said, are you from the God realm? Cross said coldly, that's obviously none of your business. Mu Binjayun snorted and said, fine, don't tell me. You won't get any information either. Cross grinned his teeth and his killing intent seeped out, sending a shiver down Mu Binjayun's spine, and looking at him in shock, he growled, my wife. She's from the God realm. Now answer my questions. His blood-red eyes glowing, looking at her as if the moment she refused he would get to tear her apart. Mu Binjayun said, we do have profound arcs and the rest. My sister is the realm king. Cross was silent for a few moments before he said, how far is the Brahma realm and the Star God realm? Mu Binjayun jumped and said, you. Who are you? Cross snarled, answer me. Mu Binjayun replied, they're countless realms away. Do you think there's a map? Cross said, I have a decent map in my mind, I just need to know where I am right now. Unfortunately, your declining realm isn't important enough to stand out from the 40,000 other realms. Yun Che said, you're leaving. Cross sighed and said, if not? I don't exactly have the greatest relationship with these people. They can't help me get stronger, I will go to someone who will. Mu Binjayun was offended and said, who said we can't make you stronger? Cross said plainly, I need to kill a peak divine master within 5 years, can you do it? Mu Binjayun shut her mouth and was stunned speechless. Cross continued, plus, we're not very familiar. I have several other things more important to worry about than your pride. I couldn't care less if you're angry or hurt. I have a goal or I will simply kill myself, whoever gets in my way will become a corpse. His words were filled with venom and pure arrogance. Mu Binjayun's mind turned and her eyes widened as she said, the heavenly star slaughter god is your wife. Cross didn't deny it and Mu Binjayun's mind was a mess. They reached the city and Mu Binjayun said, Xiaolan, get Yun Che a disciple token. She turned to Cross and said, you. Come with me. Cross and Mu Binjayun disappeared and Xiaolan took Yun Che into the city. Cross and Mu Binjayun appeared in a room and Mu Binjayun said seriously, you are the husband of the star slaughter god. Cross rolled his eyes and said, I've agreed already. What do you want to talk about? Every moment I waste with you I could be looking for my other wives and kids or getting stronger. Mu Binjayun looked at him silently for a few moments before saying, the Profound God Convention will be held in less than 3 years. All the king realms will be spectating. Including your wife's realm. Cross frowned instead of being happy as he said, why are you telling me this? As I said before, we are not familiar. Now do I want to be familiar with you, or anyone in this frozen shithole? Our views don't align, which is the reason I destroyed the original Frozen Moron section. Cross narrowed his eyes at Mu Binjayun as he said, what's your goal? Mu Binjayun had a straight face at all his facts and said simply, I want you to represent our Snow Song realm. Cross spat, on what basis? You think telling me of an event is enough to make me represent you? Mu Binjayun shook her head and said, no. I will also help you find your family and give you resources. Cross trembled and he said coldly, why? Why me? Mu Binjayun replied, because you simply are better than your brother in every way. Cross sneered and said, you're severely underestimating him. I wouldn't be surprised if he reached the divine tribulation realm before the convention. Mu Binjayun sneered and said, you think cultivating is like drinking water? Cross said, you will see. Out of all the people to make an enemy of in this world I would never choose my brother. With him. Nothing is impossible, he even surprised me. He shook his head and said, what can you offer me? I will only agree if you give me the absolute best. If you cannot do this, then forget about it. I will leave the realm on foot if I have to. Mu Binjayun said, what are you trying to do anyway? Why the rush? Cross grinned maliciously and replied, the God realm needed purging and death himself sent me, do you believe it? Mu Binjayun trembled and said maybe if I didn't feel your killing intent I wouldn't have. Cross sneered and said arrange it. If you can't then forget it, I'll leave on my own. As he walked out of the room, Mu Binjayun didn't waste any time and directly disappeared, going to make preparations. Cross walked outside and touched his 3 beads, sighing as he said you all left me. Why? You know. I'm not even mad anymore. I'm just worried. I know you can all hear me. When I find you, I want an explanation or you can forget about sleeping in the same room. After he finished he sat on a bench and watched the disciples pass by. He was, in fact, still angry but he was also worried. Were they safe? In trouble? Where even were they? He knew they were still alive because the colored beads would have turned black if they died, plus the necklaces would return. Deep in his mind, he was afraid. Not just that something would happen to them without him. He knew Luna wouldn't leave just like that if she didn't have a good reason. She must have seen something horrible in the future. He sighed and looked up to the sky mumbling they're all going to get a good spanking when I find them. Just as he finished his words, the white bead lit up and Luna's voice came through. Her voice was soft and extremely sad as she said baby. Important. Read author's note. 129, Unavoidable Separation. Cross heard Luna's voice and closed his eyes, clenching his fist as he said what did you see? Luna cleared her throat and said I know you're mad, but listen to me. What I saw. It wasn't good things. You sacrificing your life to save us but because we were still with you. You weren't strong enough. You died and everyone else was dead too. Her tone was shaking and Cross let out a breath as he said but you could have stayed in the castle. Nobody would have found. Luna cut him off saying where do you think we were taken from, baby? Cross swallowed his words and fell silent. Luna added baby. I really didn't want to leave at that time but this is the only way. If we're not with you then you can't be forced into anything. Cross roared and if something happens to you while I'm gone. We could have figured it out together. Luna sobbed and said do you know how many times I saw the future? You think I would have left if there was a way to be with you and live? It sounded like Luna broke down and cried every single possibility of survival when we were with you was 0. There was even one where we all died for you and you won but you killed yourself right after. The only one where I couldn't find the outcome was where we left. Jasmine already have me and the rest a place to go. We're all safe and getting stronger. It's you who has to start or else you will die. Cross trembled and clenched his fists, cracks coming from his fists and Luna said softly honey. Maybe I would be able to help you ever, but I want you to know, if you die. I will follow you right after. Living without you. Even for Zephyr and Pandora, I can't do it. Cross's pupils shrank and he shook. Luna added in this life and every single one after, I will be with you. We live and die, together. I love you. Cross heard Feng Shui's voice say you. I love you too big brother. And then Jasmine's forget it, if you die I will drag you back from hell and kill you again. Don't you dare, you understand me. Though her tone was trembling. Cross closed his eyes before replying regardless. He opened his eyes and said you will be punished for leaving. Before standing up and walking away, the beads fell silent. He walked through the Divine Ice Phoenix sect, alone with his thoughts. If Luna had indeed seen all those things then he was pretty much in big trouble now. She never gave him a time frame, but he already had a goal. At this so-called God convention he must be at least peak Divine Spirit realm, he'll win and use whatever prizes to step into the Divine King realm. Then according to the Golden Crow he would have just over 2 years to slaughter the Star God realm. Cross had no fear whatsoever towards any Divine Masters, even if he couldn't kill them he was confident enough to run and hide. The problem was where he was going to get all the resources to advance. He had no doubts about his talent to reach his goals but sitting and absorbing energy wasn't going to cut it. He needed life and death stimulation. A place where he was forced to get stronger or he would die. His mind turned with countless places that he could potentially go to. He heard of a place from Jasmine, the God realm of absolute beginning. When he heard of this place, his heart throbbed and he felt a calling. Even now he felt a force calling out to him. He will go, but he had to do some stuff here first. Cross checked off all his options already. He could keep 3 veins open indefinitely and when he wanted he could go up to half-step Divine Tribulation realm for a minute. After a minute he would start suffering from internal damages by the second, so unless he truly wanted to die, he would turn it off just before a minute passed. As for his strings, well, he considered their best use to be sensing and infiltration. Recently he hasn't been using them too much as he got the armor and Artemis. He was experimenting with an idea that could or could not work. But if it did, he could potentially be a master at escaping. While he was thinking, he bumped into a woman. He bounced off her chest and walked around her, muttering who the fuck stands in the middle of the street. Fuck I hate this place. The woman was speechless, who dared to talk to her this way. She looked over and saw his back tattoos and perfect muscles, every movement he made was filled with power and confidence, but also an overwhelming arrogance. The woman had never seen him before, which was startling because she was the Realm King. That's right. Cross had stolen some of Yun Che's luck and bumped into the Realm King, Mu Xuanyan. What a tragedy. Mu Xuanyan followed him saying you there. Cross ignored the big-chested bimbo and said fuck off. Before stepping and disappearing. Mu Xuanyan felt a vein pop on her forehead and she disappeared as well. Cross reappeared on the road and snorted before going in a different direction. Unfortunately, the big-chested bimbo wasn't as dumb as he thought and appeared in front of him saying who are you? Cross spat coldly what do you care? You shouldn't have been standing in the middle of the street in the first place. Mu Xuanyan felt her eyes twitch as she said what do I care? I don't know, maybe because this is my realm. Cross didn't even flinch and said so. A divine master. Big deal. Go seal your emotions somewhere else and leave me alone. As he walked past her, Mu Xuanyan grabbed his arm and said coldly what if I don't want to leave you alone? Cross glared at her and his killing intent spiked as he growled I said fuck off. As he waved his arm, smashing his mace towards her head. Mu Xuanyan's eyes widened and she flashed back, Artemis smashed into the ground and the entire sect trembled. Cross said icily you still want to stop me? Mu Xuanyan took out her sword and her personality did a 180 as she said seductively maybe. Cross frowned and he donned his armor, spreading his strings out in all directions. Mu Xuanyan attacked and Cross's eyes flashed as he countered, smashing his mace along with the force of Mu Xuanyan's attack right back at her. Mu Xuanyan blurred and dodged the attack, appearing right in front of him. Cross spun to the side, dodging the slash as he swung his mace around, thrusting the handle into her stomach before shooting his knee up. Mu Xuanyan tilted backwards, dodging the knee to her face as she giggled so vicious. Cross was silent as he pulled the air and strings pulled Mu Xuanyan's feet out from under her. He brought Artemis over his shoulder, slamming into Mu Xuanyan's stomach, slamming her into the ground. He stood on Mu Xuanyan's stomach with his other foot on her neck and Artemis pinning down her sword. His helmet eye holes, glowing a vicious red light. Mu Xuanyan giggled and said so strong at the Divine Soul Realm. Unfortunately, Cross' entire body, except his head, was completely encased in ice in an instant. He didn't say anything but Mu Xuanyan didn't either as fine strings circled her neck and hovered over her eyes and ears. She returned to her cold personality and said I can still kill you. Cross wasn't bothered and said if you want to be blind and deaf then go ahead. Mu Xuanyan was silent for a moment before saying who are you? Why are you in my Snow Song realm? Cross said simply release me or I will do it. Mu Xuanyan was going to speak, when they both heard a voice shout big sister. Ah! They both turned to look and saw Mu Binjayun running over. Mu Binjayun was already having a hard enough day on her own now she heard a big fight and came to see the boy she brought with her and her sister very close to killing each other. Though she didn't think Cross could kill her sister at all. She still said you. Let my sister go. We had a deal. Mu Xuanyan said what deal? Mu Binjayun sighed and said he would represent our Snow Song realm if I gave him a profound arc and the top resources of the sect. Mu Xuanyan frowned and said what? Mu Binjayun said big sister, he's very strong. Plus. She whispered something to Mu Xuanyan, whose eyes widened and said what? Cross frowned and said coldly I don't remember saying you could spread my personal affairs. Mu Binjayun said I never thought you would fight my sister. I'm pretty sure and justified to speak when you're about to die. Cross clicked his tongue and said I'm not so sure about dying. Mu Xuanyan looked at Cross and said you must become my disciple. Mu Binjayun's eyes widened and she said what? Cross said I refuse. Mu Binjayun turned to him and shouted what? Mu Xuanyan replied you don't have a choice. Mu Binjayun looked at her sister and shouted again what? Cross looked at Mu Xuanyan and said why? Mu Xuanyan admitted your relationship with the heavenly star slaughter god will benefit my realm and our master-disciple relationship will benefit both of us. You don't have a reason to refuse nor do you have a choice to. Cross fell silent, it fixed his immediate needs, but to be a disciple under this woman. He was reluctant. After a minute of silence he said I have conditions. Mu Xuanyan said you're not in a position to make demands. Cross nodded and said then kill me. Mu Xuanyan frowned before saying speak. Cross said I will not kneel to you. I will get access to anywhere in the Divine Ice Phoenix sect, as well as the top resources. I want a profound arc. Finally, I want you to take my brother as a disciple as well. Mu Xuanyan looked at Mu Binjayun, who said they came together, same situation. He's with Xiaolan at the moment, and he's at the Sovereign Realm. Mu Xuanyan said I agree. The ice melted and the strings disappeared. Cross reverted to normal and said hopefully, you don't disappoint. Mu Xuanyan snorted and said I will kill you if you disgrace my sect. Cross shrugged and said whatever. Before walking away, a little lonely. Probably all the relationships he makes here will be business only. Other than Yun Che he was all alone. He sighed to himself and disappeared into a crowd on the streets. Mu Xuanyan watched him go with an unreadable expression on his face as Mu Binjayun said, "Big sister, are you okay?" Mu Xuanyan nodded and said, "Take him to my place. I'll have a room for him." Before she disappeared as well. Mu Binjayun couldn't help but feel the two were a bit similar. They both only had one person to rely on at the moment. Then she sighed and mumbled more work. Before chasing after a cross, Mu Xuanyan reappeared in her room and lifted her shirt, revealing a cut. She muttered playfully, "Interesting boy," before setting up 3 rooms. 130. Explosive increase in cultivation. Cross and Yunche were brought to Mu Xuanyan's residence. Mu Xuanyan was waiting for them. She glanced at Cross before focusing on Yunche. Cross went into the room to the side and closed the door, not even bothering to greet Mu Xuanyan, while Yunche started talking to her. Occasionally looking at her chest, they were huge. Cross sat on the bed and cursed, it was hard as a rock and cold as fuck. Who sleeps on these? He calmed himself and looked to his side, there was a pill, a stone, and a vial of blue blood. Cross sniffed the blood and muttered, diluted 1,000 times. Garbage. He looked at the pill and felt it in his hands before throwing it in his mouth. He grabbed the stone and started cultivating. He closed his eyes and the ring on his back started turning faster, while a golden half-crown surrounded the right side of his head. His beads lit up and his energy was sent to the others as he cultivated. A pitch-black whirlpool appeared on his back as Cross snapped his fingers, a time bubble appeared around him as the energy was sucked in even faster, getting purified through the beads before entering his body. All the energy outside was slowly being sucked towards Mu Xuanyan's residence, decreasing the speed for everyone else slightly. It was barely noticeable for the disciples, but Mu Xuanyan felt it clearly. She was beyond shocked. She peeked into Cross' room and was startled at the pure energy inside the room. It was 10 times more pure than outside. Mu Xuanyan sneaked into the room and sat down in the room, before cultivating herself. Sucking in the excess energy in the air. Cross felt her but ignored her, as long as she doesn't interrupt him she can do whatever she wanted. His cultivation continued for 5 months before he felt like he couldn't advance any further. Cross opened his eyes and the time bubble collapsed. His appearance didn't change a single bit, but the ring on his back circulated 25 times. Cross calculated the time and estimated he had been inside the time bubble for 5 months outside, which meant he was cultivating for 25 years. He stretched his body, cracking all his bones as he got off the bed. Mu Xuanyan opened her eyes and looked at him before her eyes trembled in shock. This guy. He was at peak divine soul realm. She could tell he was even suppressing his cultivation as well. From the 2nd level to the 10th in 5 months. No. Her eyes widened as she said, time laws. Truly shocked this time. Cross looked at her and said, what? Mu Xuanyan recovered her calm and said, you cultivate time laws. Cross didn't deny it and said, is this something to be proud of? I can have all the time in the world, but I still don't have the strength to do anything. He paused and changed the subject. What's the deal with this frozen lake? Mu Xuanyan asked, you want to go into the heavenly Netherfrost lake? Cross nodded wordlessly. Mu Xuanyan said, if you tell me how long you were inside the bubble, I will bring you. Cross said, 25 years. Mu Xuanyan had her mouth open wide as she said, how old are you? Cross counted on his fingers saying, should be 29. Mu Xuanyan frowned and said, your bone age has to be more. Cross shook his head and said, my time laws have no effect on my bone age because time belongs to me. I could sit there for 1,000,000 years and only 16,667 years would pass outside. Add 29 years to that and I would be 16,696 years old, despite sitting there for 1,000,000 years. Cross paused and added, though, this only works for me. If it was someone else they would age. Mu Xuanyan was completely shocked. Wasn't this too amazing? Cross said, anyway, take me to your little lake. I need to try and die. Mu Xuanyan almost choked and said flirtatiously, it couldn't be that my little disciple is going to kill himself from loneliness. Cross said emotionlessly, I don't know if you realize every second I waste I could be getting stronger somewhere else. Mu Xuanyan pouted and said fine. Cross followed her and they both disappeared. If it was him before, perhaps he would find this little master of his cute with her dual personality, but now. He was obsessed with strength. Perhaps he would never be the same again. The main things keeping him going were anger, killing intent, and an obsessive thirst for strength. Everything else drifted off into the wind, completely out of his mind. As far as he was concerned, if you could make him stronger, you were a tool, and if you couldn't, then you were useless. You could say that Cross wasn't in the right state of mind since the girls left. His mind only turned on how to get stronger and every single scheme, trick, cheat, he could think of to accomplish his goals. As for anyone unfortunate enough to get in his way, they could join the trail of corpses he left behind on his way to the peak. Cross and Mu Xuanyan floated above the frozen lake. Mu Xuanyan said the pool is extremely deep, even I don't know far it goes. But it is extremely cold and based on your affinity with the ice element or law will affect you more depending on how deep you go. It is extremely dangerous as you go past your limits. Cross didn't say anything, just dived inside. Mu Xuanyan sighed before leaving. Someone like Cross would never purposely die until he achieved his goals, so she wasn't worried. Then she frowned, she wasn't worried in the first place. She shook her head and left to help Yunche. Cross dived into the lake and his hair turned white. Blue gave him the ice element, but it wasn't that strong. Because he had the law of nothingness, he had mastery over all the laws. Of course, that didn't mean he was stronger than someone who cultivated the ice law for their entire life. His strongest point was nothingness or void. He could control the other elements through the void because of his comprehension. Normally this would be impossible, but because of the way he understood the law it became possible. Whether this was because he was special or because that's how the law worked, he may never know. Cross understanding was nothing gives birth to everything, while everything always returns to nothing. This was the principles of the universe. Not just some random thing. Cross dived deeper and deeper until he started to feel the biting cold on his skin, but this wasn't enough. He continued all the way to the bottom. His feet touched the ground and he finally felt the unbearable cold. He looked around to see a naked girl curled up in a ball, covered in ice. Cross ignored her and circulated his great way of the Buddha, counteracting the freezing cold energy destroying his body. Cross continued cultivating while swinging Artemis under the water. Despite his movements, she was still extremely heavy. Plus the cold wasn't helping either. He suddenly heard a soft voice say Future Calamity. So you finally appeared. Cross turned to the girl and said, what do you want? The naked girl replied, I only wish that you won't kill too many innocents. Cross frowned and said, why would I kill innocents? The girl replied, perhaps they are not innocent to you. Cross sneered and said, then they deserve to die. An ice phoenix spirit still cares about human life. The girl hummed softly, but she was completely still, not moving in her ice block. Her voice sounded once more, Elven Prince, perhaps you may be right, but falling to the path of a demon isn't the right choice. Cross snorted and said, what demon? The decisions I make are all my own. I don't regret a single one of them. I am me. Gods, demons, humans. As long as they get in my way, I will kill them all. I don't seek murder and blood, but I will not shy away from it either. The girl replied, yes. Perhaps I was mistaken. You are already on your own path. A faint sigh was heard before she spoke again, hopefully, the worst will not occur. Cross ignored the girl as he focused on destroying and healing his body. An excruciatingly painful process, but he didn't even flinch. Time flew by. 5 months later. Cross shook and a golden pagoda sank back into his head. 8th level Great Way achieved. A click was heard in his body and all the energy flew towards him. His body swelled before expelling black impurities and he broke through to the divine tribulation realm. Cross stood up, not feeling the ice to be a problem anymore. He looked at the ice phoenix girl and said, anything else? The girl said, believe your decisions to be right, or you will never recover. A ball of blue blood appeared and flew into Cross' body as the girl said, I too was threatened by that woman. Cross blood devoured the ice phoenix blood, adding a blue speck to his light golden red blood. Cross felt his aura spike, but he suppressed it and fixed his foundations. His body still followed his own age and the recently increase in strength made his supremely firm foundations a bit shaky. Well, not anymore. Cross didn't say anything and flew back up to the surface. He had trained in her for 5 months, it was time to leave, and perhaps leave the Snow Song realm entirely. He jumped out of the lake and landed on the snow. He looked up and saw a group of people staring at him in shock. He snorted and his figure blurred before disappearing. Cross reappeared in front of Mu Xuanyan, who seemed a bit sad for some reason. He ignored her emotions and said, I need a small arc. Mu Xuanyan turned around and said, you're alive. Cross said plainly, if not, do I look like a ghost? Mu Xuanyan was startled, was that a joke? He can joke? She recovered and said, you were in there for 5 months, I thought you died. Cross said, unfortunately for you, I have a tough life. Can I have the arc now? Or are we going to dance around everything, wasting the precious time I have left? Mu Xuanyan felt uncomfortable as his words, why was it unfortunate for her? She was breezing through this relationship. She didn't have to do anything, it was quite nice. She threw him a small blue boat and asked, where are you going? Cross caught the boat and said, that's none of your concern, is it? Mu Xuanyan replied, perhaps, but if you run away and miss the tournament then I would be a bit idiot, no. Cross said, you admitted it. Mu Xuanyan's eyes twitched and he added, God Realm of Absolute Beginning. I will meet you at the convention. Where is it? Mu Xuanyan frowned and said, Eternal Heaven Realm. Why are you going to that terrible place? Are you truly looking to die? I can fulfill your wishes, there's no need to go so far. Cross said, if I sit here any longer I will just take more time to advance. I need life and death stimulation, not comfort. His necklace glowed and a small black bead materialized in front of him. He threw it to Mu Xuanyan saying when it's time to be at the tournament, contact me with this. Before turning around and leaving, he went out and threw the boat in the air before shooting off. Mu Xuanyan watched him go and muttered something before returning to her residence and looking at a flower that was quietly floating in a small pond. 131, Vermilion Spirit. Cross flew the blue arc out of the Snow Song realm. He was feeling a little worried for Yunche but he couldn't find him and he was running out of time. Between Yunche and Jasmine, the choice was obvious, plus, Yunche had a tougher life than his own. He would definitely be okay. He flew over a flaming wasteland and looked down, muttering Flame God Realm. Before flying over an abyss, he looked down before storing his arc and jumping down the hole, plummeting to the ground. Cross fell into the abyss and used his strings to break his fall, landing safely on the ground. He looked around and saw a cave that radiated pressure. He scoffed at that pressure before walking inside. There was nothing. Just another cave. Cross was disappointed. Holes in the ground always have treasures. He turned around to leave when he noticed a pale gold light. It flickered for barely a moment behind a crack in the wall. Cross walked over and punched the wall, making the crack bigger. He wasn't polite with the crack and smashed Artemis on the wall, destroying it, revealing another cave. Cross grumbled and walked into the cave. He walked into a dark space. He sighed to himself and said, another fire bird. Giant pale gold eyes appeared and said, You're the elf I've been hearing about. Cross said plainly, probably. The eyes looked at him intently for a moment before saying, you're different from what I've heard from the crow and the phoenix. Cross said, I'm in a bit of a time crunch. Can you spare me from the big speech? I already got an earful from the frozen chicken. The eyes seemed amused and said, you seem to think I care. Cross shrugged and said, I don't. I'm telling you to hurry up. From my experience the rest have been threatened to give me something, you shouldn't be any different. Whether you give me something or make me take a trial or even give me nothing, I couldn't care less. I sensed you here, so I came to see you. If you can give me power to make me stronger, good. If not, then I'll just leave. Before turning around and walking away towards the exit, the eyes watched him go before sighing and dragging him back saying, all right, you walking disaster. You win. Cross looked at the eyes emotionlessly. The eyes said, as you may have guessed, I am the Vermilion Bird Spirit. And, yes, I have been threatened as well. I will give you my blood, but... Hee. If you want the rest, plus a big surprise, you will have to take me trial. Cross was silent for a moment before saying, how long will this trial take exactly? The Vermilion Bird Spirit said, Aya. Are you really in a hurry? You still have 4 years. Cross said, I have to participate in the convent in 2 years and 2 years after that I need to be able to slaughter divine masters with ease. The Vermilion Bird laughed and said, how do you plan on doing that? If you can destroy divine masters with ease in 4 years, I will become your mount. Ha 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 ha. Cross eyes flashed as he said, deal. Also, I'm going to the God Realm of Absolute Beginning. I will stay there for 2 years, win the convention, then go back for another 2 years. The Vermilion Bird choked before saying, that horrible place. Well, seems like I don't even have to look forward to it anymore. You won't last a single month in there. Cross sneered and said, what do you know? How long will the trial take? The Vermilion Bird said, tell you what. I'll skip the first 2 trials and go to the hardest and final one. It will be an hour outside but there's no telling how long you will be inside. Cross nodded and said, start then. The Vermilion Bird's eyes flashed and Cross felt he was in a different space now. He was used to it by now and looked around him. He saw 2 opposing forces. One looked to be a race of devils, using darkness energy, and the other was a group of humans, wearing white clothes and wielding pale gold flames as they shouted, you devils will be annihilated by the power of our vermilion flames. Cross watched impassively as the devil leader shouted in grief, you killed my daughter. You have the gall to call me a devil. The white-clad man sneered, your daughter seduced my son. The boy next to him sneered at the devils with heavy disgust in his eyes. Cross stepped in between the 2 forces and grabbed the devil leader's head, looking through his memories. Turns out his daughter had been taken by this man's son, before he found her corpse in a field completely destroyed. There were even tears in her eyes. Cross floated over to the young man and read his memories, finding out that he had kidnapped the girl because she was beautiful. He kept her in a basement, torturing and raping her every day, claiming that devils were sinners and she should feel grateful that she wasn't dead. Other than this, he was a saint to the world. Fighting the devils back at every turn, a true protector of humanity. The young man found out the girl was pregnant and lied to his father that he was seduced by her devil arts, so his father killed her and threw her back into the devil region. Cross floated to the middle and laughed before shaking his head. He looked up and said, isn't this trial a bit too easy? The devils are clearly justified. Cross waved his hand and obliterated the righteous humans. The devil kneeled and said, thank you, senior. Cross waved and said, a wave of the hand solved your problem. He grinned and waved his hand again, the girl's corpse came back and she healed at a visible rate before waking up saying et. Cross tapped on her forehead, erasing her memories of her torment before sending her back with her family. The devil leader started crying and knocked his head on the ground shouting thank you, God. The rest of the devils kneeled and shouted in unison thank you, God. Cross waved and disappeared. He reappeared in the vermilion space, he smirked to the vermilion bird, who was glaring at him. Cross said you're angry I didn't kill the devils? I don't understand the God realm's fixation with the devils. Ultimately, they didn't choose to be devils. What's more, are they even sinners in the first place? Darkness is an element like any other. Cross shook his head and said what a bunch of fools. The vermilion bird shouted you. Cross said you, what? That stupid kid raped that poor girl and you're still on his side? Just because the devil possesses darkness energy? Could it be that you're actually retarded? Just think about it for a moment. Let's say, for example, the world says you know what? Fire energy is too strong. It should be taboo suddenly everyone starts hunting down people who practice fire laws. Does that make any sense to you? Cross chuckled and added because that sounds pretty fucking stupid to me. The vermilion bird didn't have a reply, that was just a ridiculous example, and yet. Is that not what happened? Cross waved and said regarding the secrets of the primordial era. Hehe, naturally I know nothing but I've heard stories. Some MOE guy supposedly punished devils. For what reason? Just because they were devils? Maybe his wife got stolen from a devil? Or she had an affair with a devil? Maybe he just didn't like the way they looked. Cross spread out his hands and said either way you spin it, this MOE sounds like an asshole. What god? What savior? He was probably a racist moron. I refuse to believe that the devils would come into existence for the sole purpose of killing gods, this makes no sense. Why were they created in that case? Does killing gods give them more power? Can they increase their cultivation this way? Definitely not, or else they wouldn't have been annihilated. So, crossing out the so-called truth that devils are inherently evil and made to kill gods, you can only come to the conclusion that MOE was a lying piece of garbage. He continued but as the saying goes the winner is the king and the loser is the thief. The devils lost and now they're taboo. I do have a question though, is everyone in the god realm brainless? They just trust whatever some old guy, who turned to ashes long ago, said? Not to mention he was in possession of the heaven-punishing ancestral sword, who knows if it was his in the first place. Maybe he stole it from the devils and then claimed that they were evil before using the sword to kill them. Hehe, who are the true devils I wonder? The vermilion bird was trembling and shouted enough. Cross sneered and the vermilion bird ceded you passed the trial. I will not allow you to question the god race. Cross rolled his eyes and said why? Because they used your flames to kill the devils? What a joke. Cross looked at the vermilion spirit and said seriously can I ask you a serious question? Why do you detest devils? The vermilion bird was silent and Cross added I know that the vermilion flames carry the power to purify, thus your natural enemy is darkness energy, but does that mean they must be killed? The vermilion bird said of course not. Cross asked in return then why? Out of all the fire birds, I like the golden crow the most. At least she isn't a hypocrite like that phoenix. Claiming to never hurt innocents when her own descendants are being enslaved, ugh. What a moron. The vermilion bird was silent for a while before sighing and saying my descendants were the first to be killed during the War of the Gods in the primordial era. They placed themselves on the front lines without hesitation, following MOE to kill all the devils. Nobody ever questioned MOE as to why the devils were being killed in the first place. Cross shrugged and said you hate them for fighting back? Had your descendants not even fought, wouldn't they still be alive? Aren't you upset your descendants were mindless sheep instead? The vermilion bird said regardless, this is the annihilation of my clan. Cross sighed and said there's no point in arguing with someone who can't even understand what I'm trying to say. The vermilion bird said if someone killed your family would you not hate them? Cross replied I would hate them with every fiber of my being. Grind their bones to dust, eat their flesh, and drink their blood. The vermilion spirit said so then Cross cut her off saying but, they provoked someone who had nothing to do with them in the first place. It's like me going to a clan, killing half their people for no reason, then expecting them to just accept it without retaliating. This. I have to be retarded to think this, no. Cross paused for a moment before adding though, even if I did that, I would kill them all the first time so that they couldn't retaliate. If I lost my family from my own stupidity, I think I would kill myself and join them. Obviously, I didn't have a brain in the first place, why taint the world with my idiocy? The vermilion bird was speechless for a while before laughing. Cross looked at his wrist, but he didn't have a watch. The vermilion bird calmed down and said you are very good. Though I am quite uncomfortable with your words. I cannot refute them either. Perhaps you're right. A big ball of pale gold sparkling origin blood, a smaller ball of pale gold blood, a pale gold flame, and finally a pale gold eye. Cross waved and stored the origin blood and took the eye with a thoughtful look. The vermilion bird said, turn around, I will fix your diagram. Cross frowned and said, what do you mean fix it? The vermilion bird sneered, that little chicken is in my spot. Cross was abruptly turned around and the vermilion bird's blood and heart flame shot into Cross' body as the vermilion bird's spirit's eyes glowed. Cross blood devoured the pale gold blood, adding another speck, while the pale gold heart fire drilled into his heart, agitating the other two heart fires. It started burning brightly and the three started spinning, coming together before combining into one. It was a bright white gold flame. Cool. A light shot into Cross' eyebrows and the vermilion bird's consoling spirit song imprinted itself in his mind. Cross read the divine art and found out it was like a song. Or rather a symphony. With 4 different stages: sad departing, rueful loneliness, hopeful reunion, and finally accepted separation. It was a sad song for sure, but it felt warm and comforting. The vermilion spirit poured her power into the diagram on his back and snorted. The phoenix transformed into a pair of red wings before moving to the southeast and southwest positions. The wings started changing and half of the feathers on both wings turned blue. The southern position was taken by a tattoo of a vermilion bird. It was much more grand than before. It possessed the same arrogance as the other tattoos. The entire diagram shined brightly and all the beasts roared to the heavens, producing a beautiful song. Cross growled and roared along as his energy spiked. His cultivation started rising before stopping at the divine tribulation realm peak. The vermilion spirit sneered as she mumbled, dumb chicken, just because I'm not there you think you can take my spot. Cross whistled with his eyes closed and a golden white lotus appeared above his palm. He looked at the lotus with a calm look before moving his fingers gently. The lotus played around his fingers before floating away, obliterating everything in its path. The vermilion bird said incredulously, accepted separation lotus. Cross turned to the vermilion bird and said indifferently, thank you. I will remember our bet. I will be back in 4 years. Before turning around and leaving. The vermilion spirit pursed her lips and mumbled, with the pseudo-void energy you have. It will be impossible. He is going to that place. Perhaps he can truly understand the laws of nothingness. Hopefully he doesn't die or I would be excited for nothing. Cross flew out of the hole before stepping on his boat and shooting out of the flame god realm. There was one more place he wanted to stop before he got to the god realm of absolute beginning. He still hadn't forgotten his promise. 132, could it be love? Cross touched the ground and became invisible, using the prayer beads to erase his presence completely as he entered a city. He passed through the gates and disappeared into the city. On the gates big words glowed golden saying Brahma Heaven City. Cross was pretty much completely untraceable right now as he shuttled through the city, planting invisible string ears everywhere. He looked up at the palace and narrowed his eyes slightly before moving in its direction. He communicated with Aurora saying 100% undetectable from divine sense. Aurora replied cheerfully, that's right, Master. Aurora is powerful, right? Cross smiled and rubbed the necklace beads as he said very powerful and cute. Aurora. Cross smoothed out his smile and cautiously stepped into the palace. He captured a maid and searched her memories before erasing himself and sending her back on her way. He didn't say a word but continued through the palace carefully, looking around every corner and in every room. He continued and saw an old withered man in a grey robe going into a room. He narrowed his eyes as Aurora said, Master. He feels like one of us. Cross replied, treasure. Aurora replied, yet. Cross kept silent. He could communicate with Aurora through his mind so there was no sound. Using his magic in conjunction with his invisible movement skill, he was basically a ghost. He followed the man into a room and saw a woman. Cross was a bit startled. This woman was probably the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life. She could only be described as perfect. As if she was made by God himself. He calmed himself down. Yes, she was extremely beautiful, but she was his target, and from what Jasmine said, she was a huge cunt that hated men. Cross glanced at her and a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his lips. Kuan-Yi Ying-er looked right into Cross' eyes in confusion. She swept her divine sense over him but found nothing. The withered old man said, Mistress, is there something wrong? Kuan-Yi Ying-er shook her head and said, nothing, Uncle Gu. I just thought I felt something. Did that man do something today? Uncle Gu shook his head and Kuan-Yi Ying-er hummed in thought. Unknowingly, the two players sat at the chess table, meeting for the first time. But only one of them was aware. Cross silently left the room, leaving an invisible bead in a corner before slipping out the door. He heard Uncle Gu talking about the Brahma soul bell and the primordial seal of life and death, while Kuan-Yi Ying-er was still in thought as she said, Uncle Gu. Stop speaking. Search the room. Uncle Gu was confused but still searched the room. He found a ring in the opposite corner of the bead, bringing it over to Kuan-Yi Ying-er, who had a frown on her face. She opened the ring and found a letter inside. She opened the letter and read the contents before a beautiful smile emerged on her lips as she said, MMM. Incredible, my little beast came to visit me. Uncle Gu was even more confused. Kuan-Yi Ying-er was showing true happiness? Uncle Gu looked at the letter and trembled. The letter said I've made the first move my little prey, I hope you won't disappoint me. The predator of course, who else could it be other than everyone's favorite elf, Cross. Was he going to say that? Hee. He wasn't that arrogant yet. Qun Ying realized something, that feeling she felt. It was him. She flashed to the spot she felt it at before sniffing. It smelled like fresh flowers. Maybe she was going crazy but she was 100% certain that she had looked at his eyes, but she had no idea what he looked like. The smell she smelled had become her favorite smell. The smell of thrill. She touched her lips and mumbled, if you lose, will I be happy? Will you stay with me forever? She looked up and muttered, you've seen me and yet you still make me your prey. She turned and said, Uncle Gu, did I get uglier? Uncle Gu jumped in shock and said, Mistress. Is your head okay? Qun Yi felt her eye twitch and she said, I'll take that as a no then. But right after an intoxicated expression appeared on her face as she muttered quietly, have you truly no desire for me? She touched her cheeks and blushed. Uncle Gu was sure Qun Yinger was sick and he ran out saying, I'll get a doctor. Qun Yinger ignored him and gently folded the letter before placing it in her personal space as she sat on her bed daydreaming. Her daydream wasn't quite right. She dreamed of decimating Cross and making him her dog, forcing him to listen to her and seducing him as hard as she could only for him to never even look at her. Ayo. This girl was truly fucked up. She was a sadist and a masochist at the same time. Quite possibly a Yandere as well. Anyway. Cross slipped around the palace into a throne room. He saw a man, which he learned from the maid's memories was named Qun Yi Fantian. Based on the conversation with Qun Yi Yinger and Uncle Gu, this man was Yinger's father and the realm king, but more importantly, he had the Brahma soul bell in his possession. Cross was just looking to stir things up and create chaos in the Brahma god realm. He knew from Jasmine that the Southern Sea God Emperor, Nan Wanzhong, was a greedy piece of trash. He estimated that Nan Wanzhong would easily attack the Brahma god realm for the primordial seal of life and death. After all, if anybody wanted to live forever it would be a greedy guy like him. Thankfully, Uncle Gu had the loosest lips on the planet when talking to Yinger. Cross had basically found everything out about the Brahma god realm secrets. The space within the Brahma soul bell, the two ancestors that are alive inside, and the primordial seal of life and death that is keeping them alive. Without Qun Yi Fantian to call them out, they would have no idea what was happening. They were completely sealed and would only come out if the entire realm was in danger. Cross was also greedy for the primordial seal of life and death, but not because he wanted to live forever, but because he could devour it with his prayer bead necklace. Evil infant is gone, the rest will surely follow. Maybe he'll even get some benefits from it. This obviously not a main priority right now though. Cross slipped away, not able to get the Brahma soul bell today, but it will be his in the future. He swore it. He hummed to himself and captured a butler in the palace before sinking a accepted separation lotus into his body before casting Imperio on him and whispering, go give Qun Yi Fantian by gift and leave this message, the predator calls the first check, your move. The butler stiffly walked away and Cross slipped out of the palace quickly, going into the city with a captured maid. He cleansed her body, mind, and soul, before casting Imperio again and handing her a letter as he said, go to the southern god region and make sure this gets to Nan Wanzhong. He teleported out of the city and let the maid go. He watched as she flew away and a ruthless grin formed on his lips as he bang a loud bang from the city. He snickered and slipped away quietly, speeding out of the realm on his arc as the chaos ensued in the palace. Qun Yi Yinger entered the throne room and saw a complete mess along with the faint humming of a sad tune. She was stunned and said, what happened, father? Qun Yi Fantian's face was covered in soot as he coughed out a black smoke cloud saying, a butler came in, said the predator calls the first check, your move, before exploding into a white lotus. Qun Yi Yinger trembled and said quickly, are you sure that's what he said? Qun Yi Fantian nodded and said, why? Do you know what that means? Yinger smiled beautifully as she said no idea before walking away with a turn of her slender willow waist, a dazed expression on her face. Fantian shook his head and said, clean this place up. Qun Yi Yinger returned to her room and closed the door before holding her hand over her heart. It was beating fast, she had a blush, an emotion she never felt before emerged, it was love at first check. Yup. She's bonkers. He came and went, unnoticed, but left a shadow that would forever be in her heart. A shadow, without a face, and yet, the most handsome figure could be imagined. A figure, that could only be described as perfection. Qun Yi Yinger took off her clothes and entered her bath, her slender jade-like fingers sliding to her sacred garden as her other hand pinched her cherry nipples. She never felt this way before. The thrill of the mystery. The danger of an unknown enemy. The exhilaration of the game. And yet the sour taste of an unrequited romance that would only come to a climax at one of their deaths. Like an endless dance. Drifting in the wind. My mind only thinks of you. Qun Yi Yinger moaned, digging her fingers inside her cave, craving the satisfaction of a sweet release and yet not being able to reach it. It was intoxicating. Her eyes widened as she came over her fingers, imagining her little beast in chains as a loyal dog. A thought appeared in her mind: is this love? A simple yet unanswerable question. Perhaps. Using her fingers once more, finishing the thought in her mind, it could just be. That day was pure bliss for Kuan Yinger, the Omega Yandere. Meanwhile, Cross had reached the God realm of absolute beginning and entered it, storing away his arc and preparing himself to by constantly fighting for 2 years. This was a mental preparation but also an physical one. Going inside and diving headfirst into a horde of beasts was going to hurt. A lot. He didn't really care too much about the pain. More so the rate of his strength increasing. He wanted to be at least Divine Spirit Realm peak, while he was currently Divine Tribulation peak. He actually cared very much for his tribulation. If his theory was correct, he could jump several months of training by absorbing the lightning. Perhaps reaching the Divine Spirit Realm 5th level from one breakthrough was a possibility. Of course, this depended on his tribulation size. He hoped he got a big one. At least something that would help him advance and not a small, weak, static shock. Dispersing his thoughts on the matter, he drilled into the God realm of absolute beginning and sped along the ash-grey grass, on the hunt for any beasts that caught his eye. It was do or die, and he had a lot of things he wasn't done with. 133, the God realm of absolute beginning. Cross ran through a forest for a while, not finding anything. Where the fuck are all the beasts? He wasn't sure, but he was getting angry. He stopped and made a small fire before starting to cook. He was beginning to regret coming here. It wasn't dangerous at all. If any of the Divine Masters heard this thought, they might just cough up blood and slap him to death. It's very dangerous, okay. Cross clicked his tongue, while chewing on a dragon steak and walking through the forests. He sniffed himself inside. He had been here for a month and hasn't taken a bath. He was starting to feel dirty. He came across a lake and smiled a bit. There were beasts here. A lot of them, too. He gobbled up his steak and cracked his knuckles. He decided to use his fists throughout this whole training session. The beasts were alerted and turned to Cross, growling threateningly. Cross gave them all a predatory grin, his sharp canines gleaming in the darkness before he charged into the beast horde with a crazy expression on his face. He really was a maniac. At least the beasts thought so, though they didn't run. Instead a massive brawl ensued. It was completely brutal. Cross wasn't behaving like a person, but more like a beast. Using only his body to punch, claw, tear, bite, and kick his way out. There was even a moment he was on all fours. He growled. Growled. Cross shot forward, jumping on a panther-like beast's face and punching it in the eye, popping it like a balloon before crushing its brain and tearing a chunk of its flesh out with his mouth. The other beasts started to question if Cross was a beast as well. What kind of maniac did they meet today? They just wanted some water. Cross didn't let any of them go, lunging at another beast, smashing a fist on its head, slamming it into the ground. What happened next? Was a slaughter. The beasts were scared and started to flee. The most ridiculous this was, Cross chased after them. The beasts started running even faster, cursing their bloodline for only having 4 legs. Wouldn't speed be nice? Why not give me wings, mama? Needless to say, some of the beasts didn't make it out alive. Though they were all in the Divine Spirit and King realm. Had he jumped into a ground of Divine Master beasts? Who knows what would have happened? The battle lasted for 3 days. Cross was the only one left standing, surrounded by corpses and covered in blood and sweat. He took off his shorts and jumped into the water to clean himself. Once again, if anybody saw him they would cough up blood and die. That was divine water of absolute beginning. Not bath water. To be honest, Cross didn't care what kind of water it was, but he did notice that he was being cleaned while the water was still fresh. He tasted a bit before muttering not bad. He took out his space gourd and sucked up the entire lake into it. Unfortunately, all of Xiao Lai's wine was gone. Though now he had some refreshing water to drink. Perhaps he would be hunted down by the entire God realm if they knew it was a lake of divine water of absolute beginning. They would capture Cross and squeeze the rest out of his body before dragging him along with them to the God realm of absolute beginning as a lucky charm. Cross put on a new set of shorts before grilling the beasts and calling out Levi. Levi came out and he was gigantic. A true Leviathan. He was huge. Cross threw him a dozen grilled beasts along with a drop of turtle origin blood, a drop of dragon god origin blood and some water from his gourd. Levi ate and drank it all, roaring tenderly, shrinking down to a small Leviathan and rubbing himself on Cross' face cutely. Cross smiled slightly and rubbed Levi's head with his finger. Levi closed his eyes and his back shell-like thing turned black, while his eyes became slitted. He had draconic pressure coming off him now. What a little monster. Cross felt Levi was at the Divine King realm. He wondered what happened to his other beasts. They better be working hard, or maybe he would have a nice 4-symbol soup when they came back. All his beasts spread around the God realm shivered and started working harder, feeling like something might happen if they don't. 8 months passed. Cross and Levi walked around the forests, leaving a trail of carnage wherever they went. They even killed a divine sovereign realm beast by teaming up. Cross took a swig of divine water of absolute beginning and poured some for Levi, who opened his mouth and gulped it down before releasing a satisfied How cute! Cross felt that this water must be special because his entire body underwent a massive change. His blood was extremely vigorous, his muscles were like steel, his bones were as hard as diamonds, and his soul was thicker than the earth. After 6 months of consuming the water, he felt it had no effect on him anymore, but it tasted good, so he kept drinking it. He still had a lot anyways. He took an entire lake. He had enough for a 1,000 years. Let alone 6 months. He rubbed his chin and theorized that the wine made with his water should taste amazing. He sighed at the fact that he hadn't kidnapped Xiao Lai when he left the Blue Pole Star. Maybe he should go back and get him? He shook his head, he just didn't have the time. Cross continued through the forests before coming across a cave. He was suspicious, what sort of cave would form in here? Anyway, he was here to die, so he jumped right in. An idiot for sure. Cross looked around to see a pitch-black pearl with a white slit in the middle. He was confused, it looked like an eye but at the same time not. He walked forward and picked it up. He heard a voice in his skull say, "Eye of the Void." Before disappearing, he said to himself, of course it was something grand. Couldn't he find a treasure that was like a rock or something? He looked at the eye and had a crazy idea. So crazy, in fact, that it just might work. He sat on the ground and floated the eye in front of him. He took out the phoenix eye and bit his thumb, throwing in a drop of his own blood before spiting out a sliver of green crystalline liquid. He made runes and they floated around the items as they started to merge together. A while later, the runes sank into the eye and it flashed before becoming liquid and sinking into Cross eyes. He felt a cooling sensation, his eyes flashed black before becoming bright red again. He closed his eyes briefly before opening them and seeing much better. He could see everything now, pockets of space, true appearances, souls, blood vessels, etc. He could see whatever he wanted to see. He smiled to himself and looked around to see another hidden cave that he couldn't see before. They're already useful. Cross walked into the cave and saw a ton of plants, mostly lotuses. But all the lotuses had 9 different colors. Cross touched the lotuses and they waved to him. He smiled and threw all the lotuses on the lake in his inner world, keeping one for himself. He continued looking around and found more and more herbs. He didn't even fucking know what they were. But they must be treasures. He threw all the herbs into the ever-expanding greenhouse, keeping none of each herb to himself. Unfortunately, his new eyes couldn't identify things he didn't know. Well, he didn't expect a name to hover over new things anyway. What was this? A video game? Nonsense. This was real life. Thus, he kept a single herb each before walking out of the cave after he made sure he took everything the cave had to offer. He almost took the stones inside as well. He was a greedy fellow for sure. Cross walked out with Levi and went on the hunt for a breakthrough. He had a ridiculous plan, they all seemed to work out for him up until now. For some strange reason, the words plot armor came to his mind. He had no idea what that was, so he forgot about it and attacked a lone divine master beast with Levi, who grew up and charged at the whale-like beast. Cross jumped on Levi's head and lunged at the whale when he got close enough. Throwing a void-shattering strike at the whale, smashing it in the face. The whale roared angrily and used his full power. Cross chuckled excitedly and took out Artemis for the first time in a year. He didn't use his armor and charged at the whale like a mad dog. The whale blasted him away and Cross spat out a mouthful of blood before charging back as Levi bit on the whale, tearing out a chunk of flesh. Cross smashed Artemis into the wound, using void-shattering strike. The whale cried in pain and spat out a blue beam of condensed energy. Cross grinned with a sweat and smashed the beam, shouting, "Return to the abyss." The beam inverted on itself and smashed the whale in the mouth. Cross flew backwards and blew out chunks of what could only be organs. He circulated the great way of the Buddha as he charged at the, now covered in blood, whale. Levi clawed at the whale, biting and tearing chunks of flesh as Cross fought it head-on, feeling immense pressure. The whale suddenly charged forward and smashed into Cross, sending him deep into the ground that, up until now, had absolutely zero damage done to it. One can only imagine how strong this dumb fish was, but the same could be said for Cross' body. He didn't splatter on the ground. Which was good news. Cross climbed out of the hole, covered in blood. The whale slapped its fin at him and Cross roared to the sky, smashing Artemis at the fin and blasting it to pieces. The whale was stunned. The ant it was fighting suddenly blew up his fin. This ant wanted to ascend to heaven today. Cross' eyes were completely red and the great way of the Buddha kept circulating faster and faster as he smashed the whale, causing minor damages, but they started adding up. The whale was starting to get scared. What kind of ant was this? So tenacious. He felt like a wild, ferocious animal. It looked to the sky and its pupil shrank, before swimming away as fast as it could, disappearing into the sky in a blink. Levi looked up and immediately returned to the inner world. Cross looked up and burst into joyful, crazy, maniacal laughter. Pitch black clouds covered the skies as far as the eye could see, spanning countless miles. The entire god realm of absolute beginning was cloaked in pitch black darkness, with only the sound of wild and crazy laughter echoing from all sides. Just so you know, the god realm of absolute beginning was massive. Bigger than an entire star realm. Which meant, Cross talent was absurdly amazing. Just think, the largest ever recorded was under 100 kilometers. Cross covered the entire god realm of absolute beginning. The entire thing. If he could even get out alive, he would be more than a legend. A fairytale. A fantasy. A god. An insurmountable mountain, looming over the entire god realm. This was never seen before and would probably never happen again. Cross looked at the clouds and shouted wildly, "You want me dead? Ha 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 ha. Come and fucking get me." A massive black lightning bolt slammed into Cross' body and the clouds shook, as if angry at the provocation. 134, the thundercloud that spanned an entire star realm. Cross looked at the thundercloud crazily, the bolt of lightning fell and destroyed his flesh. Cross looked as though he didn't feel pain as he laughed and stuffed his mouth full of the spirit herbs, activating Great Way of the Buddha. The medicinal energy exploded in his body as the second stage of lightning punishment fell. The medicinal energy and the Great Way of the Buddha circulated, 2 black lightning bolts fell from the cloud and wreaked havoc in Cross' body, destroying everything. The medicinal herbs along with the Great Way of the Buddha were healing him from the inside out as an enormous change was happening in his body. Cross roared and his body started sucking in all the black lightning, allowing it to smash around in his body, destroying his insides and entering his energy reserves. The medicinal ingredients were definitely way too strong for the current Cross, maybe he would have exploded and died. Luckily, he had the best talent there ever was and his tribulation was more of a death sentence by the heavens themselves. It was as if they couldn't live under the same sun. Cross felt angry but also relieved and happy, perhaps he would have died if he was favored by the heavens. The lightning wasn't enough, however. Cross whistled a sad song and threw an accepted separation lotus at the clouds, blowing a huge hole in them as he shouted in complete madness, "You want me dead? You're going to have to try harder than that. Ha 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 ha." The thunder clouds formed again and instead of doubling, like normal, they tripled. 6 pitch black lightning bolts slammed down on Cross, who didn't even grunt in pain, instead he smiled wildly with crazy desperation in his eyes as he said, "Hee now I'll really die for sure." He stomped the ground and flew into the air shouting, "Come on! What are you sending me? Static electricity. I can't feel a thing. Heaven's punishment? Twee. Feels more like a scolding. My wife hits harder than you." He could feel the clouds getting angrier by the second as it rained down lightning bolts. Cross circulated Great Way of the Buddha to save his life. He basically didn't have any skin left, only his blood, muscles and bones were left. He was, quite literally, a blood man at this point. His hair, flesh and clothes were all gone. His necklace and tattoos strangely remained, as if they were painted on his soul. The necklace softly absorbed some of the black lightning, sending it out to the girls, along with the excess medicinal strength. They all got the energy and knew Cross was going through his lightning tribulation right now. Jasmine said quickly, "Cross. What's going on? How big is your thundercloud? Where are you?" She sent a group message and Cross burst out laughing crazily, "Ha ha 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 ha. I'm in the god realm of absolute beginning. My cloud. Hee hee, it's the entire realm." The girls were absolutely floored and Jasmine shouted, "That's impossible. You'll die." Cross shouted, "Don't you dare come here. If you come here I won't resist and you can find me in hell." The girls choked and Cross added, "If I can't survive this little bit of punishment, what right do I have to even go looking for you all?" The girls were silent and Cross finished crazily, "Whether I live or die. Hee hee, it'll be decided today." The girls started crying in anxiousness, the last thing they heard was a crazy laugh and a shout, "Your fucking mother squeezed my dick harder. Come on, destroy me. Ha 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 ha." Before the beads cut out. The girls were dumbfounded. Jasmine muttered to herself, "He's a maniac. A complete maniac. He's even provoking the heavens themselves." Luna said, "Jasmine. If he dies, watch our kids, will you?" Feng Shuier said anxiously, "Big sister, what do you mean?" Luna said resolutely, "I will not allow my husband to be alone on his journey to the next life." The other two trembled and Jasmine said seriously, "I don't believe a single tribulation can kill my man. Keep your kids to yourself and wait for him to come get us." Cross was standing in spot with smoke coming off his skinless body, almost all his flesh was burnt. He was on his 7th stage of tribulations, he was in a miserable shape but he was healing at a visible rate. A 9-colored gas where his stomach should be was rebuilding his body from the ground up, the density of divine beast origin blood was steadily increasing with every lightning strike and his energy was devouring the black lightning greedily, without end. Cross might look dead but he was still laughing, staring at the clouds with a wild and hateful expression. The 8th stage came. Crack. For those of you following along at home, the first stage was 1 bolt, the second was 2 but the third was 6 and it kept tripling since then. So the 8th was 1458 lightning strikes. It just goes to show how resilient our little elf boy was. One by one, 1458 lightning strikes smashed against Cross body, intent on turning him to dust. When they all fell down, there was an eerie silence for a few moments before a laugh was heard. The laugh slowly grew louder and louder before a wild mocking laughter sounded from Cross. His eyes popped, leaving blood-red flames in his fleshy skull. They burned with a strong obsession for life and strength. Even as a barely flesh skeleton, he was still mocking the heavens. As if he wouldn't stop until they gave up or he turned to dust. Cross laughter didn't stop as the 9th stage came down with 4,374 strikes. Anybody else, they would have been long dead by now. The clouds were beyond enraged, as if they were humiliated that an ant was mocking them. During every single one of the lightning bolts, Cross didn't even pause his laughter. The great way of the Buddha and the medicinal energy were still going stronger than ever. Even Cross himself was absorbing the energy around him along with the lightning. He was simply a super maniac. A psycho that wouldn't stop until the world burned. The 9th stage came and went and Cross sneered with heavy disdain in his eyes. Though, that shouldn't be possible because he didn't have lips, or eyes. The thundercloud didn't disperse and continued with the 10th wave. 13,122 strikes. Holy fuck! Cross stood tall, unwilling to bend to anyone. Not even the heavens. Even if he turned to ashes, he still wouldn't kneel. He crossed his arms, which barely had any flesh left on them, and just took the lightning punishment. Oh! The pain? Excruciatingly painful. The most painful thing he had ever felt in his entire life. But he would never admit it. Even if he turned to ashes he would still say it didn't hurt from hell. What a petty guy. You send a single lightning bolt at him and all of a sudden, you're his mortal enemy. Cross looked up after the 10th stage. He was pretty much a skeleton at this point, but he was still circulating his great way and medicinal strength, along with absorbing everything. He was doing this forcefully, even if it stopped he would spin it himself. Plus he still had his soul to fall back on. Bones? Who needs M? Tui. He didn't know what kind of medicinal herbs he ate but they were still far from finished. He should expect this. It was said everything from the god realm of absolute beginning was a heavenly treasure. He had eaten around 9 different heavenly treasures in one go. Cross snorted in disdain and drank the water from his gourd before throwing it back saying that's it. I was just a little parched. If the clouds could speak they would definitely say you're a skeleton. How can you still drink? Do you live just to infuriate me? Cross spread out his bone fingers and looked at them as if he was looking at his nails. The divine water of absolute beginning merged with the medicinal energy and boosted it even further. Cross yawned and said you're done? I'm afraid your partners in the future would be aggrieved. A 10 pump chump is what we call you. The thunder boomed above him and the 11th stage fell down. A whole 39,366 strikes, but Cross just watched as his lower body bones disappeared. He sneered and said humph. You think if I don't have any bones I'll kneel? Foolish. As he floated in the air with only an upper skeleton left. He even flipped a bony bird to the thundercloud. What an asshole. The clouds blasted him with the 12th stage, destroying the rest of his bones. Oh no. Could this be the end for our elven hero? Find out next time. Hee, just kidding. Cross appeared, still circulating the great way of the Buddha and medicinal energy and absorbing the lightning. He was in his soul form. His soul was bright gold. He had his tattoos and everything. He looked up at the thunderclouds and chuckled, this is my final stand. Haha. Haha. Ha 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 ha, hit me with everything you have, I don't believe you can kill me. Ah ha 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 ha. A maniac till the end it seems, let's see if it'll pay off. With a final roar the 13th stage came, slamming 118,098 lightning bolts. Cross opened his arms wide and stopped suppressing the medicinal energy, letting it explode with strength as the lightning bolts slammed against his soul. Endless and excruciating torture, but he could feel his soul getting denser and denser as he absorbed the lightning frantically. He ran everything he had for his life. This was the moment. Would he live and become a legend? Or die and be forgotten about? He still stood tall and faced the clouds with a big insane grin on his face. Refusing to give the heavens even a single shred of satisfaction. He even laughed. He laughed. The lightning was smashing his soul and he laughed. The 13th stage ended and Cross stood completely still. The clouds were aggrieved but they couldn't go any further than 13. So they left before they could be mocked again. Their friends would definitely laugh at them when they saw them again. Cross moved very, very, slowly. He tapped on the prayer bead necklace and said, I, your husband, have survived. Rejoice. When I see you, again, I'll fight. 3,000 rounds, with all three of you at the same time. Before he swayed and leaned forward, he suddenly took a mighty step, slowly standing straight before falling unconscious. He didn't even fall when he passed out. He stood tall, like a hero. Jasmine appeared in front of him and saw the absolute carnage that was the space around Cross. She trembled in shock. Just what did he go through? She had just arrived, and only heard the end of his little victory speech from his mouth before he fell forward. She was going to go out and catch him, but he suddenly stood straight and his soul dimmed as he stood tall, making her heart tremble in awe, fear, love, and pain. But more than this, she was proud. Proud of having such a man as her husband. Suddenly a golden pagoda appeared over his head and sank into his very soul, shining extremely brightly. 9th level of the Great Way of the Buddha achieved. The 9-colored medicinal gas covered his soul as if it was stimulated, and a single drop of bright golden red blood with many different colored specks appeared where his heart should be before getting bigger and forming a heart over the white gold flame. His body was being recreated. Self-recreation. Basically nirvanic rebirth. Jasmine was completely dumbfounded and felt her heart in pain. What had he gone through in these past 2 years without her? How was he? Did he feel lonely? Was he sad? Intense guilt filled Jasmine. If she hadn't suggested the others to leave and give them the means to do that very thing, he wouldn't be alone. He wouldn't have to go through so much. She knew he would never admit it, and she knew he wouldn't blame them. He was simply too good to them. It made her pain throb in pain. She forced out 3 drops of essence blood and flicked them into his heart. Her face turned extremely pale and she brought his body to a quiet place. She found a cave and slaughtered all the beasts inside before attempting to sit him down, but his legs were as stiff as steel. They refused to bend even a little bit. She let him stand and sat by his side as time trickled by, watching over his every move, refusing to even sleep in case something happened. 135. 3-Way Chaos. Time trickled by. An entire year passed. Jasmine looked skinny and haggard with bags under her eyes. She had been watching him for an entire year without rest or eating. She never took her eyes off him for even a minute. Cross was still standing in a coma. His body had been recreated completely. Every single inch of him was brimming with power and vitality. His skin was fair and white, his muscles were perfect and his hair was extremely long. It shined like silk and was abnormally tough. All the divine beast blood had become much more dense, and his own blood was littered with different colored specks as they traveled through his body as if they were on a safari tour. Suddenly, Cross' body clicked. Jasmine watched very carefully and every single one of his bones crackled like thunder as his cultivation exploded. He went up at an incredible rate, beyond common sense. It continued to upgrade until hitting divine spirit peak. The diagram on his back roared and 4 wings shot out from his back. With a click, he reached the Divine King realm. Jasmine's eyes widened. 3 years. He had taken 3 years to get where others had taken hundreds. What kind of talent was this? She saw his eyelids twitch and panicked. Should she stay? Should she go? Would he be mad at her? She came despite him saying not to. She decided to run away. She took one last look at Cross and heard convention is in 2 months, be there. From his necklace. She looked at Cross, before disappearing. She was definitely going to be at this god convention. But at the same time she felt something was wrong, like something bad was going to happen. She tapped her necklace and said, you too. If you go to the convention don't interact with him. Luna's voice came through, is he okay? Jasmine said he's fine. Divine King realm actually. Luna let out a breath of relief and Feng Shuai said you felt something bad might happen too. Jasmine stayed silent, tacitly agreeing as Luna said the vision I had didn't give me a time frame, but for the past year it changed. Feng Shuai and Jasmine were silent and Luna continued the danger is still there but it decreased. One thing is for sure, the god convention will be anything but peaceful. Even after. The danger is highest after the convention. I don't think me and Shuai should go. Jasmine said don't go. Focus on your cultivation, is everything else ready? Jasmine said Nan Wansheng got a letter a year and a half ago. He looked pretty agitated about it. Feng Shuai added the Brahma realm was attacked by someone 2 years ago, security has tightened up everywhere now. A maid came back a few months ago, before being killed. Jasmine was silent for a moment before saying it was probably him. He's the only one who would slip into the Brahma god realm and attack them. In their palace no less. Luna hummed in thought before saying and doing it right now. Feng Shuai replied I'm ready, big sister. Jasmine said seriously in and out. Do not stay there. You both may be in the divine sovereign realm but they have many more powerful divine masters. Zephyr and Pandora. Luna said divine spirit realm. Jasmine sighed what terrifying kids. Luna giggled and said they are his after all. Jasmine smiled and shook her head saying send them to the snow song realm and go for the second stage. Luna giggled and said yes, ma'am. Feng Shuai teased yes, lady boss. Jasmine giggled and flew out of the god realm of absolute beginning. Cross woke up and looked at himself, he was like a new elf. His bright blood-red eyes glowed with a wild light and every movement he made was filled with power. He was completely unused to this strength. He heard Mu Xuanyan's voice, meaning he had 2 months. He left the cave and called out Artemis, who had grown heavier than before. Artemis told him that she ate the lightning too, making her heavier than before. She was nearly 10x heavier. It was almost a struggle to hold her up. Despite this, he ran into the woods, like a blur going to find some beasts to fight and get used to his strength. He had a month before he needed to leave, that was enough time. Meanwhile, Luna controlled an old man from the Brahma realm in the southern god region. The man stomped up to the palace and shouted, Nan Wansheng. Roll out for daddy. A man appeared with a confused expression and said, One of the Brahma kings? What happened? The Brahma king sneered, you think you can hide from us? You little snake. We already caught the little thief you sent. Nan Wansheng was dumbfounded and said, I didn't. The Brahma man shouted, Tell your lies in hell. As he attacked the southern god palace, sending a giant golden palm down on the entire city. Luna peeked from around a corner, her fingers over her eyes, looking at Nan Wansheng. All she got was they found out so quickly, as he tried to stop the attack, but multiple people died in the process. Luna went invisible and fled the southern god realm with Zephyr and Pandora, who had matured very quickly. Understanding the situation, they ran away with their mother. On the way out, Luna tapped on the beads and said, Schwerer, I was right. Nan Wansheng sent a spy/thief. Get him caught. In the Brahma god realm. Feng Shuier had average looks and was dressed as a maid. She heard Luna's voice and walked away. She quickly found the thief and the one she was controlling. They were talking about stealing the Brahma soul bell. Feng Shuier shouted, A thief! A thief! Immediately the man Feng Shuier was controlling, sent a palm at Feng Shuier. Shuier made a clone and the clone turned to ashes as she turned invisible and fled as fast as she could, using the beads as cover. Brahma kings found the 2 thieves and saw the ashes on the floor. They were enraged and shouted, the southern god emperor has the guts to steal from us. The man Feng Shuier was controlling, pushed the actual thief and fled as fast as he could. The thief cursed and the man Feng Shuier controlled got smashed to smithereens. Qun Yinger flashed to the body and picked up a ring with a forged letter from Nan Wansheng saying, I sent the thief, get him all the information you can. She was thoughtful. The letter even had Nan Wanshen's seal on it. The thief was caught and Qun Yinger walked over as they searched his soul. It was true. This man was indeed sent by Nan Wansheng. Qun Yinger was confused and a bit disappointed, she thought her man did this. Then the letter flashed briefly, Qun Yinger looked at the letter and saw the predator sends his regards before burning up in flames. Qun Yinger shook in delight before scampering back to her room, rubbing her thighs together. Qun Yi Fantian had a grim look on his face as he got the report. The Brahma king said the thief was told to steal the Brahma soul bell at all costs. He was also told if Qun Yi Fantian rings the bell, run as fast as you can. Qun Yi Fantian's pupils shrank and his mind was overloaded. Impossible. How did he know? This wasn't good for him. Only 5 people knew about this secret and 3 of them were in hiding. He was getting seriously stressed out. Whoever was plotting this behind the scenes wanted the Brahma god realm to be in as much chaos as possible. Sicking the greedy Nan Wansheng on them was bad news, but an excellent move. He tapped his fingers on his throne, trying his hardest to think about who could be plotting against them. But how would he ever find out? The person plotting against them had absolutely no grudges with the Brahma god realm. Even if Qun Yi Fantian thought about crazy mad dogs, who bit everyone they saw, plotting against his realm, he still wouldn't think of cross. Nobody knew about him. They didn't even know what he looked like. Only Qun Yinger knew, and she only knew the name Predator, not who he was, what he looked like, what he sounded like. She even suspected the fragrance was faked. Qun Yi Fantian thought it was time to consult his daughter. His daughter was currently in the middle of pleasuring herself, moaning Predator and my sweet little beast as she came all over her fingers. She was truly fucked up. Jasmine got back to the star god realm and a little girl popped out of nowhere, hugging Jasmine as she said, Wah-ah. Big sister, you're back. Jasmine smiled softly and hugged the girl as she said, KZ, did you miss me? KZ nodded and said, Big sister is so skinny now. Jasmine sighed sadly and said, I know. Come, big sister will brush your hair. KZ nodded happily and Jasmine brought her to her room, before brushing her hair softly. 2 months passed by. Nan Wansheng seemed to want to take his time after the little calamity in his city. He was burning with rage at the Brahma realm. The Brahma king was a true Brahma king. It wasn't a fake at all. He even detonated his Brahma soul to try and take Nan Wansheng with him, killing thousands in the process. Nan Wansheng sneakily ordered his troops to move out while the God convention was going on. He would be at the convention holding Qun Yi Fantian, while his troops slaughtered everyone in the Brahma god realm. This Nan Wansheng was not a nice person. Well, neither was Cross, the main instigator of this event. Luna and Feng Shui only fueled the fire that was burning already. Jasmine spent her time with her sister, watching the situations of the Southern God Realm and the Brahma God Realm. If she was being honest, she was completely shocked. She had barely given Cross any information on the Brahma God Realm and this was the scenario. She wondered if he had every detail, how much chaos would ensue. Currently, Cross caught a dragon from the Dragon God Realm and fed him the information about the primordial seal of life and death along with an Imperio order to go sneak around in the Brahma Palace. He slipped another letter in the dragon's hands before commanding him to send the information to the Dragon God, the letter to Qunyi Ying and erasing any memories of himself. He let the dragon go, who immediately took out a stone and said, "Tell the Dragon God, the Brahma soul bell houses the primordial seal of life and death as well as 2 ancestors who were thought to be dead. I also heard Qunyi Fantian had captured some of our kin and used them as food." Before crushing the stone and speeding off to the Brahma God Realm to carry out his mission. Cross sneered, if they checked his soul they would find out that the Dragon God knows everything and the dragon was given the mission by the Dragon God himself. He chuckled evilly and sank into invisibility before flying off towards the Eternal Heaven God Realm. Cross had heard about the recent events from a few people and planned for that. The dragon, who will ally with any Southern Sea God people and attack the Brahma realm before backstabbing them and getting killed. His mission was a death mission with the order cause as much chaos as possible. Cross grinned like a bloodthirsty beast, a faint primordial aura radiating off him. It was extremely faint and barely noticeable, but just this little bit was agitating the void beast on his back. His long, wild, hair fluttered in the wind as he flew on his arc towards the convention. 136, God Convention. Cross appeared over the air in the Eternal Heaven God Realm. He searched for a bit before finding Yunche with some other kid. He stored the arc and flashed to Yunche. Yunche was talking with Huo Poyun when Cross appeared in front of him. Yunche was startled and said, "Big bro. I thought you were dead." Cross scoffed and said, "You haven't died yet, how could I die?" Yunche grinned and said, "So? How is it?" Cross grinned maliciously and replied, "Too fucking easy." The sky rumbled as if angry at his words. Cross sneered and said, "My tribulation couldn't kill me and now it's all mad." Yunche said, "You passed your tribulation." Cross nodded and said, "Yep. Divine King first level." Yunche's eyes fell out of his head and rolled back to the blue pole star in shock. A new pair grew back and he shouted, "What?" Cross covered his mouth and said, "SHH. Do you want the entire God Realm to know?" Yunche scratched his cheek and cursed, "You bastard. I'll fight 300 number 3000 rounds with you." Cross flicked his forehead and said, "Quiet down, geez. Nice white robes. Are you a woman?" The Divine Ice Phoenix sect disciples frowned and Yunche sneered, "Master told me to tell you, you have to wear the robes as well. Plus, you're the one with long hair. Calling me a woman when you look like a woman." He clicked his tongue in disdain. Cross eyes widened and he said, "Absolutely not." Yunche took out the disciple robes with an evil grin. Cross growled and Yunche laughed, saying, "Did you become a beast in the God Realm of absolute beginning? Wear some clothes." Cross grit his teeth and took the robes that had an ice phoenix on the back. He grimaced before taking the clothes apart, leaving only a long outer robe. He handed the rest to Yunche and spun the robe over his shoulders, shaking his head and turning his hair white. He wore the long robe with the ice phoenix print on the back, over his shoulders without putting his arms in the sleeves, and only wore his black shorts. The rest of his body was bare. Cross snorted and said, "This is the biggest concession I will make." Yunche chuckled and said, "You look beautiful." Cross grinned his teeth and put his hair up in a big bun, before turning around, his robe fluttering like a cape in the wind. The female disciples were dazzled. One of the girls said, "Sister Bai, your nose." Sister Bai ignored them and mumbled, "My wild prince," before fainting with hearts in her eyes. Yunche rolled his eyes and muttered, "Damn white-faced bastard." Cross sneered and said, "What a jealous, little brother." Yunche rolled his eyes and whispered seriously, "Did you find them?" Cross turned cold and said flatly, "No." "You?" Yunche replied, "They're all in the Moon God Realm with King Yu and her mom." Cross was silent and Yunche sighed as he added, "They refused to say anything either." Cross clenched his fist and terrifying black lightning crackled around them before he took a deep breath and said, "Soon. Soon I will find them." Yunche patted his shoulder with a smile. Cross nodded and a white light fell on all of them before they were teleported to somewhere else. A voice sounded, "The area you are at right now, is the main city of every battle zone, and also the absolute safe area. No profound beasts will appear or invade this place, and the profound strength of every person will also be confined to their bodies, rendering them unable to unleash any attacks on others. Once you leave the main city area, it will be your battlefield." Everybody listened and didn't move as the voice continued, "The environment of the battlefield is extremely harsh. It will have extreme climatic conditions, there will be natural calamities everywhere, powerful profound beasts will show up, and there will also be even more fearsome opponents than profound beasts waiting for you. Every time you slay a profound beast, you will obtain a certain number of soul orbs. The more powerful profound beast you slay, the more soul orbs you will obtain. Slaying a divine soul realm profound beast gives 1 to 5 soul orbs. Slaying a divine tribulation realm profound beast gives 10 to 30 soul orbs. Slaying a divine spirit realm profound beast gives 1 to 300 soul orbs. Cross looked around at the other people before dashing out of the city as the voice added, if you cooperate with others to hunt a profound beast, then the soul orbs will be distributed among you in a ratio equal to the damage you dealt. If you get killed, you won't lose the qualification to continue participating in the battle, and will instead revive in the main city. At the same time, you will lose 30% of the soul orbs in your possession. If you were attacked and killed by another participant, then the soul orbs you lose will be obtained by them. Cross was already long gone and jumped into a group of beasts, slaughtering them all like a wild animal using only his bare hands. Ripping them apart and drenching himself in blood. That felt good. He calculated 450 orbs were gotten from that first bout. Cross continued to run around, only using his bare hands to slaughter beasts and people. He was acting like a mad dog, biting everything that comes into his path. He didn't use anything other than his body and some ice energy. He had no idea who was watching him, so he kept his trump cards hidden, portraying himself as a wild animal rather than a cold and calculating person. He could fight a divine master, but he could barely squeeze out a tie if they were fully serious. Divine Sovereign Realm was no problem, however. The fist round continued. Eventually Cross got a nickname. The Wild King. Based on his actions in his realm, he was directing named that by the other contestants, who didn't even have a chance to fight back. He was simply too fast and brutal. A word got around, if you see the Wild King, run before he notices you. Some young master types didn't believe it and lost 30% of their soul orbs as a lesson. The month quickly passed and Cross was placed in first with 30 million soul orbs, an absurd amount of soul orbs. If someone killed him, they would get around 10 million soul orbs. This was ascending to heaven with a single step. The voice sounded over them again, young experts who are still left on the battlefield, you used your strength and will to prove yourselves. There is no doubt that you are the pride of the Eastern Divine Region, and its future as well. But, only 1,000 people will obtain the qualification to enter the Eternal Heaven Pearl and experience 3,000 years within the Eternal Heaven Divine Realm. The next battlefield will be the place to determine these 1,000 people. Cross looked up with a savage expression. He was just about to crush someone's head and they fizzled out, making him crush the air. The voice continued, in the next round, you all will be sent to the same battlefield. In this battlefield, there will be no natural calamities, profound beasts, or anything else that will hinder your way. The only things present over there are the safe main city and your very own battlefield. The rules will be reset, but they will remain the same as in the previous battlefield. The soul orbs in your possession will also be brought into the new battlefield along with you. Cross looked around to see his surroundings lighting up as the voice added, no more than 1,000 people can emerge victorious in the new battlefield. These 1,000 heaven-chosen children will be sent to the Eternal Heaven God Realm, where the final battle will take place. After the final battle, they will then enter the Eternal Heaven Divine Realm, where your fates will undergo a change in the next 3 years. The other 9,000 people will be eliminated from the battlefield, and their true bodies will also be expelled out of the Eternal Heaven God Realm. A white pillar fell on Cross before he found himself in a new area. He immediately started hunting, destroying the other contestants brutally, and his name was spread to these people as well. Along with a warning, beware of the Wild King. It almost became a greeting when someone found someone else. 3 days passed quickly and Cross orb count went up by another 5 million. Unfortunately everyone started hiding from him after he tore apart a group of 10 people teaming up on him. Cross was taken in a white light and disappeared from the area, appearing on a stage. His wild eyes looking around at the rest as his white robe fluttered behind him along with his wild hair. Everyone in the audience stood up and the 998 other contestants, excluding Yun Che, backed away from him in fear. Cross was standing by himself as the others made a big circle around him, giving him a ton of space. This was the Wild King. Who knows what he would do? Yun Che walked over and whispered, Wild King. Cross whispered, go with it, it's a good mask for now. Yun Che didn't answer, tacitly agreeing. Cross looked the rest with a sneer before looking up at the audience, looking for someone. He didn't see Jasmine at all, nor did he see Luna or Feng Shuier. His face darkened, and he brushed over the Star God Realm spectators. Moonflower was there, his eye fell on her and she completely froze up in pure terror, looking around quickly. Cross sneered and moved on, she would die but not now. He scanned the entire crowd as Yun Che was called out. When he finished his disappointing search he heard an old man berating Yun Che, you truly have got some nerve to actually dare do such a despicable deed at the Profound God Convention. You not even once cared for the significance of Profound God Convention, or my Eternal Heaven Realm. You don't possess the least bit of the dignity or sense of shame of a profound practitioner. Cross looked up and said, hey, old man. Didn't the rules say you could use any way to get the soul orbs? The old man choked and the audience sucked in a cold breath of air. Cross continued, whatever he did was within the rules. You calling him out and dragging on this play is wasting my fucking time. He's Divine Tribulation first level, we get it. Go sleep before your lifespan ends. The old man pointed at Cross shouting you. Before vomiting a mouthful of blood, stunning everyone. Cross rolled his eyes and said you, what? I'm right and you're angry? Is this how the eternal heaven god realm works? Or maybe you're just a wild dog that escaped from his leash. The old man trembled and spat out another mouthful of blood before passing out. The entire audience was dumbfounded, he was angered to the point of vomiting out blood and passing out. Cross looked up at the spectators and said plainly, what do you have to say? Maybe you'll ignore the rules because you see he's not fit to be here too? No, surely not. The king realms are all just in heroes. Prime examples for the youth today. What a big hat. The king realms had constant twitching faces, with such a big hat they would be the villains if they denied, no? A man stood up and laughed as he clapped, saying excellent. Well said. The eternal heaven pearl sent him here, therefore thus, he is worthy of being a participant. Ha ha ha. Youth. The eternal heaven god emperor's face was green and he cursed the old man for spouting nonsense. He stood up saying Yun Che is qualified to be in the 1000 contestants. The eternal heaven pearl wouldn't make a mistake. Cross sneered at the old man's unconscious body, causing him to spit out more blood. He only had so much. He could die at this rate. The eternal heaven god emperor looked up at a giant tower and said, let's get on to the third trial. 137, spanking the ex-lowly. Cross ignored the rules and entered the tower. All he had to do was walk up to the 300th floor. So many fucking floors, can't there just be an elevator? He appeared with the rest and walked up the stairs, ignoring them. He didn't even stop, slapping the beasts that got close to him to death. In cases where there was a group of beasts, he simply lunged into the horde and slaughtered them all. A while later, Cross reached the 300th floor. Yun Che appeared next to him and chuckled. Cross shook his head and they both disappeared. They returned to their bodies and stepped out of the white light. Cross waved his arms around, cracking his bones as he said, taking my spirit out every time. Is this fun? Yun Che said, I believe we're first. The spectators swallowed their words. Cross snorted and looked up into the sky with narrowed eyes, a grin surfaced on his face. For two reasons. One was a sexy red silhouette standing in the air, and the other was a golden silhouette. One little devil and one little prey. Cross looked away with a crazy expression, his hair was wild and untamed, he really looked like a sexy hooligan. The woman could not stop staring at him, his wild arrogance with his looks and body. It was deadly. To every woman there. Hee. Maybe a handful weren't charmed. Moonflower was still deathly pale as she felt a pair of eyes flaring at her constantly, threatening to devour her completely as she even spoke. Kyun Yinger watched from a distance, not feeling anything. Her heart was already taken by her little beast. Even if he was the most handsome person to ever live, she wouldn't even bat an eyelid. Jasmine was already in love with him, so she didn't count. Time passed. The results were announced and Cross was first with 54 hours, while Yun Che was second with 54 hours as well, but he got there right after Cross. The audience was baffled. Cross ignored them and looked at Luo Chongsheng, the third place guy. This guy was a divine king, but he was hiding himself. Was he expecting to make a big reveal? Sorry bro. I'm a divine king too. Cross walked into the profound formation and his information was revealed. Cross origin, Snow Song Realm, lifespan, 32, cultivation, first level divine king realm. It was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. What kind of monster was this? While they were gawking, Yun Che stepped up and his information was revealed too. Yun Che origin, Snow Song Realm, lifespan, 27, cultivation, first level divine tribulation realm. The audience felt a chill and someone muttered, what kind of monsters are hiding in the Snow Song realm? Everyone shared this statement. The eternal heaven god emperor said the god conferred battles will take place tomorrow. Fear not. Everyone will be receiving a time wheel pearl. The function will create a space where a month will pass inside but only 2 hours will pass outside. Cross looked at the time wheel pearl in his fingers. 2 hours with his power could go to 120 hours, which was 5 days. Maybe he could absorb the time laws in the pearl for himself? He spun on his foot and left the stage, under the eyes of everyone. His long ice phoenix robe fluttering behind him, giving him a strange wild vibe. Yun Che chuckled and left as well. Cross was just about to leave, when he snapped his head in a certain direction and his face was completely blank while his eyes radiated killing intent. The person in question stopped and trembled in fear. Cross took his gaze away and continued along, looking at the time wheel pearl in his hands. Moonflower collapsed to the ground in a puddle of her own piss. Luckily for her, she was away from the others. Cross entered a room and closed the door before sitting on a chair, lighting a cigarette and fiddling with the time wheel pearl in his hands. Jasmine appeared in the room and before she could say anything, Cross grabbed her. He threw her across his lap and took off her shorts before slapping her firm, round, white cheeks. Jasmine yelped and Cross' cold voice traveled to her eyes. What did you do? Jasmine opened her mouth and Cross spanked her again. Jasmine teared up, his spanks really hurt. Cross exhaled a mouthful of smoke as he said too slow. What did you do? Jasmine said I did another spank. Jasmine cried I gave them the way to leave. I'm sorry. Another spank. Jasmine was really about to cry as she said what? Cross said you also came to the god realm of absolute beginning when I specifically asked you not to. He spanked her again, shouting you listen to me, or you get punished. Do you understand? Jasmine whimpered in agreement, nodding heavily. Cross spanked her again saying you will tell me next time when you are going to give the others things like this. Do you understand? Jasmine dripped tears and nodded. Cross closed his eyes and took a deep breath, his hand glowed green as he rubbed her cheeks softly, healing them and returning them to their beautiful white color as he said gently why didn't you just tell me? Do you realize I would have been much more assured if I knew? Jasmine was silent, Cross picked her up and set her on his lap, wiping her tears away as he added softly do you know how worried I am? Jasmine's lips quivered and she started crying again as she said through sobs I didn't know. Luna shared what she saw with us. I was scared. You couldn't even resist. You were also only in the divine sovereign realm. Cross was silent for a moment before saying you could have told me. Jasmine said it didn't even matter. Even if we stayed and told you, the same thing would have happened. She held his shoulders and shivered they were horrible. They called themselves the envoys of the great Brahma sovereign. Cross hugged Jasmine and pulled her head into his chest as he thought. Jasmine said they didn't just kill you. They Cross shushed her and stroked her head softly saying it's okay. I'm fine now aren't I? Jasmine burst into tears and gripped his shirt tightly, bawling her eyes out. Cross rubbed her back, resting his chin on her head and humming softly. Jasmine slowly calmed down and Cross wiped the tears from her eyes, before softly kissing her lips. She wasn't wearing any pants since he had just spanked her, and he was getting a bit aroused, his bulge pressing on her bare slit. Jasmine smiled and moved her lower hips, soaking his bulge in her juices. Cross groaned and took off his robe and shorts before removing her shirt and pressing her down on the table, exploring the inside of her mouth with his tongue as he slammed the tip of his tool on the entrance of her womb. Jasmine let out a loud and satisfied moan, saying ugh. I missed this. Cross bit on her nipples and held her wrists together above her head as his hips slammed against hers, creating ripples on her plump cheeks. He lifted her in the air, squeezing her firm bottom as she wrapped her arms and legs around him, bouncing up and down. He pinned her back against a wall and pumped her full of cum, making her toes curl in pleasure as she came with him. Cross kept going, without end, for hours. He even used the time wheel pearl and banged her silly for a month. Jasmine was so tired, she couldn't even walk. She lost count how many times she came, or even how many times he did. It was the best. Cross looked around the room with a cheeky smile, he also lost count. He must have unloaded inside her at least 100 times. He also kinda, sorta, may have forgotten to sterilize himself in the beginning. Hopefully that wasn't going to be an issue. Cough well, anyway. Cross cleaned the dead Jasmine up and brought her into a bath that was in his room. He set her in between his legs and cleaned her body, Jasmine hummed in enjoyment. She leaned her back against his chest and looked back, kissing his lips. Cross wrapped his arm around her chest, squeezing on her beasts as he rubbed her slit. Her legs opened for him and he dug 2 fingers inside, using his thumb on her pink pearl. Jasmine moaned and said I'll never get clean if you just fuck me again. Cross snickered and nibbled on her neck, this was the ex-Loli's ultimate weak spot. Jasmine's eyes widened and she gripped his hair saying oh. Cross. She closed her eyes and a loving smile spread on her lips. She loved it when he did that. She sat up and slipped Cross Dragon right back inside as they got intimate once again. Moans came from Cross room constantly and without end for the entire night. When they were done and cleaned, Cross sat in a chair with Jasmine in front of him, looking at him lovingly. Cross smiled and said I got you some things. Hopefully you can give the sets to the other girls. He handed Jasmine a storage ring and Jasmine looked in it before trembling as she said where did you find these? Cross said the god realm of absolute beginning. The separate gourds have a ton of water in them, I don't know what it is but it tastes really good. I've been basically only drinking that since Xiao Lai's wine ran out. He sighed in regret and Jasmine quickly took out the gourds, opening each one and swaying in shock. Each of these gourds had enough divine water of absolute beginning to buy several king realms. Jasmine looked at Cross and said You've been drinking this? Cross nodded and took out his own gourd as he said I found a few lakes worth of it in there. It tasted good and fresh so I took it all. There were some pesky beasts loitering around, so I killed them. Oh right. He took out another ring and gave it to Jasmine saying I cut up all the meat from my hunts, the meat is very tasty and good for your blood. Also good for pregnant women. Jasmine took the ring with a robot, completely dumbfounded. First, all the extremely precious herbs that would cause a war if even one of them got out. Second, space gourds full of divine water of absolute beginning, that would cause someone to kill their own parents in greed. Third, the corpses of the primordial beasts, cut into meat and separated by bones, blood, and flesh that would make any divine master drool at it. Apparently it was good for pregnant women. She didn't know what to say. He still thought of all of them when he was alone. What did they do to deserve him? She stored everything and hugged Cross, kissing all over his face as she said I love you. I'm so sorry. Cross was stunned, he thought they were over that already? Cross kissed her and said it's okay. Just remember to never do it again or I'll lock you up. Also take the herbs, drink the water, and eat the meat. It's good for your body. Jasmine hummed and nodded frantically, kissing him again. Cross smiled and said go. I have to go beat up a few kids. Jasmine giggled and jumped off him, Cross slapped her ass and grinned, Jasmine shot him a wink and disappeared. He got through the rope over his shoulders and walked out to the stage once again, putting on a wild and arrogant look. He was ready for the battles. 138, tongue on the rocks and dry as the desert. Cross arrived at the conferred god stage and stood next to Yunche, who smirked and said forgot to put a sound isolation barrier yesterday. Cross grinned and said was it an accident? Yunche chuckled and scratched his cheek saying the others were freaking out. Cross looked over at the other Divine Eyes Phoenix sect disciples, they all saw him looking over and turned their faces away with blushing cheeks. Mu Binjayun felt her eyes twitch at Cross' smug gaze, she blushed remembering the wild sounds coming from his room and cursed fucking guy. Who moans so loud? And for so long? Unknowingly, her thoughts drifted towards his stamina and she found herself blushing even deeper. Cross was dumbfounded and said it can't be that these people have never had sex before. Yunche said have you seen the girls at the sect? They're all prudes. He even shook his head and added plus the guys aren't as handsome as me and you, where are they going to get the charisma to even have a flirty conversation with a woman? With a nice block as well. Cross looked at Huopoyun and said yo, little fire boy. Surely you have had sex before. What do you think about this? Huopoyun looked flustered and stuttered IUER. Cross shook him saying it can't be you've never had sex before. Huopoyun just blushed and scratched his cheek nodding gently. Cross dragged him over saying you people in the god realm, honestly. What's so great about constantly cultivating? Doesn't this make you bored? Listen to this king. There's so many positions to do. There's missionary, doggy style, standing up, 69, waterfall, anal, wheelbarrow. Yunche was stunned and Huopoyun's head was getting muddled. Cross went over at least 100 positions and Huopoyun's eyes turned to swirls, trying to process all this information. Yunche asked wait. What's anal and a donkey punch? Cross grinned and said anal is in the second hole and a donkey punch is when you punch the girl in the back of the head, knocking her out. Yunche was stunned and asked why would you do that? Cross cleared his throat and said when they fall unconscious, their insides tighten up to the max. Though I haven't ever done this, I've heard about it in my original world. Also you have to cater to your partner's preferences. All girls have specific kinks that they like, even if they don't explicitly say so. He started explaining kinks to Yunche and Huopoyun, saying some girls get excited from pain, which is called a masochist. Light choking and rough sex is their favorite, though some girls only like spanking. Some girls even prefer the other way around, where they are in charge. Using rope and being tied up or handcuffs, maybe even a whip. However, not even girl is like this, some girls enjoy the gentle and sweet approach, such as caressing and kissing, going slow and steady every movement full of love. Yunche and Huopoyun had their views shattered. They never knew any of this before. In fact, his voice traveled to some of the audience's ears, they were just as shocked as Yunche and Huopoyun. Mu Binjayun felt her entire being twitch in anger, while Mu Huanzi was listening carefully, secretly taking notes on the side while nodding his head. Mu Binjayun slapped his head and said angrily what are you doing? Mu Huanzi was flustered and said this. You see, I was writing down his punishment. Mu Binjayun slapped her forehead and sighed. Cross continued talking about various things while the announcer, whoever it was explaining how the battles would go. He said first battle, Cross vs Luo Chongsheng. Cross ignored him and continued speaking, the man's face turned black. A little white cat hopped to Cross' shoulder and slapped him. Cross looked at the cat, who pointed to the stage angrily with little red cheeks. Cross looked over and said me first? Oh. He grabbed the cat, that jumped away, putting it on his shoulder as he flashed to the stage. Luo Chongsheng walked to the stage and was glaring at Cross angrily as he said you think you're amazing? A divine king participating in the convention. His words were filled with disdain, normally he was a hero in the god realm so he had a lot of supporters. Some of the audience started shouting bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Boo! You suck! Cross ignored them and said enough, gum flapping. I didn't peg you as a hypocrite. The battle started and Luo Changsheng said Yo Cross appeared in front of him and his arm shot out like a bullet, grabbing Luo Changshen's neck and slamming him into the stage hard. A low boom was heard and Cross robe fluttered behind him. Absolute silence. Cross lifted him up by his neck and said, "You're in the Divine King realm too. But why are you so weak?" He sighed and squeezed tighter, saying, "Since you don't have anything nice to say, I'm sure you wouldn't mind never speaking again." As he crushed Luo Changshen's vocal cords. Cross didn't think it was wild enough and his red eyes glowed maliciously as he dug his hand in Luo Changshen's mouth, saying, "Don't worry, it won't hurt a bit. It'll hurt a lot." Before ripping out his tongue. The audience trembled in fear. What kind of demon is this? Cross sneered and froze the tongue in a block of ice, laughing, "Don't worry, I'll keep it on ice for you." Ha 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 ha, before crushing the block into a million pieces and throwing Luo Changsheng in the air. Cross jumped up and kicked with the speed of a train, blasting Luo Changsheng back to the Holy Eve's realm, spectators saying cruelly bye-bye. Luo Changsheng smashed into the spectators with a loud bang and painful sounds came from his mouth. Cross sneered and walked off the stage, but a man shouted, You devil! Die!" As he slashed a sword towards Cross, the audience was stunned. Mu Binjayun was terrified. Cross looked over and sneered before blurring. Everybody saw a scene they would never forget. Cross' wild red eyes glowed maliciously as he appeared behind the man like a ghost. Cross threw a punch right to the man's neck, hitting a pressure point and knocking him out cold. He rode the man down from the air and slammed him into the ground before pulling his hair back, ripping his long beard off and grabbing his neck. Cross growled like an animal to the Holy Eve's realm and they swallowed back their shouts. He turned to the Eternal Heaven God Emperor and said, "Surely you have no problems with a random man's death." The audience almost puked blood. "What random man? Big brother, that's a realm king." Nan Wanzhong burst out laughing and the Eternal Heaven God Emperor's face darkened as he said this. "Little friend. Perhaps you can show Realm King Shangchen mercy just this once." Cross sneered and said, "Mercy? Was his killing strike merciful? Where I'm from, mercy means death." Nan Wanzhong stood up and slapped you, Cross. "You are truly this God Emperor's idol." He pointed his thumb down and said cruelly, "No mercy." Cross grinned and his wild eyes became even more wilder as he gripped, when a shrill shout was heard, "Arg! You crippled my son." Everyone looked over to see a shrew air woman, shooting towards Cross, slashing a sword. Cross' eyes turned and his grin became bloodthirsty. Just as the sword slash was about to hit him, he threw the man under him, right at it and flashed away. The woman slashed the man, right in the chest, almost chopping him in two. The man finally woke up and shouted in pain, instinctively exploding with strength and blasting the woman with a palm. Her body ragdolled back to the spectators' area and they both collapsed. Cross was already sitting in his original spot with his legs crossed, stroking the white cat in his hands softly as he said, "A lover's quarrel. What a show." Naturally he knew that woman was about to blow her top, so he held off killing the man. Just as he suspected, she lost her cool and attacked him. Unfortunately, neither were dead. Just teetering on the edge of life and death. Cross said, "Such impulsive people. How dare they interfere with the profound God convention?" He looked at the Eternal Heaven God Emperor and said, "I doubt their intentions, Eternal Heaven God Emperor. Perhaps they are trying to become a king realm themselves? After all, the Holy Eve's realm is known as the strongest realm apart from king realms in the Eastern Divine region. Maybe they have had enough with their status and want to become a king realm themselves? Otherwise, why would they be so arrogant and ignore the rules you have put and attack a participant?" Cross shouted righteously, "Pardon this junior's words, but these villains. They have no respect for your majesty. Not only have you graciously given their realm king a chance at life after he blatantly ignored your authority, but they repeated the offense once more. If this doesn't show their opinion of your rules, then I don't know what does. Perhaps this junior is crude, but they have no respect for your majesty. Why should you be polite?" Eternal Heaven God Emperor looked at Cross deeply before saying, "I appreciate your concern, this emperor knows what to do." Cross smiled like a beast and said naturally, "This junior's words are just suggestions of concern. After all, without rules wouldn't everyone be a despicable devil?" Everyone secretly sucked in a cold breath of air. This guy. He's too wild. Did he really just say that? Nan Wanzhong burst into laughter and the Eternal Heaven God Emperor stood up saying, "Holy Eve's realm, leave. Your participation in the event has been revoked." The elders were stunned and stood up saying, "Your Majesty." It was a fit of anger. Our realm king had no such intentions. The Eternal Heaven God Emperor said dangerously, "You still refuse to listen to me." The elders trembled and glared at Cross, who gave them the finger saying, "Scram. Maybe you should figure out why the realm king's son is also the son of the realm king's sister." Everybody heard him and their eyes widened, finally remembering that Luo Guxi shouted, "My son," in grief before attacking. The elders' faces turned pale and they left quickly, taking everyone with them. The Eternal Heaven God Emperor coughed and said, "Continue." The battles continued and Cross smiled coldly, hiding it behind a wild grin. 139, Can I have some arms on the side? Cross fought his second battle but the other guy was so scared he directly admitted defeat. Cross pouted and said, am I so scary? I'm actually a big softy at heart. The audience all spat in disdain, what a shameless guy. Just a few hours ago, you crippled someone, gave another to mutual destruction, and sank an entire realm with a few words. What softy is this? This is a ruthless person who lives to see chaos in the world. The name Wild King isn't in vain. Cross sat back down and flipped the cat on her back, scratching at her stomach and getting purrs in response. Well, it looked like a cat, but it was actually a white tiger. More importantly, it was Jasmine. She shrank down and turned into her animal form, staying with him because she wanted to. Though she also had a little secret. Occasionally disappearing to the bathroom. Cross knew exactly what the secret was and smiled happily, though the timing could be better. Regardless, he was happy. Her cute little purring made him feel comfortable. He watched the fights and Huo Poyun got blasted from the stage by one attack from a girl with a sword. Cross considered Huo Poyun an acquaintance and frowned. Didn't this stupid girl see him talking to Huo Poyun yesterday? Perhaps she thought he would go easy on a woman? The girl shivered for some reason and happened to meet Cross' wild eyes. Her whole face went pale and she fell down, hearing if you fight me. Don't expect to wield a sword ever again. She was so scared she backed away and fell off the stage before running away in terror. Cross took his eyes off the clearly mentally challenged girl, and continued to go about his days. A while later. It was Cross' turn again. Coincidentally, his next fight was against the mentally challenged girl. The announcer said Cross vs. Jun Zilei. Jun Zilei was shaking on the stage. Cross flashed to the stage with a cruel smile. Jun Zilei opened her mouth and said I admit. Cross flashed to her and smashed her face in with a punch, cutting off her words. He grabbed her wrists and slammed her, face first, onto the arena saying with a cruel chuckle you couldn't be thinking of giving up, could you? Make you're deaf as well as blind? Don't worry, this king will fix you up good. He gripped her wrists and stepped on her back saying 1 and 2 and 3, heavy ho. Before ripping her arms right off her body, a blood-curdling screech erupted from her mouth, before heavy crying was heard as the entire arena was silent. Cross sneered and picked her up by her hair saying you thought you were very strong, eh? Very amazing. Using a single strike to crush little Poyun completely. How about now? Do you feel very good now? The girl was whimpering and Cross sneered as he said him. Maybe you don't understand. He smashed her face into the stage before picking her up again saying when I speak I expect answers. Do you understand? Still getting no response, Cross smashed her face in again, cracking the stage from the heavy impact. The audience swallowed their saliva in fear, unable to watch such brutality. Cross chuckled and said let me tell you a quote, it happens to be one of my favorites and one I came up with myself. He stomped on the back of her knees, forcing her to kneel as he said loudly I don't hate arrogant people, but I hate people who are more arrogant than me. After he spoke, he swung his leg and kicked her in the face, sending her flying out of the stage and into the surrounding walls. He looked at the announcer and said how is it? Did I win? The announcer swallowed and nodded before announcing Cross victory. There were no claps or cheers, just shivers. Cross sneered at the crowd and walked back to his seat, scratching Jasmine again, as if the one who just complete ruined that girl's future wasn't him. Jasmine meowed and gave him a pitiful look. Cross smiled softly and scratched her ears, getting the purse that he wanted. Yunche fought against a little girl, who used soul attacks. They both stood still before Yunche shot over and sealed her strength. The girl fell on her butt and blushed heavily before saying you're a bad guy. And flying away, crying. Everybody was stunned. Yunche looked a bit guilty as he walked back. The pairings were announced for tomorrow's battle. Cross vs. Shui Yingyu and Yunche vs Jun Zilei. Shui Yingyu flew after her sister and Jun Zilei was living a constant nightmare, so it was safe to say it would probably be Yunche vs Cross. Cross walked back to his room, but on the way there he saw a young man reciting poems to himself. It was Xiao Mo. Cross walked over and said excuse me. Xiao Mo jumped and said Wild King? Ah. Please don't eat me. I don't taste good. Cross' face was black and he said snappily oi, what do I look like? I'm not a cannibal. Xiao Mo just chuckled nervously and Cross sighed before saying you're from Earth. Xiao Mo gasped and said you know about it. Cross nodded and said I'm from there too. I assume you're a muggle? Though I've never seen a muggle cultivator before, even when I went to China. Xiao Mo froze over and he pointed at Cross stuttering why you? What did you call me? Cross was confused and Xiao Mo grabbed his shoulders tightly, saying crazily did you just call me a muggle? Cross nodded and Xiao Mo let go of Cross, hugging his own shoulders and shaking as he laughed loudly and jumped for joy. Cross was confused and Xiao Mo said quickly big brother no. Master. No. Father. Please tell me. Do you know Harry Potter? Cross nodded and said in confusion he's one of my friends. Xiao Mo trembled in delight as he said quickly, what about Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, Draco Malfoy? Cross was surprised and said, whoa. You know them as well. Xiao Mo slapped himself and said, what about Luna Lovegood? Cross tilted his head and said, she's my wife. How do you know them anyhow? Xiao Mo's brain short-circuited and he swayed saying ha he ha ha he ha ha ho ho ha ha. Before recovering and wrapping his arm around Cross' neck saying this broth no, father. You must listen to your son. I think we're from different Earths. Cross said different Earths. Xiao Mo nodded and said yes. You see, I'm my world, Harry Potter is just a story. That turned into a movie. Cross was skeptical and said how could that be? Muggles don't know of the wizarding world. Xiao Mo slapped himself and said have you heard of J.K. Rowling? This is the author of the Harry Potter books. Cross frowned and said what does she look like? Xiao Mo took out a paper and drew J.K. Rowling. Cross looked at the picture and said oi. Is your head okay? You're showing me Rita Skeeter. Xiao Mo froze and said father and you sure this is Rita Skeeter? Cross nodded and said of course, how could I not know? I've interacted with her a few times. Xiao Mo threw the paper away and laughed saying that sneaky bitch. I knew it. Before stopping abruptly and saying wait a minute. He looked at Cross and kneeled on the ground saying father. No. Master. Do you have wands? Maybe some wizard magic. Cross was stunned and said I have my old wand. He took out his first wand that was barely used and gave it to Xiao Mo, who trembled in excitement and saying old wand. Do you have the elder wand? Cross gasped and said you even know this. Rita sure is thorough. Xiao Mo said father. No. Master. No. Ancestor. Can I see it? Please, 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 please. Cross laughed and showed him the elder wand. Xiao Mo rolled on the ground in happiness before stopping and saying wait a minute. He jumped up and said if there is a wizarding world then does that mean the anime worlds are real too? He started talking to himself and Cross tilted his head saying anime. Xiao Mo hummed and said it's cartoons with magical powers. There's even a guy who can produce strings from his body. Cross froze and said oi. Are you a spy? Xiao Mo looked at Cross in shock and said you. Cross waved his hand and white strings came out. Xiao Mo almost fainted and shouted what? Cross chuckled and said my wife can produce whale tears from her eyes. Xiao Mo was trembling and didn't respond for a long time. He gripped the old wand tightly as he said ancestor. No. Great ancestor. Thank you. You have given me a goal in life. He kowtowed and said I hope we meet again. Before flying away. Cross chuckled and flicked a ring at Xiao Mo, who caught and trembled at the wizard books inside. He almost fell from the sky in shock before shouting great ancestor. No. Supreme benefactor. This, Xiao Mo, will never forget this favor. As he flew off to a new adventure, full of fun and dream chasing. Cross actually quite liked Xiao Mo, he was funny. He returned to his room and sat in the chair. Jasmine reverted to her human form and snuggled into his chest happily. Cross stroked her hair and said my little tiger, how are you feeling? Jasmine rubbed her stomach and said hungry, sick, and horny. Cross smirked and said I can take care of two of those. Jasmine hummed and licked her lips as she said sexily oh. Can you? Cross pinned her to the bed and said one at a time, yeah. Jasmine spread her legs and said well then, what are you waiting for? Her tone turned seductive as she said fill me up, hubby. Cross groaned and didn't need a second opinion as he removed her clothes and gave her exactly what she wanted. The room was once again filled with moans and grunts, they were inseparable. The room next door, Mu Binjayun was trying extremely hard to keep her cool as she cultivated. It was clearly an impossible and thankless task. She laid back on her bed and her face turned completely red as she heard ugh. So good. Right there. She tossed and turned in her bed before going to take a bath to calm her emotions. She sat in her bath, still hearing the noises. The inevitable situation finally came and Mu Binjayun bit her lips, grabbing her own body and succumbing to fantasy. She was extremely embarrassed, thinking about what the disciples would think if they knew. Her thoughts turned to the disciples watching her get ravaged by Cross in plain view, for some reason this only excited her more. She wasn't the only one spending Valentine's Day alone, several other female disciples were in the same situation but they had no scruples, directly fantasizing about Cross. Some of the bolder ones even mumbled his name. Unfortunately, their fantasies were just that, fantasies. That didn't stop them from letting out their inner desires. Some of the girls even imagined Yunche and Cross at the same time. How sexually frustrated were these girls? One of the girls almost went to Cross' room to join in. Before being pulled back by a friend. Happy Valentine's Day. 140, the mask comes off. Cross arrived at the arena, while the rest of the sect blushed deeply. 2 nights in a row, this guy can go on forever. They had no doubts Cross was a machine, after all, they had heard the entire thing. They even heard him telling Yunche yesterday he had used the time wheel pearl for that reason. They were completely dumbfounded at that time. A month of constant sex, what kind of concept is that? This guy. He could ascend with the Dao of sex if he wanted. Cross ignored their blushing faces and stood in the arena. Shui Yingyu was his opponent today. He also changed his outfit today. He was feeling a little wild, so he cut his hair back to short and wavy. It was messy, but a good messy, but that wasn't the main point. The bit shock was this guy. He ripped a beast he killed from the god realm of absolute beginning in half, and the upper half of its jaw was used as a hat. The pelt flowed down his back and the arms and paws hung over his chest. He truly looked like he just came out of the forest, and it was his first time in civilization. They were expecting him to take out a stone spear. Unfortunately, the stones from the god realm of absolute beginning were too hard to turn into a spear tip. Otherwise, the jokester would have definitely made one. The Eternal Heaven God Emperor stood up and said incredulously, "Absolute beginning, profound beast." The other King Realm spectators trembled in shock. They looked at Cross in shock, finally realizing why he acted like a wild animal. This guy. How long was he in there for? Cross growled and the announcer started the fight. He was surprised Shui Yingyu didn't concede. He didn't attack and asked, "You didn't give up?" He touched his face and added, "Could it be you've fallen for my looks?" Shui Yingyu was prepared for the toughest fight of her life, when she heard his words and almost collapsed. She pointed and said, "Who would fall for a wild boy like you? Ripping people's arms off. All handsome and wild. I don't care about you." Though she said that, she was blushing. By the end of the sentence she turned her head and pouted. Cross was confused. Was this the legendary Tsundere? The crowd almost fell over. "You said you don't care, but you obviously do." Yingyu's father almost blew his top. First his little angel wants to marry Yunche, now his big angel was blushing at the wild hooligan. He almost went over and gave her a nice spanking. What happened to the little girls who clung to their father like dog plaster? He was depressed. Cross said seriously, "This. Fairy Yingyu. I'm sorry, I'm a married man." The audience was stunned. Why did this turn into a romantic drama? Shui Yingyu snorted and said, "Why are you telling me this? I don't care." Though she looked sad. Father Shui almost shouted in grief. What he wanted to say was, "You wild boy. You dared to reject my daughter." Obviously forgetting that he was just mad that she liked him. "Honestly. Do you want her to get married or what? Make up your mind." He had more personalities than Cross. Cross walked over and said He patted her shoulder and said, "You'll find the one, Fairy Yingyu." Shui Yingyu went berserk and slashed at him with her sword, saying, "Shut up. You damn sexy wild boy." Cross dodged the sword slashes, feeling awkward. Did she just call him sexy? What was he supposed to say? "Thank you." He kept dodging the sword slashes before she tripped and her sword was about to lodge itself in her brain. Cross spun her around and bit her sword blade. The end result was... well. Father Shui shouted, "You little bastard." Shui Mian and her brother held him back with wry smiles. Cross held Yingyu's waist, dripping her back slightly with her sword in his mouth. Honestly, if it was a rose, it would be straight out of a movie. Shui Yingyu was dazed as a pink blush crept up on her face. Cross was a bit awkward. She was beautiful, no doubt about that, but he was a married man. Plus they didn't even know each other. Also, if he was to find another wife, he had to find his other wives first, no? He nodded to himself. This is how a gentleman acts. He used a move he hadn't used for a long time and held Yingyu's hand before spinning her out of the arena, returning the sword to its sheath as he did so. Cross let out a breath. Seems like those dancing lessons from Hogwarts were worth it. Shui Yingyu spun out of the arena and landed on the ground softly, losing the fight. She was in a beautiful daze as the announcer said, "Shui Yingyu is out of bounds. Cross wins." The audience clapped and wiped their eyes. One woman even said, "Young romance." Another man in the crowd was wearing a green jumpsuit and shouted with tears in his eyes, "Youth." Cross lifted his fist in the air and accepted the applause. The announcer said, "Jun Zilei has left and is unable to participate, therefore Yunche advances and will fight Cross in the finals." Yunche jumped to the stage and Cross looked at him before saying, "What's the reward for first place?" The announcer said, "You can learn any of the King Realm's techniques." Cross clicked his tongue and muttered, "Just this? So stingy." The King Realm spectators coughed and gave Cross a funny look. Cross said, "All right, well, whatever. I'll just beat you until you advance, I guess." Yunche scratched his cheek and Cross flashed over, nailing him in the stomach as he whispered, "Do your tribulation here. You may be important enough to get techniques from someone." Yunche was sent flying, but Cross flashed behind him, punching his back in a very specific place. He sent small wisps of black lightning into Yunche's body with every punch and Yunche was being smashed around like a pinball. His aura was getting chaotic from the black lightning stimulation and Cross finally punched him right in the chest, smashing him into the ground. Yunche landed on the ground and dark thunderclouds gathered above the arena. The crowd was shocked. He's going to advance like this. Cross looked up and said not big enough. He punched upwards and blasted a hole through the clouds, shocking the audience. Mu Binjayun shouted, what are you doing? Cross ignored her and sneered at the clouds, what are you waiting for? Maybe you're scared from last time. The clouds seemed to tremble in anger and exploded outwards, covering a far distance but not nearly as far as Cross did. Cross looked at the announcer and said I concede. Before walking off. He had no need for these guys' trashy arts, his movement art was already better than all of theirs combined. Plus he already mastered the 5th step and was currently working on the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th steps. Though it was extremely difficult. The 5th step had 81 movements, the 6th would have 243, the 7th would have 729, the 8th would have 2187, and the 9th would have 6561. The movements were extremely complicated, but when mastered to the extreme like Cross, all the movements would merge into one step. Basically, whether it was the 1st step or 9th step, all the movements had to come together at the same time as your body physically took a step forward. When your foot hit the ground, you should have performed all the movements already or at the same time. There was also a secret to the technique. If you performed all the movements before stepping, you would never master the technique. All the movements had to be executed the moment your foot touches the ground or you would stay at the 3rd level forever. Of course, he would never put this into writing. This was a test in itself. If you couldn't figure out the essence of the technique, were you even qualified to use it? Naturally not. His successor would definitely comprehend the essence. He was sure of it. Yunche went through a 9-stage super tribulation, while Cross watched from his seat. He felt like the cloud was glaring at him as if to say, see this? I'm frying your brother. Are you angry? Are you aggrieved? There's nothing you can do. Cross ignored the cloud. Yunche wasn't that weak where he would die from a like static shock. Sure enough. Yunche stood up when he was done, his cultivation raised to Divine Spirit Realm 8th stage. He went up an entire great realm in a single fight. The announcer said Yunche wins. Yunche was stunned and looked over at Cross, who was waving at him. Yunche tilted his head and Cross said I gave up, just go with it. Yunche nodded, but the Eternal Heaven Emperor had a serious expression on his face. An old man stood up and said, Your Majesty. The prophecy. The Eternal Heaven Emperor was silent and Kunyi Fantian said, Prophecy? You divined something again. The old man nodded and took out a book before said aloud, He who blasts the heavens shall bring calamity to the god realm. Rivers of blood and corpses will litter his path. Everybody looked at Cross, who frowned and said, Who are you slandering, old man? The old man shook his head and said, This is the prophecy. They have never been wrong before, I would naturally not slander anyone. Cross jumped out onto the stage and threw Yunche back to the Snow Song Realm spectators as he said, You are going to kill me because of a prophecy? Do you realize how ridiculous that sounds? The old man said coldly, This is what heavens will mandates. It is the absolute truth. Cross burst out laughing before shouting heavens will. He spat on the ground and said angrily, What heavens will? I am the one, who decides my future. Not some imaginary garbage. Thunder rumbled above him and Cross sneered as he shouted, Scram. You're nothing but another obstacle in my path. One day I will tear you apart. The old man was so shocked, so disgusted, so offended that he pointed at Cross and said, You're a devil. You must be. The heavens nurture us, how can you slander them? The King Realms frowned looking at Cross, who looked at all the spectators only to see them giving him dirty looks. Somebody said no wonder he was so brutal. He's a devil. Another gasped, he escaped from the northern region. Someone else said must be, why would Senior Heaven lie? Cross was so angry he laughed instead. He ripped the beast pelt off his body and turned it to ashes as he said dangerously, Are you sure you want to make me a devil, old man? Are you absolutely positively sure you want to go down this path? Once you make a decision, you can't go back. The old man ignored the threat and said, You're a devil spawn. The crowd started getting rowdy. Cross looked at the King Realms and sneered, You're going to follow this crazy old man. The Eternal Heaven God Emperor said coldly, Since Senior Heaven deemed you a devil, then it must be so. Cross burst out laughing and he looked in a certain direction as he said, My sweet little prey, seems like our game had been postponed. Kunyi Yinger appeared and said, It was you the whole time. Cross let out a breath and his wild aura disappeared, what replaced it was a cold and indifferent look. There wasn't even the slightest ripple as he looked at Kunyi Yinger's face. He said, I assume Nan Wanchen's troops are already at the Brahma God realm. Kunyi Fantian's pupils shrank and he shouted, What nonsense are you spouting, devil? Cross sneered and said, Who do you think sent Nan Wan's hung the news? Even the Dragon Monarch knows. What's more, your Brahma God realm did indeed capture and kill dragons. They did indeed go to the Southern Sea God's palace and kill thousands. Cross gave him a double fuck you with his fingers and said your realm is most likely in ruins, cunt. Ha ha ha. It's a shame I can't go see it for myself. Qunyi Fantian was enraged and Nan Wanzhong shouted you brat. You manipulated us. The dragon monarch frowned and Cross sneered are you special? A greedy rat and a big snake. What qualifications do you have to accuse me? His sneer was full of disdain as he made a thumbs down gesture saying though, the information I gave wasn't wrong. Plus you two morons played your roles perfectly. Even if Qunyi Fantian knows I did everything, will it change the fact that you both attacked the Brahma God realm? Cross looked at Qunyi Yinger and said initially, I had a big surprise for you but it seems you won't get it anymore. He chuckled and added the Brahma Goddess. The sounds of your moaning really are music to my ears though I recommend you use less bubbles in your bath, I couldn't quite get a good look at you. Ha 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 ha. Before stepping and fleeing as fast as he could, the Eternal Heaven God Emperor, Nan Wanzhong, Qunyi Fantian, the Dragon Monarch, and around a dozen different realm kings from other realms chased after him. Qunyi Yinger followed them but her head was filled with thoughts, the war on the Brahma realm. It was all his doing. Everything. What a man. She blushed deeply and sped up, hoping to save his life so he could be her dog forever. He could join her in a bath if he wanted. This woman. How messed up was she? To love the guy who destroyed your home. Then again, destroying her home made her love him even more. It was truly fucked up. Cross whistled as he ran, spinning in the air and throwing an accepted separation lotus at the group before throwing his arc out and speeding away. They chased him relentlessly, all the way to the god realm of absolute beginning. Cross fled into it and kept going, after a short pause, they chased after him. Qunyi Fantian slapped out a palm shouting die, brat. Cross was alarmed and pocketed the arc before running on foot. He suddenly stopped and recovered his balance before turning around with a wry smile. Behind him was the abyss of nothingness. The Divine Masters appeared and said you sure can run, brat. Where are you gonna run now? Cross said shamelessly how about you give me an hour head start and I'll pass by you guys right now. Nan Wanzhong sneered not today. Cross gulped and said well, then I guess you aren't staying for tea. Qunyi Fantian was beyond enraged and shouted go have tea in hell. As he smashed a palm at Cross, who rubbed his nose and said when you die, I'll be waiting for you in hell. Before falling backwards into the abyss of nothingness. Qunyi Yinger shouted no. Cross sneered and was engulfed by the pitch-black darkness. The Divine Masters all started leaving, obviously the only way he could come out of there was if he was a ghost, and even then probably not. Qunyi Fantian sped away but Nan Wanzhong stopped him and sneered hand over the soul bell, Fantian. The brat wasn't wrong, I did indeed attack your realm. Hand over the bell and I'll call them back. Qunyi Fantian trembled in rage and said dangerously are you sure you want to do this Wanzhong? Nan Wanzhong sneered and said you shut up and hand it over. Qunyi Fantian sneered and rang the bell, Nan Wanzhong's pupils shrank and he sped away saying Fantian. Enjoy the ruins and corpses in your Brahma realm. Ha 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 ha. A few days passed. The news of Cross being labeled a devil and killed spread through the god realm. Luna and Feng Shuai was stunned and immediately contacted Cross, even Jasmine contacted him. Currently, Cross was revolving the great way of the Buddha frantically as he fell into the endless abyss. He heard the girls' voices and replied with difficulty rejoice. You're amazing. Sexy. Invincible. Husband. Isn't dead, yet. Might be a while before I get out of here. Just reach Divine Master. Realm Peak. By the time I get out, I'll slaughter. North, east, south, and west. Before cutting out and focusing on surviving. 141. Complete and total transformation. Cross was falling in the pitch-black abyss, he was constantly circulating the great way of the Buddha. The abyss was constantly destroying his body, but Cross was gritting his teeth and keeping up with it. He studied the abyss around him, this was pure nothingness energy. Nothingness in its primordial state. His eyes glowed brighter and brighter before he started laughing of course. Ha ha ha. I'm so stupid. His body was enveloped by a whirlpool and the nothingness was welcomed instead of rejected. The diagram on his back started getting brighter and brighter as he continued to fall, his body getting more and more destroyed as he fell but he circulated the great way of the Buddha furiously. He was clearly overloading it but he didn't care. Time slowly trickled away. 1.5 years passed. Cross finally slammed into hard ground, but it didn't hurt at all. He had reached the 10th level of the great way of the Buddha. Not only that. Cross stood up and lifted his palm, a Vanta black swirl appeared over his palm. He laughed like a maniac and his cultivation exploded to the divine sovereign peak. He looked around in the small cave room. There was no exits, no entrances, only a floating white crystal and a dim sword. Cross walked over to the sword and heard Aurora speak Master. I can feel it. That sword it's like Aurora. Cross touched the sword and said, "This is the heaven-punishing ancestral sword." Aurora jumped for joy and Cross smiled before forging it into the prayer beads. Aurora gobbled it up and upgraded herself as well as the sister beads. The necklace looked the same, but Aurora said confidently, "I'm much stronger now, master. Now I can do sword attacks." Cross had the vague feeling she was patting her chest when she said that. Aurora explained, "Well, my power went to you. So you can cut whatever you want with your palms, master. Just like a sword. Also, since the Batawheel and the Goody Sword were opposites but Aurora ate them, the cultivation speed increased by 10 times. Yin-yang fusion." Cross rubbed the beads and said, "Good girl." Aurora giggled and enjoyed his touches. He walked to the floating white crystal and wondered what it was. He touched it and suddenly the crystal shot into his abdomen. Cross roared to the sky as the castle inside his body ate the crystal. A strange phenomenon occurred. The entire god realm of absolute beginning started to shrink. Cross was standing in the cave as everything around him was sinking into his body, his cultivation increased, and by the time the entire god realm of absolute beginning was sucked into his inner world, he was something completely new. His profound veins shattered and entered all his acupoints. 108,00 of them. His entire being of existence changed. His body was transformed from in the inside out once again. All his energy melted down and went into his acupoints. The great way of the Buddha condensed the last 2 levels and sank into his body before the pagoda cracks and scattered inside him. The pagoda pieces went into all his acupoints and colored them in gold before turning red. The void beast on his back roared and the red color turned to black and his body shined. One by one, the divine beasts on his back were devoured by the void beast. The wings shot into the void beast and its whole body shone, going through a qualitative change. Cross slammed his fists out and roared along with the void beast. Everywhere in the god realm, his roar was heard. The void beast on his back shined before dimming and looking completely different. It had 3 pairs of wings, gold, white, and half red half blue. Its paws became tiger paws. It gained a black shell on its back. And it had long dragon horns on its head. Cross opened his eyes and floated in space, his eyes turned into black whirlpools before the black whirlpools shrank and became his pupils. Around his black pupils, a bright red color appeared, spinning in the opposite direction and getting bigger until the red light became his irises. The ring on his back spun at a slow rate, but it was noticeably faster than before, while his tattoos didn't change, they just became Vanta black in color. Cross was completely reborn. He had attained a special constitution. Normally, if someone were to reach the 12th level of the Great Way of the Buddha, they would get the body of saints that the Rage God had, but because of Cross' special situation and the interference from the Void Beast, his body had changed to the body of the Void. It was nothing special, but Cross could feel that he was nowhere near finished with this body. He moved his body and crackling thunder noises sounded from it. He felt amazing. Almost invincible. He didn't know whether the so-called envoys of the great Brahma sovereign were strong, but he knew that he could for sure fight them. He looked in a specific direction and narrowed his eyes. His hair was a neat mess and wavy, barely reaching his shoulders. He was, as usual, only wearing shorts and prayer beads. His understanding of the void step had reached a new peak. He could now perform the 6th step perfectly with absolute mastery. The increase in distance with each step after the 5th was a 10x multiplier. The 6th step was 10 million miles, the 7th was 100 million, the 8th was 1 billion, and the 9th was 10 billion. 10 billion miles. What kind of concept was that? He could cross the entire god realm with a single step. Basically, if he reached that step, he would be the absolute fastest person in the history of ever. Oh? You're stronger than me? Haha, can you catch me? Kashao. See. Maybe the pursuer would be so angry that they would cough up blood and die. Cross mumbled, it's been 5 years since then. It's time. He stepped and disappeared, leaving a crack in the air itself. Not even a day later. Cross appeared outside a barrier surrounding the entire star god realm. He sneered and pressed his hand on the barrier, a black whirlpool appeared and the entire barrier popped like a bubble. He continued to the palace before witnessing Jasmine and KZ along with a cute little baby with red hair and red eyes in a formation circle. Cross had a gentle smile on his face, looking at his daughter. He looked at the formation circle and frowned, this was a sacrificial circle. The star god emperor looked over at the intruder and jumped as he said, I thought you were dead. Jasmine looked over and saw Cross, she was also surprised. Cross sneered and said, trying to kill my wife and daughter. Hee. You must be tired of living, eh? He looked at Moonflower and said, you've survived long enough. Before pointing at her, her entire body exploded into a blood mist. Cross looked at his father-in-law and smiled, you want to become a true god like this? A bit too naive. He chuckled and added, even if it worked. He heavily sneered, are you worthy to become one? Xin Chuikong shouted angrily, kill him. Whether or not I have the rights to become a true god isn't decided by you, brat. Cross clicked his tongue and said, actually, father-in-law, it sort of does. You see. He snapped his fingers and a black hole appeared in the room, sucking in all the elders and people, twisting them up and slaughtering them as he finished. I am a true god. Xin Chuikong's eyes widened and he shouted frantically, attack! Attack! Kill him! Cross ignored them and slowly walked to the barrier, the black hole following him and killing anyone who was unfortunate enough to come near. He squatted in front of the barrier and pressed on it, popping it like a bubble, before caressing Jasmine's tear-filled face as he said, did you miss me? Jasmine nodded and the 2-year-old sniffed at Cross saying, Mommy. Who dis? Jasmine cried happily saying, Daddy, baby. It's Daddy. Finally feeling relieved after 2 years of worry. He was safe. And invincible. Cross looked at KZ and grinned saying, hello, sister-in-law. Believe it or not, your sister never even spoke your name to me. KZ crossed her arms and pouted at Jasmine, who smiled cheekily. The kid was still processing all this and Cross took her saying, what's your name? The little girl snorted saying, Lily. Who are you? Big baddie. Cross coughed and said, who's a big baddie? I'm your dad. Silly girl. Lily waved her fist saying, you're silly. Your whole family is silly. Cross poked her nose and said, you're my family, so you're silly too. Lily was stumped and cursed, damn. Cross laughed and said to Jasmine, your father. Kill him? Do you mind? Jasmine made a funny face and said, are you asking my permission to kill my father? Does that not sound weird to you? Cross shrugged and said, Met. I was going to destroy the entire realm. Jasmine hummed and said, all right. Cross smiled and held Lily in his arms as he said, Lily, say goodbye to Grandpa. Lily waved at Chuikong saying bye-bye. Cross smiled and waved his hand. Chuikong turned into red bubbles before popping out of existence. Lily clapped and said, pretty. Cross smiled happily and Jasmine stood up saying, what are you going to do now? Cross smiled and said, isn't it obvious? Slaughter in all directions. He grinned and said, I have a huge surprise for you by the way. Jasmine raised a brow and Cross gulped as he said, you know. When you were on the ground before, I didn't notice but you got much sexier after giving birth. He squeezed her plump breasts as he added in admiration and I was right. They got bigger. Jasmine covered her chest and her entire face turned bright red. KZ pointed at Cross in shock saying, you're a regular pervert. Cross scoffed, I am no such thing. What are you talking about? Though he said that, he was hungrily looking at Jasmine up and down. Jasmine started to feel hot. KZ beat on Cross' shoulders with her fists saying, big pervert. You're a giant pervert. Cross chuckled and hugged KZ with one arm, picking her up like a pig as he said to Jasmine, you'll never believe what happened to me. Lily mumbled, little Anta said Daddy was a pervert. Who to believe? This was a big decision in her little life. Was her daddy a pervert? She didn't even know what it meant but she was sure it wasn't good things. Jasmine said, what could be so surprising? Cross smiled and said, the god realm of absolute beginning disappeared. Jasmine was stunned and said, at. Cross chuckled and tapped on his abdomen with a smug look. Jasmine's eyes widened and she shouted, what? Cross chuckled and said, I haven't checked yet, but the entire realm was absorbed. Also, I finished the Great Way of the Buddha also. He turned around and showed her the diagram. Jasmine looked at the void beast and said, it ate the rest. Cross nodded and said, though, it doesn't really matter. He hummed the sad song and a bright white gold lotus appeared, swaying to the rhythm of Cross humming. 3 pairs of different colored wings unfurled on his back, and a half crown of golden light appeared around the right side of his head. Jasmine was entranced as she said, wow, so handsome. Cross pursed his lips and smiled as he said, little wife, what are you in a daze for? Jasmine blinked and blushed, looking away and not daring to look back, as if she was shy. Cross shook his head and said, anyway, go into the castle with KZ and don't leave. Let's explore together after I find those 2 other girls and all those little bastard animals. Jasmine giggled and nodded saying, I'll go pack my stuff. Grabbing KZ and running away with rosy cheeks. Cross reverted back to normal and looked at his daughter, who was looking at him seriously. He was amused and said, what's up, kiddo? Lily nodded and said, seriously, you're a pervert. 142, sweet, revenge. Jasmine, KZ, and Carl went back into the castle and Cross held Lily in his arms as he said, want to be like daddy. While he looted the entire palace, taking everything. He threw a wheel with a bunch of symbols into the castle, falling in Jasmine's hands. He didn't know what it was but Jasmine did. Cross whistled and threw the black hole into the air and it enveloped the entire star god realm. Lily said, no. I want to be like mommy. Cross walked away from the endless destruction as he pouted saying, you don't like daddy? Daddy is very handsome. Why don't you like daddy? Lily pouted and said, Lily is beautiful. Not handsome. Cross sighed and walked on the air, traveling miles with each step as he said, silly girl. What kind of daughter is this? Lily giggled and poked his face saying, not a pervert like daddy. Cross kissed her face saying, who taught you this? Your daddy isn't a pervert. Lily giggled as she tried to push his face away. Cross appeared over the Brahma god realm and looked down, he floated down towards Brahma Heaven City. He walked on the streets towards the palace saying Daddy will teach you to be super powerful, okay? In the future, Lily is going to be the strongest in the world. Beat all the big perverts away. Lily waved her fists excitedly chiming yeah. Beat up perverts. Daddy, what's a pervert? Cross said seriously a pervert is a big bad guy. If you're not careful, they'll eat you up. Lily gasped saying no. Lily doesn't want to be eaten. You. She started crying. Cross rubbed her back saying don't worry, Daddy will protect Lily from the perverts. Daddy is the strongest. Lily clung to him saying Daddy will protect Lily. Cross smiled and said forever. Lily smiled and leaned on his shoulder mumbling Lily is happy to see Daddy. Before falling asleep, Cross walked into the palace and kicked down the throne room door, making a soundproof barrier around Lily. Kunyi Fantian looked weak sitting on his throne. Cross smiled as he said Fantian, long time no see. Are you ready to die? Kunyi Fantian trembled and said it can't be. You died. I saw it with my own eyes. Cross chuckled and said yes, well, sometimes eyes can be deceiving. He hooked his finger and the Brahma soul bell appeared, Cross plunged his hand through it before ripping out a white jade disc. He hummed and said eternal life. I can achieve this myself. He kept the primordial seal of life and death in the Brahma soul bell. He had already killed the old guys inside. He looked at Fantian and smiled saying well, when we meet again it'll be in hell. Toodles before blowing on his hand, a black louse appeared before spinning into a massive black hole. Cross turned around and pulled the air, Kunyi Yinger flew into his hands. He sealed her strength and said with a smile my little prey, do you think I've forgotten about you? Kunyi Yinger sighed and said I'm disappointed. Cross walked away from the giant black hole with Yinger in his hands as he said to be honest with you, I am disappointed as well. Yinger looked up at him and he had a sad look on his face as he added your reputation as a cunning and ruthless woman really made me excited. I wanted nothing more than to play you to death, defeating you completely in our own little game. He was truly upset and said hatefully these ants flipped the chessboard while we were playing. Kunyi Yinger sighed and said well, you've won. Cross sighed and said it doesn't feel like it. It feels like I cheated. During this conversation, Cross looted the palace for everything they had before leaving the realm to the next one, ignoring the cataclysmic destruction. Cross sent Lily to Jasmine and kept Yinger with him as he walked and talked saying what was your next move. Kunyi Yinger hummed before replying going to your home star and holding them hostage. Cross smiled and said wouldn't work, I already took everyone away. Kunyi Yinger smiled and said I know. But Yunche is still from there, when he comes after me, I'll capture him and his wives before forcing you out. Cross grinned and said if I still don't come. Kunyi Yinger said you will. Cross raised a brow and said oh. Yinger explained if you didn't value relationships then you wouldn't have let Yunche win the convention, you wouldn't have ripped Jun Zili's arms off, and you wouldn't have provoked all the realm kings to draw all their attention to you so Yunche and the Snow Song realm could escape. Cross grinned widely and said you're smarter than those old fucks. I truly am reluctant to kill you. Kunyi Yinger sneered and said don't make me look down on you. Cross smacked her head and said stupid woman, I said reluctant. Doesn't matter how beautiful you are, you're like a poisonous snake. Why would I let you live freely? He chuckled and said no. Jasmine will decide your fate. Personally, I think you would be an excellent maid. I even have maid clothes. Kunyi Yinger laughed and chose to not respond. Cross smiled happily and traversed to the southern sea god realm. Cross entered the palace and slaughtered Nan Wansheng, looting the palace for all it's worth before setting down another black hole and leaving. Kunyi Yinger asked did you do that to the star god realm too? Cross said it's very efficient, et. Yinger giggled and said how many millions have died? Cross shrugged and said who cares? Yinger smiled beautifully and said sure enough. I think I may have fallen in love with you. Cross winked at her and said who hasn't? Don't worry, my little maid. You'll be seeing your handsome master much more often. He touched his lips saying playfully unintentionally conquering a goddess surprisingly feels good. Kunyi Yinger rolled her eyes and said so shameless. Cross chuckled and went to the dragon god realm in the western region. He floated above the realm and shouted Selena. Grey. White. You four little brats. Get the fuck back over here. His voice boomed across the entire dragon region. The dragon monarch appeared saying you. What are you doing here? I thought you were dead. Cross said shush. I'm here for my beasts. The dragon monarch was enraged and 7 people appeared. Cross looked at them and said you better have a damn good explanation. Otherwise, it's 4 symbol soup for dinner. Selena turned into a beautiful black-haired woman with golden eyes, grey head red eyes and silver hair, he was not bad looking. White was particularly handsome and had white hair. The kids looked like a mix of Selena and Grey. Selena sighed and said Luna brought us here. Cross grumbled and said get inside. She'll have her turn soon enough. The seven drilled into a crack, returning to the inner world. The dragon monarch shouted angrily, you dare to enslave my race. Cross rolled his eyes and looked at Yinger saying, wasn't this guy supposed to be smart? Yinger shrugged saying, he's still a beast in the end. Cross replied at, I guess you're right. He looked at the beyond humiliated dragon monarch and said, first of all, little snake, my beasts have been with me for years and years, decades even. I saved their lives and gave them a home. Secondly, who the fuck are you to question me? A massive killing intent flooded the entire dragon god realm as Cross growled, bunch of meat that hasn't been grilled yet, you think you have the right to even speak to this king? He stepped forward and clutched the dragon monarch's neck in his hands as he continued, who gave you the courage? Who? Suddenly, a spectacularly beautiful woman in Yunche appeared. Yunche saw Cross and rubbed his eyes saying, big brother. He lunged forward and hugged him. Cross smiled and said, hey. I see you've been well. He looked over at the woman and smirked, very well. Congratulations by the way. The woman smiled and rubbed her stomach. Yunche wiped his eyes and said, so what are you doing here? Cross said, met, destroying the people who chased me. The star, Brahma, and southern sea god realms have all been destroyed. There's only the dragon, the heaven secrets, and eternal heaven god realms left. How about you? Yunche felt his mouth twitch, maybe in the entire world, only Cross will say that so casually. Yunche introduced, this is Shen Xi, my wife. Shen Xi looked at Yunche, who shamelessly smiled happily at her. Cross chuckled and said, you should be the one trapped in the sword, right? Shen Xi smiled and said, you knew. Cross touched his necklace and said, the sword is no more, naturally I have all the sword's memories. Shen Xi's eyes flashed astonishment and Yunche said, she's senior dragon god's daughter. I knocked up his daughter. Cross laughed and said, you should be able to leave wherever you're stay at, or you can stay. I really only have beef with this guy. Yinger said, you only have beef with Nan Wanzhong too. Cross said simply, it's easier to kill them all anyway, but if Yunche wants to become the next dragon monarch with Shen Xi, then I'll just kill this guy. As he shook the dragon monarch in his hands. Yunche said, just kill him, I can handle the rest. Cross said dubiously, are you sure? Will she help you? Yunche looked at Shen Xi, who looked at him before finally nodding a bit shyly. Yunche grinned and Cross laughed as he turned the dragon monarch into a mummy before turning him to dust. Cross held out a blood pearl and threw it to Yunche saying, this is all his essence energy, absorb it slowly. He thought about it and threw Yunche a gourd in a ring saying, the gourd is filled with enough divine water of absolute beginning to make a lake and the ring has precious herbs. See you later, little bro. Before walking away, Yunche smiled happily and Shen Xi pinched his waist saying angrily, who said I was your wife? Yunche smirked and said, you did. Shen Xi pouted and said, father always said to be wary of shameless men. Yunche chuckled and teased her saying, I don't think I get the technique down yet. Shen Xi burst into laughter and dragged him away. Cross continued to the heaven's secret realm and looted the place before throwing a giant black hole down and leaving. He couldn't be bothered to even say a word. To these people who just accuse you of being a demon, what is there to say? Will they change? Definitely not. Cross continued his slaughter journey before coming across Jun Zilei and her master. Cross said, Ao. You got your arms back. Jun Zilei shivered and her master said, You're supposed to be dead. Cross rolled his eyes and said, is it very surprising I came back? Geez, just relax. The old man hid Jun Zilei behind him saying, what do you want? Cross sighed and said, why is everybody so scared of me? Yinger quipped, you just eradicated 3 king realms in the heaven's secret realm. If they're not scared, maybe they're gods. Cross chuckled and said, you there, old man. I'm in a good mood today. I'll give you a huge boon. He pointed at the old man and a green light shot forward. The old man started de-aging at a rapid pace, becoming a middle-aged man. Cross flicked a green light at Jun Zilei and fixed her up before saying, I also erased her memories of me, no more heart demon. You're welcome, old man. You didn't chase after me despite what I did to your disciple, you're a good guy. Keep it up, I have high hopes for you. After that he walked away. Jun Zilei blinked and said, master. Who was that? Jun Yuming smiled and patted her head saying, a nice kid. Let's go, my little disciple. Jun Zilei smiled and followed her master. Maybe if the people who were killed by Cross heard his words they would cough up blood and die again. Nice kid? Where is he? That guy's a true demon. Discord, https://discord.gg/vgsjjxxj8h. 143, picking up the runaway brides. The destruction continued, wherever he went, only destruction and blood followed. He was quite literally a god of death. Cross was standing over the eternal heaven realm with a cold face, this fucking hypocrite was next and quite possibly the last. Who knows? Cross pointed several times, black lightning shooting out of his fingertip with every point. Qunyi Yinger said strangely, you're not going to destroy this realm. Cross replied at. The Eternal Heaven Pearl has a bunch of kids in it, they should be out in a year. After that it will be extremely weak. I'll be able to devour it at that time, let's kill them now and wait for the kiddos to come out before destroying the realm. This is a better plan, no. Kuan Yinger looked at the prayer beads and said so, which treasures did it eat? Cross said so far, the sword and the wheel, I have the disc but Yunche has the sky poison pearl and the mirror of samsara. After I get the Eternal Heaven Pearl, I need to find World Piercer. Yinger said what about the pearl and the mirror? Cross replied Yunche is the pearl and the pearl is Yunche. The mirror is something from his family, an heirloom of sorts. I won't take them. I don't need the pearl or mirror because poison is cheating and I have no intentions of dying anytime soon, so I don't need the mirror. He looked at Yinger and smiled. It wouldn't be fair for me to poison you to death, would it? I didn't think so. I wanted to beat your fair and square. Alas. He sighed and continued slaughtering people with lightning bolts, evidently in a bad mood. Yinger sighed and said I didn't even get a chance. Cross sighed and said anyway, I think we'll have a bigger enemy soon. Yinger said we? Bigger enemy? Cross got serious and said someone called the great Brahma sovereign. Yinger was confused and said Brahma. Cross said just as I thought. There's no relation to your Brahma realm at all. He chuckled and said seems like me and Brahma were destined to be enemies. Haha. Yinger shook her head with a smile and Cross muttered time to go punish my two little escapee wives. As he stepped and blurred, disappearing. As they were traveling, Yinger asked escapee. Cross replied they ran away to avoid getting captured by enemies and putting me in a bad position. Yinger said smart. I would have definitely went after them. Cross frowned and said if I can't protect my own women, what's the point of living? I'm still angry. Yinger added her 2 cents. At least they're sensible enough to know that they would just be burdens. Cross sighed and said they could have told me instead of disappearing. Yinger was silent, she couldn't relate. Cross appeared above a realm where he saw a bunch of people, he floated down and looked at Luna and his kids with Buckbeak. Luna was frowning saying I have a husband, no thank you. A man said lustfully Fairy Luna, don't be like that. I sincerely love you. Cross frowned and said what is this farce? Luna looked up and saw Cross, she smiled before trembling as tears appeared in her eyes. Zephyr and Pandora shouted Daddy. Everyone looked up at Cross and the man who sincerely loved Luna pointed and said you. Cross waved and everyone around his family turned to blood mist as he said don't taint my ears with your nonsense. Luna didn't say anything, she knew he was extremely angry at this moment. Cross landed in front of her and didn't say anything, Luna hung her head down and Cross waved, opening a crack as he said go. We'll talk later. Luna and the rest went inside, Zephyr and Pandora hugged him before going inside. Buckbeak looked like an 18-year-old kid with 6 wings on his back, but they were drooping as he walked inside. Cross said nothing and left the realm, going towards Feng Shuier. A while later. Cross found Feng Shuier with red and blue, they were similarly cornered by a ton of people, all their eyes burned with lust. A man said little Fairy Shuet, today you will be enjoyed by the entire realm. Who gave you the courage to deny me? Cross frowned and Yinger giggled saying another one bites the dust. Cross waved and Feng Shuier, red and blue floated up to him. He gave Feng Shuier a look before opening the inner world. She held back her tears and walked inside, red and blue, who had both gained their human forms also walked inside without a word. Cross looked at the man and said you're the realm king? You want to force my wife and pass her around like a slave? Who gave you the courage? His voice got louder and louder as a suffocating aura enveloped the entire realm. The man turned pale and Cross shouted with the anger of God congratulations. The entire realm will sink with you. He raised a fist and black energy swirled around it as he punched down hard. The black energy shot into the ground and the realm itself started collapsing in on itself, a black hole forming in the middle, sucking up everyone in the realm. There was no escaping. It was impossible. Cross sneered at the man and said join the underworld empire, you disgusting ant. Before disappearing with a step. From outside, the realm was floating in on itself, sucking in even light. Until there was nothing left and the black hole collapsed on itself. In hell. Lucifer was jumping with joy at the massive influx of souls. He laughed happily ha ha ha. Cross. If you were a woman I would marry you. Ah. My idol. He did a happy dance and took out a poster and some memorabilia he made himself before disappearing. Dumbledore was also dancing with joy. So many people who were killed by the little bastard. They'll definitely join his empire. A massive group of souls appeared in front of him, namely the realm kings and god emperors. Fantian looked at the Eternal Heaven Emperor, Nan Wansheng, Xin Chuikong and the Dragon Monarch saying he got you all too. They all had ugly faces and Dumbledore clapped saying welcome, friends. They turned to him and said who are you? Dumbledore smiled happily and said I'm Albus Dumbledore. This is my empire. I invite you to join it. If you are skeptical, I can tell you right now, this empire is entirely made up of people killed by Cross. All of us hate him to the bone. We only have one goal and that's to destroy him and torture his soul for eternity when he dies. The realm kings and god emperors were stunned. Nan Wanzhong said the entire empire. Dumbledore nodded happily and clapped. A man appeared next to him and Dumbledore said, Rupert, show them around and explain our empire in detail. Rupert nodded and said, if you'll follow me, guests. They followed him and Rupert showed them around the empire. It was very beautiful. Everybody looked pretty happy, they mixed together very well. The Dragon Monarch saw a bunch of people holding their fists over their hearts and saying kill Cross before leaving and asked what are they doing. Rupert explained this is our universal goodbye gesture. Our emperor made it very popular. The Eternal Heaven God Emperor asked how did he become your emperor? Rupert cleared his throat and explained there are realms in hell just like the world above. From the bottom to the top, it goes like this. Demon, Devil, Lesser Devil, Upper Devil, Archdevil, Devil Lord, Devil Emperor, Hell Ruler, and finally Hell God. Each stage has 6 stages, entry, low, mid, high, master, and peak. We have a free cultivation pavilion along with a soul weapon tower. Kunyi Fantian asked you have a currency? What level is the emperor at? Rupert nodded and said our currency is Cerberus coins, there are 3 levels. The first is 1-headed coins, the second is 2-headed coins, and the third is 3-headed coins. 100 1-headed coins is 1 2-headed coin, 100 2-headed coins is 1 3-headed coin. Above this there are soul stones, these are cultivation resources as well as currency and they are divided into 4 grades, low grade, mid grade, high grade, and top grade. Rupert paused for a moment before continuing you will all receive 100 3-headed coins as a welcoming gift. Our emperor is at the Devil Emperor level high stage. Nan Wanzhong asked are there other empires? Rupert nodded and said yes, currently we have good relations with the Slaughter God Killer Empire, though we are not the strongest in the region our emperor is very good at diplomacy. The realm kings were silent before one asked what about the actual ruler of hell? Rupert sighed and explained his name is Lucifer, he normally doesn't care what happens as long as nobody provokes him. He's actually quite laid back, but he has a few problems. Kunyi Fantian asked problems. Rupert shook his head and said Lucifer has a severe celebrity weakness. He's like a teenager and he obsesses over idols, with his idols being people who send him a lot of souls. Nan Wanzhong said strangely you mean? Rupert nodded and said Cross is his favorite idol. The faces of the realm kings turned ugly but Rupert smiled and added he promises to all the empires that once the person dies he will not interfere. The Dragon Monarch said you trust him. Rupert nodded and said Lucifer is many things but he is absolutely not a liar. He is a very straightforward and honest person, he's just very tricky. You have to be very careful around him, if he offers you a contract read it very carefully, it could be filled with loopholes and hidden clauses. The group nodded seriously and followed Rupert around, continuing the tour. Back in the living world. Cross was walking along when a young man appeared in his path. He was very handsome and had short black hair, it was Lucifer. Lucifer squealed and said Cross. You're my idol. Can you sign these? Cross was stunned but smiled and signed his memorabilia of himself. Lucifer jumped with joy and Cross chuckled saying there you go. Lucifer waved and the items disappeared as he shook Cross' hand enthusiastically saying you're the best. I'm Lucifer, keep sending me souls. Before disappearing. Cross was stunned. Kunyi Yinger made a weird face and said did the devil himself just ask for your autograph? Cross touched his nose and said I think so. Kunyi Yinger shook her head and Cross chuckled before continuing on. He needed to go to one more place before talking to his little wives about their punishment. He walked to the north, each step taking miles at once as he neared the realm of devils. Discord, https://discord.gg/vgsjjxxj8h. 144, reunited and it feels so good. Cross and Yinger looked at the curtain of darkness, shutting in the northern region. Cross was confused, why was there a darkness curtain here? Were they really in that dire straits? He shrugged and flew into the northern divine region. Cross looked at the gloomy world he seemed to have walked into, he clicked his tongue and said what a dump. A woman appeared in front of him saying you can say that again. Cross looked at the woman and said et. He waved and the black haze around her disappeared as Cross added you know, it's very rude not showing yourself. Even though I can see you anyway. The woman was revealed and Yinger said Chi Wuiao. Cross held Chi Wuiao's chin as he said oh? The Devil Empress? You are very pretty. He was being honest, she was very beautiful. Chi Wuiao smiled seductively saying thank you Cross sneered your little charms won't work on me. Try again and the entire northern region will disappear for real, want to test me. Chi Wuiao froze and Cross continued especially from a virgin like you. Now tell me, what is your little soul doing in Mu Xuanyan's body? Chi Wuiao said you knew. Cross clicked his tongue and pushed her chin away as he said how could I not? Do I look stupid to you? Chi Wuiao said what are you doing here then, Mr. Devil? Cross rolled his eyes and said make sure you little oppressed people don't start a war for no reason. All the god emperors are dead, of course I came to thin the herd. Qi Huiyao was truly surprised this time and said you killed them all. Cross said if not? Just shut up and bring me around, I'll kill the competition and you will rule the devils if you go overboard, I'll just kill you too. Isn't peace nice? At least you won't have to live in this dump anymore. Qi Huiyao said but why? Cross sighed and said if I can take care of everything at once and sit back relaxing, fishing, reading, and hugging my little girl after without worry some moron decides to start a war for no reason, I'll have less of a headache, no? I can kill everyone if I want, I'm only doing this because I'm pretty sure Moe was a huge cunt and accused the devils of being evil because they used darkness energy. He stopped and waved his hand in the air shouting bah! Why am I explaining myself to you? Start moving before I make you my second maid. Kuan Yin shook her head and Qi Huiyao felt her mouth twitch but still obediently showed him around. They came to a place with constant whines. Cross picked up an evil god seed and flicked it into the sky, shooting it off into the distance. It eventually smacked Yunche in the head, who ate it right after. Cross flew around the northern region, eliminating God Emperor level characters who would not submit. He threw the problems to Qi Huiyao and then left the northern region, smashing the barrier apart and freeing them with Qi Huiyao's promise that they won't act up. She tasked her shadows to take care of things as she flew away on a mission. Cross ignored her and flew back to the Flame God realm. He landed in the flaming abyss and saw the vermilion bird again. Cross snapped his fingers saying hurry up and reform your body. We have a deal. The vermilion bird was aggrieved and said I crossed my fingers. Cross clicked his tongue and said such a shameless bird. What happened to honor and integrity between bird and elf? The vermilion bird shouted what honor and integrity? Cross sighed and said come on, seriously, let's go. I have things to do. The vermilion bird snorted and Cross threw a bunch of medicinal herbs with a ton of purple-veined divine crystal, netherworld Yudambara flowers, divine master cores, and a ball of divine water of absolute beginning. A while later, the vermilion bird was reformed. Cross nodded and threw her in the inner world saying let's go, no time for your big return speech. The vermilion bird was aggrieved but went into the inner world obediently. Cross rolled his eyes and flashed back to the eternal heaven realm, it was completely deserted. Cross threw Yinger on his shoulder and walked into his inner world. He was immediately assaulted by a primordial aura and air. Kuan Yinger looked around saying wow. Is this the god realm of absolute beginning? Cross looked around and said was. It's my inner world now. Yinger was stunned, Cross slapped her ass saying pay attention. Yinger pouted and Cross ignored her as he walked to the castle in the distance. He would check out the changes later, he had a few things to do first. He entered the castle and Jasmine, Luna, and Feng Shui were sitting at a table. Cross walked over and said KZ? The kids. Jasmine said KZ is taking care of Lily right now, Zephyr and Pandora are exploring. Cross held out Kuan Yinger by her collar, she gave them a toothy grin and waved. Cross felt his mouth twitch upwards and Jasmine seated at the sight of her. Luna and Feng Shui were looking at Yinger silently. After Kuan Yinger, it was their turn to be punished. They were not looking forward to it at all. Cross said Jasmine, you decide what to do with her. Jasmine sneered and said I assume you have a suggestion. Cross shrugged and said kill her, don't kill her, keep her as a slave, maid, cripple her and throw her to a group of rapists, I couldn't care less. He threw Kuan Yinger to the ground at Jasmine's feet and walked away saying you two follow me. Luna and Feng Shui trembled before following him. Jasmine looked down at Kuan Yinger, who still had a smile on her face. Jasmine said with a sneer look at that, the untouchable goddess feel in love with someone who won't even touch her with a 10-foot pole. Isn't that ironic? Kuan Yinger didn't reply and Jasmine kicked her away saying death is too good for you. You'll be my slave for the rest of your life. Kuan Yinger hid a smile from Jasmine, who kicked her again right in the face. Cross was sitting on a chair in another room, he laid Luna over his legs and spanked her really hard. She was used to the playful spanks, this one had to be different. Luna shed tears as Cross said do you know what you did wrong? Luna nodded and Cross spanked her again with his eyes closed, just hearing the sounds of his slap and her tears hitting ground made his heart twist in pain. He steeled himself and spanked her one more time before grabbing Feng Shui and doing the same. He couldn't handle it, these were his beloved wives. He loved them more than himself. He really couldn't bear to hurt them. He let them go and said this is your punishment. As he took out a knife and stabbed himself, Luna and Feng Shui paled and started crying, tending to his wound. Cross pushed them back saying this is what it felt like when you left. As he stabbed himself again, Luna knelt and cried please stop. You're hurting yourself. Feng Shui was already crying profusely. Cross threw the knife away, opened his eyes and hugged the two, saying softly if you leave again. I'll hurt myself even more. Luna and Feng Shui before hugged him and nodded frantically, dripping tears on him. Cross body healed and he hugged the two in silence, happy that they were okay and safe. A while later. Cross came back with the other two to see Jasmine kicking Qianyi Yinger over and over again. Cross sat down and just watched. Finally Jasmine finished and said make her a slave. Cross was startled and said okay? What kind of slave? Jasmine gave him a dangerous look and said what does that mean? Cross said well, do you want a mindless slave that only follows orders? A sex slave? A slave that keeps their personality but has no choice to listen? A slave that is barely free? There's a lot of options here, babe. Jasmine was silent for a few moments before saying you decide. Cross tapped on Qianyi Yinger's forehead and made the slave contract, branding her as his slave for life. Though this slave contract was relatively free, she was basically a maid, the only binding thing was if she even thinks or harming anyone in Cross family, she will experience unimaginable pain. There were several other things that caused pain but the short of it is that she was now a maid and she was never getting out of it. Other than that, the rest of Yinger was normal. She wasn't mind-controlled to think of any of them as God. It was basically just her being hired. Cross handed her a black and white maid outfit and said wear this. Yinger giggled and said sweetly yes, master. The girls all glared at her and Cross just smiled, not caring at all. She was extremely smart and useful, it would be a waste to kill her. Plus. He smirked to himself and thought she could kill my boredom easily. He fantasized in his mind, him and Yinger, playing chess. What a boring guy. He was strangely excited at the thought and almost dragged her off to play right away. The girls all looked at him strangely, all feeling he was thinking strange things. Cross coughed and said let's go exploring shall we? The girls became happy and the group left. They traveled around the inner world. It was endless. The inner world underwent a massive transformation. The castle area had grown and beasts roamed on the outskirts, subconsciously avoiding the central area where the castle was. The outer area was filled with mountains, forests, lakes, everything. Quite literally, his inner realm had absorbed the god realm of absolute beginning. Levi's lake had turned into an ocean made up of absolute beginning water. On top of the water were tons of water-based plants, and the greenhouse had been removed. All the plants, herbs, elixirs, fruit trees, and spirit medicine was in a designated area in the massive central area. It was a giant farm with extremely fresh soil that bursted with vitality. There was also a subtle time formation where the garden was that slowly aged the plants passively. The castle itself expanded to twice the size and the dens for his beasts had become much bigger. Not only that but all the treasure that was in the god realm of absolute beginning was placed in a vault that was under the castle. It looked like a Gringotts vault but the inside was gigantic. There were shelves and shelves stocked with treasures places neatly, there were even little signs detailing what the treasures were. It was endless. In the far north, the abyss of nothingness, silently rotated, minding its own business. The energy inside the world was 100x more pure than before and the beasts were much happier. The vermilion bird took residency on a massive tree in the central area, making a nest for herself. She was much happier now. At least she could move around and leave that damn cave. Cross was extremely satisfied with the new changes. After seeing everything, he brought out a table and chairs to the outside world and destroyed the walls of the Eternal Heaven Palace, making it an open space before setting up the table with 2 chairs and a chessboard. He dragged Yinger out and forced her to play chess with him. The days passed like this, occasionally playing with his kids, sleeping with his wives every night, and playing chess with Yinger as he waited for the kiddos to leave the Eternal Heaven Pearl space. Good news. Feng Shuier got pregnant. Yay! It was to be expected, Cross slept with them every night. Some nights they didn't even sleep. But most of the time he was quietly playing chess and silently going over his new body wondering what the next step was, while comprehending the void step. Time slowly trickled by just like this. 145, peaceful times. Soon a year passed. Feng Shuier had a girl. They named her Amelia, she was still a few months old so Feng Shuier took care of her most of the time. The entire group was very peaceful during this time, not really doing anything. Chu Weiao got the devils to occupy the empty king realms, they were actually not too bad. As far as they were concerned, not living in a prison was already too satisfying, why would they want more? Plus Cross had killed pretty much everyone who would resist, so they had relatively peaceful lives. Just as Cross thought, the devils weren't bad people but the darkness energy they used was a bit unstable, making them slightly aggressive. Cross fixed the problem, shooting pure darkness energy into them, stabilizing their current energy. There was no other way, some of them would go crazy over the slightest grievance. One kid tripped and started beating up the ground. What a crazy kid. Thank God his kids weren't like that. They were very sensible. Yeah, mostly. Zephyr was 18 now. What a headache. He was chasing around a devil girl like a puppy. She wasn't anyone special but she was still very beautiful and naturally had her arrogance. Cross had always told him that if you can get a woman without showing off your strength and power, you would find a good woman. A valiant effort but the problem was that this girl was already married. Damn kid. Cross almost slapped him to death. What is he doing? Even I, your father, doesn't go after married woman. Who taught this kid? Cross actually caught Yunche teaching Zephyr a few things and chased after the bastard corrupting his son. Pandora was the same age, she was extremely beautiful. Countless guys chased after her but she had no interest in any of them. This girl. She said she wanted to find someone better than her father. Yeah right. Where the fuck are you going to find that? Though, she really had no choice, Cross would beat the shit out of anybody that got near her. He even said unless he's stringer than me, you'll be daddy's little cotton padded jacket forever. Making her aggrieved. Maybe in the higher realms. She had to get to it quickly otherwise her dad would become god there too, then she was fucked. Not only were they both good looking but strong too. They seemed to have better talent than Cross. They were already divine extinction realm. At 18. What kind of concept was that? Even Qin Yinger was absolutely stunned. Isn't this too fierce? 18 years old divine extinction realm. She asked Cross how he got to true god and the others were curious too. Cross told them the truth, he had no more profound veins. Qin Yinger didn't believe him, so Cross let her see inside. It was literally impossible for her to hurt him, not that she wanted to anyway. It was quite relaxing playing cheese and reading all day. She looked and her peerless face was astonished. It was true. Cross explained that his profound veins scattered, going into his acupoints. He also stressed that this was extremely dangerous and shouldn't be done alone, one wrong step and you'll become a cripple. He coaxed them with "We'll find out when we ascend." That knocked their socks right off. Another ascension? Is this going to go on forever? Most likely. Anyway, Cross wasn't stingy at all with his maid and gave her the resources he had. She gave him the heaven-defying record but surprisingly, Cross said he didn't need it and only talked to the woman inside it about his void step looking for a second opinion. The woman was stunned by his progress and looked at the technique, before becoming astonished and asking if he was secretly a reincarnated master or something. Cross told her that she was spouting nonsense and if she had a physical form he would give her a nice spanking, which made the woman angry but also shy. He blamed it on his good looks and they discussed the movement technique. The girls were startled when they heard the voice acting coquettish to get the technique from him. Cross only agreed after she helped him make the 10th and final step. 10th step, consisting of 19,683 movements, and able to go 100 billion miles in a single step. The woman was so happy she even did a dance, such a precious technique. If she didn't get her hands on it maybe she would be retarded. Cross and the woman went over the void step technique hundreds of times in a second before getting a clear-cut path. It was truly a heaven-defying technique. After he was done, he threw the rock to Yinger, who said that she couldn't even read it and had no interest in it. Cross shrugged and threw it out of the realm, it flew away and hit Yunche in the head. He picked it up and gave it to Lingzi, who seemed to have some affinity with the other stones. Currently, Cross was playing chess with Qin Yinger, Lily was sitting on his lap looking at the chessboard seriously, pretending to be like her father. The little girl was 3 years old already, how cute was this? She was as cute as a doll, and knew it too. The little girl was cunning to the extreme and crocodile tears flowed if she didn't get what she wanted. Cross' heart softened at her tears, whether they were real or fake he couldn't care less. He didn't want his baby to be sad, so he spoiled her to the extreme, making everyone else jealous. Lily just stuck her tongue out cutely and latched to Cross like an octopus, refusing to let go ever. Cross shot the girls a smug look and they all snorted at him. Jasmine took the girl and patted her little butt saying you don't want mommy anymore. Ah yes. The little girl's weakness. Lily hugged Jasmine saying no. Lily loves mommy. Jasmine sneered at Cross, who gave her a hot look. She almost melted and blushed heavily, the other two knew exactly what that look meant and blushed as well. This guy bullied all three of them at once. What a villain. Cross chuckled and was about to make a move on the chessboard when a bright light fell on the stage, leaving 995 people. Cross looked at them and said the king realms are no more, go back to your realms the world has changed. The youngsters were shocked and flew away seeing the big devil in front of them. Only Shui Mian flew towards him with a smile saying brother-in-law. Lunging at him with her arms open wide. Cross was spooked and said who's your brother-in-law? Holding out her face. Shu Mian grabbed air, Cross held her cheeks together, squishing her lips as she said it share you. Me and Yunche are getting married. Cross let out a breath and said oh. That's good. Shui Yingyu appeared with her arms crossed saying humph. As if I would marry you. Though she blushed when she said that. Cross felt his mouth twitch, when did he say that? Big sister please don't light my backyard on fire. Shui Mian giggled and swung Cross arm coquettishly saying brother-in-law, where's my husband? Cross grabbed her and said this usually works with items, let's see if it works with people. Before throwing her. Shui Mian flew through the air shouting wah ah 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 ah. Before disappearing, Shui Yingyu sighed and flew after her. It did work. Shui Mian hit Yunche right in the head. Problem was Yunche was currently in the middle of something, more like several somethings. Shui Mian blushed and joined in. Just like that. Where's the Kia? Pervert. Sigh. Cross looked at the eternal heaven pearl and with a greedy gaze, drilled into the place where it was being kept. He ripped it out from the realm and brought it with him. He went back to the girls and took all their necklaces from them. Cross was sitting in the middle of the stage and told the rest to get back a bit. They all moved back, looking at Cross curiously. Cross floated the 4 necklaces together, the 3 colored ones jumped into their respective beads. Cross took out the primordial seal of life and death, the Brahma soul bell, the southern sea pearl, and the eternal heaven pearl. He started melting them down, ignoring whatever they were staying. Can't they just obediently die and become food? What's all this other nonsense about? After a while they finally shut up and merged into Aurora. Thunder rumbled above them and black lightning came down, striking the necklace 81 times before leaving. The necklace looked like coal. It suddenly vibrated and all the black crust came off, revealing the new prayer beads. There was new colors. Next to the gold, there was a bright white gold bead, and on the other side, next to the red bead there was an orange bead. The 3 other necklaces came out and had a white gold bead on them now. They flew to their owners and nestled on their necks. Cross put his on and Aurora said hee hee. Master, quickly praise me. Cross made a funny face and said N. Aurora is very cute. Aurora giggled happily and said now Master can control time. Not only that but you'll never age. Also because of the Brahma soul bell and the southern sea pearl, Aurora can manifest in the castle. Cross smiled happily and rubbed the beads with a gentle expression. He floated back to the girls and sat back down. Yinger said what do we do now? Cross hummed and went back to their game as he said I still need World Piercer, plus isn't there that crack? What's going on with that? Jasmine held Lily and said the crack is very dangerous. It's said that MOE trapped the devils outside the primal chaos. Cross rubbed his eyes with one hand as he said this fucking MOE guy again? Isn't it very nice to be left alone? Why go out of your way to attack people for no reason? Whatever, now I have to clean up his mess. For fuck's sake. Yinger teased or you could just let it happen. Cross shook his head and said seriously I can't. The girls were stunned and Feng Shuier said why not, big brother. Luna sighed and said here we go. Sure enough. Cross said I have to leave my inheritance here. If they destroy the world or too many people, then where will my little crippled, humiliated, revenge-seeking, and strong will-having inheritor come from? Yinger felt her mouth twitch, Luna sighed, and returned to the inner world. Jasmine and Feng Shuier gave him disdainful looks before following after Luna. Cross had stars in his eyes as he fantasized about his spectacular inheritor. Yinger slipped into the inner world as well, leaving Cross all alone to daydream about his inheritor all he wanted. 146. Letting Ling Ji go. Cross created a chair and sat in front of the large red crack, telling Lily fairy tales. Lily was sitting in his lap listening happily, asking hundreds of questions. Cross spoke and then Snow White stormed the castle and battled against the Queen's 12 zodiac killers. With help from the dwarves she conquered the castle and captured the Queen before beheading her in front of the kingdom. In the end, Snow White became the new queen and there was peace for 10 hundreds of years. Lily clapped and said phew. I thought Snow White was going to die from the poison apple. Cross patted her head lovingly as he said silly girl, the poison apple can't kill Snow White. She's immune to 100 poisons. Lily punched her palm and said seriously I forgot. Cross smiled happily and said want to hear another one? This time it's Rudolph and the calamity of the North Pole. Lily cheered yeah. Cross was about to speak, when the red crack widened and a woman came out. Cross looked over at the woman, but his attention was on the lance in her hand. It was the World Piercer. He suddenly flashed away with Lily in his arms, a slice of darkness energy slashed the chair he was sitting in half. Cross was terribly angry. His killing intent exploded at the woman as he growled you tried to kill my daughter? You must not want to live any longer, a little creation god is actually so arrogant. He looked at Lily and smiled go into the castle, okay baby. Lily nodded and Cross dropped her into a crack, falling into Jasmine's arms. The crack closed and Cross' face became blank. He gripped the air and Artemis appeared, the woman's pupils shrank and she was about to speak, but since when did Cross listen to the enemy? He flashed in front of her and she saw his glowing red eyes looking at her as if she was a corpse. Cross slammed Artemis against the woman's head, blowing her out of the realm, into another one. Unfortunately, the woman smashed the realm to pieces on impact. There was no avoiding this, when the gods fight, the mortals need to run. Not that Cross cared at all, they were ants. Was he supposed to arrange a funeral for every ant he stepped on? They don't even make coffins small enough. The woman got up and frowned before launching herself towards Cross, who whistled a sad tune and flipped his palm. A pitch-black accepted separation lotus appeared and rotated slowly. Cross shot forward and slammed his palm towards the woman. The woman spun out of the way and the lotus made a sonic boom as it traveled forward, spinning into a flaming black hole, destroying an entire realm. Cross spun and backhanded the woman with Artemis. The woman ducked and shouted wait. Cross leg became covered in armor and he kneed her in the chin, before smashing her down with Artemis. The woman smashed into the ground and caused the entire realm to tremble. Cross spread his hands over the woman and black strings shot out from his hand, forming a black birdcage. The top opened slightly and dozens of black lotuses floated down as Cross said lightly Requiem of the Void. Each lotus sang deathly sad music as they floated down towards the woman. The woman froze, she had nowhere to escape and if that hit her, she was dead. She said quickly stop. Stop. I'm sorry. Cross didn't stop and the woman shouted that mace. That's my daughter. The lotuses paused and Cross frowned. The woman let out a breath of relief and sat on her ass. She was truly a beautiful woman, perfect in all areas, hourglass figure, plump and firm ass, big and perky breasts, an impeccably beautiful face, and long smooth black hair. A real shame Cross couldn't care less about her looks. Artemis transformed into her human form and signed to Cross my mom. Cross signed back I don't know, that's what she said. You should take a look before I kill her. Artemis smiled and signed thank you, big brother. The cage and the lotuses disappeared along with the sad melody, the realm returning to silent peace. Artemis floated down and looked at the woman in confusion before signing mama. The woman was just looking at Artemis in a daze, before hugging her and crying. Artemis felt stuffy and cried too. Cross looked down from above. According to Aurora, the devils were chased out of the primal chaos by Moe. Aurora had taken the memories from devouring the other profound treasures. She told Cross everything. After all, he created her from nothing. She also told him that if he got the world piercer, she could travel through space easily and anywhere. Even if they were on the other side of the universe. Naturally, Cross was going to get the world piercer. By any means necessary. Suddenly, Yunche, Chi Weiao, Shen Xi, Mu Xuanyan and the rest of Yunche's wives appeared. Cross looked over and teased you trying to build a football team. Yunche chuckled and replied what can I say? I'm just too handsome. All the girls gave him looks of disdain and Cross chuckled, cracking his fingers as he said too handsome, sounds like a real burden. He looked at Yunche saying maybe, you need help fixing that. Yunche cracked his neck and said yeah? You think you can do it? Cross replied not a problem. Yunche and Cross grinned and were about to clash, when they were both smacked in the head. Chi Weiao and Luna smacked their husbands and chided Moran. Cross and Yunche flinched and stepped back sheepishly. Jasmine, Feng Shuier, Zephyr, Pandora, Lily, Amelia, KZ and Yinger came out too. The girls all started talking together. Cross waved his hand and made a long table with benches. The girls all sat down and started talking happily, leaving only Yunche, Zephyr, Cross and Ling Ji. Cross looked at Ling Ji and smiled you've grown. Ling Ji smiled and said without master, I would be nothing. Cross smiled, it was true, Cross brought him to the realm of gods and Ling Ji was a divine master realm practitioner now. He also slipped the herbs and divine water of absolute beginning to him a long time ago. Cross waved and Ling Ji floated over, kneeling and saying master. Cross said lightly get up, kiddo. Ling Ji got up like a puppy dog with a big silly smile on his face. Cross shook his head and tapped on Ling Ji's forehead. The complete void step appeared in his mind. Ling Ji trembled and kneeled down again. Cross sighed and said little Ji, calm down. Kneeling all over the place like this, is it fun? Ling Ji got up and scratched his head sheepishly. Cross smiled and said maybe soon, I'll leave this place to a higher realm. Are you coming with me? Ling Ji froze and said quickly master. You are leaving. Yunche looked over and said you are leaving. Cross nodded saying eventually. Ling Ji looked to be having a crisis and Yunche frowned, his face a little ugly. Zephyr said Dad, but what about Christina? Cross slapped him saying angrily she's married. What about her? Do you need another beating? Zephyr rubbed his head saying bah. She doesn't love him. It's a political marriage. Cross almost slapped him to death as he shouted political marriage your head. You can like older woman, but stay away from the married ones. What's next? You're going to turn into a young master. You little bastard, I will ruin you myself. Zephyr fled to Luna and sneered at Cross, hiding behind her. Cross almost exploded in rage before calming down and looking away saying you're out of my will. Zephyr almost coughed up blood, what will? A bad guy like you. You'll never die. Cross ignored him and said take out Hunger, I think that's her mom. As he pointed to the woman, Yunche took out Hunger, who looked around before focusing on the woman and flying towards her. Cross waved his hand and Yueshan flew over. Cross tapped on her head before sending her back. Ling Ji said master. I'm not talented enough to keep following you. He looked extremely depressed. Yeah, he was strong and a sword master, he could establish his own sect and become a king realm if he wanted to, but he knew that his talent was already exhausted. He also knew that Cross could change that with a snap of his fingers, but what about next time? Was he supposed to trail behind his master forever? Cross said, "Little Ji, I can help you." Ling Ji shouted no. He fell to his knees and cried, "Master! You've given me everything. I can't even help you anymore." He slammed his fist in the air, cracking the sky, as he continued, "Since the lower realms and now the realm of gods. You think I don't know all those treasures were from Master? All my cultivation, my arts, even my swords. They're all from you. But what about me? What can I do to help Master?" Cross felt uncomfortable. He looked at Ling Ji and said, "Little Ji. Master doesn't want anything from you. You becoming stronger and living is the best thing you can give me. Getting married, having kids, teaching them, living happily. This is all I want from you. I don't need you to fight my enemies, I don't need you to give me things in return." He patted Ling Ji's head and said softly, "I took you in because I liked your personality and talent. All these things from Master, they're all worth it if you have a happy life. You've already made me proud." He chuckled and added, "I still remember the little brat, who shouted in my face all those years ago." Cross looked up and his eyes clouded over, remembering a fond memory. Ling Ji cried and Cross closed his eyes, sighing, "Little Ji, I have something for you. This will be the last thing Master asks of you." Ling Ji trembled and looked up at Cross, crying, "Master!" Cross flipped his palm and roared, forcing out golden red drops of blood, strings, 4 drops of different colored origin blood, a row of swords, a bunch of divine water of absolute beginning, and a drop of green crystalline liquid. Cross spread out his hands and slowly forced them together, everything melted and Ling Ji's swords flew into the air, before drilling into the liquid. Cross did a bunch of movements and thunderclouds rolled in. Yueshin's rapier flew into the mixture as well and the thunderclouds doubled. Cross looked up and sneered, before throwing a punch into the air, destroying the clouds. Everyone looked over and was amazed. Cross looked at the clouds with a heavy sneer as he said, "What are you waiting for? Scared?" The thunderclouds didn't like that and sent hundreds of lightning bolts into the mixture, trying to eradicate it. Cross pulled the lightning into the liquid and black molten liquid seeped out, as the mixture started glowing brighter and brighter. The thundercloud smashed down a pillar of pitch-black lightning and Cross grinned. The liquid opened up and ate the lightning, trapping it inside as the thunderclouds dispersed, completely aggrieved. The day they get rid of this big devil they'll throw a party and let everyone become a true god. Cross sucked in a deep breath before his upper body changed into his animagus form and he breathed out Vanta black flames before changing back to normal and clapping his hands. The liquid glowed and shrank into 3 swords, they dimmed and revealed themselves. Ling Ji's swords looked the same but there was a killer aura surrounding them. Yueshin's rapier looked to be a lot more delicate, but it was 1000x more deadly than before. Black lightning crackling around the long thin blade. The swords went back to their masters and Cross pointed at Ling Ji and Yueshin, a white and black light flew into their heads. White for Ling Ji and black for Yueshin. Cross drank from his water gourd and said, "The last task Master has for you is to make a sect and become the greatest sect in the God realm. This task can be achieved by both of you, one of you, or together. Though I think little Yui would rather be with her family." Ling Ji was completely dumbfounded as he said softly, "Master. You?" Cross smiled and said, "I made that technique myself, your junior sister got a different one." Yueshin said softly, "Lightning Demon Piercer." Ling Ji trembled and Cross picked him up saying, "All right, little Ji. Enough tears, did I raise a baby or a man? Also, you're not a virgin anymore." Ling Ji was stunned and flustered as he said, "Master. You. Well, you see, I found this girl and well, she's amazing and Cross rolled his eyes and smacked him saying, Yet. Who is she?" Ling Ji scratched his cheek and said, "Jun Zilei." Cross, Yunche, Qunyi Yinger and Jasmine froze. Yunche started laughing and Cross sighed. Ling Ji got nervous and said, "What's wrong?" Cross rubbed his face and said, "She doesn't remember, but I ripped her arms off before." Ling Ji was stupefied but Cross patted his head and said, "I support you little Ji, just be careful, she's a jealous little vixen." He felt a dozen pairs of eyes locked on him and he started to sweat. Ling Ji was over the moon with his master's blessing. Cross said seriously, "This task, can you do it?" Ling Ji got serious and said, "100% master." Cross nodded and reached into a crack, pulling out an orb before putting it in Ling Ji's hands as he said, "This is an entire realm. I left you money, some resources, a couple secret realms, weapons, and some arts." Everybody was stunned, looking at the orb. Ling Ji took it with trembling hands as Cross continued, "Build the sect, become the realm king, and make me proud. I believe in you, little Ji." Ling Ji kowtowed in the air and shouted, "I will, master." Cross smiled and said, "Good. Go. Just crush the orb wherever you want and a realm will appear there." Ling Ji wiped his tears and said, "Thank you, master. Little Ji will never forget this." Cross smiled and patted his head saying, "Go." Ling Ji nodded and stepped, before disappearing. This was how the strongest sect in the entire God realm came to be. It was called the Void Sect. All the arts inside were made by Cross, the ones that came after were found by Ling Ji. Cross sighed and turned away, wiping his eyes secretly. What a good disciple. At this moment, the woman appeared in front of Yun Che and Cross. Her expression was serious and she said, I'm Ji Yuan, the heaven-smiting devil emperor. 147, Void City. Cross and Yun Che looked at Ji Yuan and Yun Che said the devil emperor. Cross said the evil god's wife. Yun Che looked at Cross and said you know that. Cross chuckled and tapped his necklace saying I devoured the other profound treasures, I know a lot. Speaking of which, they're all gathered here now. Ji Yuan said Yun Che asked you ate the other four. Cross nodded and said unfortunately, one of them is you and the other is from your parents. But the world piercer is available. Ji Yuan felt her mouth twitch and Yun Che chuckled sheepishly, taking 2 steps away. Cross rolled his eyes and said Ao, if I wanted them would you still have them? Anyways, what is Ni Xian's wife doing here? He's dead you know. Ji Yuan sighed and said I know. All because of that damn Moe. Cross shrugged and said Moe is dead but the darkness element has been classified as taboo, fortunately everyone who can accuse them of being scourges against the world is dead. Now they live in peace in one of the king realms. Ji Yuan said I assume you didn't kill them out of the kindness in your heart. Yun Che laughed and Cross smiled they accused me of being a devil too. Can you believe these people? One world from someone in the entire God realm starts chasing after you. It's truly aggravating. I wouldn't be surprised if that Moe guy was the same. Ji Yuan nodded and said he was, probably even worse. Cross snapped his fingers and said I knew it. What righteous people? They don't exist. Everybody only has benefits in their eyes and they fold to the strong. Once you speak out, you're condemned. Aya, what a joke. Ji Yuan smiled and said isn't it always like this? Cross rubbed his hands together and replied yeah, but at least pretend to be a good person. Geez. I'm not a good person but I'm not going to kill someone for treasure or their secrets, isn't that the same as admitting they're better than me? Yun Che said what about the heavenly treasures? Cross snorted and said those old bastards had it coming. The treasures were just a plus. I already killed them all, naturally everything they own belongs to me. I'm exercising my right of conquest. Ji Yuan laughed and said you're an interesting elf. But her expression became serious as she said but I have something serious to discuss with you. Yun Che and Cross listened as Ji Yuan said I have 100 devils with me. Their only goal is revenge against Moe. Cross said well, he's dead. Are they going to go to the underworld and kill him again? Ji Yuan replied they'll start destroying everything instead. Cross sighed and said honestly, these people. Isn't playing chess and drinking wine very nice? After they kill everyone, then what will they do? Sit around and talk with the last 5 people in the God realm. He turned to Yun Che and continued seriously, these villains that want to take over the world. What are their plans after? Just sit there and do nothing? I don't understand, you took over the world, congratulations. Now you have nothing left to do, is this exciting? Yun Che shrugged and said you're asking me, who am I supposed to ask? Ji Yuan felt like she was being ignored and said oi. The main problem over here. 100 true devils. Hello. Cross said just bring them in and talk to them. Aren't you their leader? Ji Yuan's sweat dropped and said yeah, but... Cross rolled his eyes and said bring them here, I'll take care of it. Ji Yuan said don't kill them. Cross waved and Ji Yuan opened the crack, 100 devils flooded out of it with murderous intent, looking around for the enemy. Cross shouted quiet. The devils tensed up and looked at Cross as if they were facing a big enemy. Cross rubbed his temples and said Moe is dead. The devils were stunned and started whispering before saying then we'll kill everyone. The other devils started cheering. Cross slapped his forehead and his aura fell on the devils, making them freeze. Cross looked at Ji Yuan and said a bunch of brainless muscleheads. Ji Yuan shrugged and Cross turned back saying listen. You'll do nothing of the sort. The devils frowned and Cross continued you little monkeys. Don't you want peace? How about a family? Everybody is living peacefully here, why go and disturb people who don't even know who you are? This doesn't make any sense, you would only be killing ants who didn't do anything to you. He sneered and added unless Moe was right that you were just a bunch of mindless killing machines. In which case, I'll just kill you all right now. Another 100 dead people is no skin off my back. A thick killing intent flooded the 100 devils, who started to sweat. Cross said but... If you're not like that Morani said, then you can live in peace with the rest of civilization. Gods, devils, what's the difference? I can wipe out your existence with a single fart. At any rate, the discrimination against devils is gone since there's no one strong enough to speak against me and the ones who are enjoying an eternal vacation in hell. He sighed and looked at the devils, continuing isn't doing nothing very nice? Why do you want to kill all the time? When you're the strongest, does it matter if you kill an ant? I enjoy killing too, but I'm not going to kill people who did nothing to me. Cross paused and thought about it before asking Yun Che at. I haven't done that right. Everybody almost fell over, the devil's sweat dropped, all Cross imposing aura just vanished into a puff of smoke. Yun Che counted on his hands before saying I don't think so. Do you count someone annoying you as doing something to you? Cross nodded and Yun Che said confidently, then everybody you killed has provoked you in some way. Cross smiled happily saying good. I almost became a hypocrite. Everybody gave him a look of disdain. Cross ignored them and turned to the devil saying just calm down or I'll kill you. Very simple. One of the devils said but we didn't do anything. Cross said you disrupted my precious daughter's nap time. That's more than enough for me to slaughter you all. Lily pointed at herself and complained I was having a nice nap too. Cross said see? Now line up like good people and register yourselves. I need names, residences, and your purpose for coming to the God Realm. Luna laughed and said are you an immigration agent? Cross said a man can dream can't he? Luna spat out her tongue and said that's a shitty dream. Cross waved and said what do you know? Ji Yuan said so what do we do now? Cross replied there's like 3 king realms that are completely abandoned, just go live there. Also Chi Weiao is the devil empress of the devils, effectively your successor. Maybe she can help you. At any rate, I bet this place is better than the primordial chaos out there. Now give me the world piercer, I've been very nice and my soul is already disgusted with myself. I'll beat you up and take your money if you don't. Yun Che burst out laughing and Ji Yuan felt it was funny, this guy. His personality flipped faster than a book. First he's like a demon, then a king, and now a hooligan. Cross punched a devil and said you didn't pay protection fees. The devil was aggrieved and said who am I supposed to pay? Cross said seriously I will protect you for money. It's a very dangerous world out here, hooligans are everywhere. The devil said but you just punched me. Cross punched him again saying like I said. Hooligans everywhere. I'll protect you for money. The devil gave him money and Cross frowned that's it. Before beating up another devil. Ji Yuan watched Cross beating people up for money before saying yeah. Just take it. He flashed back and stuffed the money in his pocket, saying with a smile pleasure doing business with you. We also have a platinum protection program, are you interested? Ji Yuan kicked him away with a chuckle fuck off. Cross dodged the kick and stroked the world piercer while drooling. Luna, Feng Shuier, Jasmine, and the kids covered their faces in embarrassment. Cross multiple personality disorder was getting worse. Chi Weiao flew over and bowed to Ji Yuan saying Devil Emperor, I would like to big you to the rest. I'm sure they will be elated to see you all. Ji Yuan smiled and said as long as they don't ask for protection fees, I would love to see them. Chi Weiao giggled and said I think only he would do that. Ji Yuan smiled and shook her head as she left with the devils. Yun Che and his family followed along with interest. They didn't know that Cross had freed the devils, though they hadn't been paying attention to the news much. They were preoccupied. More than half of them had big bellies already. Even Shui Mian. That girl doesn't fuck around. She got to business right away. Admirable. Cross ignored them all and merged the world piercer into the necklaces. A while later. Aurora squealed in happiness saying Master. Master. Now you can go anywhere. Whoa. Cross grinned and rubbed the necklace with a happy expression. Luna asked what are we doing now? Cross said a few things. First, I'm going to reform the entire Eternal Heaven God realm. Second, give Artemis a full body, and third, the most important one. The girls all listened closely as Cross said seriously perfect my inheritance blood drop. They all got black lines on their foreheads. This moron. He was obsessed with this inheritance thing. Cross stood up and clapped, the girls stood by and watched as he glowed gold and slammed his palms done to the Eternal Heaven realm. The entire realm started glowing, all the people who were there got teleported to a new uninhabited realm with a nice city and beautiful scenery. But who cares about them? Not me. Anyway. The entire realm glowed gold and the ground started changing, all the houses, buildings, cities, trees, were all demolished and the realm returned to origin. Cross kept silent and his hands glowed green as he threw a giant green ball into the earth. The realm started trembling and beautiful flowers started popping up everywhere, lakes, ponds, mountains, waterfalls, rivers, forests. Everything started sprouting from the ground and turning the realm into a true heaven. Cross flew around the realm and looked at everything before picking a nice spot and wiping the forest in a massive area. He flattened the ground and pressed his hands down before pulling up. A giant city made of white stone sprouted up from the ground. There was a beautiful white stone wall around the entire city and a giant gate with a wood sign of it that said Void City. Cross was obviously not going to be like everyone else and made the city very modern. Based on his understanding of Muggle cities and countries, he built the entire place in his mind. There were shops, houses, schools, roads, sidewalks, and a giant palace in the middle of the city. The girls were amazed and followed Cross around as he modified the city manually, making a city plaza with a big fountain, a combat arena, a park, and many more things. Cross went to the palace and pointed to 12 different places in front of it. Statues sprang up from the ground, each of them holding a tablet of laws. Luna asked, "You're making a civilized city?" Cross smiled and nodded. He flew up above the city and spread his hands out. A giant white barrier bursted over the city and enveloped it completely. Cross started making runes with his hands and chanting. The barrier flashed black, then gold, then white before glowing and shooting pillars down, enveloping the statues that held the laws before disappearing altogether. He floated down and rearranged some buildings surrounding the city plaza. There were roads in all 4 cardinal directions. The one to the north led to the palace. On both sides of this road there was a building. Cross made signboards for each building. The one on the left said arrivals. The one on the right said departures. He walked inside the arrivals building and expanded it to hold millions of people. He made dozens of platforms on each side of the building and placed a teleportation formation on each of them. He went to the other building and did the same, but each of the teleportation formations in this building had a sign with a destination. He walked out and disappeared. He went to the Divine Ice Phoenix sect and made a building in the middle of the sect. Mu Binjayun flew over saying, "What are you doing?" Cross said, "Promoting my new realm." He walked inside and made a coming and going place before placing the teleportation formations there. He explained what it was to Mu Binjayun, who gasped incredulously. Cross smiled and teleported away. He did the same in the Glazed Light Realm, the Dragon Realm, the Demon Realm, the Moon God Realm, the Flame God Realm, the realm Ling Ji made, Blue Pole Star, and a bunch of other realms. Cross went back to the city and smiled proudly at his achievement. He came to the middle of the city and slapped the palace. The entire realm trembled and the city lit up beautifully. A golden light shot into the air. 8 other pillars of golden light appeared all over the realm, surrounding the city and connecting in the middle. The golden light pillars exploded and sprinkled down onto the entire realm. The vitality of the realm skyrocketed and the air became sweet to breathe. A mist fell on the city, and when it cleared, all the buildings were sparkling beautifully, the roads shined, the water in the fountain glimmered, and the exit roads around the plaza were free of dust. The stones on the plaza became colorful, and in the 4 directions 4 divine beasts appeared in the stones. On top of the fountain, a golden statue of the void beast raising its head proudly formed. The girls signed in amazement. The city was truly too beautiful. Cross smiled and cupped his hands over his mouth before shouting, "Void City is open. All cultivators are welcome. It's in the old eternal heaven realm, hereby named, the Garden of Eden realm." His voice traveled throughout, not only the God realm, but all the lower realms as well. 148. Development. Ji Yuan was actually the first person to appear over the city. Cross looked up and said, "Want to live here?" Ji Yuan smiled and said, "You're willing to let the devils live here?" Cross pointed at the stone statues and said, "There's a formation around the entire city. If they don't follow the rules, the formation will deal with them based on the laws." Ji Yuan flashed to the statues and read them very carefully before clapping excitedly, "Amazing. I'll go get them." Then she disappeared. Cross chuckled and people started showing up. They were very cautious and looked around before gasping at the beauty of the city. Mu Binjayun showed up and said, "Wow." She walked over to Cross and said, "This is pretty amazing." Cross smiled and said, "It's going to be a hub for the entire God realm in the future. If it's not amazing, wouldn't that be a shame?" Mu Binjayun was truly shocked and said, "You're so ambitious." Cross chuckled and said, "Is that bad? The city is a safe haven that doesn't discriminate between races. A true Garden of Eden." Ji Yuan appeared with the devils and the people were scared out of their wits. Cross said, "There's houses everywhere, make yourselves at home. I suggest you all look at the rules in front of the palace first though. The price for unruliness is death. Other than that, I hope you can all make the city flourish." Ji Yuan smiled excitedly and brought the devils to the law statues and was very strict about this. She could change the views on devils. How great would that be? Mu Binjayun jumped and said, "Devils." Cross looked at her and said, "Can you relax? Why are you so jumpy?" More and more people poured in, some even from lower realms like the Blue Pole Star. Cross grinned at all the people and flew into the air, coughing. Everybody looked at him and Cross smiled, "Welcome. I am Cross, most of you know me as the Wild King or Demon Spawn." He chuckled and added, "Whatever you prefer." Some people chuckled and Cross smiled as he continued, "Welcome to Void City. I made this city for everyone in the God realm but also cultivators from lower realms. Such as stars that have no divine way." The crowd exploded with shocked gasps and whispers. Cross raised his hand and said, "Very strange for you, right? The point of the city is to be a hub of the entire God realm / lower realms. Those of you from lower realms don't need to worry because the city has strict rules, all the rules are on the statues in front of the palace. Offenders of the laws will be thoroughly taken care of by the city itself." Someone asked, "What does that mean?" Cross smiled and replied, the entire city is basically a living object. Before you get all greedy, the city can give you no benefits. The formation and the city in it are interconnected and will follow the rules to the letter. It's a punishing formation, even if you somehow get your hands on the city you still won't be able to do anything with it and the city will die. Cross grinned and continued, for now, there's nothing except beautiful scenery. For the next few years or so, I will be managing the city myself. Everyone is welcome to apply for residency, there's enough room for billions of people around the city and the entire realm is a holy land. There's empty stores, restaurants, inns, schools, houses, shops, auction houses, etc. All these places need people to run them and live in. There's also parks and other places that are kid-friendly. He looked down and said, I would like to stress that Void City isn't a lawless place. There are humans, demons, devils, gods, elves, spirits, and every other race you can imagine. All of them are welcome in the city providing they follow the rules. There will also be mortals, mortal cultivators, divine cultivators, and above all in the city. The city is a peaceful place, not somewhere you can run around flaunting power and being disgusting racist filth. His tone turned severe as he said, you don't like it, you can fuck off. I'm stronger than you and I make the rules. There's a building of return formations, carefully labeled. Step in the wrong one without permission and you won't live long enough to apologize. Of course, there will be protections in place for all realms. If someone wants to use the formations to make a sneak attack on another realm, it's impossible. If you don't believe me, you can try. I'm not going to stop you, killing chickens to warn the monkeys will be good for the rest. Cross smiled like a spring breeze and continued, other than this, behave yourselves and we won't have a problem. Fail to comply and we still won't have a problem because not even ashes will be left of you. Thank you. Have a nice day. Before disappearing. He still had things to do, he wasn't going to lecture people all day. The people started walking around the city, going to the law statues before anything. They were shocked, these laws covered almost everything. There were even the consequences for not following them right under. Needless to say, many people wanted to live in Void City. One person didn't believe it and attacked another person with malicious intentions. Everybody backed off and watched, a black pillar came down from the sky and eradicated the attacker's existence. Everybody trembled and the word spread very quickly that the laws weren't a joke and that the city was extremely dangerous if provoked. Cross went to see Ji Yuan and offered her and the rest of the Devil's Law Enforcer jobs. Ji Yuan agreed without hesitation, and Cross pulled the beautiful woman aside, telling her that he could reform Artemis' body so that she could be normal and not a soul without a container. Ji Yuan nodded happily and Cross got to work after telling Ji Yuan what to do. He went to the lower realms and brought Yun Che's family, Xiao Lai, Yuan Ba, Xenophilius, Ling Ji's family, all those he brought with him from Earth, Xia Hong'ai, and he even abducted a bunch of tailors. He placed a teleportation formation on the illusory demon continent as well. He traveled through a bunch of lower realms placing teleportation formations and buildings everywhere. He immediately put the tailors to work, giving them shops and materials, as well as his modern style of clothes designs. Shirts, pants, underwear, bras, shoes, hats, everything. They had their own little district where they could work by themselves in a bunch of store fronts. Funny thing was Ron was still single, but Daphne actually shacked up with Ling Yun. Cross almost slapped him to death. Xiao Lei got an infinite supply of divine water of absolute beginning and ingredients to make wine with, not only that but he got his own shop. Xenophilius got the same shop he had in the illusory demon continent and played with his grandkids. The city didn't take very long to start running by itself. Cross split his time between approving residences for the people who wanted to live there and reforming Artemis' body. He didn't want to keep using her as a weapon because he felt bad knocking her around. An entire year passed. The city was thriving. Cross had done an excellent job. Not only him but Ji Yuan took her job very seriously. Cross gave all the law enforcers police uniforms that they had on Earth. They even had a police station. The thing was, Ji Yuan was a very sexy woman and her police uniform didn't help at all. In fact, it made it even worse. She rejected countless people every day. Everybody started buying clothes from the stores in Void City and they had a modern look to them. The old robes were cast away as old news and now jeans were in style. What a day! The schools were filled with children and some old men and middle-aged women went to teach there. The atmosphere in the city was completely harmonious and peaceful. Luna, Feng Shuier, and Jasmine have various hobbies they did most of the time, while Cross was busy working. Artemis had a new body and was constantly with Ji Yuan in a little police lowly uniform. But today was a special day. The wine Xiao Lai made was finished. Cross was the most excited out of anybody for this, the girls not so much, so they stayed home. Cross went to the wine shop at night and drank to his heart's content. It was amazing. The divine water made the wine that much better. Ji Yuan also came to the wine shop, having so many people ask her out was getting really tiring and she needed a break. She sat next to Cross and started drinking with him. Needless to say, Cross got very, very, drunk. Everyone was having a good time and Cross stumbled out of the door. Ji Yuan went to help him, before he passed out in the streets. The duo walked away into the streets. The next day, Cross woke up in a bed. He sat up and yawned as he looked around. This room wasn't very familiar. He looked to his side and saw a naked Ji Yuan. He lifted the covers and saw he was naked too. He nodded and said, "Hey. That's weird." Then it clicked. He jumped out of bed and got dressed before literally running out of the house. Ayo. If the others find out, he'll be in the doghouse for months. He rushed back to the palace and resumed activities. The girls also noticed he was acting strange. Luna sneakily read his mind before feeling her lips twitch in helplessness. He was actually feeling super guilty about it. He was beyond hammered and only remembered walking into Xiao Lai's bar. After that it was a blur. Luna, Jasmine, and Feng Shuier found out and had varying responses. Luna was helpless and didn't blame him. Jasmine was completely stunned but didn't blame him, and Feng Shuier was happy she wasn't a little sister anymore. They were actually completely okay with it, surprisingly. Actually it wasn't very surprising because they still felt guilty about leaving him a while ago. They were surprised and happy that he didn't go after any other women while they were gone. With this they were even. They watched as Cross avoided Ji Yuan and waited for him to tell them. It wasn't very long, the guilt was eating him up and he confessed to sleeping with Ji Yuan when he was drunk. They were happy he didn't keep it a secret for long. Ji Yuan was a bit depressed. Cross had been avoiding her for a month now, plus she thought she was getting sick because she kept throwing up. She didn't remember that night very well and had no idea that she slept with Cross at all. Actually, to say she had no feelings for Cross would be a lie. Spending a year with him, almost all the time was quite happy for her. She didn't love him, but maybe there was a budding romance going on. Thus she was quite upset that he was avoiding her. Shen Xi opened up a clinic in the city with Solinger and Yungu, so she went there to see what was wrong with her and got the world-shattering news that she was pregnant. She started to get nervous because she didn't remember sleeping with anyone. Then it clicked. That night she drank with Cross at Xiao Lai's shop, then she helped him home, then she woke up naked and Cross was avoiding her. She was mostly hurt. At least tell her, was she that disgusting? Nevertheless, she kept quiet about it and decided to keep the baby. She had needs and wants too. Time passed slowly. Cross was a bit frantic and left the palace. He walked along the streets. People were coming in and out and the city was very lively. He stopped at the fountain and looked at the sparkling water inside, occupied with his thoughts. Shen Xi saw him and walked over joking, "Hey there, city lord." Cross smiled and said, "Hey. What's the miracle doctor doing outside?" Shen Xi sighed and said, "I left Linger to do my work today. So many people coming and going. I need a break. What about you? You seem troubled." Cross sighed and said, "I don't know what to do." Shen Xi smiled and said, "A lot of people don't know what to do. To think, even you have troubles. Though it's not the first god I've seen have troubles." Cross chuckled and said, "The devils have problems." Shen Xi laughed and said, "Most of them, even Ji Yuan." Cross tensed up slightly and Shen Xi added, "She came in a few months ago and it turned out she was pregnant. I can't imagine the guy who managed that." Cross rose over and grabbed Shen Xi's shoulders saying, "She's pregnant." Shen Xi had her mouth open in an O shape before saying, "It was you." Cross let go of her and ran off, so flustered he forgot he could teleport. Shen Xi watched him go and clicked her tongue saying, "Drama, drama, drama," before walking away in a good mood. Cross rushed to Ji Yuan's house and kicked in the door. Ji Yuan was sitting at her table eating when she saw Cross. There was a silence and Cross walked up, slamming his palm on the table and saying, "Why didn't you tell me you were pregnant?" 149. Arrival of the enemy. Ji Yuan swallowed her food and said, "Why were you avoiding me?" Cross was stumped. He sat down and said seriously, "Because I felt guilty. We were both drunk." Ji Yuan was silent and looked at her food, her eyes noticeably turning a bit red. Cross held her chin and turned her face to him as he said seriously, "You're a widow and a mother. Not to mention the leader of the devils." She slapped his hand away and said angrily with tears pooling in her eyes, "I'm also a woman. I have needs. And Aishian has been dead for millennia." Cross was silent and Ji Yuan shouted, "I can't believe I had feelings for a piece of shit like you. Get out. Get out." Cross said, "The baby." Ji Yuan got even angrier, "You want me to kill it? You're insane. I'll raise it myself. Leave." Cross suddenly smiled and pulled her waist to him, sealing her lips shut with his own. Ji Yuan was stunned and melted in his embrace. Cross separated from her lips and wiped her tears as he said softly, "Stupid woman. When did I say that I didn't like you? When did I say I didn't want a widow? When did I say you weren't a woman? Most importantly, if you killed that baby I would have killed you the second after." Ji Yuan was stunned and said, "You." Cross smiled and said, "If you can tolerate me, I'm willing to take responsibility." Ji Yuan laughed and kissed him, wrapping her arms around his neck. Cross held her waist and smiled happily, adding a new family member. A while later, Ji Yuan said, I have to tell you something. Cross hummed as he carried Artemis and Hong Er walking to the palace. Ji Yuan said, pregnancy for my race is 10 years. Cross was shocked and said, wow, you'll be pregnant for 10 years. Ji Yuan nodded with a smile and Cross blew out a breath of air, completely stunned. That must be hell. Hong Er sniffed saying, humph, I knew you were bad. You're a big pervert like Yun Che. Except now you're my dad. Cross choked and said, yeah, love you too kid. He waved his hand and a sword fell in front of Hong Er. She changed her tune and said, wah. Daddy's the best. As she started eating the sword happily, Ji Yuan smiled softly. They reached the palace and the other 3 girls were waiting already. They immediately took Artemis, Hong Er, and Ji Yuan, leaving Cross alone. Lily was still there and shook her head saying, tisk. Daddy's a pervert for sure. Before walking away, Cross was stunned and picked up Lily by the collar saying, oh. 4 years old and your wings are already hard. Lily smiled beautifully and said, hee daddy knows Lily loves you. Then she whispered seriously, daddy, you love me most too, right? More than Zephyr, Pandora, and Amelia? Oh. And all the mummies. Cross looked around before whispering, of course. You're my little princess, but you gonna keep it low-key. Don't tell anyone. He winked at her and Lily nodded seriously. Cross smiled and patted her butt saying, all right princess, where's Amelia? I'll take you both to the park. Lily got excited and ran away saying, wait. Lily came back with Amelia. She looked to be in a daze most of the time. She was very shy, completely opposite of Lily. She looked up with watery eyes and stretched out her arms pitifully. Cross' heart melted at the girl. He picked her up and Lily crawled up Cross, sitting on his shoulders and patting his head saying to the park. Amelia was quiet but smiled at the word park. She leaned against Cross and hummed softly. Cross brought both his girls to the park and played with them. Amelia only played with Lily and Cross. She would hide from the other kids. Lily played with all the kids. She was very violent. It was cute. She was like a little boss of the other kids. Cross noticed all his daughters were drastically different. Pandora was cold to mostly everyone. Lily was like a violent thug. Amelia was a gentle and shy flower. Zephyr was the only boy and he chased after all the older women. It didn't matter how many younger girls liked him or how beautiful they were. If they weren't an older beautiful woman, he didn't even bother with them. If you counted Hong Er and Artemis as his daughters too, they were both different as well. Hong Er was pretty shameless and a glutton while Artemis was like a noble lady, very elegant. Good news was Artemis could actually speak now but she still preferred to use sign language with Cross. She was actually much happier that he was her father. She still wore the bell around her wrist. Time flew by as it does. 15 years later. Cross reached Ancestral God Peak, but he still felt like he was mortal. He couldn't kick the feeling, he also had no idea what to do next. All the girls had reached Ancestral God Realm Peak as well. Ji Yuan also got a necklace, hers was dark purple with a single white gold bead on it. Cross necklace had lost the orange bead and it was replaced with a dark purple one. It went dark purple, red, white, gold, and white gold. A surprising fact what found out, Cross and the rest's bone ages didn't increase. They stayed the same as they were when the primordial seal of life and death was devoured. Cross stayed at 34 for the entire time. Also, Cross had completed his inheritance blood drop. He fused his laws in it and all his techniques, along with a few others he made himself. He only made one drop and he covered it in his energy before throwing it as far as he could, choosing to leave it up to fate. The energy around it made the universe-devouring beasts leave it alone and it finally landed on some star. That was 14 years ago. 4 years ago he felt his imprint tremble. He trembled in happiness, someone had found his inheritance. He left a recording of himself on it, he couldn't wait to see his little crippled inheritor rise through the world and become a hero, humiliating his ex-fiancée and finding his parents who left him in the care of a friend because they were being hunted down by people stronger than them. Flashback 4 years ago. On a random star. A teenage girl with a scarred face stumbled into a cave. She was dying because of a beast horde. She saw a golden red flickering light in the cave and stumbled towards it. She finally came across a drop of golden red blood. She was confused and touched it, a white light exploded from the blood drop and formed Cross figure. He was wearing his shorts and necklace as usual, but he had a dignified look on his face. The girl was intoxicated by him, she couldn't take her eyes off his immaculate face. Cross finally spoke saying, my little inheritor. Congratulations on finding my legacy. I'm truly sorry for your unfortunate circumstances but your fate turns to the better from this moment on. The girl was shocked, he knew of her situation. Who was her future husband? Cross gave a gentle smile and somehow looked right at the girl as he said, are you willing to become my inheritor and gain everything you lost? The girl nodded frantically, as her eyes turned into hearts. Cross smiled and said, great. Become my inheritor and come find me. I am the god of the void. The king of the elves. Cross. Your crippled veins are nothing but a snap of my fingers to fix. Your ex-fiancée will kill herself in regret when you rise up from the ashes. You will be a hero among heroes. A god among gods. The world will tremble under your fist. The very world around the girl started trembling from Cross' heavy shaking might. The girl actually stopped listening after he said his name. She was fantasizing about her master. If she wasn't, she would have heard all the things he said and doubt whether it was for someone else or not. She was brought back when everything started shaking and she looked at his figure, standing tall with a heroic aura. The girl never had a chance. She was completely smitten. It didn't help she was a bit strange as well. Cross looked at her and said, "What is your name, my little disciple?" The girl said quickly, "Athena." Cross smiled and said, "Are you ready to receive my inheritance and become my disciple?" Athena nodded frantically. Cross grinned and the drop of blood floated into Athena's heart. She fell to the ground and heard Cross voice, "My little disciple, you must not fall unconscious. This is a test of your will. If you cannot make it, you'll never see your master in this lifetime." An obsessive desire to live and stay awake exploded from Athena's eyes as she growled out, "Whoever stops me from seeing my future husband, I'll kill him." Good thing it was a pre-recording or Cross would have been spooked into another inheritor. Cross started making hand symbols and they floated into Athena's body. Her blood was boiling, her bones were constantly breaking and reforming, her muscles were tearing and repairing, and her skin was cracking all over. Black blood seeped out of her body and a blood mist surrounded her body before forming a cocoon. Cross frowned and sped up the runes, looking somewhere else. The blood cocoon solidified before exploding, revealing a naked Athena. She had been reborn. Her eyes turned blood red, her hair became long and silky smooth, and her face was repaired. She was extremely beautiful. Her smooth white skin glistened under the soft white light of Cross' soul. Athena groaned and Cross smiled, "Good job." Athena was ecstatic and Cross said, "Unfortunately, I have expanded all my soul energy." Athena said quickly, "Master. Where are you going?" She ignored the fact she had zero clothes on at the moment. Cross smiled and said, "Master is waiting for you in the higher realms." He chuckled and continued, "Don't cry, little disciple. I have imparted everything I have created myself and more. Look at Master." Athena looked up with watery eyes and Cross said softly, "Remember this. Nobody can stop your steps. You are the inheritor of the Void God." Athena nodded heavily and Cross added, "When you reach the God realm, go to the Void sect. The sect master is your senior brother, his name is Ling Ji. Eventually you will go to Void City. This is your master's city. I built it with my own 2 hands. My good brother will most likely be the city lord, his name is Yun Che. One of his wives is Chu Yueshan, she's your senior sister. Remember these names. These are master's closest friends and only disciples. If you're in trouble they will help you. Do you understand?" Athena nodded heavily and Cross smiled as he said, "I'm waiting for you, my precious inheritor." Before fizzling into nothing and scattering in the wind. Athena collapsed to the ground and felt her heart squeezing in pain. She wiped her eyes and stood up saying to herself, "I can't let my husband wait any longer. Wait for me, hubby, I'm coming." Before getting dressed and leaving the cave. Back to the present. Cross was looking at his kids in frustration. Ji Yuan gave birth 4 years ago and it was a girl, again. He didn't mind. They were all little cotton-padded jackets for him, but his mace legacy. Who was going to take it in the future? Their daughter was named Yuan Yuan. It was the name of Ji Yuan's mother. Cross was happy with it. Yuan Yuan was adorable. She had red eyes, black hair, cute pink cheeks, she looked just like her mother. She was half demon, half blood elf. She was also a member of the heaven-smiting devil clan and could transform into a sword. Her sword form was extraordinary. She could turn into a black kopsh. She refused to be held by anyone other than her father. She stuck to him completely, even sometimes wanting to be with only him. Ji Yuan was helpless against her daughter that seemed to love her father more than her mother. It didn't help that Cross spoiled her more than the others. Currently, Yuan Yuan was sitting in Cross' lap as he looked at the others with a frustrated expression. These 6 little bastards went around pranking everyone in Void City. Today they got Yun Che and KZ drunk. What could have happened, happened, and now KZ was a woman. Amelia was about to cry. She usually just went along with the others, but now Cross was angry. The others looked at him fearlessly. Cross sighed and said, "I can't believe you would just..." He stopped speaking and said, "All of you. In the inner world. Right now." The kids were startled and Cross threw them inside, before throwing Luna, Jasmine, Feng Shuer and Ji Yuan inside as well. He disappeared from the city and appeared in the air far away from the city. He was standing opposite to 2 men, who looked to be 18 years old. They looked at Cross and said, "So you're the elf, the great Brahma told us to capture." Cross narrowed his eyes and one of the men sneered, "Don't waste our time, Ant, come quietly. Or we'll force you to." The other one sneered and said, "Only a mortal shedding realm." Cross donned his armor and the other one sneered, you think you can fight against a divine flame expert? What a joke. The great Brahma will eradicate your filthy elf race soon enough. Cross grinned a bloodthirsty grin, finally he had someone to thrash around. 150, Journey Through Space. Cross cracked his knuckles and said, tell me, this great Brahma moron. Is he strong? One of the men sneered and said, stronger than you can possibly imagine. Cross chuckled and he asked one more thing. Will he sit at my table? The two men were confused and Cross appeared behind them like a ghost. The two eye holes glowed a vicious red light as he said in a tone colder than the depths of hell, because I'm missing a good opponent. He smashed his fists on the back of the two men's heads, sending them flying out of the realm into space. Cross licked his lips and broke the speed barrier, chasing after them. The people inside his inner world were watching from a screen Aurora made. The kids trembled in awe and Luna said, wow. Kuan Yinger hummed happily, someone brave enough to sit at the table. She licked her lips and said, I can't wait. Jasmine watched carefully, Feng Shui was cheering, and Ji Yuan smiled at his figure. Yuan clapped, daddy's so strong. Ji Yuan kissed her cheeks and said, yes he is. Yuan cheered happily. Lily waved her fist and shouted, Carl. I'm gonna beat the shit out of you like dad. Come here. Carl, who was in his human form now, trembled and ran away saying, little demon, go play with the other beasts. Lily flew after him shouting, no. I'm gonna beat you, silly. Carl shouted, why me? Outside. Cross chased after the two and decided to kill one first. He flashed over the weaker one and made a claw before punching through his chest, ripping out his heart and crushing it over his head, staining his armor red. He formed a swirl over his hand and slapped the heartless man's chest, destroying his body to nothing. He took the ring off his finger before it got destroyed and threw it into the inner world. He snapped his head to the other man and chuckled before shooting forward, thrusting his, now dark purple, horns at him. The man chanted and fire accumulated around him, shooting towards Cross. Nobody told him this elf was so fierce. Cross roared and morphed into his void beast form. He looked like the tattoo on his back, but he was clad in black armor. Cross stomped on the air and roared, the entire god realm trembled and a black whirlpool appeared in front of him, sucking in all the fire and crushing it. Cross growled as he stalked towards the man, his 6 wings coated in black, the only thing of color was his glowing red eyes. The man was scared shitless and turned to run. Cross bared his teeth, lunging at the man and biting into his body, ripping out an arm along with half his torso. Cross' red eye glowed a cruel light as he clawed the man's legs off and bit him in half. He stepped on the man and opened his mouth in front of the man's face. A black ball appeared before a pillar of black light bursted out and obliterated the man's head. Cross looked at the man's clothes and noticed a flame pattern. He looked up and saw a soul. He jumped forward and devoured the soul. The man's ring was sent into the inner world and Cross narrowed his beast eyes at the information he got. Cross reverted to normal and the armor returned to his necklace. He stood there for a moment before saying seriously, it's time to go. He stepped and disappeared. Cross appeared in front of Yunche and said, I need to talk to you. Yunche lost his smile and nodded. The duo both disappeared. Cross and Yunche were standing in the palace and Cross said, I have to go. Yunche said, already? Cross nodded and said, yes. The tree. His eyes narrowed, it's in trouble. Yunche frowned and said, all right. I'll take over then. Cross nodded and said, Ji Yuan is coming with me. Have Weio take over the devils and law enforcement. Yunche patted his shoulder and smiled, don't worry. I got this. Cross smiled and hugged him saying, I'll miss you, brother. Yunche sniffed and patted his back before pushing him away saying, you're getting soft on me. Cross laughed and said, not a chance. Yunche grinned and left the palace to go tell the rest. The duo's smiles slowly disappeared and their eyes watered. Spending 27 years together, they developed a close bond. Now they were separating for who knows how long. It wasn't a good feeling. Cross didn't waste any time and went straight to Xiao Lai's, stocked up on a ton of wine before telling him that he's leaving and to tell the rest. He locked the inner world and teleported to the Void Sect. Cross hovered above the Void Sect. It was bustling with disciples. In the middle of the sect there was a statue of himself. Ling Ji built it for him when he was making the sect despite Cross telling him not to. Ling Ji said that he had to honor his master, if not then he wouldn't care about the sect. Good disciple, bad sect master. Cross sighed and pointed at the statue. A golden light enveloped it and sank into the statue, making it look alive. There was even a bit of pressure coming off it. Cross put a formation in it along with a spell. If the sect was even threatened, the statue would come to life and slaughter the enemy with the strength of an ancestral god. So fierce. He waved his hand and a golden mist appeared in the entire sect. The disciples were confused but felt amazing as their cultivations, talents, comprehension, and bodies became better. Ling Ji knew exactly what it was and looked up in the sky to see Cross looking at him. He smiled and waved. Ling Ji teared up and Cross disappeared. Ling Ji sat on his chair and covered his face as he cried, stunning the disciples, who went to go get Xian Yu and Yu Feng. Only his personal disciples knew Yu Feng was his mother. they treated her with great respect even though she was just in the divine soul realm. Yu Feng dismissed the disciples and hugged Ling Ji after they left saying what's wrong, baby? Ling Ji choked out master. He's gone. Yu Feng sighed and rubbed his back saying it's okay, baby. He left you a task, no? Do your best, when he comes back he'll be proud of you. Ling Ji cried and Yu Feng consoled him, silently thanking Cross in her heart. She helped her entire family so much, he truly treated Ling Ji very well. In this life and probably the next, she was indebted to him. Cross appeared in the air and he stretched his hand out before clawing at the space in front of him. He ripped a hole in it and narrowed his eyes before going inside. The space behind him fixed itself and disappeared, like nothing had ever happened. Cross traveled through space, ignoring the space blades that were coming towards him as he floated in infinite darkness and void. He felt right at home funnily enough. He was studying the abyss that was around him and increasing his control over the law of nothingness. He floated through the abyss before coming across a world. He looked inside and saw a brown-haired kid shouting boost over and over again. He frowned and muttered annoying. Before throwing a black hole at the world and obliterating the annoying child as well as everyone else in the world. That world was gone forever never to return again. Not even the gods could save it. It was completely finished. He kept moving along and came across another world. He looked in this one but he was immediately disgusted. There was a kid who had 50-something wives and apparently didn't understand what sex was. He heard someone calling the boy Vaughn. Anyway he was disgusted by this kid and annihilated the world. A large black hole devoured the world and ripped the kid at the molecular level very slowly as painfully as possible. He even got to see all of the girls he unfortunately never satisfied turn to dust in front of his eyes. A white light came out of him and said thank God, see you never Vaughn. Before popping out of existence. The entire world crumbled and was destroyed, fortunately never disgusting anyone ever again. Cross continued floating past worlds and saw a world with a swordsman and a woman. He was currently in a world with soul monsters. The swordsman looked up at Cross, who stared back at him with interest. The woman next to him said Leo, what is it? Leo said I feel like someone's looking at me. Cross smirked and pointed down, a sword fell from the sky and stuck itself in the ground in front of the boy named Leo. The sword was a pitch-black katana with a monkey figure on the end of the hilt. A letter flew down and landed in Leo's hands, a gift from a friend. Leo smiled and took the sword, folding the paper and putting it in his pocket. The woman smiled and they left. Cross moved on and came across another world, it was Earth. But it was different. It seemed to be the past and there were other things that changed. Cross looked in and saw a young Tom Riddle. Cross was stunned. He saw the boy talking with a bald lady, who looked very kind. He frowned looking at Tom but then noticed his soul was different. Cross was confused and the bald lady looked up before grabbing Tom and knocking him out. Her soul appeared in front of Cross and said who are you? Cross frowned and said who are you? Why are you helping Tom Riddle? The woman was stunned and said you know Tom. Cross said seriously of course. I killed him. He's young now, but he becomes a Dark Lord in the future. Him and that Dumbledore fellow. The bald woman slapped her forehead and said oh. No, you see this is an alternate Earth. You came from a different one. This is a completely different Tom Riddle. Cross muttered that's why his soul looks different I guess. The woman said so you are. Cross said Cross. Nice to meet you. The woman said they call me Ancient One. Cross nodded and said I see. Well, if Mr. Riddle ever acts up to destroy the world you can count on me for support. Just crush this, and I'll be there as fast as I can. As he handed her a jade monkey on a string necklace. Ancient One took it with a smile and said thanks. I'll keep him on the right path. By the way, there's a world eater not far from here. I suggest you be careful. Cross smiled and said no problem and thank you. Before leaving, Ancient One went back, happy to have made a new friend. Cross avoided the world eater which could possibly be himself and passed yet another world. He looked in and saw the same world that Leo fellow was in but there was a 7-8 feet guy inside with a green bracelet. Cross was startled at the sheer size of this guy, he was bigger than Yuan Ba. The guy looked up and narrowed his eyes, feeling fierce fighting intent. Cross chuckled and flicked him away before throwing him a jade bracelet with a monkey carved into it and floating away. The big guy got up and scratched his head looking at the bracelet in his hands. A woman with golden hair and bones covering the bottom of her face to her nipples appeared next to him and said are you okay, Ren? The guy stood up and smiled yet. As he played with the bracelet in his hand. Cross floated off and he was suddenly dragged by an unstoppable force. He appeared in front of a giant azure dragon. Cross looked up and said wow. You're huge. The azure dragon said yet, not the first time I've heard it believe it or not. I'm giving you a choice kid. Stay with your women, or go alone. Cross frowned and the dragon's eyes flashed, all the women and kids came out and the dragon said make a choice, it's extremely dangerous here for you. I have talked to the tree, she told me to send you somewhere but she didn't say where to send the girls. Cross looked at the girls and frowned, thinking extremely hard. A while later, he finally opened his mouth and said. To be continued. 151.